This audiobook contains 3 censored sentences and 102 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Not to mention that there would never have been as many alchemists throughout history without rune alchemy. Although he still thought that the great emperors of the Origin Pill Tao sect went too far on their suppression of this form of alchemy. Although these guys used the issue of resources as an excuse for their actions, Wang Wei could see that they were doing it for luck. With rune alchemy being invented by their ancestor, once it became mainstream, their sect would be blessed with abundant key luck and ensure their survival for many years to come. Without such abundant key luck, their sect might not have cultivated so many great emperors. They might become as miserable as the sect created by the formation ancestor. After shaking his head, Wang Wei continued to fly to his destination. Chapter 324. Precision after flying for a while. Wang Wei finally arrived at his destination. He walked in with great pride, heading straight to the counter and registered for his test. According to the rules of the Alchemy Association, each participant of the test has to pay a certain fee, no matter the success or failure of the test. Because of Lu Cheng's master and status, he can receive a discount for the fee. Unfortunately, it was not free, secretly complained Wang Wei. Although he was rich, Lu Cheng was not. So, with a pained expression, he paid the fee for the test. Meanwhile, during the entire process of registration, he had to ignore the weird look that some people gave him. He guessed their reasons for doing so. Lu Cheng was nothing but a low-level Tier 2 alchemist. But now, a little over 3 months after breaking through to the supernatural realm, he was applying to become a middle Tier 2 alchemist. Wang Wei ignored their chatter and lined up like everyone else. His eyes scanned the surroundings, then an idea came to him. He secretly hypnotized one person and had the person approach him, have a short conversation with him before leaving. Then, he waited for his turn. This wait lasted for a full 3 hours. Finally, Wang Wei along with 5 other people entered a large room. The first thing he noticed after entering the room was the 5 old men floating in the air while sitting cross-legged. They all had white long hair and beard, had tan skin, most likely because of always being around intense flames for alchemy. Additionally, a faint scent of medicine could also be detected from them. The 5 old men looked at all the participants, only briefly pausing on Wang Wei before ignoring him. The old man in the middle, who was referred to as Elder Fong Lai, said, "You should all be aware of the rules. You can refine any Middle Earth grade pill. To pass the test, you have to refine at least 3 pills with normal quality. You can have as many trials as you want during the allocating time. Now, show me your materials." All 6 of them took out the materials needed for the refinement. Then the 5 old men used their divine sense to check and ensure that nothing was wrong or any cheating did not occur. Finally, Elder Fong Lai waved his hand and 6 ordinary-looking cauldrons appeared in front of the participants. According to the Association's rules, the test required the participants to use ordinary cauldron as a way to display their true skills. Wang Wei checked the cauldron in front of him. It was nothing but a low-level, profound origin artifact that only body-refining realm cultivators would use. Since everyone was restricted to the same rule, he did not say anything. Countless runes starting appeared on his body as he immediately used his innate talent. With it, he instantly understood the perfect ratio needed to refine the pill he chose, the Fortune Enhancement Pill. The purpose of this pill is to increase the strength of a cultivator's good fortune flame, which will in turn increase the speed that they can temper their bodies in the divine body realm. This pill is quite popular amongst cultivators, and the difficulty to refine it is between middle to the upper levels. After Wang Wei used his innate talent, the 5 judges were not surprised, as many alchemists have innate talent that help them in pill concocting. In this group along, there was another person who was also using his innate talent. The only difference was that the person had already entered the divine body realm, so runes did not appear on his body. Wang Wei ignored everyone as he concentrated on his refinement. After using his talent to get the perfect ratio for his recipe, he did not stop there. Instead, he used his precision talent to find the precise or perfect way to remove impurities. After controlling the flame properly to do so, he melted the herbs into liquid, mixed them into one before condensing the mixture into pills. Finally, he engraved the necessary runes. After Wang Wei finished, he ended up with 3 normal pills and 2 superior ones. The judges checked the pills, nodded in satisfaction before giving him a badge with his newly updated status as a middle tier 2 alchemist. The information regarding his status was updated in the main brain of the association that was located at the city right in front of the Origin Pill Dao sect. While leaving the testing pavilion, Wang Wei used his divine sense to refine the new badge and also review the new benefits he will receive with his new status. For one, he will receive a few hundred sect points. Although not a lot, still better than nothing. However, the greatest advantage of that badge is the discount it can be used for. Whether it was buying herbs from the sect or directly from the association, whether he can send missions, he will receive a discount. And that's not all. Many places that are unrelated to alchemy will give discounts to professionals as long as they show their badges. For example, when using teleportation array, renting flying demonic beasts, and even using the constructs that Wang Wei popularized, the badge can be used to get a discount. Finally, the badge contained a defensive formation inside that can protect the user based on their tier. With Wang Wei's badge, the formation can be used to protect him from a powerful attack from a peak divine body realm cultivator. From what Wang Wei knows, the tier 3 badge is actually very precious as it contained not only a defensive formation that can protect from void-shattering realm cultivator, but also can be used as a void-breaking talisman. That way, once the alchemist is in danger, they can run away. Even if the opponent blocks the void, they can still tear it open and run away. The badge is one of the reasons that many professionals are eager to join the associations, especially the loose cultivators. After all, the badge is equal to a second life for them. After leaving the pavilion, Wang Wei flew back to his cave. However, midway through, he received a communication talisman and changed his destination. Disciple has seen Master, bowed Wang Wei. Little Fifth, I've heard the news about your promotion. Congratulations, said Yi Lao. It seems that my Master's power is not as bad as I imagined. Not even a few minutes after my test, he already received the news. However, from his body language and tone, he seems to wonder about my sudden increase in alchemic ability, thought Wang Wei, who placed a happy smile on his face as he said, Master, it's all thanks to innate talent. At first, it could only be used to find the perfect ratio of herbs to use for alchemy. Then I thought to myself, why not try to use to find the precise way to remove impurities in the herbs? Then it worked. I cannot believe it. Now, I have so many ideas. Maybe I can use it to find the perfect way to control flames and, more important, to engrave runes. If can succeed, I cannot imagine what I could achieve in the future. As Yi Lao watched his excited apprentice babbled on, his eyes lit up in surprise, albeit his face remained calm. If his disciple succeeds to develop his innate talent to this level, his alchemy talent would reach an unimaginable level. Yi Lao became excited after hearing this. This is one of the advantages of the Origin system as a cultivation method. With the right innate talent, a mediocre person can quickly become extraordinary as long as they develop their talents in the right direction. Good. Yi Lao repeated his words 3 times. You did well, little Chung. You did not disappoint your master. I have finally removed this guy as suspicions. Plus, from now on, I do not have to worry about showing too much talent. Wang Wei personally developed Lu Cheng's innate talent in that direction to display his talent and be more favored by his master, thus also increasing his chances at achieving his goals for coming here. Truth be told, he has even more ideas for the development of this talent. For example, in the future, he wants to develop this precision talent to apply to other things. For example, develop the perfect way to apply physical strength, the perfect way to control origin essence, the precise way to apply the soul. Finally, the precise way to control the law. Although Lu Cheng's ability seemed to be limited to only alchemy, for now, Wang Wei will try to develop in these directions. If he succeeds, he will not return that talent to Lu Cheng after giving him his body back. Even if he fails, he will try to develop a cultivation technique that has these effects using that talent as a springboard, just like Empress Wu did with her universal seal. After being praised by Yi Lao, Wang Wei displayed a happy face, followed by a little shy and embarrassed appearance. Then, a look of hesitation appeared on his face. "Little Cheng, do you have something in your mind?" "Master, I've been wondering about the controlling flame art. Is there a problem? If there is something that you do not understand, I can explain it to you." "No, it's not this. While I was waiting for my test, a disciple named Jiang Yu approached me. Based on my brief conversation with him, I could feel like he was interested in what cultivation method I cultivate. I don't know. I somehow feel like this technique has some secret." Yi Lao frowned after hearing this. According to the information he received, someone did approach Little Fifth, and that guy also belonged to Fu Kaiyun's faction. Has he already suspected something? With a calm look on his face, Yi Lao said, "You do not have to worry about anything. As long as you cultivate it to the 6th stage and break through the primordial spirit stage, you will know everything." "Master, I feel like, with the combination of my innate talent, I should be able to cultivate to the 6th stage really soon." The controlling flame art is a weird technique that not only showed how to control flame, but can also be used as a cultivation method. As such, it is possible to cultivate it to a high level without reaching the realm as long as you have enough talent. "I understand that you're curious," said Yi Lao, "but you have to understand, some secrets cannot be known without the appropriate strength. It seems that I have to find another way to quickly learn the secret of this technique." Wang Wei nodded his head, chatted with his chief master for a while before returning to his cave. "Sorry about the mistake. I even got the chapter title wrong using the S title." Chapter 325, Death After Returning to His Home. Wang Wei pondered on how to acquire the information about the secrets of the flame controlling art. By now, he had a few theories and guesses about the origin and purpose of this technique. Unfortunately, he did not have enough evidence. Intuition told him that this cultivation technique might be related to his purpose in infiltrating this sect. So, after making a preliminary plan, he moved on to something else. Today, during the test, one of the participants caught his attention. To be precise, the pill he refined caught his attention. The guy refined a pill called Divine Organs Replacement Pill. In the human stage of the divine body realm, tempering the organs is one of the most difficult processes. Unlike the other body parts, once injured, it is very difficult to heal and could lead to permanent damage, if not tempered the appropriate amount. Then once a cultivator break through the shattered void realm and their bodies are baptized by the law, then their organs will collapse, leading to instant death. This is where the Divine Organs Replacement Pill came into place. Once consumed, a cultivator can instantly grow a fake divine organ capable of withstanding the power of law. Of course, using this pill meant that your foundation is not solid, and the void-shattering realm will be the end of the cultivation path. Furthermore, there is also a high chance of failure when doing this. Nevertheless, for many people with poor talent, this pill is a lifesaver for them. Before coming here, Wang Wei had heard about this pill, but never saw one. This is because the recipe is exclusive only to the Origin Pill Dao sect. After watching that disciple refine that pill, he finally realized an important aspect of his infiltration that he had overlooked. His situation was the best possible time for him to steal many of the secret recipes that the Dao opening sect did not have and bring them back. In terms of alchemy or other professional heritage, the Dao opening sect has a complete heritage that goes all the way to the emperor tier. This is all because of the effort of the second great emperor of the Li family, Li Zheng, who took the name Miscellaneous Study Emperor. As his name suggested, this emperor was interested in studying many things during his life. He studied pill refinement, talisman making, weapon forging, formation, divination, yin-yang calculation, puppeteering, medicine nurturing, beast breeding, beast controlling, etc. He went as far as studying things like literature, poem, calligraphy, chess, military development, and many more. With his long lifespan and talent, he studies too many things. Although he proved the Tao with the 5 elements and created the 5 elements foundation scripture, he did not stop studying all kinds of miscellaneous things after becoming a great emperor. One of the reasons that the Tao opening sect has so many pill recipes, knowledge about runes that allowed them to cultivate professionals on their own, is because of him. The misclean-out study emperor single-handedly increased the foundation of the sect. Despite this, it did not change the fact that compared to sects that specialize in different professions, the sect was still lacking in many aspects. However, Wang Wei discovered that he had the perfect opportunity to close the gap with these specialized sects and further increase the foundation of his own sect well, at least when it comes to alchemy. After making this realization, he decided to learn as many recipes as possible while here. If necessary, he has to use his status as the disciple of the sect master to his advantage. So, with a complete plan for the future, he got back to his alchemy. He was also taking this time to study the other profession as well. In recent years, he has been slacking. Heavenly Abode Realm. Li Jun looked at the disciple in front of him. Is it done? Yes. After more than a year and countless resources, it's finally finished. In that case, it's time to begin. Because of the difference in time flow, although only 3 months passed in the Myriad Emperor world, a year and a half passed in this world. During this time, the gods have been searching for Li Jun's group non-stop. Well, at first they were. After searching for a few months and not discovering anything, the majority of these gods started to give up. To them, they were mighty and lofty divine beings. How could they waste their time doing something as lowly as searching? Unfortunately, this world was very hierarchical. Since the supreme gods had others to search, they could not openly disobey. So, the title gods started to do the bare minimum while ordering the void gods under them to search with their full strength. At first, the void gods did so, but after not their search was proven futile, they also started to do the bare minimum while ordering the true gods under them to their best searching. In that way, things started to escalate as the upper gods ordered their subordinates to do their best while they slacked off. In the end, only the little divine shrine cultivators who were only slightly more powerful than mortals were forced to search with all their strength. As for the supreme gods, the majority also did not care. They thought that maybe the outsiders already left their world. When it came to the Destiny Goddess's prophecy, they believed that she might have been wrong. If not for the fact that she brought up Mother God during the council meeting, not many people would have believed her anyway. Today was ordinary for the people of the heavenly abode world. Even the gods thought so as well. Many of them were doing their usual daily 30 minutes to hour investigation before returning to their heavenly abode. However, something out of their control occurred. In the death realm governed by the death god, countless circles with runes inside of them rose from the ground into the sky. There were thousands of them covering the entire realm. Formation, muttered the death god with an ugly look on his face. He immediately wanted to act, but it was too late. The formation activated and surrounded the entire death realm. Immediately, the gods felt a change between heaven and earth, especially the void gods and above. They could not get access to their heavenly abode, meaning that they could no longer use its power to increase their strength, heal themselves, or replenish their divine energy. And they cannot use the power of space, more importantly. They cannot even enter their heavenly abode as the formation blocked the space. The gods inside these abodes found themselves stuck and unable to leave. A dark energy wave suddenly appeared in the sky. Then a middle-aged man dressed in black clothes appeared in the sky. He was the death god. Because his heavenly abode is fused with him, he used his power of law to break the space restriction. Unfortunately, only he could leave. The good news was that he could still use the power of his abode. As the death god looked at his realm, he could see countless armies surrounding different strategic places, mostly areas in the Death Kingdom where the power of incense is most concentrated. Just like the Fire Realm, the most powerful force in the Death Realm is a kingdom created by the Death God and ruled by his descendants. Most supreme gods used this political structure as a way to rule their realms and make it easier for them to gather incense. with a single glance. He judged based on these armies' aura that they were elite and well-trained, and his gods were not matched for them. So, he prepared to intervene. However, as soon as this idea came to his mind, a young handsome man wearing a golden red armor appeared in front of him. Upon first contact, the death god could feel a terrifying fighting intent from this young man, followed by a familiar breath. After pondering for a moment, he realized that this breath was similar to his. It was the breath of death. "You must be the outsider who invaded our world." "That is correct," replied Li Jun with a calm smile on his face as he looked up and down at his opponent. "You know, things do not have to be so complicated and bloody. As long as you gods agree to cooperate with us, we can leave this world after our goal is accomplished, and you can continue to rule as much as you want." "And what goal would that be?" "I decline to comment." "Hee hee," laughed the death god sarcastically. "Your words are not sincere. If you really wanted to cooperate, you should have contacted us and stated your terms and conditions. You're partially correct about this. However, one of the fundamental truths of the universe is that only people of equal strength can negotiate with one another." The death's god's face became ugly as he said with a slightly raised voice, "So, you guys want to kill the most powerful god to display your power, then advocate for communication and diplomacy?" Li Jun paused for a moment. "To be honest, we did not know that you were the most powerful god. We chose to attack you simply because your realm is the largest territory of all the supreme gods." This answer infuriated the death god. His opponent's meaning is obvious. To them, it did not matter how powerful the gods were. They could all be killed. Chapter 326. Weakness of the gods. Li Jun internally shook his head as he watched the agitated death god. When searching for information about the death realm, of course, the group learned that it was the largest area, but also ruled by the most powerful god. Li Jun remembered when he was 5 or 6 years old and was going through his first enlightenment with children of similar age. In the first battle class he took, the teacher once asked what was the most important thing in a battle. The majority of children would say things like having powerful strength, being invincible, or having an invincible heart. His big brother Wang Wei answered that having the proper strategy before any battle. The teacher praised him, but said that he was wrong. The teacher told him that the most important thing is the state of the mind. First, make sure that you are in a calm state of mind. Then do whatever possible to disturb your opponent's state of mind. According to that teacher, any extreme emotion is detrimental to battle, as long as a person is not calm enough. They cannot apply their full power. Even if a person can gain an increase in strength because of rage, it is only momentarily and would also make such an opponent have many flaws in his actions. In that class, that teacher boldly declared that no matter what cultivation a person is, even a great emperor without a calm state of mind, they cannot fully display their strength. So, the teacher taught them how to use their words to agitate their opponent. Li Jun remembered how his big brother's lips twitched in disbelief and muttered softly, "So, we're learning on a trash talk?" Li Jun once asked him what trash talk was, but he refused to answer him. It was not until they began to cultivate and asked again that he learned. His brother then taught him a bunch of vulgar ways to insult an opponent to disrupt their state of mind. Li Jun was shocked and swore that unless he was truly in despair and on the verge of death, these words will never come out of his mouth. After all, his mother raised him properly. Li Jun ignored the angered death god. With a swing of his arm, a weapon rack with 18 different weapons appeared behind him. This was his proven Tao artifact. Li Jun took out a blue halberd before the rack disappeared. His aura skyrocketed as he locked on to the death god. "Are you ready? Today should be your last day in this world." The death god did not answer him, but waved his hand. He mobilized the power of the law to create a gigantic black hand, descending on Li Jun. The sky became gloomy as the hand covered it. Countless souls screaming and wailing could be seen and heard from the hand. Boom! The hand hit Li Jun, causing a massive energy wave in the sky for hundreds of thousands of miles long. Luckily, the formation that surrounded the realm prevented the shock wave of this attack to hit the ground. The wind blew away the smoke in the position of Li Jun. All the people on the ground looked with bated breath. The gods had a sneer on their faces, while both Li Jun's Slaughter Dao Legion and Tai Gang's Undead Legion had a calm look on their faces. Once Li Jun's body was revealed, there was not even a scratch on him. His head was raised in the sky, seeming to look in a certain direction. "That's how it is," he muttered to himself. "How can you be perfectly fine?" asked the death god with slightly trembled hands. Although this was not his full strength, he still used more than 70. Yet, his opponent was perfectly fine. Li Jun sneered after hearing this. After his defeat at the hands of Feng Li Juan, although he benefited from Wang Wei's words and entered enlightenment, he was still a little lost. He wanted to drastically increase his strength in a short time, so he wanted to find the war talisman from the talisman ancestor. However, Wang Wei told him instead of relying on something so uncertain, it's better if he trained more. So, Wang Wei trained him. He turned Li Jun into a proper body refiner. Unfortunately, Li Jun did not have the talent to cultivate the ancient desolate body refinement scripture. To cultivate this scripture, specific talent is required. The talent to find the Tao rhyme or essence of heavenly materials and treasures. Wang Wei's grandfather, despite his cultivation talent, did not have this specific talent. As for his father, he did not want to cultivate this scripture. His path was that of a pure swordsman. And swordsmen do not need powerful bodies. They pursued the extreme of attacks. To a swordsman, the best defense is the ultimate offense. If the swords in their hands cannot kill their opponent, they do not need to have a strong body to survive. To them, this was a shame. Wang Wei does not believe in such extreme ideologies, so he is not a swordsman. Although Li Jun did not have the talent to cultivate the scripture, Wang Wei made cultivate the Overlord Fist. After beating him an inch to his life many times, his fleshly body became stronger. On top of that, Wang Wei created a technique specifically for him called treasure body tempering, since other body tempering method did not suit him. This technique was inspired by the desolate scripture. Instead of absorbing the Tao rhyme or essence of a material, Wang Wei created a way to absorb the material itself inside the body. By treating the body as an artifact and refining it with heavenly ores and materials. This technique does not lose to the Overlord Fist or even the ancient desolate body refining scripture in terms of potential. It's all based on how far Li Jun can develop it. The only downside is that too many artifacts are required to temper each part of the body. Luckily, Li Jun is also considered a rich second generation. And this was not the end. Wang Wei also sealed a diluted divine punishment thunder in his body to always temper his body, ignoring the death god. A spear appeared in his hand while the halberd floated in the air next to him. He held it over his shoulder like a javelin before using his all strength to throw it. Boom! 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 5 sonic booms occurred in the air as rings of clouds appeared in the spear's path. Then, it turned into a red light before rushing straight into the sky. All the people in the death realm, from the lowest of mortals to all the gods, could hear the sound of the spear breaking the sound barrier. As they watched that red light disperse the clouds, no, dispersing the heavens itself. Only awe was left in their hearts. Meanwhile, the death god, as complexion paled as he guessed the target of the spear, it was his heavenly abode. Once something happens to his abode, his strength would fall dramatically. So, no matter what, the death god has to stop the spear. He wanted to instantly teleport in front of the spear. Unfortunately, the formation laid by Li Jun and the others reinforced the space of the death realm. As such, it became impossible for the lower gods to teleport, while very difficult for the death god. Once he realized that his flying speed was faster than his teleportation, he turned into a black shadow as he rushed to the spear. Without any hesitation, the death god burned his divine power to increase his speed. Despite the spear's head start, he still managed to catch with it after a few seconds. Standing in front of it, the death god held the spear with both hands, trying to catch it. It's unfortunate that the force behind the throw was beyond his capability, so he could not stop it. So, the spear continued towards his destination as it pushed the death god upward. Having no other choice, he decided to try another tactic. A black aura came from his body, trying to corrode the spear using the power of his death law. This tactic was soon proven futile as nothing happened. A red aura appeared on the spear to block his attempt. Truth be told, even without that aura, the chances of the death destroying are slim. The spear is a peak heaven grade 1, meaning that it was equivalent to the void-shattering realm cultivator who controls the power of law. With Li Jun's resources, it should be easy to have a supreme tier artifact. However, proven Dao artifacts are different from ordinary ones. It does not rely that much on materials. For a proven Dao artifact to grow in grades, it has to be constantly nourished by the owner's origin essence, spiritual power, and general strength. After seeing that his attempt was not working, the death god frowned. He was constantly being dragged towards his heavenly abode by the spear, and he could not stop it. He knew that the majority of his strength came from the abode, and if something happened to it, he would lose the ability to control the law. So, the spear must be stopped no matter what. Chapter 3:27. Armor Law, since using pure strength could not stop the spear, the death god decided to use tactics. So, while holding the spear in one hand and being dragged, he took out his scepter with the other hand. He concentrated all his power and hit the spear again, this time not trying to stop it, but changing its direction. Then, the death god moved away from its path. The spear flew to the sky at maximum speed until it hit the shield that surrounded the death realm. It did not bravado it, only slightly shook it. This small reaction did not matter for the people inside, but this was important news for the ones outside. Outside of the death realm, the 35 supreme gods floated in the void as they looked at the shield that suddenly appeared and separated the death realm from the rest of the world. They finally realized that the outsiders have started to act against them. And what shocked them was that their first move was so large in scale. Previously, when they faced invasions from other worlds, of them were as powerful or efficient as this one. As such, the majority of them became flustered and did not know what to do. They began to argue between them about their next course of action. Luckily, the Destiny Goddess and the Life Goddess stood up and took charge. They asked the remaining people to use all their strength to try to break the shield and see what was happening inside. Unfortunately, no matter what method they used, the shield remained unaffected. But they did not stop their assault. Meanwhile, the death god became more furious after Li Jun's attack. In his infinite life, he had never suffered such humiliation. He looked at his opponent furiously before flying away to his heavenly abode. Under his control, the abode turned into a small star and was absorbed by the death god. Instantly, a powerful aura emanating from his body covered the entire death realm. The aura was powerful, deadly, making the souls of all living things tremble and worship him. Fortunately, the Slaughter Legion and Undying Legions had a vast amount of slaughter ki in their bodies from their intense training. As soon as that aura wanted to invade their minds, a red aura suddenly enveloped these legions and protected them. As for people like Wang Ju, Tai Gang, and Yin Liling, they could not care less about such tactic of intimidation. Li Jun raised his head to look at the death god as he muttered to himself. His strength increased from the beginning of the shattered void realm to the peak. He can even be considered a half-saint. The fighting intent in his eyes increased. Although he was only in the divine body realm, his strength was equal to people in the saint realm after being trained by Wang Wei. He could kill ordinary saint, fight equally to genius saint, run away from heaven-chosen saint. Only heaven-defying saints like sect master Wang Tian could instantly kill him. Of course, this classification only applied to people who just entered the saint realm. So, the death god's current strength could only slightly raise his fighting spirit. He rushed towards his opponent with a halberd in his hands. With his armor, he looked like a god of war going through war. He swung it down with tremendous force. The death god was momentarily caught off guard by Li Jun's speed and reaction, so he could only instinctively raise his scepter and block. A powerful force came from the clash, forcing him to fly away a dozen kilometers before he managed to control himself. Once again, the death god felt humiliated. As a god, he was forced into this situation. He raised his hand and said out loud, "Death Judgment." A huge book suddenly appeared in the sky, gleaming with the power of law. It locked on Li Jun and began to scan his body and soul with some weird method. Finally, characters that composed of his name were slowly being written in the book, and Li Jun could feel that his lifespan was slowly dissipating. He could feel that once his name is completely written, he would die. He controlled his origin essence to turn into death key to surround his body. Then he cut off the connection of this book to himself. Regrettably, his actions were partly successful. He did not completely cut off the connection, but drastically decreased the rate at which his lifespan is decreasing. According to his calculation, he probably will lose 5 years of lifespan after 24 hours. To him, this was plenty of time to end this battle. Li Jun looked at the death god, who had an ugly look on his face, and swung his halberd once again. This time, he did not use direct confrontation of brute strength, instead used an origin ability. A gigantic halberd of similar size to the book materialized. Before rushing towards it, its whole purpose was to destroy the book. As the death god did not want this to happen, he immediately took action. A colossal arm came out of his body to block the spear. The arm was devoid of any skin and flesh. It only had red bones. The sky trembled because of the confrontation of these two. Powerful and large-scale shockwaves spread like wildfire in all directions. To the mortals of this world who rarely interact or witness the power of gods unless, through stories, this was the definition of a divine battle. The red bone arm could only momentarily stop the spear. However, this was all it needed. Soon after that, another weird scene occurred. The other parts of this bone hand rapidly came out of the death goddess body. Then a massive red bone giant with a beating heart under his ribs showed up. With 2 hands, he held the halberd that was descending towards the book. Taking this opportunity, the death god blessed the judgment book with his law power and increased its strength. Li Jun felt the rate at which his lifespan is decreasing rapidly accelerated. He frowned before saying, "I originally want to play with you a little to learn how strong the supreme gods are and how they fight. Now, I do not want it anymore." After hearing that the supreme gods could use the power of law, Li Jun and the group knew that this world was not simple and wanted to gather more information. So, their plan was to use this fight to learn about the gods. And in this brief battle, Li Jun already learned something important. To be exact, he confirmed a theory that he had. These gods do not control the law, they can borrow its power. This is the reason that even though the death god control such a power law as death, yet he was still so weak. It's not just because their god civilization has been isolated for so long, making them underdeveloped. Middle Thousand World cannot give birth to cultivators that control the law. However, the gods of these worlds use the unique state of this world along with their unique cultivation system to borrow the law and use it. Li Jun wondered who came out with this cultivation system. Although it had many flaws and restrictions, it is still an ingenious one. He did not believe for a second that the aboriginal people of this world created it. Maybe he was being arrogant and condescending, but he still believed in his judgment. A slaughter will suddenly appeared on Li Jun's body, and he swung his halberd once again. A red slash that was quicker than the speed of sound rushed towards the death god, who instantly felt that death was approaching him. A black armor suddenly appeared on the death god's body, covering every single inch of it. Once the slash hit it, he was only pushed a few steps back, with only a slash mark on the armor. "Armor law," said Li Jun in surprise. This is a secret technique that is controlled by most Holy Land and above in the Myriad Emperor world. It allowed a void-shattering realm cultivator to condense his power of law into armor as a life-saving method. In any dangerous situation, a void-shattering realm cultivator with this secret technique is most likely to survive than ordinary ones. This technique is strictly controlled to ensure that disciples of these high-level sects have an advantage over lower-level sects that do not have a deep background or foundation, and loose cultivators. According to regulation accepted by all cultivators, for a sect to proclaim itself as a holy land. Not only does it need to have a certain number of Saint Realm cultivators, it also needs to have an armor loss secret technique along with a few other conditions. This is the reason that Li Jun was a little surprised after seeing the Death God use this technique. He wondered where he got it from. Li Jun's eyes lit up as he realized that the secrets of this world are deeper than he imagined. Chapter 3:28. Advantage of higher civilization. As Li Jun watched the armor around the Death God, although he was a little surprised, in general, things did not change much. With the armor law, a void shattering would be immune to most non-law-related attacks. So, even if thousands of primordial spirit attacked them at the same time, it would not cause them any damage. Nevertheless, there is still a limit. As long as an attack reached a certain level, it can still be broken. So, he decided to use an attack from his newly created slaughter Dao code from being enlightening by the 3,000 Dao orbs. A river of blood that covered the entire sky appeared behind Li Jun. He looked like the sovereign of blood, like a mighty god of war that has only left trails of blood and destruction behind him. Li Jun raised his halberd to control the blood sea, but suddenly stopped. In his mind, he could hear the sound of breaking followed by a cry of intense pain. It finally dawned on him that this world was only a middle thousand world and could not withstand a certain threshold of power. His current attack has passed that threshold. Truth be told, his short battle with the Death God reached the power of void shattering realm, which should be higher than the threshold of this world. However, since Heavenly Abode World is a special one, it was not that affected. However, the attack that Li Jun was about to use to break the Death God's law armor was too powerful. After making this discovery, Li Jun dispersed his attack and act, which bewildered the Death God. He thought that something might have happened to his opponent. Maybe the tide of this war will sway to my advantage, thought the Death God. Unfortunately, his thought was very wrong. Li Jun took out a jade talisman to communicate with someone. A few seconds later, the formation in the sky shone brightly. Then a look of horror happened on the Death God's face. His armor slowly dissipated. "What have you done to Mother God?" He roared out loud. "Why can't I feel my connection with her?" Death God tried to mobilize his power of law, but nothing happened. He had lost his power as a supreme god. "Mother God? Is that what you people called the heavenly Tao of this world?" Asked Li Jun, quite fitting, I guess. "Answer my question." "We have long speculated that the power of law of your supreme gods came from heavenly Tao. As long as the connection between the two of you is broken, all of you should lose that power." The Death God immediately became flustered after hearing this. All the gods revered heavenly Tao and considered her as their creator, their mother, hence the name. They believed that although she rarely intervened in the world, her power was supreme and almighty. But now these outsiders have proven to have the ability to interfere with her, and even cut off the blessing that she gave them. Li Jun could read his change of emotions with a single glance. Internally, he shook his head. This is the difference between a powerful world and a small one. The way they see and understand a world is completely different. This manifests in the form of advanced civilization. The gods of this world never fathomed that someone could affect heavenly Tao. However, to Li Jun from a powerful world, completely enslaving the heavenly Tao of a middle thousand world is a very common thing. After shaking his head, Li Jun took out a sealing artifact that looked like a bead, preparing to seal the Death God. Right now, the latter's strength has decreased from a half-saint to the primordial spirit realm. An accident then occurred. The Death God, who was flustered and anxious, suddenly started to burn his soul and the majority of the incense inside his heavenly abode. Li Jun flicked his finger to throw the bead at an incredible speed. Once it arrived in front of the Death God, the latter was instantly swallowed by it. However, Li Jun could feel that he was a step too late. As he held the bead in his hand, he could see the body of the Death God inside, seeming to be in a forced sleep. After sighing, he used a teleport spell to arrive on top of the Death Kingdom capital. Although in the myriad Emperor world, cultivators in the void-shattered realm can break the void to teleport, a few Emperor lineages have developed space spells. However, A requirement of origin essence is required before learning or using the spell. Otherwise, the user will instantly be drained of his energy. Did something happen? Asked Yin Liling after seeing Li Jun's arrival. Yes, the death god used some kind of secret method to bypass the formation and send some information outside. Would that affect our plans? Most likely, replied Li Jun nonchalantly. Nevertheless, he did seem that worried. He then handed the bead to Wang Ju. See if you can search his soul to gather any information. Where are you going? She asked back after taking it. I just received news that the supreme gods are constantly attacking the formation. So, I'm going to control the formation to prevent any accident, and also reduce the resources to maintain the formation. Everyone nodded their heads to him before focusing on their own tasks. Still, before disappearing, Li Jun still said, "Don't forget your reports." Before coming to this world, Wang Wei tasked them to write a report on the things to be aware of during interplanar war between different worlds. He wanted to be prepared for the future by preparing some sort of standard or guideline that can be applied to many worlds. Of course, this guideline will be a general one. The majority of worlds are different, so different approaches have to be taken. Nevertheless, there should be some similarities that can be used. While Li Jun was gone, Tai Gang took control of his Undying Legion, while Yin Liling controlled the Slaughter Legion. Tai Gang looked at the capital underneath his feet and said, "To all the gods, surrender now or suffer the consequences." His voice echoed not only in the capital, but all the cities under the Death Kingdom. The king, along with many aristocrat families who were granted cultivation techniques, looked at the sky with great horror. They watched as their supreme leader, the Death God, the most powerful of the supreme gods, was easily defeated and sealed away. So, they became scared, wondering what they should do. The king quickly gathered a few people to discuss their next step of action. After a brief discussion, someone was sent as a representative to talk to Tier Gang. As for the mortals, they only wondered why the gods were fighting amongst each other. They could not differentiate between gods and cultivators. All people with extraordinary abilities were labeled as gods to them. Tai Gang looked at the demigod, flying to see him. Without even giving her a chance to open her mouth, he said, "You are not qualified to discuss any terms or agreement with me. Have your king come or be annihilated." The demigod almost choked after hearing this. Her breathing instantly became rapid. She wanted to become angry out of shame. However, after feeling the intense killing intent coming from Tai Gang's body, she decided to return and relay his words. Tai Gang did not do this because he wanted to be a jerk or show up the fact that he was from a powerful world. After all, the world he is from is even weaker than this one. The reason he did that was a form of a power play to display their superiority in the current situation. This would in turn allow him to have a better advantage in negotiation. Although military-wise, their group can totally annihilate these gods. However, doing so is not in their best interest. Their complete and absolute surrender is in their best interest. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing a crown flew in front of Tai Gang. He had the aura of a true god, which was equivalent to the supernatural realm. Tai Gang looked at him up and down before directly saying, "I will be direct. If you surrender and agree to worship our God instead, all of you can keep your strength, abilities, and titles as gods. If not, prepare to be annihilated." The Death King's eyes lit up after hearing this. What he feared the most was that those people will either kill them or strip them of their powers. But now, it seemed that all they wanted was for them to change their faith. "We will immediately surrender," replied the Death King. He did not care that he was the descendant of the Death God. After all, he could not even remember which generation of descendants he was. That is how long the Death God has lived. "Can you represent the other gods in the capital?" "Yes," replied the king. "However, there are a few that are considered fanatic believers. They will never abandon their faith in the Death God. Then they will perish." Chapter 329. Luring fanatic believers are the greatest assets of most gods. Because of their strong belief, they provide the gods with the greatest number of incense. In return, they are the first people to be chosen to be given cultivation techniques to become gods themselves. The stronger their souls, the greater the number of incense they can provide. After hearing the Death King words, Tai Gang looked at the capital. His eyes suddenly had weird runes on them as he observed the people. He saw that the majority of people had a thin gold layer on top of their heads. The intensity of the gold layer varied from person to person, and even the gods had them on top of their head. That's because that was the intensity of their faith. Tai Gang was using a secret technique called key watching technique. Between heaven and earth, all things have their own key or breath. By observing this key, you can peep into their essence, their secrets. This kind of technique is usually used to look at key luck, whether it's the individual, the luck of a fortune dynasty, or a sect. It used to see the unseen to know the unknown. Since Wang Wei's eyes had the natural ability to see these things because of his paragon soul, he did not have to learn this kind of technique. After checking out the belief of all the people in the capital, Tai Gang paid attention to a few of them. All of them had a bright and pure golden light on top of their head, signaling that their faith in the death gods was unparalleled. Tai Gang flicked his hand, sending myriad lights from his body. Each light hit one of the fanatic believers below the true god level, placing a mark on them. Finally, he ordered some of his men to go capture these people with a mark. He then ordered the gods who surrendered to come to stand next to him. Since he did not trust the majority of them, he instantly locked all of them in case they decided to go back on their words. As for the people who refused to surrender, Tai Gang no longer persuaded them. He ordered his army to slaughter anyone who prevented them from occupying the capital. With the power of the Undying Legion, anyone who stood in their ways was killed. And it was not even close to a fair fight. The gods were slaughtered, and their golden blood flowed like rivers. Their bodies were then collected for further study. Conquering the capital along with the following cities was quite easy, a fact which greatly annoyed Tai Gang as his immortal army did not have a chance to truly display their undying ability with his innate talent. Luckily for him, this battle was not close to being over. The majority of gods were stuck in their heavenly abode and could not leave. So were there legions of gods. So after rapidly settling all the territories of the Death Realm, Tai Gang began his crusade in these abodes. His first victim was a tidal god who went by Corrosion God. As soon as he invaded the heavenly abode, Tai Gang saw a large army made of demigods and below waiting for him. This made him very happy. So, he ordered his legion to begin attacking. Then, the nightmare of the Corrosion God began. It did not take long before he discovered that the soldiers in this army were immortal. It did not matter whether they were stabbed through their hearts or head, whether their blood was drained or their skin corroded by acids. They will heal instantly. On one occasion, he saw one soldier had his head cut off. However, the person next to him hurriedly took his head and reattached it. After seeing this, he became scared and decided to run away. Unfortunately for him, he was killed by Tai Gang with one punch. After conquering this heavenly abode, he rushed to the next one. The majority of them surrendered after Tai Gang showed them the fate of the Corrosion God along with his followers. And some of them decided to try to run away from the Death Realm. Others fought back. One particular tidal god, called Slaughter God, discovered the flaw of the Undying Army. So, he ordered his men to instantly kill the soldiers of the Undying Army, preventing them from sharing life force to heal themselves. In the end, although they won the war, there were still some casualties. After this event, Tai Gang no longer wanted to play around. So, every time he attacked a heavenly abode, he used radical means. His first step of action has always been to blow up the abode, thus weakening the power of the void gods and tidal gods. After that, he captured the one that surrounded while killing the ones that resisted. While Tai Gang was rapidly conquering the Death Realm, outside of it, all the supreme gods did not stop attacking the shield created by the formation. However, they suddenly stopped as they felt that some reaction coming from the formation. An illusory figure appeared in front of them. It was Li Jun. All of them watched the young man in front of him with wariness while remaining silent. Finally, the Destiny Goddess asked, "Are you the leader of the outsiders?" "Yes." And you can call me Li Jun, he replied with a smile. He then looked at all of the supreme gods. The majority of them looked like humans, but a few had animals' features with humanoid forms similar to the devil race. Why have you invaded our world? She asked with a stern voice. Of course, it's to gather incenses, replied Li Jun as he analyzed these people based on their facial expressions. I can honestly tell all of you that we have no intention of occupying your world for a long period of time. After we accomplish our goal, we will leave. After all, we are from a more powerful world. There is no need to stay in this small world that is basically a cage. Li Jun secretly observed that some people's body language changed after he said the word cage. A few seconds later, the Thunder God asked, "What is the world you are from? How powerful is it?" Li Jun gave a knowing smile after hearing this question before continuing explaining. In the endless void, there are myriad of worlds, and they are divided into 4 grades. Mortal world, this is the lowest of worlds. The spiritual key between heaven and earth is gone, making it impossible to cultivate or for any extraordinary individuals to be born. Then there is small thousand world. The highest level of cultivation is tier 3, or what you call demigods, followed by middle thousand world. Your current world is this level. The highest level possible is tier 6, or title god. The third level is called greater thousand world, which can give birth to tier 9 individuals. Finally, there's the world that we came from referred to as Heavenward World. These worlds can give birth to beings known as Great Emperors. As soon as Li Jun said the word Great Emperor, a message entered the mind of these supreme gods. Great Emperor, an existence that has transcended the shackles of life and death, standing above myriad races and worlds. The faces of many of these gods became unsightly after understanding the implications behind these words. "What you said does not make sense," hurriedly said the destiny gods. "According to you, our world could only give birth to title gods. What about us supreme gods?" She was correct, thought many of the gods. However, Li Jun responded calmly. "You should be aware that your world is special. Because of this special nature, you supreme gods have the power of tier 7. This is most likely because of whoever created that crystal wall in your cultivation system. Many of them suddenly remembered a legend of their worlds. A legend about a supreme being from beyond the stars that came to this world long ago. He was credited as the first god that ever existed, and rumors have it that he or she was the one who created the crystal wall to protect this world. Older gods like the Destiny Goddess and Life Goddess knew more about this legend than the majority of these other supreme gods. But they tried to control their expression to remain as calm as possible. Li Jun smiled as he continued. "There is no need for any contradiction between us, as we will not stay for long. As long as any of you cooperate with us, I can promise to take you outside with us to experience the broader world. If that does not appeal to you, I can even leave our cultivation system to you, so that you are no longer restricted by your believers and the power of incense." Chapter 330. Unexpected problem. Li Jun could see the longing in some of the gods' faces, so he continued his act, luring the enemy in. "I'm sure some of you would like to become more powerful, to become a god above God, to have millions of races sing you praises and chant songs that glorify your name. More importantly, you can achieve immortality. Even as supreme gods, you will one day die of old age." "That sound like words one would use to tempt children," said the fire god. "There is no way you can give us such strength." "You are correct," replied Li Jun calmly. "However, although I cannot give you such strength, I can give you the opportunity to achieve it. After all, being stuck in this world, you guys do not even have this opportunity." The supreme gods became silent after hearing this. Many were tempted, while others sneered at Li Jun's words. However, the latter did not care. As long as a few were tempted, it was more than enough to create divisions amongst these people. That's all he cared about. His plan was an open plot, and many of these gods knew about it. "Since your world is so powerful, why do you need to come to ours?" asked one of them. "That's because the sacred son of our sect needs to us this world for a purpose," replied Li Jun. Then he sighed heavily while muttering very softly. If my big brother was here, there would be no need to go to all that trouble to conquer your world. He could have just slaughtered all of them in an instant. Then this world would be easily conquered. Although Li Jun muttered these words so soft that no mortal could hear them. All the people present were supreme gods equivalent to a void-shattering realm cultivator. How could they not hear his words? What's more, Li Jun said these words with so much conviction that it was easy to influence others to believe his words. Of course, he was not lying. With Wang Wei's current strength, it was not difficult to conquer a Middle Thousand world. Truth be told, with Li Jun's current Saint Realm strength, he too could easily conquer this world. However, he was warned before coming to take things slowly, as this world was not as simple as it looked. Divination was made that using extreme measures for this world with his strength could lead to unexpected disasters. So, he decided to take things slowly and planned out all his actions. Li Jun then looked at the gods as if he did not say anything so provocative, then said, "Well, I have already extended my invitation to all of you. If you want to contact us and make a deal, use these." He waved his hand to send a jade talisman to each of these supreme gods. Then he prepared to leave. "Wait, what happened to the death god?" asked the life goddess. "He is dead," replied Li Jun before disappearing. The supreme gods looked at one another for a moment. Then all of them took the talisman before leaving and returning to their realm. Only 4 of them remained: the destiny goddess, the life goddess, the destruction god, and the god of order. They started using their divine soul to communicate with one another. "I just received some news from the death god. The Outsiders has a way to influence Mother God," said the life goddess. "The situation is slowly getting out of control," added the destiny goddess. "I think we should activate the Guardian Protocol as soon as possible to deal with the current situation." "Don't say such stupid thing," replied the destruction god. "Unless our world is on the verge of destruction, we cannot activate it. Do we have to wait until things get worse to act?" she replied back. After today's event, the Destiny Goddess had a feeling that the next person to suffer a catastrophe after the Death God would be her. She believed in her intuition. "The Destruction God is right," replied the Life Goddess. "Plus, without the Death God, we cannot activate the Guardian Protocol. We are still missing one person. Since the Death God is most likely dead or captured, we should immediately choose another person to undergo the ceremony and inherit the Death God's responsibility. That way, when we want to activate the protocol, it can be done quickly without any problem," suggested the Destiny Goddess. The other 3 pondered for a moment. Then the Life Goddess said, "Your suggestion is a good one. However, there is still a problem. Who can we trust? You have seen the temptation that the Outsiders use to lure many of us on their side. If we want to choose someone to inherit the Death God's duty, it has to be someone trustworthy. If it was the past, there were a few people that they could choose. But now, after Li Jun's temptation, no one could be trusted. Maybe even amongst the 4 of them, someone might already have other thoughts." The Destiny Goddess gave a slight glance at the Order God. This supreme god has always been a mystery even compared to her. No one knows his thoughts, ideologies, or beliefs. For the majority of the time, he stayed in his realm. When interacting with other gods, he always remained quiet, agreeing with any decision that the gods made without an opinion of his own. If it was not the fact that each of the 5 of them who had the power to activate the Guardian Protocol was under heavy oath and restriction, she would be more suspicious of him. How about we choose a god that we all think is trustworthy, then take them to take the oath and restriction in secret, without even telling them what they were doing it for? That way, they could not betray us and inform the Outsiders, suggested the Destiny Goddess. That could work. As long as they take the oath and have the restriction placed in their souls, they could not betray us even if they wanted to, replied the Destruction God. The only thing we have to worry about is them leaking the news in advance and having the ceremony interrupted. However, if the chosen god is not even aware of what they were going to do, this problem will be solved. That is only if the Outsiders do not have the ability to remove the restriction in our soul, added the Life Gods. Her word immediately made the remaining people quiet. Finally, the Order God said his first words since this exchange began. "You have to believe in the power of the God King." "Indeed," replied the others. Then, they started to discuss who was more trustworthy amongst the other supreme gods. Although they made up a plan, it was best to still choose someone that was relatively trustworthy and had a sense of belonging to the heavenly abode world. Meanwhile, after Li Jun returned to the Death Realm, he muttered softly, "It seems that I cannot underestimate these supreme gods. Many of them obviously already knew knowledge about other worlds, but pretended to be stupid to gather information from me." Despite knowing this, Li Jun did not care. His objective was to stop these gods from banding together to break the formation. Although it was a powerful heaven-grade formation, it still had a limit. If these gods constantly attacked this formation for a long time, it would consume a lot of resources before breaking. Now, not only did he accomplish his goal, he still managed to investigate infighting between the supreme gods based on their desires and might even draw a few of them to his side. 3 days quickly passed by, and the entire Death Realm was conquered. The formation that surrounded was not just a protective one, but made of countless different formations that served different purposes, one of which was mass teleportation. With it, Li Jun and Tai Gang can teleport their troops anywhere in the realm, thus greatly increasing the mobility of their troops. Once the realm was conquered, Li Jun ordered his men to tear down all the gods' temples along with their statues. To replace them, new temples were built with Wang Wei as the main god. They spread his name as the god of fate that controlled the fate of all living beings in existence. The one who weaves the threads of destiny, determining their fate the moment that they are born. In his temple, the river of destiny is used as his symbol, always portrayed under his feet. Then, the soldiers started to spread this belief throughout the realm, encouraging mortals and gods alike to offer their faith incense to him. However, the process still encountered some resistance. Oddly, it was not from the gods, as they were used to offering their allegiances to more powerful gods. The resistance came from mortals. The change of faith affected them the most since their livelihood was affected. For example, the people who worshipped the goddess of harvest used her blessing to increase the yield of their fields. With this blessing, they have enough food to feed their family. The people who worship the life goddess can cure their diseases. The god of earth prevents them from suffering from disasters like earthquakes. The good of wood can help them build houses and shelters. To tackle this situation, Li Jun and the others began to create social reform in the name of the god of fate. Only then did the problem slowly alleviate. Inside the royal palace, Li Jun and his group were having a discussion when Wang Ju walked in. "There's an unexpected problem," she said. Chapter 331. Two birds with one stone. Everyone turned their heads to look at Wang Ju with the same questioning look. Their faces were basically saying, "What do you mean that there was a problem? Everything was fine a few days ago." With a calm look on her face, Wang Ju said, "The incense we have gathered has dispersed." "What do you mean by this?" "Let me show you," she replied before flying away with the group following her. Not long afterward, the group arrived at the largest temple in the capital. Inside the main room, countless gods knelt in front of a statue of Wang Wei praying to him. Using the key watching technique, the group could feel faint golden energy on top of these gods' heads. Although their faith was not pure enough because they were not true believers, however, due to their powerful souls, the incense energy that they provided was still quite large. Li Jun's group then watched as the golden incense came from these gods' souls and entered the statue, which was an artifact refined to contain the power of incense. Unfortunately, after entering inside, the incense energy was slowly dissipating. The group slowly watched this happening. Then Li Jun asked, "What is going? Could something have been wrong with the refinement process of the statue?" "Unlikely," replied Wang Yu. "After noticing this problem, I've already contacted my men scat all over the realm. The problem is prevalent everywhere." "Did you not find anything from the death god's memory?" asked Yin Liling. "His soul is after all equal to a void-shattering realm, so it'll take me some time to properly search it. replied Wang Ju. While everyone was frowning, Tai Gang waved his hand to capture a tidal god. Do you know what is going on with the incense? Yes, sir, I do not know anything, replied the disease god. However, Tai Gang could feel that this guy's eyes were suspicious and contained some guilt. There are many people here that should know the answer to my question, said Tai Gang with a cold look. If you are not one of these people, you have no value in living. Better yet, I should probably directly search your soul. The disease-s god then immediately said, It's because of the destiny goddess. What do you mean? Asked Li Jun, who already had a guess. She controlled the divinity of fate and destiny. As long as she is alive, all the faith regarding this divinity will belong to her. No one can break this rule. The group frowned as they knew that what these gods called divinity was what their cultivators called law. From this person's words, they knew that the fundamental rules that govern this world did not allow one person to share the same law. Since the destiny goddess has already controlled the power of destiny fate, they could not do the same. What do we do now? Asked Yin Liling. Could we use death law to gather incense? After all, death is also a part of fate, commented Tai Gang. Everybody then looked at him. Their eyes seemed to be saying, Since when did you become so wise? I resent your insinuations, he said. Young Master Wang Wei once said to me that the final destination, the final fate of all mortal is death. So, I remember his words. Everyone nodded their heads. These words were true as they did not only apply to mortals. In the cultivation world, technically speaking, all cultivators under the Emperor realm is considered mortal and will one day die. Although Tai Gang's idea was good, Li Jun still shook his head. Fate has to be the main law we use to gather incense. Everything else has to be secondary. All of them knew that Wang Wei needed the power of incense to break through the primordial spirit realm. If the incense fits best with his Tao, there will be fewer complications and the success rate will also increase. Then, what should we do? Let us just see if there is another way from the death goddess memory, replied Li Jun. In the meantime, we will ask the formation masters to create a formation that could retain the incense in some way or form. And if that does not work, we have to kill or capture the destiny goddess at all cost. 2 weeks quickly passed by. A new formation was installed to solve the current problem, and the results were more than mediocre. The formation was able to gather some incense. However, the amount was pathetically small. How is it? Did you find another way from the death goddess soul? Asked Li Jun. No. Although I have found a few secrets of this world, there is nothing that could help with the situation. It's unfortunate. In that case, let us prepare to kill the destiny goddess. I will report to Big Brother. After that, he teleported inside his space room, which contained a small world. In one of the rooms, Li Jun came in front of a massive formation with so many runes that it made him dizzy just by looking at it. He injected a token with his origin essence to activate the formation. More than an hour later, the face of a young and handsome man with gray hair and eyes appeared in front of Li Jun. He could see from the background that that person was also in a small world inside a space ring. Big Brother. Lil Jun, how are things going? Did you add another member to your harem? Asked Wang Wei with a cunning smile. Since Yin Liling has not killed me yet, the answer is no, replied Li Jun, a little speechless. He had long given up his womanizing way. Plus, just because I call you Big Brother, do not forget that I'm still older than you. Respect your elders. Wang Wei laughed out loud after hearing this. Then the two chatted about their lives before going into business. Li Luan explained the current situation, and Wang Wei listened attentively. You and the others did well, nodded Wang Wei. As for your current situation, it's best to be careful and use fate law as the main gathering of incense. However, you can still gather a small amount of death incense along with other ones. When I arrive, I can find a way to fuse them. All right, how are things going on your side? Boring and peaceful. All I do every day is refine pill and cultivate. That sounds like a haven for Liling. Don't forget to borrow some pill recipe for her. Wang Wei was once again speechless, wondering when this guy became as shameless as him. Then, They chatted briefly as the transplanter communication formation burned too much money, especially after Li Jun discovered that it would cost even more because of this world-S crystal wall. After ending the communication, Li Jun went to deal with the death god and the information gathered from his soul, while Wang Wei began to scheme. Based on his recent analysis of the current situation, he realized that the fastest way to accomplish his goal is to increase his status in the sect. And the best way to do so is to rapidly increase both his cultivation level and alchemy level. However, all of this rapid progress has to have a logical way to explain it. Otherwise, people will become suspicious, especially given the level of talent previously displayed by Lu Cheng. And what is the fastest and most reasonable way to increase cultivation level and alchemy tier? Secret realm. A secret realm with enough rare resources. At first, Wang Wei wanted to ask the sect to create such a secret realm and have someone accidentally discover it. However, he did not want to use the resources of the sect for other people. That was too wasteful. Plus, he needed a secret realm that was unique and appealing to even emperor lineages. If this plan works, he can use the resources inside to quickly increase Lu Cheng's cultivation realm, while at the same time luring his third senior sister there as well. Then, he will have a chance to uncover the secrets of the flame controlling art. As Wang Wei began to think this through, he realized that there were even more benefits to this plan. For example, he can use this opportunity to lure the people in Fu Kaiyun's side and kill them all. Based on his experience in the sects in the past few months, he could already tell that this talented alchemist would be a problem for his goal. So, eliminating him or weakening him is in his best interest. Finally, he could use this opportunity to show Lu Cheng and him in the same place. Although no people would relate these two together, it was best to be careful. Now, the issue is, where will Wang Wei find such a secret realm? Suddenly, he remembered someone that could solve his problem, and strong killing intent flashed across his eyes as he muttered, Lu Meishio. And if you want a reminder about her, go back to read CH 156. Chapter 332. News spread Northern Black Tortoise Continent, Tiger's sovereign domain, inside a secret realm. A beautiful woman with a wild and savage temperament stood in the middle of a mountain accompanied by two men. One person was 3 meters tall with 2 bull horns on their heads, while the other had the head of an elephant with a human body. The three of them were surrounded by formations scattered all over the mountain. Lu Meishio watched as the two men used all their strength to break the formation in front of them. Then the group can take a few steps forward up this mountain. Then they will be stopped by another formation and have to take time breaking the formation. Seeing that they were already halfway through the mountain, it's obvious these three have been here for a while and are close to accomplishing their goals. After destroying another formation, Lu Meishio said, "Elders, you can rest now." The two men nodded their heads before stopping. Then they turned back into humans. To be precise, they seemed to separate into two, one human and one demonic beast. The man with the horn was fused with a demonic beast called Tyrant Fistbull, which was a demon with imperial bloodline. The other man was also separated from another demon with imperial bloodline, the earth-suppressing elephant. Both these demon races had one great emperor. After the elders separated from their fusion form, they put away their contracted demons in their space bags, took out a few pills to heal and recuperate their strength. Lu Meishio followed them and sat cross-legged on the floor to recuperate and cultivate at the same time. The aura surrounding her showed that she was already in the divine body realm. As she closed her eyes, she pondered, "It has been more than 700 years since I came to this secret realm. In a few hundred years, I should be able to reach the core." Thinking about the reward she will receive once she breaks through the core, Lu Meishio became excited. She has sacrificed so much for this secret realm. She forfeited attending the heaven-chosen trial at the academy, so she did not have the chance to place her name in the heavenly Tao protection book. This led to the fact that she also did not have a chance to use the Tao tablets and create her own scripture. However, Lu Meishio did not care about these. When it came to the protection of the book, it only protected her until the primordial spirit realm. With her status, She did not have to worry about death, as long as she was careful. As for the tablets, and creating a scripture, this only affected her a little. As long as she can create it before reaching the supreme realm, she can still become a quasi-emperor and fight for the heaven will. Creating a scripture before entering the divine body realm is only the best time to do so to establish a firm foundation. However, as long as someone does it before entering the supreme realm, they will be fine. Just have to spend more time re-establish the foundation. After taking a deep breath to calm her mind, Lumatio began to run the Beast Lord map to use her good fortune flame to temper her organs. With the resources she acquired from the secret realm, she was almost finished with the human stage. However, before she could cultivate for long, she received a communication talisman, with a frown on her face. She took the talisman as she muttered, "I thought I told them not to contact me unless something important happened." She used her divine sense to check the message. Then she abruptly stood up, alerting the other two elders. "Young Beast Lord, what happened?" asked one of them. "The news about the secret realm has been leaked and spread," replied Lumatio with gritted teeth. "What?" shouted the two elders at the same time. "How is that possible?" Lumatio did not respond to them, as she was communicating with someone else to find the answer to this question. "Do you think the G family discovered us?" asked the bull elder. "Unlikely. I made sure to cover my trail when coming here. I even faked being seriously injured and recuperating," she replied while shaking her head. The herd-raising valley is an emperor lineage with only one great emperor. However, because of their ability to raise and tame beasts, they have a unique position in the world. There are rumors that the beast emperor of their sect had more than 5 demon beasts who reached Tier 10 or Great Emperor realm as his follower after proving the Tao. And he left all of them or some of them to the herd-raising valley before leaving the world. So, despite having only one great emperor, the status of their sect is quite high in this world then. She remembered that there were a few other people secretly following her. She thought that she had lost them, but apparently not. So, Lumatio began to remember carefully all the people who were secretly following her, but could not remember anything. "Could the G family really have discovered me?" muttered Lumatio. The political situation in the herd-raising valley is very messy. The sect used to be nothing but a supreme land until the Beast Emperor managed to prove the Tao and proclaimed himself as emperor. With his guidance, he opened a large business selling beasts all over the myriad emperor world, thus establishing a firm foundation for the sect. Then he left. After his departure, his family, the G family, began to rapidly gain power in the herd-raising valley. Using some secret method that the Beast Emperor gave then, the G family had a way to both create a pseudo-myriad beast body and track the real one once it appears. Because this physique was perfect to cultivate their Emperor scripture, Beast Lord map, many powerful Heaven Chosens have appeared in their family, this solidifying their status as the most powerful faction in the sect. Of course, the other factions were not happy with the sudden rise of the G family. After a few generations, the herd-raising valley had turned into the G family's property because of how much power they held. The other people did not accept such a fact, so infighting began amongst the same sect. Unfortunately, the G family was too powerful, so the other factions were forced to band together to barely fight against them. Luckily for them, in this generation, they discovered the myriad beast body before the G family. They took Lumatio in and trained her with all their resources and efforts. They placed all their hopes on her, and she did not disappoint them. She fought and easily slaughtered the pseudo-myriad beast body of the G family, absorbed his blood essence, and became the young beast lord of the herd-raising valley in this generation. Despite this, Lumatio's life was not easy. The G family did anything to reduce the number of resources that she would receive. After all, they knew that if she became a great emperor, not only would their family lose their position, they might even be killed. The G family went as far as sending many assassins to eliminate Lumatio and prevent her from growing up. Although angered, the other factor practiced forbearance, as they had a plan to ensure their rise and the rise of their heaven chosen. a secret realm that Lu Meishio learned about when she was young. As long as she could get the benefit inside the secret realm, she will be able to recreate the glory of the heavenly Phoenix Emperor. She was an emperor with the same physique as Lu Meishio, but got a fortunate encounter to absorb the blood essence of a true phoenix. With that blood essence, the myriad beast physique displayed powers beyond many people's imagination. While Lu Meishio was trying to think how she was discovered, she suddenly remembered sensing a strange power following. That power was very weak and well-controlled. If it was not for her beast-like instinct, she might not have detected it. That was the power of shadow, and it was a power that I felt familiar with. Or have I felt it before? The Tao Opening Sect's Shadow Monarch book. Immediately, she remembered her encounter during the luck trial. Wang Wei, it must be him, muttered Lu Meishio with gritted teeth. She guessed that Wang Wei must have been paying attention to her since the trial and had people monitor her. However, she was still confused as to why he released the news about the secret realm. The best course of action in this situation would be to wait once she entered the core and act as an Oriole to catch the cicada. However, he did not do so, unless it was not his intention to release the news, muttered Lu Meishio. She pondered for a moment, sneered, and said to the elders, "Immediately go restore the formation we have already destroyed. We can let others take advantage of all our hard work." Chapter 333. Secret Realm, Southern Continent, Origin Pill Tao Sect. Wang Wei flew from his cave towards his master. After entering, he saw old man Yi Lao sitting cross-legged waiting for him. "Master, you summoned me? Have you heard of the secret realm that was discovered in the northern continent 3 months ago?" "I've heard rumors from the disciples, but I do not know much about it," replied Wang Wei. "Well, a few sects have discussed and decided that only disciples in the void-shattering realm and below can enter. So, I'm asking if you're interested in entering?" Wang Wei pretended to ponder about this issue for a while. Yi Lao, who wanted his disciple to participate, said, "Originally, many people only wanted primordial spirit realm cultivators and below to enter. However, the Tao Opening Sect insisted that void-shattering realm be allowed. I do not understand their purposes in doing so. However, this is not bad news for us, as your senior brothers and sisters can also participate." "Master, which senior brother is going as well?" "You first senior brother and third senior sister will be attending. If you encounter a problem, they can help you." "What about second senior brother?" "He's going into seclusion, so he will not be attending." "So what's your decision?" "No problem, Master. I have a feeling that this secret realm is my chance to rise," replied Wang Wei with a smile on his face. "You're probably just happy to have a chance to spend time with your third senior sister." "Master, don't tease me." "All right, I want to intervene in you youngster-esque things," said Yi Lao. "Do you have any other questions or concerns?" "Yes, Master. Do you have any information regarding this secret realm?" "So far, aside from knowing that it contains a large number of resources, we do not know much yet. The core of the secret realm is protected by many formations that even supreme realms cannot easily go through." "Master, does that mean that true monarchs will also enter the secret realm?" "Yes." "Em confused. I thought only people in the void-shattering realm and below could enter." "This is referring to the outer area," replied Yi Lao. "The true monarchs will only stay in the core area and are prevented from interfering with the disciple-esque fights." Wang Wei nodded his head. Then Yi Lao gave him a space ring. "Inside contains a heaven-grade artifact. This should protect you against void-shattering realm powerhouses. Additionally, there are a few escaping talismans that can save your life in case of danger." Wang Wei's divine sense checked inside the space ring and a shield floating inside, along with many talismans. On the corner was a small pile of pills, mostly healing ones. "Thank you, Master." A few days later, Wang Wei flew to the entrance of the sect, where a group of people was waiting. At the head of the group were 2 people, Lu Qing's first senior brother, Wan Luo, and his third senior sister, Lan Ling. After meeting them, Wang Wei said with a smile, "Third senior sister, first senior brother." However, while his tone was warm and cheerful for the first one, he was more neutral and even cold when referring to his senior brother. Apparently, Liu Cheng's relationship with his senior brother has not been very good because he is considered his love rival for his third senior sister. Although Wang Wei was complaining inside, he still had to act the part. While Lan Ling smiled and chatted with Liu Cheng, Wan Luo just nodded his head at him before ignoring him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was checking the other people participating in the secret realm. He quickly realized that the majority of these disciples belonged to Fu Kaiyun's faction in the sect. And when it came to the direct disciples of his master, only the 3 of them came while the remaining 4 stayed in the sect. Considering that his 6th junior sister and 7th junior brother had quite a low cultivation level, he understood why they did not come. His 2nd senior brother was in retreat. However, he did not know why 4th senior brother did not come. "What are we waiting for?" asked Wang Wei. "Fu Kaiyun's 3rd disciple is also coming with us," replied Lan Ling. Not long after asking this question, the space not far from the group was suddenly broken, and a young man dressed in all black with clouds pattern came from it. His appearance was quite noticeable as he had heavy bad under his eyes like he had spent millennia without sleep. A gloomy aura surrounded his body, preventing anyone from approaching him. "Ji Yulo, you're late," said Wan Luo with a cold voice. Unfortunately, the latter just ignored him. After taking out a small boat from his space ring, it enlarged itself until it was large enough to hold a few thousand people. Ji Yulo flew inside one of the rooms on the boat, followed by his master as followers. Meanwhile, Wan Luo was furious for a few seconds before following. In the meantime, Wang Wei was secretly observing that Ji Yulo. If I remember correctly, this guy belonged to the Ji family, which had paid a high price for him to become Fu Kaiyun's apprentice. His presence in this secret realm showed that his master might be aligning himself with the Ji family to deal with Liu Meixiu. Many aristocratic families will send their juniors into other powerful sects as either a form of alliance, using the sect's resources to raise them, or even as asylum against rival factions in their clan. There are many of them in the Dao opening sect. Those sects would accept these people since they will never truly enter the core power. Additionally, if they can be turned into spies, they are the perfect double agent. Thinking of Liu Meixiu, Wang Wei's killing intent flash. Back on the luck trial, he suffered a loss. Because of her, she broke the rules of the trial and tried to destroy the world in an attempt to acquire merit to increase her key luck. Millions of his citizens died because of the beast tide she created. If the trial took place in a middle thousand world, he would have paid for this great karma as a ruler. So, Wang Wei remembered that debt, and he would pay it with blood. Although I want Liu Meixiu's head, I still need her to reach the core of this secret realm first, as she has an overwhelming advantage over other people. So, if necessary, I have to block both Fu Kaiyun and the Ji family as people. 3 days later, the group arrived at the northern Black Tortoise continent. The first thing that flashed across Wang Wei's mind was how thin the spiritual energy is. He finally understood the reason that the demon race's hatred for humans is increasing with each passing generation. Living in this environment makes cultivation at least 10 times harder than usual. However, from the human race's point of view, this is the best choice besides exterminating their race. The demon race's cultivation is different from other people. They relied heavily on their bloodline. Although this determined the height low-level bloodline demons will reach, high-level bloodlines only require enough resources to reach the supreme realm. They do not have bottlenecks. Additionally, the demon race does not have to worry about things like having their own Dao to become Great Emperor. Although that would help, it's just a cherry on top, nothing more. As long as they acquire the Heaven Will, their bloodline will evolve and mutate. They do not have to worry about things like Dao Heart and so on. The downside to this is that it's really difficult for the demon race to give birth to eternal emperors. So far, throughout their history, not a single one has appeared. After arriving at Tiger Sovereign Domain, the group headed to a small town habited by humans called Hope Town, located in the north. Although it was rare, there were still humans living in the north. The majority of them were descendants of fugitives who tried to hide from their enemies in the demon S-race territory. while the rest are probably people who do not want to or do not have the means to relocate. Luckily for these people, because of the demon race's fear of the human race, they were not brutally slaughtered or used as food. At least on the surface, it looks that way. Once the people of the origin pill, Tao, arrived at their destination, they saw many flying boats floating in the air, waiting for the appropriate time to enter the secret realm. With a glance, Wang Wei could tell that only a few emperor lineages were interested in this secret realm, while the majority of other people were from supreme lands and holy land. After pondering for a moment, he realized the reason. The core of this secret realm has not been opened, so not many people knew of its true value. So, many people were just waiting for the right time to act. However, given that Lu Meishio spent a few hundred years trying to reach the core, Wang Wei bet that she knew more about it than everyone else, and there might be something very valuable inside. While thinking to himself, Wang Wei's vision was locked on one of the flying boats as he watched a handsome man with gray hair and eyes. It was himself. To be precise, it was his clone. Although it only had 60 of his true body strength, it could still fight a true monarch. Fifth brother, do you know Sacred Son Wang Wei? Chapter 334. Huang Yuan Wang Wei turned his head to see Lan Ling and Wan Luo standing behind him and looking in the direction of the Tao opening sect. Senior brother, you must be joking. How could I know such a powerful heaven chosen as Sacred Son Wang Wei? Replied Wang Wei calmly, without a hint of shame after complimenting himself. True, a person like that which has a great chance of becoming a great emperor lives in a completely different world from us, said Wan Luo, his voice containing a little melancholy. There is no need to belittle yourself, senior brother. I'm sure you have your own advantage. You should be proud of that, said Lan Ling in a soft voice. You're right, junior sister. So what if this Wang Wei is powerful? When it comes to alchemy, I, Wan Luo, am not afraid of anyone. It is common knowledge that Sacred Son Wang Wei has a powerful and unique soul. If he ever decided to learn alchemy, his achievements would be unimaginable, suddenly added Wang Wei. Wan Luo's mouth twisted after hearing this before giving his junior brother a harsh stare. He had just regained his confidence, but now... Plus, he's very handsome. Probably more handsome than you, senior brother. Wouldn't you agree, senior sister? Said Wang Wei, further adding salt to Wan Luo's injury. Lan Lang internalisai. Although he agreed with Lu Cheng, she would not admit this out loud in front of her senior brother. You, said Wan Luo as he pointed his finger at Lu Cheng. What about you? Can you compare to him in both appearance and ability? You're right, senior brother. I cannot, and I accept this fact. Wan Luo instantly felt like something was stuck in his throat after hearing this answer. In the end, he just snorted coldly before ignoring Lu Cheng. After all, the latter was right. Wan Luo knew that even if he managed to acquire the position of young pill sage and become the heaven chosen of the origin pill Tao sect, he could not compete with someone like Wang Wei. So, even if he was indignant, angry, ashamed, all he could do was swallow this breath. It's not like he could do anything to Wang Wei. In terms of status, strength, and potential, he was completely outmatched. So, the only thing he could do is pretend that things did not bother him or that it had nothing to do with him. As he said before, they belonged to two different worlds. Lan Ling gave his junior brother a slight look. My junior brother seemed to have changed a lot recently. Meanwhile, on the boat of the Tao opening sect, Wang Wei's clone was observing the people around. Not many emperor lineages showed up, and, amongst the ones that did, only a few people were worth paying attention to. He looked in the direction of the sword-casting villa where a young, handsome man with sword eyebrows, white clothes, and a sword on his waist. It was Jian Wushuang. Despite his calm and peaceful demeanor, Wang Wei could feel a deep arrogance hidden from his exterior appearance. Wang Wei had noticed that Jian Wushuang experienced a change in personality during the Tao Tablet's secret realm after his infinity sword will manage to subdue his father's absolute cut sword will. From what Wang Wei knew, the upper echelons of the sword-casting villa also noticed this change in temperament, so they ordered him to travel around the world to temper himself. Sudden change in temperament is a normal thing if a person's state of mind or Tao heart is not firm enough. Logically speaking, Jian Wushuang should have awakened after he experienced defeat at Lin Fan's hand more than 500 years ago. However, it seems not. Wang Wei guessed that Suyi used some method to influence Jian Wushuang. After all, from what he knows, she has been scheming against him for quite some time now. If her plans work, Wang Wei guessed that Jian Wushuang will either end up dead or in terrible shape. Either way, Wang Wei does not care. After all, Jian Wushuang is his enemy competitor. His death is advantageous to him. Additionally, his demise is actually quite inconsequential. From what he learned from his father and grandfather, not all the heaven chosen currently active on the world stage will make it to the heaven will battle. Some will die halfway through. Some will have their Tao heart shattered and no longer wish to pursue the emperor path. Many other people will suddenly grow up and replace the current people. More importantly, there are many hidden seats, families, or factions that will not show themselves until the appropriate time. In conclusion, the heaven will battle will not be simple. Not even a tenth of the participants have shown up yet. After thinking about this, Wang Wei's clone eyes moved to another boat. This one belongs to the Loose Cultivator Alliance, and their current heaven chosen, Huang Yuan. From information currently known about him, he is from the lower realm and was discovered by a member of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. So, they pooled a lot of their resources together to exchange for an identity token for him from an emperor lineage so that he can participate in this Generation S battle. After meeting this guy, Wang Wei instantly felt that something was wrong. He felt a particular breath from Huang Yuan, the breath of heavenly Tao. And he knew that all of the people who placed their names on the heavenly Tao protection book and attained immortality had that same breath. However, it was very faint on Huang Yuan. It was so faint to the point of being unnoticeable. In fact, the clone did not detect the breath, but the real body who was posing as Lu Chang did. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei's brain began to think. He knew that there must be some secret here. His first instinct was to use his fate-reading technique to find the truth. Unfortunately, a dark aura seemed to be protecting Huang Yuan. So, he used his brain instead. He suddenly remembered one of the top 30 heaven chosens from the Academy S trial. It was the ranked 23rd, whose name was also Huang Yuan. From what he remembered, this guy was from Supreme Land called Soaring Lantern Valley. Now the question is, what is the relationship or connection between these two Huang Yuan? Thought Wang Wei. He did not think that this was merely a coincidence of two people having the same name, especially after sensing that breath. Immediately, he contacted the current acting leader of the Fate Shadow Guard in Wang Ju's absence. He ordered him to find the whereabouts of Huang Yuan from Soaring Lantern Valley. While Wang Wei was staring at the Huang Yuan from afar, the latter noticed his gaze and looked at him back. Immediately, Wang Wei knew that he was right to assume that this guy had a secret. This was because of his eyes. They displayed a level of vicissitudes, a wisdom that could only be possible through time. He had seen such eyes from his grandfather and grandmother. There is no way for a young person to have such eyes. Truth be told, the only young person he knows who has such eyes is Di Tian. However, he also knew that it was because the latter was an old monster that has lived for who knows how long and experienced too many things. So, after seeing Huang Yuan's eyes, two thoughts came to his mind: reincarnation or body possession. Of course, there's also the possibility that this guy had a fortunate encounter that allowed him to experience samsara, to experience myriad lives, thus explaining why he has such eyes. Whatever the truth is, it does not change the fact that Huang Yuan has become an unknown factor in this generation's battle for the throne. As such, he must be investigated and his secrets must be known. That way, it will be easier for Wang Wei to deal with him. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei removed his eyes from Huang Yuan. Meanwhile, the latter frowned as he pondered to himself. Did he discover something? Probably not. But based on his reaction, he might be suspicious of me. Psi heaven chosens of such a powerful world is nothing compared to the lower realm. If his body possession is discovered, It will only be a minor inconvenience for him when it comes to consequences. However, he will lose the ability to use this knowledge in a beneficial way. So, actions must be taken to cover his tracks. Luckily for me, I could not destroy the other guy's body and soul. However, I have to find a way to erase his memories. Huang Yuan quickly thought of ways to cover his track and prevent his secrets from being leaked. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's eyes looked in another direction as someone else caught his attention. Who is that? He asked one of the supreme elders that were accompanying him. Chapter 335. Hua Clan Wang Wei gazed at a girl dressed in a blue hanfu with golden threads. Her clothes were perfectly fitted, displaying her feminine curves. She had an exquisite face that seemed to be perfectly sculpted. Her eyes resembled the purest of jewels that could reflect the sun or any other surface. Her long hair, which reached her all the way to her posterior, floated with the wind. She had a flame mark in the middle of her forehead, which further embellished her beauty. As she stood there, she exuded a very noble temperament like she was divine. Unlike Feng Lijuan of the Divine Tao League, her noble temperament did not come out as arrogance, but more natural. It was as if heaven and earth accepted the fact that she was noble. In terms of beauty or temperament, this woman did not lose to either Su Ye, Wu Hong, or even Shi Shi. Of course, the reason that Wang Wei paid attention to her was not because of her beauty, but because he felt a very powerful bloodline inside her body. Moreover, her aura seemed very strange and weird, like she was incompatible with her surroundings. It's unfortunate that she seemed to have a way to block any observation abilities that try to pry her secret, so his eyes could not see anything more. After hearing Wang Wei's question, Yinshin pondered for a while before saying, "She might be from the Hua family." Hua family? I've never heard about them. That is because they are an ancient aristocratic clan. Another term that I've never heard about. Supreme Elder, can you please explain? Said Wang Wei. Ancient aristocratic clans are families that survived the Null Era. Essentially, any clan that existed since the beginning Emperor Era. For example, the Hua family is very prestigious amongst the ancient clan. They claim that their ancestor was the first acquired human that discovered fire. Because of their discovery, humans were no longer afraid of the dark, did not die from the cold, and so on. Because of this discovery, their clan received a great number of merit and key luck. Of course, these are just rumors with no substantial proof. However, according to records from our sect, those claims are most likely true. Unfortunately, most factions just refuse to acknowledge it to prevent the Hua family and other ancient aristocratic clans from gathering too much merit and luck. Wang Wei became intrigued. He knew that the water of this world was deep, and there were many things or secrets that he did not know yet. So, he was not that surprised that some ancient clans suddenly popped out. Since they could survive for so long, they should be quite powerful, right? He asked. You would think so, but no, replied Yin Shun, who was caressing his beard. The majority of them suffered terrible losses during the Null Era. However, this is not the main reason for their decline. These ancient clans are very stubborn when it comes to tradition and rules. During the ancient Emperor Era, the majority of them refused to adapt to the changing world and were slowly eliminated by the times. Oh, what exactly do you mean? For example, these clans refused to cultivate the origin system and instead continue to cultivate the system of ancient times. Unfortunately, the current environment is way too inferior to ancient times. As such, it is not suitable to the ancient cultivation system. After hearing this, Wang Wei understood why these ancient clans declined. Heaven and earth will change to nurture the most prosperous cultivation system in any world. An excellent example of this fact is origin stones or origin source that is used as currency and to cultivate in the myriad emperor world. Origin key is not an energy that existed between heaven and earth, but one that was created by the Kyuan emperor. Despite this, the entire world is full of mines that contain origin stones and sources, which cultivators can directly absorb. Logically speaking, the world should only have mines that contain spiritual stones, since spiritual ki is prevalent between heaven and earth. The reason for this anomaly is that heavenly Tao acknowledged the fact that the origin system is the orthodox cultivation system of this world, so it changed the world to benefit this system. Over the years, resources unique only to this system were developed to help it prosper and flourish. This is one of the reasons that most worlds do not have multiple cultivation systems. Since there are ancient aristocratic clans, are there any ancient sects too? Asked Wang Wei. As far as my knowledge goes, there isn't, replied Yinshun. The beginning emperor era was occupied by clans, families, and ethnic groups. The concept of sect did not appear until the ancient emperor era. After a brief pause, he continued, I'm surprised that these clans show up so early. Usually, they will only appear when the heavenly battle is near. This secret realm should contain something valuable, and they must know some secret about it. Wang Wei's clone nodded his head before removing his eyes from her. He then checked out the other people present, besides that girl and Jian Wushuang. He did not care about anyone else from the younger generation. When it came to other factions, he noticed the Ji family from the herd-raising valley. With a single glance, people could tell that they were anxious to enter the secret realm, and Wang Wei knew why. These people knew that Lu Meishio was inside, and wanted to intercept her at all costs to prevent her from gaining any benefit, and if possible, secret kill her. Unfortunately, Wang Wei has been using the sect to delay the time that people enter. He wanted to give Lu Meishio enough time to gather the people from her factions, then use her years of head starts to quickly reach the core of the secret realm. That way, she will do all the hard work and he will benefit from it. While everybody was waiting for the agreed-upon time to enter, Huafeng Wang felt Wang Wei's gaze, so she looked in his direction. The Wang clan's heir? The elders have mentioned him and warned me to pay attention to him. He is indeed powerful. However, why do I feel like something is off? Her jewel-like eyes rapidly shone. Then a look of surprise appeared on her face. That's just a clone? And he is that powerful? For a moment, she thought her heavenly eye technique was malfunctioning. It seems that this generation's battle for the throne will be an interesting one. Nevertheless, Huafeng Wang did not care, as she had the utmost confidence in herself. As the most talented heaven-chosens in the whole clan for countless generations, she believed in her potential and growth. Even if she is not currently the opponent of the Wang clan's heir, this will not be the same in the future, especially after she acquires the opportunity inside the secret realm. At the appropriate time, many of the emperor lineages came together to open the entrance to the secret realm. A vortex appeared in front of everybody. Then all the floating boats entered it. The loose cultivators, who did not have any factions to support them, placed a barrier around themselves. And after waiting for all the big guys to enter, they also rushed in. Soon after entering, the majority of factions let their disciples in the periphery of the secret realm, while they rushed to the entrance of the core area. A tall mountain that seemed to support heaven stood in front of everybody, full of formations. In the middle of the mountain, everybody could see a group of people. It was Lu Meishio and the people from her factions in the herd-raising valley. The Ji family, along with a few other people, wanted to use the same path as Lu Meishio to quickly catch up to them. However, they soon discovered that these formations were restored and even slightly strengthened. As such, they had to start over like everybody else. As soon as Wang Wei arrived at the foot of the mountain, his gaze looked directly at Lu Meishio. He did not hide his killing intent. Meanwhile, Lu Meishio, who was also looking at him, bit the lower parts of her lips while wondering why this guy held such a deep grudge. She was angry that he broke all her plans. Then, a ruthless light flashed across her eyes. She looked at the 5 new true monarchs next to her and said, "Whatever the price, we have to reach the core of this secret realm as soon as possible." After glancing at Lu Meishio for a brief moment, Wang Wei looked at the mountains and formations in front of him. Although he noticed that the girl from the whole clan did not come to this area, he did not pay that much attention to her besides sending someone to try to follow. His attention was on the formation as he muttered, "Natural formation?" An idea suddenly came to his mind. Chapter 336. Natural formation. It's indeed a natural formation, said Yin Shun. Young master, do you have some ideas? Wang Wei nodded his head as he continued to ponder. As the name implied, natural formations are formations formed naturally by nature. They're usually found in landscapes like mountains, rivers, and forests. For what he knows, natural formations were more common during the ancient Emperor era. To be specific, after the Null era and before the ancient Emperor era began. In an attempt to rebuild the civilization of the myriad Emperor world, many of the early cultivators studied natural formation. This was how the profession of formation master began. Heaven and earth was the teacher of these cultivations. Moreover, there are rumors that natural formations are innate formations whose innate laws have been removed by either someone else or because of the passage of time. After seeing the natural formation, Wang Wei immediately changed his plans to use brute force to rush up this mountain. Anyway, the Tao opening sect was just going to put on a charade waiting for Lu Meishio. Now, he discovered a perfect excuse while still benefiting from it. So, he sat cross-legged in front of one of the formations, looked at it closely, and began to understand it. A few minutes later, he finished his calculations and took a few formation flags. He looked at the circles with countless runes inside of them before placing the flags in very specific places of the formation circle. Then he used his origin essence to activate them. The places he placed the flags shined for a moment before cracks started to appear in the runes inside the circle. A few seconds later, the formation broke into thousands of motes of lights. Wang Wei managed to break it without using brute force. Finally, Wang Wei's clone, along with the other Supreme Elders, took a few steps up the mountain before encountering another formation circle made of completely different runes. He did the same thing again, understood the formation before finding its flaws to break it. In the process, Wang Wei's understanding of runes and formations began to rapidly increase. Ever since he infiltrated the Origin Pill Dao sect, he has taken a new interest in professions like alchemy and formation. He decided to take this time to increase his ability in these professions, especially when it comes to studying divine runes. Wu Hong once gave him the Empress Wu Sealing Sutra. The early and middle stages of this technique require a deep foundation for the understanding of runes. And even in the late stages, some powerful sealing techniques require deep knowledge of the subject. Because of this, Wu Hong has very high attainment in all professions, especially in formation and talisman making. After seeing what Wang Wei was doing, Supreme Elder Li Fun, who cultivated the Tao of formation, also began to learn from this formation. The process of finding the flaws and breaking through these formations was even faster than him. After all, she is a Supreme Realm powerhouse that spent most of her life studying formations. A few other people also wanted to try this method after seeing this. However, they soon realized that it would be faster to use brute force to break these formations. Since they were in a hurry and wanted to reach the core before Lu Meishio and reap the benefit, these people went for the faster way. Some clever people immediately took notice of the nonchalant attitude regarding the core of this secret realm. "Young master, what do you think?" asked the true monarch from the sword-casting villa. The behavior of the people from the Tao opening sect has been weird ever since news of the secret realm was released. Knowing Wang Wei, he must be planning something, replied Jian Wushuang. "Then what should we do?" After thinking for a few seconds, he replied, "At this stage, we do not have much information, so there is little we can do. Plus, we cannot diverge our strength to follow their example. So, ask the Villa Master to send a group of saints and below who specialize in formations to come to the secret realm. They can benefit from this natural formation and keep an eye on the Tao opening sect as people." In the outer area of this secret realm, Wang Wei's real body descended the boat with his senior sister and brother. All of them found themselves on a small hill full of luscious grass. "Junior brother, do you want to travel with us or go on your own? If you go with us, it would be safer," asked Lan Ling. "Thanks for the offer, senior sister. But I want to find my own fortunate encounter," replied Wang Wei. "Plus, as a man, how can I rely on a woman?" As he said this, his eyes were directly staring at Wan Luo, an act which made the latter's mouth twitch slightly. He understood his junior brother's implication. Since a weak supernatural realm like himself dare to venture alone in this secret realm alone, why can't he, the senior brother, dare not? This way, Wan Luo cannot be shameless and use some excuses to be with Lan Ling throughout the secret realm. Since when is Lu Cheng so cunning? Thought Wan Luo. Meanwhile, as Lan Ling watched Lu Cheng leave, a small and unnoticeable smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lu Cheng, don't say that I've wronged you. With me here, you could be relieved that your senior brother will never have his chance at your crush. As for whether the two of you can be together, let's look at your fate. While muttering these words, Wang Wei rushed in a few kilometers away from the group before stopping. The issue of reading Lan Ling's fate line and discovering the secret of the flame controlling art can be left for later. Right now, I need to find enough resources or fortunate encounters to rapidly increase my strength and status in front of my cheat master. That way, my chances of getting the origin pill flame scripture. Wang Wei's eyes suddenly changed, and he saw an orange dragon on top of his head, Lu Cheng's key luck dragon. He then used a secret technique created by him, making him connected to the dragon. Through its eyes, he saw 15 purple lights scattered in different directions of the secret realm. Immediately, a frown appeared on Wang Wei's face. 15 fortunate encounters? That's it? He immediately changed to his key luck dragon and saw more than 100 purple lights, with a few one who flickers on and off. In this secret realm, Lu Cheng has 15 opportunities that belong to him. He does not need to do anything. He will eventually find these encounters and benefit from them. As for Wang Wei, he has more than 100 of them. More than 100 opportunities are waiting for him, and without much effort, just by randomly walking in this secret realm, he can discover them. As for the flickering ones, they are fortunate encounters that require him to compete and use his own strength to acquire them. After seeing the vast difference between him and Lu Cheng, he understood the reason. As a heaven chosen born in the most powerful sect of this world, he is naturally blessed by luck. And with the key luck trial, his luck has reached an unimaginable height, probably slightly inferior to a child of destiny. With Wang Wei's luck, as long as he leaves the sect, he will have countless fortunate encounters. Unfortunately, most of these encounters are at the level of supreme realm and have no great significance to him. They are just slight embellishment to his wealth and cannot greatly contribute to increasing in strength. Because of this, heaven chosens with high status like him with high status use secret techniques to condense their luck and keep it from overflowing. After all, every encounter will slightly decrease their luck. It's better to keep the luck for fortunate encounters at the level of Great Emperor, innate, or unique encounters that are rare. Plus, another advantage of condensing their luck is that their cultivation will be faster and it becomes easier to break through cultivation bottlenecks. Compare with people with high luck and who do not know how to condense it. These heaven chosens have the advantage. After seeing how weak Lu Cheng's luck was compared to his, Wang Wei sighed deeply. Many people say that heaven is fair, but is that truly the case? Some people are destined to be extraordinary the moment they are born. Some people's starting point is the end of many. So, where's the fairness? Fate determines a lot about people from the moment they are born. Cultivating is a process of defying the heavens and slowly taking control of their own fates. But is that truly the case? Could fate be so easily be defied? With how encompassing fate is, how would one know that if our so-called defying fate is not part of its machination? How would we know that our so-called free will is nothing but an illusion? Chapter 337. Wang Wei sighed out loud after asking himself these questions. He knew that his path to be free and unfettered, to control his fate, would not be an easy one. Although he looked all-powerful on the outside, compared to what he wanted to achieve, he was nowhere close to accomplishing his goals. So, he controlled his thoughts and focused on his current predicament. With Lu Cheng's key luck, the few fortunate encounters may not be enough to accomplish goals this time. So, he needed to do something else. One option was to use his fortunate encounter to help Lu Cheng, since he would not use most of them. Unfortunately, he did not want to use his luck to nourish Lu Cheng's. Additionally, with his current strength, many opportunities that belonged to him could not be acquired unless he used his own power in Lu Cheng's body. With how many people entering the secret realm and how complex the forces here are, he did not want to take any risk by showing any odd behaviors. So, unless absolutely necessary, he will not use his power in Lu Cheng's body. So, there was only one option left for him: steal other people luck. So, Wang Wei's eyes changed again, and he began to look at the other key luck dragon of other people. With his expertise, he was able to distinguish the strength or cultivation realm of many people based on their luck dragon. He focused on people in the supernatural realm and below whose dragon was active, meaning that they would soon encounter a fortunate encounter. Wang Wei then swallowed a top Earth-grade face-changing pill that he refined to change his appearance, along with an invisible pill of the same rank. Once his preparations were finished, he began to secretly follow the people he selected. Then, at the right opportunity, he would sneak attack them and take their opportunity. However, he did not kill all the people whom he stole luck from. Wang Wei knew that with how weak Lu Cheng was, stealing other people's luck would result in great karma, and he would eventually suffer from some form of backlash. And killing these people would intensify this karma backlash. According to Wang Wei's divination, this backlash would come in the form of his identity being accidentally revealed and countless people who he stole from starting to hunt him down. Luckily for Lu Cheng, he was still blessed by the origin pill Dao Sect's luck, which could withstand this backlash. As long as he quickly finds his third senior sister and her group, the backlash will be dealt with. Plus, with Wang Wei's current means, he can still suppress and delay the backlash until it is no longer a problem, at least for now. As Wang Wei continued to steal other people's luck, he could see that Lu Cheng's key luck dragon was slowly transforming from orange to golden, but he did not care about it. He can use this as an excuse to explain all the fortunate encounters he has if there need be. While Wang Wei turned into a luck thief, Huafeng Wang and the people following her did not go to the core area. Instead, they headed in their separate directions. Holding a weird compass in her hand, Huafeng Wang headed in the eastern direction of the secret realm. Soon, the group finds themselves traversing a vast frozen plain with nothing in sight. At least, on the surface, it appeared as so. The ground was as blue as the sky, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles long. There were no animals, and only a few trees that looked like well-made ice statues. As soon as the group arrived in that area, they discovered that it was a no-fly zone with a powerful formation that could prevent any supreme realm true monarchs from flying. "Young lady, do you want us to break the formation?" asked a middle-aged man with a robe. He was one of the 4 true monarchs that followed Huafeng Wang in the secret realm. "How long will it take?" she asked back. "With the 4 of us, quite some time. In that case, let us go on foot. It would be faster that way." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Go deal with the little rat following us." One of the people following here then disappeared and reappeared a few minutes later. "Done?" "Yes, young lady." Then the group of 5 ignored the little trouble and began their journey on this frozen tundra. The temperature was so low that even void-shattering cultivators would have a hard time in this environment even with the protection of their laws. However, Huafeng Wang was perfectly fine. She did not use any energy for spells to protect herself. While using the compass for direction, the ground near her suddenly cracked open and a large white ant came from the ground. It was more than 50 meters in height and 70 meters in width. And despite its large size, it was incredibly fast as it rushed towards Huafeng Wang with the intent to kill, leaving countless shadows behind it. Unfortunately, what the ant saw was not the fear and despair of seeing death approaching and being powerless to do anything about it. What he saw was a calm woman who looked at him with indifference like God looked at weak mortals. Then, she gently flicked her finger, generating enough force to create a tornado. The force of the flick destroyed half of the ant's body, while the tornado blew it away a few dozen meters. As the large ant laid in a pool of purple blood, all it could think about was why was this human more fiendish than it, a demonic beast. For a moment, he wondered whether he was the demon or she was. Then, the ant breathed its last breath. Huafeng Wang looked at the ant and muttered, "If I remember correctly, isn't that an earth tundra ant?" "That is indeed so, young lady. Those things have been extinct since the incense era." She nodded her head, not surprised by this fact. Finally, she ignored the corpse of this tier 6 demonic beast as the group continued their trek. A few days later, after nonstop walking, they finally stopped. In front of them was still the blue nothingness. However, the compass had dictated that they had arrived at their destination. After finding the specific place, the 4 true monarchs began to use their powers together. The power of law rippled from their bodies, and it echoed in the void. With time, a space channel slowly started to appear, so the 4 of them worked together to stabilize it. After everything was done, the 4 of them entered another small dimension inside the secret realm. What they saw inside was nothing but a small lake with purple liquid inside. Huafeng Wang's eyes lit up after seeing the liquid as she rushed in front of it and took a small sip. A refreshing feeling overcame her body as she closed her eyes to feel the effect on her body. With all of this innate ki, I can make a breakthrough from the bloodline awakened realm to the true spirit realm and cast a perfect foundation for the future. As the heir to the Hua ancient aristocratic clan, she did not cultivate the origin system of Qian Emperor, but the ancient cultivation technique created by the first emperor of the myriad emperor world, the heaven-opening emperor. The true spirit realm that she spoke of is the same as the primordial spirit realm of the current system. Instead of creating a primordial spirit, the ancient cultivators created true spirits. As for the difference, the ancient cultivating system was created after observing the bodies of primordial gods and innate demons. As such, it focused heavily on refining and tempering the body. When it comes to the difference between true spirit and primordial spirit, they serve the same purpose of allowing cultivators to sense the law between heaven and earth to understand and eventually control them. However, the primordial spirit is a separate entity from the body. It can exist without it. Even if a cultivator's body was destroyed, as long as their primordial spirit existed, they are still alive. They can take over the body of someone else, or if they have enough resources, they can recast their fleshly body. When it comes to the true spirit, it is fused with the cultivator's fleshly body and cannot be separated. As a result of this, the cultivators in that realm are hard to kill, since as long as a drop of their blood still exists, they can revive themselves. It is essentially the realm of rebirth with a single drop of blood that Wang Wei will enter after refining his blood. Of course, there is still a large difference. Most people in the true spirit realm require a tremendous amount of energy and resources to revive themselves, while Wang Wei could do so with the spiritual ki in the surrounding. Additionally, ancient cultivators still have a specific number of times that they can die and revive, with a maximum being 9. And only geniuses like Feng Wang can reach that level. Chapter 338. Obvious Secret Heavenly Abode World, Death Realm. After ending the conversation with Wang Wei, Li Jun decided to deal with the issue of the Death God, so he contacted Wang Ju to get answers from her. However, she did not reveal anything immediately, but took him and Yin Liling to the heavenly abode of the Death God. The heavenly abode of the Death God was the size of a small world. It had forests, mountains, rivers, oceans, cities, and so on. Civilization existed and was prosperous. All the people living inside worshipped the Death God and only the Death God. After investigation, the group discovered that this abode was divided into 2 continents. In one of them, the Death God placed his believers from the outside world. As long as they are his believers' gods or mortals, they would be placed there. To be exact, the mortal's soul existed in this continent. After their death, based on their level of faith, their soul can achieve some form of eternal life in this continent. Meanwhile, on the other one, the death god only allowed living mortals. What was special about these mortals was the fact that they believed that the death god was not only their creators, but also the creator of their worlds. Every single one of them, from children to women, from animals to insects, the moment that they are born to their natural deaths. They only learned about the powers and benevolence of the death god. And to them, he is the only god in existence. Because of this, the amount of faith that these people provided to the death god is tremendous. All the 100 billion mortals in this continent can be considered fanatic believers, and would not betray the death god for anything. As the group of three floating in the sky, looking at this continent, they all had a deep look on their faces. "What do you think?" asked Wang Ju. "With the level of faith these people have on the death god, they would never change their beliefs to us. In fact, if they knew the truth, they might even commit suicide. And it's most likely to be all of them," added Yin Liling. She imagined more than 1 billion mortals committing suicide at the same time, and she shivered slightly. "So what do we do? We can't eliminate all of them, as that would cause too much karma backlash. However, it seemed to be a shame to leave it alone. There might be another way," said Wang Ju. "The people worship the death god. As such, we can slowly replace his face with the young master. These mortals have a short lifespan. With the passage of time, we can slowly replace their memories of the death god's face." "That's indeed a good method," nodded Li Jun. "We can begin by replacing the face of the death god in all the temples with a blank one, then tell these mortals that the death god is in the process of transcendence. Hence the reason that his face cannot be seen after a short few hundred years. We can replace his face with Big Brother. Not just this, we can also slowly change his divinity to fate and death to perfectly fit Big Brother," added Yin Liling. Li Jun paused for a moment, then said, "The plan is good, if only it could be faster. Although a few hundred years is nothing to us, it would be much better if we could finish things faster." "Don't be too greedy," reprimanded Yin Liling. "True, there might be a way," suddenly said Wang Ju. After seeing the gaze of the other two, she explained. "The death god has the ability to speed up the time flow of this world after paying a certain price. We could use this to our advantage." "What price?" "Mostly the incense he has gathered. However, if those run out, he has to burn his soul and law as a price. In that case, let us make last use of his value," said Li Jun. "We can also use this time acceleration to increase our cultivation level." He then looked at Yin Liling and said, "Before you say anything, I also know that overusing time acceleration will cause great damage to the body and soul, so we will be careful. Many powerful emperor lineages have time acceleration secret realm. They used it mainly when they need one of their newly discovered heaven chosen to quickly catch up to the current generation. An example of that would be Liu Cheng's 6th and 7th senior brothers. If the Origin Pill Dao sect decided that these two were talented enough to represent the sect in the Heaven-Will battle, they would need to rapidly cultivate them to catch up to the current heaven-chosen as cultivation realm, like Suya and Jian Wushuang. This kind of problem would be even more severe if a heaven-chosen was discovered while the current generation was in the Saint realm or even Supreme realm. In that case, these emperor lineages would use the secret realm to accelerate the progress of their chosen individuals. Otherwise, by the time the Heaven-Will battle arrived, if these chosen individuals are not up to par in cultivation realms, then they will miss the chance to participate. Whether it is Su Yin, Lin Fan, Ji Song, or Wang Wei, they're all born at the perfect time, right at the beginning of this new generation. So, Heavenly Tao will follow their growth and decide, based on their cultivation realm, when to begin the battle of the throne. When it comes to people born before them, based on the exact time, they might be considered part of the older generation, thus affected by karma and unable to fight for the heaven will. If they are born right the cutting line for the older generation, then even if they reach the supreme realm before people like Wang Wei, they still have to wait for these guys to grow up before they can participate in the fight. Although unfair, this is the law and regulation of Heavenly Tao. Although the emperor lineages have time acceleration to deal with this issue, over the years, it has been discovered many side effects of overusing this method. These side effects include instant rapid aging, soul and body not synchronized, losing the ability to distinguish the passage of time, and many others. Because of this, the emperor lineages rarely use this method to provide their heaven-chosens a time advantage. Unless really necessary or needed, most geniuses like Wang Wei will not mess with time lightly. Yin Liling nodded her head in response, then asked Wang Ju, "Is this the reason you brought us? For this strange continent?" "No, this is a small stop in our way." After saying, she led the group to a small island a few 100,000 kilometers from the continent. When the group landed, they did not see much on the island except for a small wooden cottage that looked ordinary. However, the group would not think that Wang Ju will bring them to an ordinary cottage, so they used their divine sense to scan it. Immediately, Yin Liling said in surprise, "Enlightening place? No, the Emperor Dao rhymes are too weak. It should be just a place a great emperor stayed for a while," commented Li Jun. "Great emperors are extraordinary entities, so the place that they cultivate for a long time will be bathed by their Dao, and leaves rhymes that are referred to as Emperor Dao rhyme, which allowed cultivators to rapidly enter a state of enlightenment and understand the law. These places are called enlightening place, which refer to the place a great emperor attains enlightenment. They are usually most easily formed after a great emperor absorbs the heaven will and began to comprehend their grand Tao source. These enlightening places are left to their descendants, to factions, as a foundation for their prosperity." After seeing the cottage with Emperor Dao rhymes, Li Jun said, "We always suspected that this world was related to a great emperor since the crystal wall can easily block the attack of quasi-emperors. But now we have ironclad proof of this. The real question is, who was this emperor and what was their motives for coming to this small middle thousand world?" added Yin Liling. Then, Wang Ju explained some information she gathered from the death goddess Soul. There is a legend that the first god to appear in this world came from stars. The gods referred to him as God King, and he is credited for spreading the current cultivation system. If that is true, then there's a high chance that this emperor is not from the Myriad Emperor world, nodded Li Jun. If I remember correctly, the closest world community to us mainly cultivate a martial arts system. If this great emperor spread the cultivation system of his home world to this world, he might be from a faraway world community. Chapter 339. Mortals' woes. After observing the cottage for a brief moment, the group of three entered it. To their surprise, there was nothing much inside besides a cultivation mat along with a small table. However, all of them could feel the Emperor Dao rhymes enveloping the entire room, which meant that whichever great emperor stayed there was there for quite some time. "I finally understand why the Death God could use the armor lost secret technique. He must have become enlightened of it in this room," said Li Jun. "This could be the reason for his title as the strongest god." The group looked around for a few minutes, but did not find much. The only benefit of discovering this room is that it is a good place to cultivate. However, they also knew that using an enlightening place, it was best to use it during the void-shattering realm to understand the law. Once their cultivation reaches a certain level, the sect will also grant them access to their own enlightening place. And with the Dao opening sect having 9 great emperors, they have more options or choices than others. "Did you learn anything else from the Death God's memories?" asked Yin Liling. "No, but he seemed to have erased a lot of them before his capture," replied Wang Yu. Li Jun nodded his head before saying, "We already knew that the water of this world was deep. Now we have proof of this. Although with our strength, it should be quite easy to conquer a middle thousand world. However, this one is obviously special, so we have to be more cautious in our actions." After not finding any other information in this cottage, they decided to establish a schedule to allow each of the 4 of them different times to come to cultivate here. Then, they left the Death God's heavenly abode. A month passed by. Li Jun was in the imperial palace of the former Death Kingdom, writing on a paper. Wang Wei told him to summarize some steps in the process of conquering a world to establish a standard or some sort of reference guide for the future. Although there has not been enough information yet to write the entire thing, Li Jun still had some ideas. While he was deep in concentration, he heard footsteps approaching him at a regular pace. A few minutes later, Tai Gang came to see him. "How are the social reforms?" asked Li Jun without raising his head. By now, the livelihood of ordinary people should have improved, making it easier for us to gather incense. Tai Gan paused for a moment, then took a deep and loud sigh. "You would think so, right? Unfortunately, the progress has been remarkably slow." "Oh," asked Li Jun as he raised his head to look at him. "What is the problem?" "These mortals are too used on relying on the gods for so many things that many of them are resisting our reforms. It seems as if the concept of self-sufficient, self-reliance, and self-improvement are completely unknown to them. After so many years of being enslaved by these gods, their minds and ways of thinking have been shackled." Tai Gang took another sigh. "In the Eastern Plain, there are vast fertile lands. So we tried teaching them about agriculture and so on. However, many of them complained that they did not need to learn all of these since the harvest gods would just bloom their harvest for them. They refused to build homes and shelters because the wood god and earth god could instantly do it for them. The concept of smithing is basically non-existent in this world. Although these mortals rarely need things like weapons or iron products, when they do, they will pray to the metal god will do it for them." Li Jun frowned after hearing this. These gods not only occupied all the knowledge of this world, but also made sure that mortals relied solely on them. Without them, not only do mortals have no purpose, they lost their basic abilities to function normally as a society. Tai Gang agreed with Li Jun's conclusion. As a person from a low thousand world, he always assumed that higher worlds were more advanced than lower ones, and in many ways they were. However, when he compares the mortals of this world to his own, he felt a slight sense of superiority. Although he knew this was because these gods treated mortals as lambs to be raised in a barn. This did change how he felt. "What do you think we should do?" he asked. "Do you think we should spread education in this world? That way, we can gather merit and deal with the current problem. Once the people are educated and learn the concept of self-reliance, it will be easier for them to gather incense." However, Li Jun shook his head at this idea. "Just like all the gods, what we need is incense. So, keeping the mortals ignorant is beneficial to us. Once we open their wisdom, it is possible for them to realize that the so-called gods are just powerful individuals. And if they know about the concept of cultivation, we will have no choice but to use force to control them. This will make it harder to achieve our goals." "In that case, what is the plan?" asked Tai Gang. "Simple. We begin a smear campaign against these gods. We tell them that their beloved lords are in fact devils that treat them as nothing but food and playthings. Once they die, they will not really go the heavenly abode as the gods claimed, but their souls will be swallowed to increase their strength. What about young master? He is supposed to also be a god in this world. We will proclaim him as the one and only true God. We will glorify him as the savior fighting for the mortal's salvation. On top of that, we can weaponize their fears of death." "Oh," exclaimed Tai Gang slightly, while wondering since when was this guy Li Jun so insidious and cunning. "The mortals in this world have no concept of samsara and believe that after death, they will ascend to their God's heavenly abode and live a life full of bliss and happiness. As long we make them believe that by only believing in Big Brother Wong Wei, they can reach the true Holy Land, they will not hesitate to change their faith to us." After pondering for a moment, Tai Gang knew that this plan was feasible. After the events at the Emperor Enlightening Academy, he understood the power that rumors and gossips have on not only cultivators, but also mortals. As long as something spread far enough and is heard or believed to be true by enough people, then the real fact does not matter. The general population would automatically assume it to be true, especially in a world with such a low level of wisdom. Even if one day someone were to tell these mortals the truth, they will not believe, even if irrefutable proof was shown to them. The vast majority of them will refuse to accept the so-called truth as it challenged their cognitive views. To them, living in a false world is better than the truth. It is more comforting. It is what they know or has known for countless years. Tai Gang sighed after coming to this conclusion. As a cultivator, his life was not so different from mortals. Who knows what truth he believes in all his life and was nothing but lies by a powerful cultivator. Or maybe even heaven and earth. If one day his worldview was shattered and he learns these truths, would he react any different? The answer is most likely negative. Only a few individuals have the heart and mind to accept the truth of this world and face it head-on. Tai Gang does not think that he is one of those people. However, his young master may be one of these people. And by following him, he does not have to face these truths heads-on. And maybe one day, these truths will be dictated by his young master. After figuring this out, Tai Gang suddenly felt his mind sublimated, his spirit cleared of any dust. He knew his path forwards. "Congratulations, Brother Tai Gang," said Li Jun, who guessed that his friend was enlightened based on his sudden change in aura and temperament. "Thank you," replied Tai Gang with a smile on his face. With this sudden enlightenment, his Tao heart has sublimated a little, and with his spirit cleared. It will be easier for him to enter the heaven stage of the divine body realm and control the power of heaven and earth. When it comes to talent, Tai Gang knew that he could not compete with the members of this group. Only with hard work, strong will, and the support of a lot of resources that he could keep up with these people. So, he greatly values any form of progress. After his small breakthrough, Tai Gang discussed for a while how to further proceed on developing the Death Realm before going to execute this plan. Meanwhile, after watching him leave, Li Jun took a communication talisman to talk with Wang Ju. "It's time to activate your mole. Tell him it's time to expand." Chapter 340. Goddess Wrath. Armored God Lu opened his eyes from his meditation. If anyone was close to him, they would see a strange rune flashed deep inside his eyes before disappearing. He looked in one direction as if he received some kind of signal. "Is it time?" He then smiled cunningly. Armored God Lu's previous arrogance was long gone, replaced by a calm and treacherous demeanor. It was like he was a completely different person from a year ago. He proceeded to leave his temple and walked around the heavenly abode. Whenever he went, he would see many gods either cultivating or training. And as soon as these gods saw him, their eyes will momentarily turn into a blood-red rune before saluting him. As he overviewed everything in the abode, Armor God Luhu was now the shadow thought to himself. "Over the past year, I have infiltrated most of the fire realm using the blood possession curse. The only place left untouched is the heavenly abode of the fire god. It would be very difficult to secretly control so many gods under the eyes of a being of law. Plus, the risk is not worth it. Now that everybody has drawn their attention to the death realm, it is time to begin expansion." After that, the shadow sent an invitation to many of his friends in the other realms. Meeting with different gods from different pantheons is a common thing, especially if their leaders are close friends or allies. In some cases, one god might change his allegiance and decided to serve another supreme god. Although the situation is rare, it is not uncommon. However, this usually leads to fighting between two supreme gods. After all, any god is a powerful source of incense. How could the supreme gods allow them to serve someone else? Especially if that god is a void god with an abode full of worshippers of its own. That would be a terrible loss for any of them. More than a week later, many gods from other realms came to see the hidden shadow and celebrate with them. Because of the tense relationship of different supreme gods, entering another pantheon-esque realm requires proper etiquette and documentation. The supreme god must be able to know the location of any foreign gods entering his realm. This is a way to prevent people from sneaking into their domains and starting to secretly spread other gods' faith. Because of these tedious regulations, it took more than a month for the Shadow-esque meeting to begin. Another reason for the delay was the fact he could receive so many foreign gods at once because of the rules. So, he had to break his banquet into smaller ones. Once the banquet began, the Shadow displayed his charm as he talked to everybody present. He took out his recently very famous wine, Forgotten Sorrow, which made all the attending guests very happy. This newly created divine wine not only had a sublime taste, but also could temporarily place people into illusion to see their innermost desires. It allowed them to escape reality and forget their sorrows. Hence the name. This wine has become so famous lately that there are rumors that even the wine got a title god under the wood. God admitted that his best wine could barely compare to this. In addition to wine, there was also music, dancing, theater, and battle for the more aggressive gods. While everybody was having fun, one of the void gods in attendance was secretly observing everyone, especially armored god Lu. While drinking his wine, his eyes seemed to be scanning everything and everyone, from the people's conversation to their actions, to their facial features, and many more. While he was doing so, the shadow approached him with a smile on his face. "Han God, are you enjoying the party?" asked the shadow. "Yes, Lu God," he replied after taking a sip of the wine. "This is truly a divine invention. I wonder how you came up with such a thing. Lu God must be truly talented." Although Han God had a smile on his face, his mind was thinking of something else. Over the past year, this Lu God has changed drastically. His personality changed, and he began to make friends all over the world. That alone made him suspicious, especially during the current times, but then there was this forgotten sorrow wine. How could some random god make a wine that is better than the wine god that has been studying wine his entire life, and even his divinity is based on wine? This is illogical. Unless this Lu God had outside help, for example, the outsiders that have invaded our world. This has nothing to do with talent, but everything to do with luck. As you know, after my failure with the outsiders a year ago, I wanted to drink my pain away. Unfortunately, the wine of the wine god is too expensive and could not help me achieve my goals, so I tried brewing it myself, and by sheer luck, created this one. The shadow had a look of reminiscing on his face as he remembered the pain he suffered after his last failure. Have these supreme gods begun to suspect me? Thought the shadow. However, it does not matter now as my plans are already set in motion. There is no need to blame yourself, Lu God. Who amongst us has not suffered from failure? The important thing is to rise above it. Could it be that the destiny gods was wrong? That there is nothing wrong with this Lu God? No, I should not doubt the goddess. My job is to do what I was told to do. So, let us continue observing. After a brief chat, the shadow went to talk to other people, while Han God continued to observe everybody. Unfortunately, even after the banquet ended, he did not discover anything. So, after leaving and returning to the Destiny realm and reporting back to his leader, after hearing what happened, the Destiny goddess had a deep frown on her face. She then proceeded to use her powerful soul to scan the body of Han God, but she did not find anything, so she dismissed him. The Destiny goddess then said, "What do you guys think? Did you find anything?" "No," replied the life goddess. "All the other supreme gods have checked, but there is nothing abnormal. With these people's method, it would be weird if we could actually discover something." The Destiny goddess paused for a moment. "I will personally catch this Lu God and interrogate him. You know the fire god would never allow this. It does not matter. If he gets in my way, I will slaughter him as well," replied the Destiny goddess with a calm tone. "Mingyun, is everything all right?" asked the life goddess. "I can feel that my time is rapidly approaching. If I do not do something, I will most likely be the next casualty in this catastrophe. So, it is time for extreme measures." After saying that, she broke the space and headed straight for the fire realm. As soon as she arrived, the fire god felt her presence and appeared in front of her. "Destiny goddess, what are you doing in my realm?" "Hand over the Lu God." "Impossible. There is no evidence to prove that he has betrayed us. Until then, he is under my protection." "Fire god, I've always admired the way you protect your one people. Unfortunately, I am not here to ask for your permission." A silver sword appeared in the Destiny goddess' hand, gleaming with the power of fate. She looked at the fire god with intense killing intent. "Either move or be forcefully moved by me." The fire god's face twisted after hearing this, so he roared, "Are you going to break the divine harmony accord?" She sneered after hearing this. "The accord was negotiated by me to prevent all of us from fighting one another and causing too much damage to our god civilization. However, over the years, how many of you have ignored the accord and fought between yourself? 200,000 years ago, you yourself broke it and fought with the thunder god. She raised her sword, looked at him deeply, then said, "Are you going to move or not?" The fire god became enraged. However, he quickly remembered who his opponent was. This was the destiny gods. Although she is known for her peaceful nature, all the supreme gods knew how powerful she is. The only reason she does not hold the title of the most powerful god was because the death god has the strange secret technique to turn his law into armor. And the destruction god has some weird weapon that drastically increases his strength. Despite knowing this, the fire god refused to back down. His pride would not allow it. So, he began to fight with the destiny goddess. Meanwhile, in the fire realm, the shadow was in his temple, with countless images in front of him. These images showed the situation of the other realms and were from the perspective of the people who attended the party. Chapter 341. Rebellion. There is a reason that the supreme gods did not find anything wrong with their followers, since the means that the shadow used was so unique that even in the myriad emperor world, no one has even used this method, because Wang Wei invented it. The wine that these gods were drinking had something extra inside, a pill called spying pill. Although the name is bland and unoriginal, its creation and use are quite clever. Wang Wei asked the sect to combine the heavenly eye talisman that can be used to spy on other people from thousands of kilometers away with a pill. That way, the power of the talisman can be crushed and fed to their target. Then, they can view everything from the target point of view. They can even spy on the surrounding of the person. This pill required quite the expertise to combine the runes of the talisman and the runes of the pill and ensure that not only do they not conflict, but supplemented one another. After years of study, this method was successfully developed a while ago. So Wang Wei's Fate Guard and his father's Shadow Guard have begun to use them in the field. Because the pill will be digested and absorbed, it is very difficult to detect by many methods like divine sense, especially by those gods who do not know much about pill refinement and talisman making. In the fire realm, after making sure that the spying pill was working perfectly fine, the shadow nodded in satisfaction. He raised his head in the sky, feeling the power of law in the far distance. Now that my job is partially done, it's time to leave. Immediately afterward, the eyes of Lu God changed from the calm and calculated look to a confused one, before returning to calm. The consciousness of the shadow left this body and returned control to its original owner. As for the real Lu God, he felt the past year has been like a dream. He remembered everything he has done with a few minor details erased from his memories, but he did not feel like he did these things himself. It was like he was looking at himself doing things from a three-dimensional point of view, wondering whether that was truly him. However, a few minutes later, he removed these strange thoughts from his mind and accepted that he might not be in the right state of mind. Meanwhile, outside of the fire realm, in the space between the realms, the destiny goddess slashed her sword, sending the fire god flying away a dozen meters before stopping. His body was riddled with sword wounds that refused to heal. His mind was slowly losing control as countless memories of his death flooded his mind. This was the memory of his destined death, constantly hunting him and affecting his soul. The fire god knew that if continued this battle, not only would he lose, he might become insane. In the end, he gave the destiny goddess, who did not have a single scratch on her, a fierce look before returning to his heavenly abode. He wanted to heal as fast as possible. In the current situation of the world, being in a weakened state is dangerous. The destiny gods did not pursue after her victory. Instead, she entered the fire realm, forcefully broke through Lu God's abode. As she stood in front of him, she did not say anything but directly search his soul, focusing on the changes that occurred a year ago. Lu God was powerless to resist. So despite his hatred, he just lowered his head and bore with it. However, not long after she began, a deep frown appeared on her face. She did found anything. From his memory, she discovered that he became quite depressed after his failure against the outsiders. So, He began to drink wine to wash his sorrow away. Unfortunately, he was not satisfied with the wine goddess wine, so he tried brewing some of his own, and by luck, he succeeded in creating the forgotten sorrow wine. Finally, he had the idea of making friends with different gods, just in case he found himself in a situation like the one a year ago. He could use his connection to ask for help. Truth be told, Lu Goddess actions are similar to many other gods who like to make friends and connections to help them in their times of need. One of the main reasons he was suspected was the timing of his change. During those sensitive times, any odd behaviors will be suspected by the supreme gods. After not finding what she wanted, Destiny Gods was not happy. She waved her hand and a book appeared. The title of the book was Book of Destiny. She flipped the book until she found Lu God's name. In the book, it recorded everything he did before becoming immortal. However, after becoming a god, only a few things were mentioned. The silver book flashed a white light that enveloped Lu God. Then his entire life story appeared on the book. From the moment he was born to the current day, everything he did was recorded in the book. The Destiny Goddess once again focused on the events of more than a year ago. Regrettably, to her disappointment, the book said the same thing she discovered from reading his memories. Could these people even have the ability to control destiny? After sighing out loud, she disappeared from the fire realm. Although she wanted to check all the other gods who attended this banquet, she knew that her actions have already offended many people. If she did the same thing again, she could foresee that many of the other supreme gods would use this as an excuse to besiege and kill her. Over the years, despite being as low-key as possible, she also has many enemies. The Destiny Gods will not count on these people to take into account the current situation and be benevolent. After all, they cannot even work together properly. After the shadow returned Lu God's consciousness to him, his main body secretly headed to the war goddess realm. He flew to a snowy mountain in the north. After arriving at his destination, he used his divine sense to scan every inch underground the mountain. About 15,000 kilometers deep, his divine sense was momentarily blocked by a white light. Found it, he muttered before taking out a teleportation talisman. After activating it, the paper in his hand burned. A light enveloped him and he disappeared. Once the shadow appeared again, he found himself in a vast space with many houses and buildings around. In the far distance, he could even see a farm. A heavenly abode? He muttered. While the shadow was observing his surrounding, his arrival alerted many people. Countless gods flew in his direction and surrounded him. He looked at the two people leading the group, one man and one woman. I cannot you guys have fallen to the point that only 2 title gods are left as your most powerful battle strength, sneered the shadow. Who are you? Asked the man who called himself the sword god. As he looked up and down at the shadow, his face became ugly as he yelled. You're one of the outsiders. Do you want a prize for figuring this out? Replied the shadow. There's no need to talk to him. Let us just capture him, said the spear goddess next to the man. However, as soon as she said these words, a terrifying aura enveloped all the people around. Instantly, the sword god and spear goddess knew that they were not the opponent of this person despite their higher level of cultivation. And even if they managed to subdue him, they would pay a very high price. Currently, they cannot afford to lose too much. What do you want? Asked the sword god with gritted teeth. I know that you rebels have been trying to liberate the common people from the clutches of the gods by spreading the cultivation system, said the shadow with a calm voice. Unfortunately, all of you are too weak. So, I'm here to help. We do not need help from invaders like you, replied the spear goddess. Are you sure? From what I know, you guys are almost on the verge of extinction. At any moment, all of you could be eradicated. As long as our headquarters is still standing, as long as our ideas is believed by one person, we will never be eradicated. Beautifully spoken words, said the shadow as he looked at the mighty woman exuding a courageous and powerful aura. Unfortunately, all of you are living in a bubble. Your so-called headquarters only exist because the war goddess needs you guys to spread chaos and war, so she allowed all of you to hide in her realm. As for your ideas, time is your biggest enemy. With the passage of time, Your ideas will be slowly forgotten and twisted by the supreme gods. By then, your so-called revolution will become either a joke or a passing note in history. And unfortunately for you, the only thing the gods do not lack is time. The sword god and spear goddess faces became ugly after hearing. And this was not just them, but all the other gods who follow them. So what you said is true, argued the sword god. In the end, you outsiders are the same as the supreme gods. You're partially correct. We also want to spread faith and control the cultivation system. However, we will not be as strict as the gods in the process. More importantly, after we achieve our goals, we will leave this place. By then, all of you will be free to spread your ideas and do whatever you want. Everyone became quiet for a few minutes as the two leaders began to discuss secretly through their souls. Then, the sword god asked, "How are you guys going to help us?" "Faut-il une alliance?" The shadow did not respond. Instead, he threw a book at him. The two took the book and looked at the title. God Swallowing Technique Chapter 342, Mortal Freedom Alliance, 342 Mortal Freedom Alliance. Apparently, web novel will not allow me to delete the chapter and replace it. So, it is after the fanfic one. After having tea with Merlin, Edward told him about all his experiences in the Full Metal Alchemy world, including his battle with truth. Except for private details regarding Olivier, he did not live much out. After all, he was the one looking for protection. "So, old man, what do you think?" After caressing his beard, Merlin replied, "You do not have to worry about truth." "What does that mean? Are you going to stop him if he comes, or he cannot come at all? Just know that you're safe." Edward looked at him with a speechless look, then said, "All right. I know old and powerful people like you enjoy speaking in riddles. When I become as powerful as you, I will continue the tradition." This time it was Merlin's time to be speechless. Edward took out the orbs containing the different authority and asked, "Please check to see if there are any problems with these things. Also, check to see if there is any problem with the knowledge I have received from the Eye of God." Merlin took the orbs and looked at them, then looked up and down at Edward, who felt like all his secrets were seen through. Although uncomfortable, he did not resist because for one, he was asking for help. Second, resistance was futile. "The orbs have no problem," replied Merlin. "However, the knowledge you receive have. Truth has placed a backhand on them. Please elaborate." "I'm guessing that your plan was to create a knowledge dimension similar to Truth's. Then, once an alchemist in your empire opens the gate of truth, they will be sent there. However, if you use the knowledge you got from the Eye of God, Truth would be able to secretly steal from your knowledge dimension even across the universe." "I knew it," muttered Edward. It was too easy to get all that knowledge from Father during the promised day. He also knew that powerful entities like Truth have weird methods that he could not fathom. So, he looked at Merlin with shining eyes. The old man laughed slightly before snapping his finger. Suddenly, Edward felt like some heavy weight has been lifted from his shoulder. Then there was nothing else. He could not even remotely understand what Merlin did. After sighing to himself how he had a long way to go, he said, "All right, let's discuss the other matters." "There's more?" "Of course." "Fine, little brat. I'm in a good mood," replied Merlin. One of his closest relations is with his disciple, Arthur. However, the latter respected him so much that it was not easy to have a relaxed and non-formal conversation. Even across multiple universes, it's always like that. It's the reason that Merlin likes the universes where he is an enemy with Arthur instead of his teacher. Or better yet, universes where things get spicy between them or their gender are reverse. Of course, Old Man Merlin would never admit to his disciple that he secretly experienced this universe himself. After all, he has a reputation to uphold. "What do you think about my plan to reach the Akashic record?" "Well, all I can say is that you will need for your plan to have even a remote chance at succeeding. And I'm not talking about Morgana." Edward pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. "I know what to do." "Is there anything else?" "Yes," replied Edward, this time. He talked about his concerns regarding how coincidental it was for him to discover the hole in reality that led to the void along with Rowena. Then, he stared at Merlin intensely, waiting for his answer. The old man internally shook his head. To him, Edward was the perfect disciple with plenty of potentials. What he liked the most about him was his desire to pursue the essence of magic. There were two complaints he had about him. One was his womanizing way. He would have preferred if he was a one-woman kind of guy. The second was his paranoia. However, he understood that his paranoia came from his personality, experience, and high intelligence. So, after pondering for a while, he said, "Discovering the whole had nothing to do with me or anyone else. You were just lucky." Lucky? Yes. Luck is a fundamental part of reality. Some people are born lucky and can accomplish great things because of it. Some people do not have high luck and have to work hard to accomplish their goals. Fortunately, you're one of the lucky ones. Edward frowned after hearing this. Then he asked, "What about Rowena? Was that also my luck?" "No, she was my doing. She is from a different timeline, where after being infected by low-level void energy, the hole in reality that you discovered in the Bermuda Triangle was instantly closed. I knew that your travel throughout different universes would be quite dangerous. So I wanted to give you something to protect you from some powerful entity. So I merged your timeline with the one you discovered the void hole." After being silent for a few seconds, Edward said, "Thank you. Oh, I thought you would be mad. I'm not that stubborn of a person. I understand when people are trying to help me. Without meeting Rowena, it would have taken me a few hundred years, if not more, to control the lowest level of void energy. There's no way I could be able to use as efficient as now, so it would be impossible for me to deal with people like Truth. It's good that you understand. Well, is there anything else?" "Yes," replied Edward with a more serious look on his face. "I want to know about my reincarnation, about the earth I came from." Merlin caressed his beard, thinking how to reply. A few seconds later, he said, "The earth you are from is called Primordial Earth. Is there any special about it besides the cliché name?" Merlin was once again speechless before shaking his head and continuing, "It is indeed a very special place. That earth is located in a very special high dimension. Truth be told, many people believe that it is the original Earth and all the other Earths are projections of it. However, there is not enough information to prove that. So what's so special about it? Although the people there are just ordinary people, they all possessed an unknown ability. Their minds can receive information from other universes, dimensions, or worlds. Then, they will write about these worlds in the form of stories, movies, books, and televisions. On top of that, all the people of Primordial Earth have the ability to create worlds. Any story that they write down, any films that they create, any animations they draw will become a real world. The odd thing is that they are not even aware of this." Edward had a look of shock on his face. Then, after discovering this, many powerful people became interested in this small planet. Although no one found a reason for such power, they also discovered another important aspect. If you take a random person from Primordial Earth and have them reincarnated or transmigrated into another world, using their knowledge of story, they can rapidly grow powerful in a very short time. On top of that, a lot of these people have awakening powerful innate abilities after being transmigrated. "What do you mean by innate ability?" asked Edward, even though he had a guess. "Things like system or your innate talent for magic. Basically what the Easterners called golden finger." Edward nodded his head as many things he did not understand became clear. Because of this fact, many people choose people from Primordial Earth as their disciples, their inheritor or avatar. If the people they chose did not have innate abilities, they would be granted one. If they already did, they would be strengthened, or they might not receive anything. It all depends on the people who choose them. Edward understood Merlin's meaning. He has read many stories of protagonists that were granted wishes by gods before being reincarnated into other worlds. The gods are the powerful people Merlin was talking about, and the wishes were the innate abilities. For what you said, there should be many people reincarnated into different worlds. "How come I've never met one in my world?" asked Edward. "Oh, they exist, just in different timelines. Additionally, these timelines are usually isolated and protected. The Harry Potter world is a favorite of many people, so there are many of them." Edward nodded his head, planning to one day search for these timelines. "What about me? Who is the one who reincarnated me?" Was it you? No one, replied Merlin. No one. Yes. After so many people began to intervene in primordial Earth, a change took place in that dimension. After death, some random people were chosen to be reincarnated on their own without outside intervention. You were one of the lucky ones. Edward sighed, both in relief and disappointment. He was relieved that he did not have some powerful old guy secretly planning his life. He was regretful, since the only innate ability he received was his magical talent along with the ability to never forget. He also wanted a system to help him reach the peak of life. You do not need to look down on yourself on your talent, said Merlin, as if he could guess Edward's mind. I have seen many people across different timelines with more powerful ability than you, yet their accomplishments do not come close to you. The majority of them become satisfied after killing Voldemort and achieving immortality with the Philosopher's Stone. They become content with their strength and have no desire to explore the larger world, to explore the universe and come in contact with other magic civilization. This is one of the reasons that Merlin decided to sponsor Edward. With his talent, his limit should have been like the other people, but he had greater visions and actively pursued them. An example of that is the creation of his world gate. Many people have been transmigrated into the Harry Potter world. These people should have realized that since the Harry Potter world is real, shouldn't the other worlds that they have learned about in the primordial earth be real as well and try to reach there? But few people do so. The only people who actually do so are the ones who have innate abilities that allowed them to travel to different worlds. Unfortunately, these people did not rely on themselves, but on their talent. This is the reason he appreciated Edward. After taking a few minutes to calm himself down and process all the information he just received, Edward asked, "Could I return to primordial Earth? The political landscape there is too complicated. Wait until you're more powerful before trying." Edward nodded, as he was not in a hurry. He accepted his new life. He just had a few regrets that he wanted to make up. "Do you have any advice for me?" "Yes," replied Merlin. "The world you are currently in is more vast and complex than you could ever imagine. So far, you have barely scratched the surface. Be mindful of this fact." Edward nodded his head, chatting for a little with Merlin before leaving. The sword god frowned after seeing the name of the book. He found the title very distasteful. And not just him, but his female companion as well. Nevertheless, the two still flipped through the book. At first, they did not think much of it. However, as they read more and more pages, they became dignified until a look of horror appeared on their faces. The hand of the sword god trembled, almost letting the book fall on the ground. "This is the book of the devil," he thought to himself. Little did he know that he was quite right. The book in his hand was modified by Li Jun from the half part of the gluttony, swallowing scripture that Wang Wei got from Mo Xingyan. As the name implied, this was a cultivation technique that allowed a person to swallow a god. Not just their strength, but also their faith. Once succeeded, they can control gods' heavenly abodes as their own. Additionally, if cultivated to the highest level, they can even swallow their divinity. In other words, their law. With this method, the sword god realized that he could become a supreme god without having to go through all the trouble of gathering incense and comprehending the law. Then, their revolution will finally have a chance. In the current headquarters, he is the oldest one amongst all the gods. He experienced the war of annihilation over whether the cultivation technique should be spread to mortals. Back then, there used to be 108 realms and 108 supreme gods. Now, only 36 remained. The surviving ones swallowed the realms of the defeated to increase their power. Thinking about how, in the past, they had countless supreme gods fighting for their cause, but now, only a few title gods are left, the sword god sighed in desolation. The temptation of this technique is too high. He could foresee with it, their strength will drastically increase, thus giving them a chance at revival. Additionally, he also saw the downside. He looked at the shadow and said, "I appreciate your help, but I refuse to be your pawn." With all his experience, how could the sword god not see that these outsiders were trying to use them to weaken the power of the supreme gods? Then, benefited after the two suffered from fighting one another? After hearing the sword god's words, the spear goddess quickly woke up from her dream of the revolution, rising up and finally accomplishing their goals. She realized that she was momentarily blinded by the benefit to realize the trouble of this kind of technique. Cold sweat secretly felt down her back. I'm glad that the leader was clear-minded, otherwise I could not imagine the consequence. As for the shadow, he was calm after hearing this. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "Unfortunately for you, it's too late." "What do you mean?" asked the sword god. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the other gods behind him. He saw the excitement and greed in their eyes and immediately understood what happened. This outsider spread this technique to the other gods. Even a person like himself, with such strong will, was momentarily tempted, let alone these people. "You!" roared the sword god at the shadow. Then he ordered, "None of you are allowed to cultivate this technique. This is the highest order. Anyone found disobeying will be executed on the spot." All the other gods of this revolution lowered their heads in acknowledgement after hearing this. However, the sword god knew that this was just for show. Unfortunately, he could not tell who will truly follow his order and who will not. After all, this technique has already planted a seed of ambitions on these people. Even if they are gods, they cannot escape the shackles of 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sword god became enraged after figuring this out and decided to take out his anger on the person responsible for all of this. Unfortunately for him, when he looked again, the shadow had long disappeared, and he did not even notice when. Gritting his teeth, the shadow returned to his main temple thinking about how to deal with the current situation. That night, the sword god stood on watch around the heavenly abode to prevent anyone from secretly leaving and practicing that technique. One of the void god, called who god, approached him with 2 tea bowls. He handed one to sword god and drank the other one. "Leader, stand a guard like this is not a permanent solution. The other members of our Mortal Freedom Alliance need to go outside eventually to cultivate and recruit other members." The sword god took a sip of the tea, feeling refreshed. He agreed with the regional commander. However, as of right now, he could not think of a better solution in that case. "What do you think I should do?" Who god pondered for a moment. "Sir, do you want me to speak the truth? Please. In our current situation, we cannot pass on this kind of opportunity. Most likely, this technique will bring us to the abyss. However, could things really get worse than they are?" The sword god savored the tea and Han god's words. Over the years, Han god has chapter 343, Death God's Fate. After instructing the Fate Shadow Guard on their next mission, Li Jun looked at the other people and said, "All right, let us go deal with the Death God as heavenly abode." Soon, 3 of them arrived in the abode, floating above the 2nd continent. Along with them was the Death God. However, his eyes seemed blank and unresponsive. "Did you have any problem refining him into a puppet?" asked Li Yunya. At first, he resisted. However, after Liling refined a heaven-grade soul refining pill, the process became much simpler. "All right, let us begin." Nodding her head, Wang Ju began to control the Death God. Countless clones of him dressed in all black armor that covered their faces appeared. Then, the armored clones scattered in different places of the continent. Allfather City is one of the largest cities on this continent. It has a population of 40 million people, all of them mortals who are fanatic believers of the Death God. Today was supposed to be another regular day for this city, with people going on with their daily life. However, something unexpected occurred. The largest temple in the city suddenly shone with brilliant golden light before rushing into the sky. Every single individual could feel that golden light, so they stopped what they were doing and gathered in the streets. Then, all the citizens saw a man or individual clad in all black armor. For a brief moment, they were all shocked. Then every single one of them immediately knelt on the group, saying, "Welcome the messenger." The voice of all 40 million people echoed in the sky, forming a beautiful sound, the sound of oppression. "Where's the city lord?" asked the armored clone. Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed in a plain black robe slowly stood up amongst the large crows. Since he was the only one standing, he was easily noticeable. SS Sir Messenger, and the current city lord. The armored clone waved his hand, and the middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky, floating in the air. Although he was really scared for fear of falling down, however, his fear was soon replaced by the awe of the messenger and the death god behind him. Spread the words. The death god is going through ascension to achieve transcendence and control the power of fate. As such, his image will change. By his order, all the statue of him will have a blank face for now until the ascension process is completed. The city lord was momentarily shocked before a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Their god was already mighty enough, but now he was going through an ascension and becoming more powerful. He could not hide his joy, and not just him. All the mortals in the city who heard the messenger's words clearly felt the same way as the city lord. Immediately after being placed on the ground, the city lord gathered the finest craftsmen of the city to renovate both the temple and the statue of the death god based on the design of the messenger. This city lord was not the only one doing this. Across all the cities, towns, and villages on this continent, messengers appeared to spread the decree of the death god. A festival was held to celebrate the rise of the death god. From this day on, the people of this continent celebrated a new holiday, Ascension Day. In the sky, Li Jun and the others watched all of this with a calm look. He then looked at Wang Zhu and said, "Continue with the next step." A white shield suddenly appeared to surround the three. Then, they watched as time began to accelerate. It was like they were fast-forwarding or recording television shows. Everyone and everything seemed to be moving so fast that it became blurred. Then, everything stopped. "How long has it been?" 300 years, replied Wang Zhu. This should be plenty of time for them, not only to procreate and increase population, but also forget the real face of the death god. Li Jun looked at the death god. Right now, he was in a terrible situation. His hair was gray-white because of all the life essence he lost as a sacrifice to control time on such a grand scale. His body withered to the point of looking like a mummy. Unfortunately for him, his job was not finished. The previous messenger clones announced that the ascension of the death god was completed, and now he was the master of fate and death. All the temples were changed to Wang Wei's face and body. Then all the mortals began to worship him. For now, the group's plan was somewhat successful. Guys, can his power still be used? There's still some incense left over. Plus, if needed, we can sacrifice his soul. In that case, let us create another continent. This way of gathering incense is very effective and is quite a useful way to train fanatic believers. He took out a black stone and handed it over. After seeing the void stone, Wang Zhu immediately understood his plan. She controlled the death god to send the stone in the core of this heavenly abode. Then, vast spatial energy came from it and began to increase the size of the heavenly abode. In just a few minutes, it increased by at least 5-fold. Following this, 3 new continents were created by the death god. Finally, the messengers in the second continent gathered a large group of mortals to send them on a journey across the ocean to spread the faith of their beloved god. They were going on a divine voyage. After going through the turbulence of the ocean and surviving countless encounters with powerful sea creatures, these people's faith drastically increases since their god will always intervene at the appropriate moment to save their lives. After arriving at the other continents, they began to establish civilization there and rebuild the temples of their god. Can you speed up the time again? Asks Liu. At this rate, he wants to be able to last after 50 years. That is not enough time for the population to increase, replied Li Jun. What if we fatten up his soul and body? Wang Zhu's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then, she nodded her head. Immediately, Yen Liling took out a few pills. There was the essence replenishing pill, which was a heaven-grade pill. This had the effect of replenishing the death god's blood energy that he previously consumed. As for the other pills, they were Nourish pill, which was a top-level earth-grade pill used by primordial spirit cultivators to cultivate their souls. Without hesitation, he fed all of them to him. His mummified body slowly returned to normal. However, Too much energy was contained inside his body, so he began to become a little bloated. Wang Ju quickly controlled his to seal the remaining medicinal energy inside his body. Following this, the strength of his soul began to rapidly increase after eating all these pills. Ordinarily, this should be a good thing. Unfortunately, the death god swallowed too much, making his soul increase in strength beyond his control. Most cultivators would not do so, as this will lead to their souls being unstable and eventually destroyed. However, the three of them did not care about this, since they just wanted to rapidly increase the strength of the death god. Once his soul reached a certain level, Wang Ju controlled him to accelerate the time flow of the other two continents again. This time, it lasted for 500 years, and immediately after that, the death god's body disintegrated into tiny particles before being blown away by the wind. His body, soul, and law were completely destroyed. And in those 500 years, countless generations of humans were born and died. They created descendants to pass on their legacy. The small population of the two continents increased from 100,000 people to 10 billion, providing an abundance of incense to the group. As the three of them floated in the sky, not affected by the power of time, they watched all of this happening with a calm look. Yin Liling sighed as she said, 500 years. It only took 500 years for countless generations of mortals to be born and die. Their short life is truly a tragedy. Yin Liling was currently over 800 years old, and she considered herself young. Yet, for these mortals, she could be considered their ancestors. ISNT the same could be said for us, said Li Jun. They get to live for a few short decades, but we only get a few million years. In the end, without achieving immortality, we will one day return to the dirt like them. The only difference is we take a little longer. All of them became silent after hearing this. In every generation, when any sect or faction cultivates a great emperor, it is not only because he will become the most powerful being in the world. It is the opportunity of many people to escape the shackles of time. So, if in the future Wang Wei failed to become a great emperor, their fate will also be the same as these mortals. Chapter 344, Chaotic Situation Fire Realm in a Large Mountainside. A village hunter walked up the mountain to try to catch animals to feed his family. He was dressed in hunter clothes and had a machete on his side as a weapon, a bow and quiver with arrows on his back, and a small sachet. Underneath his shirt, he had countless scars, showing the fact that he was a man with a story and also quite the experienced hunter. As the man walked on his path, he was constantly muttering, "Weapon God, please bless my weapon to be sharp enough to slay my prey. Animal God, please send a prey my way so that I can feed my family today. Life Goddess, please protect my life so that I can survive this hunt as I always did." Every time the hunter went up the mountain, he always prayed like this. He did not know whether his prayer was heard. However, he still believed, given the fact that he had survived for so long. The hunter was familiar with the surroundings, so he quickly found the trail he usually used and followed. This path had the highest chance of finding prey. Along the way, he will also look at the plants on the ground. Once in a while, he would recognize one, took it, and placed it on the sachet he carried with him. In that way, the hunter walked for more than an hour before he finally encountered two rabbits. With great expertise, he pulled his bow and two arrows at the same time. He pulled the string with all his string, and as swiftly as possible, swish, swish. The two arrows flew with tremendous speed and force, and each one hit a rabbit in the eye. These two little creatures did not have the time to react. The hunter rushed to his prey to check. He removed the arrows from their heads, then took out a string to tie the two rabbits on his body to carry. Then, he hurried to leave this place as he feared that the scent of the blood would attract other animals. For him, these two rabbits were enough to feed his family for at least 3 days. If they stretched their meals, it could last for a week. Unfortunately for the hunter, fate seemed to have other plans for him. While he was rushing home, he heard a roar that sent chills down his spine. He raised his head to see a large boar that was more than 5 meters tall. Devil animal? The face of the hunter displayed great fear as he knew that devil animals were the enemies of humans, and only with the protection of the gods that humans could have such a safe place to live and prosper. Without hesitation, the hunter rushed in a random direction. He discarded all his weapons, herbs, and even the rabbits. He knew that his priority was to save his life first. He also knew that his speed was far slower than the boar, despite his larger frame. So, he did not hesitate to discard anything that could slow him down. As the hunter ran for his life, he could feel the breath of death rapidly approaching him. Many times, he wanted to give up and accept his fate. However, thinking about his wife and 2 children back in the village, he gritted his teeth and continued to run. For them, he wanted to live. As such, with his determined will, he ran even faster. A few minutes later, when the boar was really closed, the hunter saw a cliff ahead. He did not pause even for a second and jumped down. He wanted to take a gamble. If he survived the fall, the worst-case scenario is that he is injured, but his life is saved. If he dies, it's better than becoming this beast as food. He was also betting that the devil animal will not be as crazy as him and jump too. And he was right. As he fell down, he saw the massive boar look at him with resentment. The hunter had a slight smile on his face after seeing this. Then, he prepared for the worst. Fortunately for him, fate seemed to be in his favor this time. He did not hit the ground as he expected, but instead crashed into a river. Thank the destiny goddess, I learned how to swim in the next village river, thought the hunter as he surfaced from the bottom of this river. The hunter looked around to see a cave not too far from him, so he swam over there to take a look. He was currently thinking about how to get out of this situation. After walking in, the hunter was careful not to encounter another dangerous animal, so he walked slowly. Luckily for him, the cave seemed unnaturally brightly lit. After walking deep inside, he saw a few things inside the cave. However, his eyes were immediately fixated on an orb that glowed golden in color. The hunter wondered whether this thing was valuable enough to make himself and his family rich. He rushed to catch it and observed it. Unfortunately, he lacked the knowledge to know its true value. So, he looked at the other things around. He picked up a book. Regrettably, the hunter did not know how to read. Fortunately, this book did not care about this fact. As soon as the hunter held the book, a large amount of information entered his mind, almost making him faint. Immediately afterward, his eyes changed. The ignorance of common folk living in a small village was gone, replaced by the wisdom of discerning the truth of the world. So, that is how it is, muttered the hunter with a wry smile. The so-called gods are nothing but mortal who slowly acquires their strength. To keep the people at the bottom in their places, they made it their mission to keep them ignorant. Ha. The hunter laughed maniacally for more than 5 minutes before stopping. A ruthless light flashed across his eyes. Good swallowing technique. Very well. The hunter looked at the orb in his hand and knew its purpose. It contained a small amount of reputation that can allow him to enter the first step of cultivation, the divine shrine realm. Without hesitation, the hunter began his cultivation journey. In just 3 days, he opened his Niwan palace and created half of his divine shrine inside his sea of consciousness. After his cultivation was finished, the hunter took the last item that was in the cave. It was a weird rectangular piece of paper with strange writing on it. From the information he received inside his mind, he knew that this thing was called a talisman. As long as he wears it around his body, he can hide from the other gods and prevent them from knowing that he has begun to cultivate. So, he turned it into a pendant and wore it around his neck. Although he knew that this method was not safe, the hunter had no other choice. For what he just learned, only after having divine energy could this talisman be stayed inside his body. After making sure that there was nothing else around, the hunter began to climb the valley he just jumped from. After entering the divine shrine realm, his body reached the peak of human limits. Although not extraordinary, it was more than enough to climb this tall slope. After climbing up, the hunter did not immediately return to his village, but searched for the previous large boar to hunt. Previously, he was afraid of what the gods called devil animals. Now, he knew that these things were nothing but animals that absorbed the spiritual energy in this world and evolved. Unfortunately for them, they do not have a complete cultivation system and could only absorb energy passively. As such, their growth is limited. Plus, the gods use them to control mortals and also cultivate. The hunter wanted to kill the devil animals, then spread his deeds to all the villages in the surrounding to gather reputation and cultivate faster. He will not swallow another god until his cultivation reached a certain level. This hunter was not the only person who accidentally received a fortunate encounter that allowed him to walk on the path of cultivation. Thousands of people like him across the Fire Realm did so too. And not just this realm, but the remaining 35 realms too. While the supreme gods were still deciding whether to accept Li Jun's offers or fight with him to death, a chaotic situation was slowly being developed in this world. Supreme gods like the Destiny Goddess, who is very sensitive to the changes of the world, felt that something was wrong again. Unfortunately, the secrets of heavens were hidden by Li Jun's group, rendering most of divination and calculation useless. Additionally, over time, Destiny Goddess felt her doom rapidly approaching. She did not want to wait for her fate, so she began to plan ahead. Chapter 345, Shadow Tactics Death Realm. Li Jun and the group had countless images in front of them as they analyzed the situation. The images not only showed the location, surroundings, and conversation of the gods, but also many mortals that have just begun their path of enlightenment. I have to say, conquering this world has not been effective resource-wise, said Tai Gand. Given all these mortals, so many heaven-grade talismans, and even a few saint talismans, it does not seem to be worth it. To hide these people from the eyes of the gods, mainly the supreme gods. The talismans are given to them were at least heaven-grade, since the supreme gods are considered void-shattering realm powerhouse. And when it came to very sensitive gods like the Destiny Goddess, Li Jun and the others had to be careful and use saint-grade talisman. In the future, if we have to use so many resources to conquer a middle thousand world, of course, it will not be worth it, commented Yan Liling. However, since this world is special and we want to be as fast and as efficient as possible, it is worth it. True. So what is next on the plan? We need a distraction. Right now, the world has just entered the beginning of a chaotic situation. With the talisman, we can temporarily hide these people. However, as they grow more powerful and swallow more gods, the supreme gods will catch their attention and set out to eliminate them. We need to distract them. Li Jun then looked at Wang Jun and nodded. She took out a communication talisman and began to give orders. Fire Realm, Fire God has heavenly abode. The Fire God was inside his temple, sitting on a fiery red throne. Flames of different colors surrounded the halls, giving the hall a more joyous atmosphere. His eyes were closed as he absorbed incense that looked like a golden thread. Underneath his robes, a few sword scars were slowly healing as he absorbed more. Nevertheless, his face still looked pale. Thinking about the reason he was in his current situation, the fire god gritted his teeth for a few seconds before continuing what he was doing. Under normal circumstances, he could take his time to heal his injuries. However, with the outsiders threatening their world, he did not want to take any chances. Fire God suddenly opened his eyes and jumped off his throne. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before he could react, a sword pierced his heart. His years of battle experience and instinct made him dodge to the side, avoiding a fatal position. However, the sword managed to cut off his right hand, making golden blood gush out. The fire god instantly controlled his body to prevent further loss of blood. Unfortunately, he discovered that his healing ability was hindered. He watched the person that attacked him. Outsiders? The man was dressed in tight black clothes that covered everything but his eyes. Although his clothes looked plain, countless runes could be seen engraved on them if looked with spiritual powers. A shadow-like cloak was emanating from his body. The fire god remembered that person instantly came out from his shadow to attack him, and he did not even notice it, knowing that he should be omnipotent in his abode. The fire god immediately felt that something was wrong. Then, his face became somber. He discovered that the amount of law power that he could control was drastically reduced. Additionally, the room he was in was sealed, preventing him from contacting the outside world or using the power of the abode to teleport away. How did you manage to infiltrate my abode? Unfortunately, the person did not say a single word. Plus, the situation quickly turned dire. 9 more people appeared out of nowhere inside the room. And like the person that previously attacked, these people had an aura similar to peak tidal gods. The fire god knew that if it was not the restraint of this world, these people should be in the same realm as him. Each of these people was holding a jade in their hands. Then, a strange circle made of runes appeared above the fire god's head. Immediately afterward, he felt his strength rapidly being consumed. Without hesitation, he rushed to the person closest to him, trying to eliminate him. Unfortunately, the 10th person that was not part of this formation rushed to stop him. A flame spear appeared on the remaining hand of the fire god and clashed head-on with the assassin. With the power of law, the supreme god had a slight advantage and pushed him backward. Unfortunately, his access to the law was weakening drastically. On top of that, his divine energy and soul were also slowly being drained. What made him even angrier was the fact that his opponent displayed no desire to fight him head-on, but wanted to buy enough time until he was too weak to retaliate. "Cowards!" roared the fire god. "Why don't you fight me like real men?" Unfortunately, the assassin merely sneered after hearing and did not even respond to his taunt. As an elite assassin, he was trained to not only be a strong fighter in head-to-head confrontations, but also to use any means to achieve his goal. So, he did not care about this pitiful god's words. 30 minutes later, the fire god's strength was reduced to a true god level or supernatural realm. However, the assassin did not immediately kill him. He waited a few minutes later when the latter was reduced to a mortal before cutting off his head. The fire god died, full of grievance. He wanted to lure his enemy in and used a secret method to burn his blood and soul to use a powerful attack. Unfortunately, it was in vain. Once he died, one of the people in the formation said, "For someone who controls the law, this person was too weak." The others agreed with him. As part of their training, they have watched recordings of people who control law and even fought many of them, including fire law beings. One of the basic tactics of these people is to raise the heat in your body to an unbearable level. That way, you will either combust and die, or if you can resist this attack, your strength would be reduced drastically. And if you can null all these, it is still distracting to be constantly taking into account the heat in your body, thus giving the opponent the advantage. As for more powerful people that cultivate the fire law, some of them are powerful enough to burn all matter, space, other laws, and even time. Or they can use the mutual restriction of the element to begin to control the other 5 elements, or at least add some magical abilities to their fire law. Another path forward would be to cultivate the fire law to the extreme until you can turn it into pure yang law, which is more advanced. And if the pure yang law is cultivated to the extreme, you can reverse yin and yang to gain insight into pure yin law. Finally, cultivated yin-yen law. Compared to these methods, the way that these supreme gods used or controlled law is too rudimentary. Let us not waste time here and continue our mission," said the assassin who killed the fire god. "Our commander has taken a lot of trouble to provide us with enough information about the heavenly abodes so that it is easier for us to infiltrate them. Let us not waste our effort and delay the young master's grand plans." This group then proceeded to the next target, and they were not the only groups sent on assassination missions. The earth god was assassinated by poison. The dark god died from a powerful curse after discovering a mysterious item. He was too sure of his ability and did not think such a weak curse on the item could help him. The thunder god died while spending time privately with one of his subordinate gods. His vital essence was instantly drained, killing him without having the time to respond. The goddess of dream was secretly fed a pill that made her enter a perfect illusion, until her souls scattered and she died. She never woke up from that illusion. Many of them died because of the sudden betrayal of their closest subordinate. Supreme God Conference. All the gods looked around and first noticed that the projection of everyone more or less had some injuries or looked like they just had a battle. Then, they looked around and realized that only 20 people showed up. So, without counting the death god, 15 of us were killed in this assassination attempt, said the life goddess with a hoarse voice. No one answered her. No one expected the current outcome. Many people assumed that the outsiders would remain quiet for a while after taking over the death goddess territory. This should have given them enough time to prepare and plan ahead. Chapter 346. Rush move. After being quiet for a few minutes, the destruction god suddenly said, "Is this really the dusk of the gods? The end of our era?" No matter answered him, as they do not know the answer to this question. Over their long years, they have suffered a few invasions, but nothing like this. Usually, their invaders with the limitation of the word are defeated by them after a few confrontations. Additionally, these gods are usually used to the form of warfare involving head-on confrontation of two armies. They did not expect their enemies to use dirty tactics like assassination and destabilization of their power. Recently, I have noticed a large number of gods in my pantheon suddenly disappeared. Added the life goddess. Worse, even their faith seemed to instantly vanish. The same thing happened to me, agreed the remaining supreme gods. The war goddess clenched her teeth before saying, "The Freedom Alliance in my domain has disappeared. I have lost my control of them." No one said anything more. They were already aware of her decision to shield these people and quietly acquiesced to it. After all, the gods could use these people to spread fear amongst the mortals and increase their faith. But now, it seemed that this decision has come to hunt them in return. "What should we do now?" asked the water god, who was the only one amongst the 5 elements gods that survived. "We should heal our injuries first, then prepare for the worst," said the destiny goddess before her projection immediately left the conference. The other gods were confused for a moment before leaving. The destiny realm. The life goddess showed up along with order god, and destruction god appeared in her abode to see her. "Mingyan, what happened?" "You are acting out of character," said the life goddess. "We do not have much time," said the destiny goddess. To the surprise of the other 3, as she said this, her hair slowly turned white in the process, as if she had aged countless years. Although her face still looked youthful and beautiful, the other could feel that her lifespan had drastically decreased. "What have you done?" The destiny goddess did not answer her friend. As the 2 most powerful female gods in this world, they have known each other for a long time. Their friendship had withstood the test of time. "As I said, we do not have much time. We must choose another token holder as soon as possible so that we can activate the Guardian Protocol. This may be our only chance at surviving through this catastrophe." The other 3 remained silent for a while before the order god said, "Who do you have in mind?" "The light god," replied the destiny goddess. "Of the remaining surviving people, he is the only one who could be trusted. Plus, if we act fast enough, there should be no problem." The group acted immediately and secretly headed to the light realm. Since the 15 of the 36 realms were now in chaos with the absence of the supreme gods, it became easier for their action to remain secret. Plus, all the remaining supreme gods were healing their injuries as quickly as possible. Some people wanted to be at the fullest to deal with the upcoming storm, while the other greedy few wanted to take advantage of the current situation. When it came to the 15 unoccupied realms, it was the perfect time to occupy them and gather more faith. After arriving at their destination, the 3 of them rushed to the light god's heavenly abode. The latter, who was already on guard after the previous assassination, immediately noticed them. The light god was a middle-aged man dressed in a clean white robe laced with golden threads. A white halo floated on top of his head like an angel. "Why are you guys here?" he asked with a frown. "We need you to come with us," said the destiny goddess bluntly. "Reason?" The life goddess quickly placed her hand on the destiny goddess' shoulder to prevent her from saying or doing anything rash. "We need your help to do something, but we cannot say anything to prevent any information from leaking. Just know that this might be the only chance we have at saving our world." The light god pondered for a moment. thinking about how he almost died during that assassination and how his opponent immediately escaped before he had time to take his revenge. Anger suddenly overcame him. He took a deep breath to calm down, then said, "Fine." The four of them quickly left the light realm. While in the space between realms, the other three took out a token and activated it. Not long after, the light god found himself in a beautiful white temple that seemed to exist outside of time and space. Although it was small, it exuded a holy and supreme aura. Without knowing it, the light god found himself and the other supreme gods kneeling in front of the temple. Immediately, the light god seemed to think of something and muttered softly, "God King?" However, after seeing the serious attitudes of the other three, he did not ask. After kneeling on the ground for a few minutes, the aura on the temple disappeared, and the four of them found themselves in a room with a tall status. As the light god raised his head to look at the more than 100-meter statue, he was shocked to discover that he could not see his face. From its frame and muscles, it is obvious that it is a man. However, the light god could not see the man's face. To be precise, he could not remember the person's face. As long as he blinks, he will instantly forget the person's face. And as long as he stares for too long, the face will become blurry and he will also forget. "There is no need to try. You will not succeed," said the order god, who proceeded to take out a token. The other two followed him. The three tokens floated on top of the statue. A white light came from the token and began to scan the light god. A few minutes later, a fourth token appeared and entered his sea of consciousness. Countless bands appeared on his soul, followed by many information. As the destiny goddess watched the light god digest the information he just received, she sighs softly in relief. "Hopefully, this is enough to save me and this world." Death Realm. Li Jun and the group was monitoring everything with the formation in front of them. Li Jun suddenly asked Wang Ju, "Did you find something?" He noticed a frown on her face. "Maybe," she muttered. All the supreme gods, except for the life goddess, the destiny goddess, and the order god, and the destruction god, had some sort of injury after our attack. Based on the spy we have, we know that all of them immediately locked themselves in their main temple to heal. The three exceptions did the same. The question is why? Why did they enter seclusion when they were not even injured? "So, you suspect that they are planning something?" "Well, it is logical since they cannot watch us slowly destroy everything they hold dear," replied Li Jun. "Let's observe for a while before making our next move. Anyway, the current situation is in our favor." A few months passed. The group continued to watch the chaos of the 35 realms. Under their support, the Freedom Alliance became more powerful as they used the Devil Scripture to swallow more gods. On top of that, the people who secretly received cultivation techniques also began to grow rapidly through attacking and swallowing other gods. Today, Li Jun called the other people for a meeting. "Why are you calling us?" asked Tai Gang. "I need you to prepare. We're going to attack the Destiny Realm." Tai Gang immediately became excited, while Yin Liling frowned. "Isn't this a little rush? The current situation is to our advantage. We can slowly wear out the other supreme gods before we attack them. Normally, that would be the case. However, the devil nature of the scripture has begun to affect the people of the Alliance and the new gods. They have begun to kill each other to swallow the other's powers." "So soon?" said Yin Liling. "According to their plans, this would not be an issue until much later on. Then, they would use special pills that could alleviate these symptoms to control these people. Yes, more importantly, I have a whim that something is wrong. If we do not act as fast as possible, there might be other variables, most likely coming from these three supreme gods." The group quickly came to a decision and began to prepare. Once everything was done, they used a transmission array to secretly enter the Destiny Realm. Unfortunately, as soon as they arrived, 20 gigantic palms descended from the sky, each of them powered by law. Chapter 347. What did you do? Li Jun's face became ugly after seeing this attack. He hurriedly waved his hand as his instinct kicked in. An ocean of blood manifested to surround the group and blocked the attack. Boom! The Destiny realm shook slightly, scaring the mortal. Blood slowly dripped from the corner of Li Jun's mouth. Although he blocked most of the attack, it was too sudden, so he was slightly injured. He wiped out the blood stain from his mouth with the back of his hand before raising his head to look at the sky. Fury could be seen in his eyes. He had to admit that his pride was a little affected after being planned by the gods. However, he quickly calmed down. As a person born from a powerful world, it is normal to have some sort of innate superiority over other people born in weaker worlds, especially given his status and standing in his world. However, his education has taught him to never look down on people, especially enemies. Although the people of the lower worlds are weak and have limitations, that does not mean that their future achievements are set. That does not mean that they are capable. In a myriad emperor world, there have been many great emperors who were born in small thousand worlds and slowly climbed their way to the peak, suppressed heaven-chosens from powerful emperor lineages, and proved the Tao. So, after calming down, Li Jun began to access the situation. He saw the remaining 20 supreme gods coming out of a space tier. He glanced at the white-haired Destiny goddess and instantly guessed that the current situation might have something to do with her. "What did you do?" he asked curiously. "Probability manipulation," she replied calmly. "I slightly modified the future to one that is more advantageous to me." Li Jun immediately understood many things after hearing this. The reason that the devil nature of the people who used the god swallowing technique suddenly manifested. The reason he suddenly had an impulse to attack the Destiny goddess, even though waiting longer was to his advantage. All of that was probably because of this divine ability. I have to say, that is quite the ingenious method. However, judging by your current state, you must have paid quite the heft price, said Li Jun with a calm smile. All of that for a trickle of blood. The Destiny goddess sighed inwardly. She did not expect that these people were protected by the power of fate. This drastically increases the price she had to pay for this technique. More importantly, she underestimated the power of these outsiders. More than 20 supreme gods sneak attacked them, and just one of them was enough to block their full blow. "You have not won this war yet," said the Destiny goddess. She waved her hand, and another space tier appeared. This time, a large army came out. They covered the sky, making it seem as if it was cloudy weather. And it was not just her, but the other supreme gods did the same too. After seeing this, Li Jun frowned. He could guess the plan of the Destiny goddess. Since individual power was not enough to kill them, she wanted to use numbers. And this plan was feasible. Although Li Jun had the confidence to be victorious in a fight with all 20 of them, it would be very dangerous if he was surrounded by a large army and slowly tired out. After all, if his origin essence runs out along with his stamina, he will also be helpless. Not to mention the fact that his power was quite limited in this world. So, without hesitation, he also summoned his army, the Slaughter Legion. Tai Gang followed behind him and did the same. The space ring on their finger was capable of holding living people, so they carried their legions with them in case needed. As soon as the two of them summoned their legions, they did not waste time and ordered them to form an array. Blood-colored light flew from the Slaughter army and rose into the sky before turning into a vision of a shield with a few weapons drawn on it. As soon as the vision appeared, the aura surrounding them dramatically increased. Unlike the Undying Legion, whose main advantage is their ability to share vitality to prevent their death, the Slaughter Legion can absorb Slaughter Ki to increase their defense, speed, attack, and overall regenerative ability. So, the more they fight, the stronger they became. After Li Jun used a formation, Tai Gang did the same as well. His legion, however, had a skull on top of its head. As for the gods, although they did not have formations, they had heavenly abode. All the void gods and above used the faith in their abode to boost the strength of their army. Finally, the two sides clashed. The gods' army was also well-trained and disciplined, especially the legion led by the goddess of war. While in proper military formation and wearing armor, they could link all their divine energy together to amplify their attacks. This could be perceived as a form of formation. As they lined up in the sky with spears on their hands, countless elemental spells came from their weapons. Flames, thunder, wind, and water could be seen ravaging the sky. The different colors of the elements made the heavens look like a blooming flower, albeit a deadly one. The Slaughter Legion immediately surrounded themselves with shield spells to defend before rushing straight into the enemy line, as direct confrontation was in their favor. Once they reached a certain distance, the god army increased their elemental attacks to prevent them from reaching close to them. However, under the command of their leaders, they used another different attack. Blood Riot, the gods soon found that blood in their bodies was not under their control. Many of them started bleeding from the different orifices of their body, the vitality on them slowly fading. All of them immediately used their divine energy to calm down their rioting blood. However, the Slaughter Legion took the opportunity to reach their enemy. Then a massacre began. Golden blood dropped from the sky. The gods fell one by one like scattered sand. The sky became gloomy, as if mourning for the loss of these beings. Despite being outclassed in terms of number by at least 20 times, Li Jun's army still had the advantage. The reason for this was not only because they were better trained, but also because of the cultivation level of these people. In the god system, demigods who are equivalent to divine altar realm can fly. Meanwhile, only supernatural realm cultivator, which is equivalent of true gods, can fly. So, both Li Jun and Tai Gang's legion are composed of supernatural realm and above cultivators. However, the gods have many demigods in their fold. While the Slaughter Legion was decimating its enemy, the same could be said for the Undying Legion, if not more. These guys had no concept of defense and only attacked their opponent without any reservation. Then, there is their immortality. Many gods have stabbed their opponents' hearts, cut off their limbs, and even their heads. Some had half of their bodies explode, with their blood and internal organs displayed all over the sky. Then, a few seconds later, they returned to normal. This brought great fear to the opposing side. After all, no soldier would want to fight an undying army. This was very detrimental to morale. As such, the Undying Legion slaughtered their opponent as easily as a death god, taking away the souls of mortals to the afterlife. Meanwhile, the life goddess, who was an expert at life force, could see the reason for this legion's immortality after observing for a while. So, she understood that there were two ways to kill them. One, kill the main link of life sharing, which was Tai Gang. However, she did not quickly use this method, as she did not know how powerful the opponent was. Additionally, since she was aware of this defect, the opponent should too prepare in advance. Another way is to instantly use a powerful attack and destroy more than 90 of the soldier's body, making it impossible for them to revive. So, she quickly ordered all the legion fighting them to do so. Unfortunately, Tai Gang was prepared this time and did not play around. The formation that their legion used was a defensive one that would drastically increase their defense. This way, it would not be easy for their opponents to instantly kill any of the soldiers. Just like the battle continued for a few hours. The ground was not inhabitable by normal people, as it was full of craters. Magma could be seen on the ground, along with constant lightning strikes and massive tornadoes. Countless bodies on both sides lay on the floor, with their armor drenched in blood and other bodily fluids. Destroyed weapons were scattered on the battlefield, with small shining light that displayed their once glory. In the clouds, Li Jun watched all of this with a calm look. By now, he was used to death and slaughter. However, he soon frowned as he noticed something. These supreme gods were too calm, even though he still had an overwhelming advantage. What were they planning? Given the nature of this world, they should have a trump card, so I should watch out for it. However, the situation has not reached that point yet. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw the life goddess begin to take action. And what she did next may instantly turn around the current situation. Chapter 348. Tit for tat, a white and holy light came from the light goddess body before rushing out. However, the light did not target anyone from each side, but went straight to the ground where the dead gods and cultivators lay. Immediately afterward, something shocking occurred. All the dead soldiers began to rise up from the ground. No matter how bad their injuries were, they would stand up, take a weapon, and line up like an army. Plus, it was not just the dead gods that rose up, but even the dead cultivators from each of the legions. Zombies? Death Law? Muttered Yin Liling. However, she shook her head after a quick observation. The life goddess was still using life law and a very advanced form of it. Life and death are intertwined like yin and yang. So, the extreme of life is death, and the extreme of death is life. For example, installing life energy into somebody's body can properly heal them. However, if that energy is too much for them to handle or higher than their capacity, that person would instead die. After seeing the life goddess application of the law, the group was momentarily surprised. They could see that if she was not restricted by this world with her talent, she should have understood life and death law and maybe evolve it into reincarnation. After mentally sighing to himself, he began to observe these zombies. He could tell that the life goddess took their remnant soul after being broken to animate their bodies. Additionally, she controlled the blood energy and resentment of the battlefield to strengthen their bodies. During the confrontation with the two legions, the zombies immediately had an advantage. Just like Tai Gang's army, they had no fear since they were incapable of such emotion. Stabbing or chopping part of their bodies did not stop them from moving forward. More importantly, their bodies were now more powerful than any magical weapons or armor. It took the soldiers more effort and power to kill one zombie. As a veteran commander, Li Jun could see that eventually his men would be tired even if they won this battle. Their stamina and origin essence was draining at much rapid rate. Should I begin the battle with the supreme gods? No, not yet. They have not been pushed to their limits yet. He then ordered both legions to start using spiritual attack. Since all the soldiers were in the supernatural realm and had access to their souls, this was possible. Immediately, positive results could be seen. The zombies only had remnant souls, not complete ones. As such, they were susceptible to spiritual attacks. Many of them started to die at a rate visible to the naked eye. And these zombies did get back up afterward. The soldiers were elated after seeing the result. Unfortunately, that elation did not last long. Not long afterward, their new tactics ceased to be effective. They could feel a shield around the soul of these zombies. It was like they all suddenly had a soul-protecting treasure. Although the soldiers were confused, Li Jun and the others immediately traced the source of this sudden change. It was one of the 20 supreme gods, the god of soul. He was a handsome young man with an extremely pale complexion, wearing a white robe. However, it seemed impossible to determine his clothes from his skin. He had a vertical scar on his forehead that looked like a third eye. The soul god is the one that protected the zombies. What do we do now? Asked Tai Gang secretly through divine sense. How about you stall the supreme gods while we massacre their army? Suggested Wang Ju. Not yet, replied Li Jun. Let's use the cavalry first to test out the hidden means of these people. A space vortex appeared not far from Li Jun and Tai Gang as they summoned something from their space ring. Soon afterward, another army appeared on the battlefield and caught everyone's attention, and not just because of their number. All the soldiers of this group stood on top of a gigantic eagle 40 meters long and a wingspan of about 120 meters. The soldiers seemed to be glued on top of the eagle. To be precise, they seemed to be one and the same. Bonded together, each of them had long spears in their hands. These soldiers did not waste time after arriving. After receiving instructions, they rushed towards the god's army and started devastating them. The demonic eagles would tear apart anyone who stood on their way with their sharp claws. They would then use their speed and aerial maneuverability advantage to escape being besieged. Additionally, the soldiers on top of their heads would also send powerful attacks. Bodies began to fall on the ground at a rapid pace beyond the gods' expectations. Additionally, they saw another group that appeared on the ground. They seemed to be chanting some kind of mantra. As they do so, the resentments of the fallen soldiers began to disappear. After their death, the soldiers were immediately led to reincarnation. So, the divine ability of the life goddess no longer worked. They could no longer resupply their zombie army with new soldiers. What should we do now? Asked the supreme gods through soul communication. Do you want to fight them head on? No. Their leader seemed very powerful and can skip realms to fight. It's too dangerous. That's right. The reason we started this fight in the first place was to use number advantage to wear him out. I did not expect that their army was so powerful. There is no point of complaining or arguing, said the life goddess. War goddess, it's time for you to use the same tactic during the War of Annihilation. No problem, she replied. However, we should be prepared for the worst, as we may have to fight head-on in the end. The war goddess connected to her heavenly abode. A space tier appeared in front of her and the others. Then, a bunch of tall individuals with blue and purple skin came out wearing golden armor and holding a variety of weapons. The shortest amount of them was 10 meters tall, while the tallest was over 100 meters. This was a giant army. After seeing this, Li Jun frowned deeply as he tried to remember some information. From what they know about this world a very long time ago, before the age of the gods, there was another race in this world, the giant race. That race used to be the protagonist of this world, as even the world used to be referred to as Giant Supremacy World. Humans and demons were considered minorities, thus of little power. Despite the size of the giants, they were considered a peaceful race. They did not wantonly kill or mistreated the other races. However, conflict soon erupted between the human race and the giant race, simply because humans reproduced too fast. As time passed, they needed more resources to survive, let alone strive. Although the giants were peaceful by nature, it did not mean that they would allow another race to rule their world. So, the human race suffered a catastrophe as the majority of them were killed in a war. Because of how far this world is to the Myriad Emperor world, the origin system never actually reached this place. So, the cultivation of humans was basic and involved imitating the bodies of giants. So, they had no chance of winning. After that war, the giant race began to monitor the human race and laid out rules on the amount of their population. Everything seemed to be going well until the individual known as God King came into this world. He was very partial to humans and began to preach to them and spread the God cultivation system. Although he did not do anything to the giant race, he also prevented them from harming the human race. After the God King left the world, humans were now a prosperous race under the protection of the gods. A new war then began. Unlike the previous ones, this one was a one-sided slaughter with the power of the supreme gods. Unfortunately, as the victors of this war, humans did not extend the same level of empathy towards the giant race and exterminated them. The only remaining few thousand were collected by the war goddess, enslaved and trained as soldiers for her army. After seeing the legion made of giants, Li Jun pondered whether he should show another one of his trump cards, which were a legion armed with powerful origin boats. These boats had powerful formations on them powered by many soldiers. Their destructive ability was simply catastrophic in a war like this. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he chose otherwise. The situation of the battlefield can change at any moment, and he no longer wanted to play this game of tit for tat. Since the supreme gods did not use their final trump cards yet, he would force them to do so. After all, they were not the only ones hiding their ability. Although he was cautious, it did not mean that he was timid. So Li Jun ordered the others to begin to attack the army as he locked on to the supreme gods. Please read the author's thought. Chapter 349. Overwhelming suppression. Li Jun did not waste time as he immediately used his signature move. He threw his spear with absolute strength, causing countless sonic booms on the air. The spear turned into a red light, leaving scars on the space itself as it traveled forward with unstoppable momentum. The faces of the supreme gods became terrible to look at. They did not expect this outsider to suddenly overthrow the board like this and be so decisive too. Nevertheless, they were still prepared for the outcome. The light god was the first to take action. Law power circulated around his body before rushing forward. As a person who controls light law, it is very easy for him to break the limits of physics. So, his speed was countless times faster than the speed of light. That way, he turned into a streak of golden light and clashed with the spear. The sky was suddenly divided into two colors, blood red and holy gold. A few seconds later, the light god was pushed a few meters backward, but the spear's momentum was stopped. Then, out of nowhere, Li Jun suddenly appeared in front of him, holding a halberd this time. He slashed down. The light god felt a heavy pressure like a colossal mountain was weighing on him. Even before the attack hit, he was immobilized by the pressure. So, although he wanted to use his speed advantage to run away, he was simply incapable of doing so. Luckily for him, he was not alone. A water shield suddenly appeared to protect him. Boom! Despite defending the attack, the shock wave created pushed him a few dozen meters, and he spewed a few mouthfuls of blood. Li Jun looked in the direction of the person who took action. He saw the water god waved his hand to create a massive tsunami in the sky. The tall waves rushed to drown him. Li Jun raised his hand, and a ball of fire appeared in front of him. Then, the fire turned into a fire cannon. The fire instantly vaporized the upcoming water without even creating any steam. The fire cannon did stop but rushed towards the water god, making him scared. He thought that he would be gone this time. Then, the war goddess who was wearing black armor with a shield and spear appeared and stopped the attack with her shield. Her hair danced in the sky as she looked at Li Jun, her eyes full of fighting intent. She inhaled deeply, and the sound of her doing so could be heard for 100 meters on. Then, some weird energy suddenly came all over the battlefield and entered her body. Her aura suddenly drastically increased. As a goddess of war, her strength will drastically increase during wars. So she was now at her peak. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Li Jun to clash head-on. Countless shadows appeared as Li Jun swung his halberd with unmatched speed. Nevertheless, the war goddess seemed to be able to always block her attack. Additionally, she seemed to have the ability to transfer the force of his attack elsewhere. Li Jun's eyes lit up as he increased the force of his attack. Instead of using a single force, he stacked them up to increase his strength. At first, she was able to block the attack, but once the stack reached a certain number, the war goddess' internal organs were shaking. She coughed out blood before being sent away. At this time, the life goddess finally made her move. She instantly appeared in front of Li Jun. A small vortex appeared in her hand as she began to absorb his life force. Her purpose was to drain him of his life energy, aging and killing him. Unfortunately for her, she absorbed a black substance instead. As soon as it entered her body, the life goddess said with an ugly expression, "Death key?" Li Jun had turned his origin essence into death key and allowed her to absorb it instead. As soon as it entered her body, her right arm began to atrophy as it slowly became as thin as a mummy's arm. The life goddess immediately controlled the power of law to create a large amount of vitality or life key to counter the death key inside her body. Normally, she would love to study this kind of energy as it would be very helpful to her. Unfortunately, this was not the right occasion. While the life goddess was trying to save her life, Li Jun went for the kill. However, this time, it was the destiny goddess who intervened. She used her silver sword to block the halberd. Immediately after seeing her, Li Jun became more serious. The speed of his attack suddenly increased. In just an instant, he stabbed his halberd more than 100,000 times, causing friction and scar on the space around him. Oddly though, the destiny goddess evaded all the attacks with ease. She seemed to be able to predict all his attacks in advance. Future sight? She is probably using her power of destiny to peek all of my attacks, to peek at her destiny. Suddenly, Li Jun stopped attacking, which caught all the others by surprise. He looked at all the supreme gods before saying, "I never imagined that you gods were the kind of people to fight to the death for your world. I'm surprised and respect all of you for this. However, you guys should realize that this battle is futile. My previous offer is still valid. As long as you guys joined us, once our purpose is finished, you will still be the leader of this world. Li Jun became quiet as he waited for their answer. Based on some of these supreme gods' facial features, he could see that some of them were tempted. A few seconds later, 8 of the 20 supreme gods flew in Li Jun's direction with the obvious intention of joining them. However, the war goddess suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked them. "What are you guys doing? Do you really want to become traitors? You all should understand that this is a hopeless fight," said the animal god. "Look how their leader, although he faced more than 20 of us at once. His breath is perfectly normal and not a single sweat could be seen on his forehead, and his aura is calm and smooth. Obviously, he has not tried his best, yet he is already so powerful." "The animal god is correct," added the shadow god. "This is a pointless fight. It's best to join the winning side and leave a fire of hope for our god civilization." "You," said the war goddess. As for the other supreme gods, they only sighed and did not say anything. Truth be told, many of them felt the same way. However, their pride will not allow them to bow to other people. They are supreme gods, powerful beings that ruled over the lives of countless mortals and gods alike. No matter who it was, they refused to bow their heads to another person even if that person is stronger than them. "Fine," said the war goddess. "All of you have brought this upon yourself." The 8 traitors gods immediately became alert after hearing this. Unfortunately, it was too late. A large mouth suddenly appeared behind these people and instantly swallowed them. Everyone was shocked, and no one had time to react. Many of the supreme gods were wondering what this mouth was. While Li Jun knew that this was the manifestation of the god-swallowing technique, he distributed the Mortal Freedom Alliance and the other people with fortunate encounters. Given the fact that the headquarters was in the war realm, he was not surprised that the war goddess had her people infiltrate this place and acquire the technique. After swallowing those 8 people, the aura of the war goddess drastically increased. After reaching a certain level, it seemed to want to sublimate. It appears as she was entering another realm. Unfortunately, she failed. Although the war goddess' strength did increase, it did not sublimate. With Li Jun's judgment, he could tell that she was really close to the saint realm. Unfortunately, the world had limits on all living beings. It was already a miracle that a middle thousand world gave birth to law beings, so it was impossible to give birth to a saint. Li Jun looked at the disappointed look on the war goddess' face, but he did not care. He decided to take things seriously and end this fight as soon as possible. So, he used his vision. A projection of Li Jun appeared in the sky. He stood tall and mighty with a spear in his hand. He was on a battlefield with countless bodies at his feet. There were myriad races that existed between all heaven myriad world. In the background, worlds could be seen being destroyed. Li Jun had calm and indifferent eyes, and he witnessed all this slaughter. As soon as his vision manifested, the aura on his body also increased as his strength increased by a factor of 9. The aura revealed by his body made the entire world tremble. Chapter 350. Final struggle after showing his vision and preparing to show his full power. Li Jun could feel an intense rejection from the world. He knew that it was because his power reached beyond the limit of this world. Fortunately, he was powerful enough to ignore the heavenly Tao of this world. However, he also decided to be careful since if he used too much strength, he might destroy the entire world. Li Jun gave a glance at the other people in his group. He saw the other 3 single-handedly suppressing the god and giant legions. However, according to his orders, they did not wantonly slaughter these people. No, they were just immobilized and had their powers sealed. These people were nothing but cannon fodders in this war. Now that he decided to deal with the supreme gods, Li Jun decided to spare them since they had value as believers. As long as the supreme gods fall or acknowledge their allegiance, these people will not resist. After seeing that everything was going well, Li Jun focused on his battle. An intense slaughter will emanated from his body, making the supreme gods feel fear as their blood momentarily froze for a few seconds. They wondered how many people this person had to kill to have such terrifying slaughter aura surrounding them. However, they quickly denied this idea, because of how pure the aura was. Only a person that has understood the true essence of slaughter could have such a will. This also showed that this person was more terrifying than someone who indulged in mindless killing to understand a slaughter will. Immediately, Li Jun used a newly created technique from his slaughter Tao code, Cry of the Fallen. A strange noise came from his body. Then, all the gods held their heads in pain as some of them screamed, while others groaned. All of them could hear the sound of countless people dying, of countless people taking their last breath. There were cries of sadness, cries of despair, of pain and suffering, of relief, of grief, and unwilling cries. To these supreme gods, it was like they were hearing the voice of all the people that have ever died across all heaven myriad realm. All the negative mood and intense emotions of these cries completely overwhelmed their souls. So, they hurriedly used their law to protect themselves. All of them succeed except for one, the soul god. With his understanding of the law of soul, he should have been the one less affected by this attack. Unfortunately for him, the attack was directed at him, so he suffered the heaviest blow. The soul god felt like his soul was being drawn by all these voices. He felt like countless people were dragging him deep under the ocean to drown him. He hurriedly used his soul shield to protect himself, but it was proven to be useless. Despair suddenly overcame the soul god. As soon as such emotion came to him, the attack seemed to intensify. The voices became louder and louder, until, boom, his soul exploded. The soul god was killed. 1 down, 11 to go. In just a few seconds that he killed the soul god, the others have already stopped his attack. However, given how pale their complexion was, it was not an easy process. Li Jun stabbed his spear forward, and a gigantic one manifested itself to rush towards the remaining supreme gods. "No, stop him," yelled the Destiny Goddess. Unfortunately, no one understood what she meant, nor did she have enough time to clarify. The spear was too fast. Oddly, though, it was not as powerful as the other imagined, as they easily managed to stop it. However, they soon understood the reason why, and the meaning behind the Destiny Goddess words. Although the supreme gods blocked the spear, their group was separated. And that's exactly what Li Jun wanted. With another swing of his spear, countless weapons materialized in the air, surrounding one of the two groups. In this group, there were 6 gods. The Life Goddess, the Destiny Goddess, the War Goddess, the Destruction God, the Order God, and the Light God. As soon as these people tried to regroup, the weapons surrounding them fell like stars and attacked. The weapons are not only powerful, but also endless, making them very difficult to get rid of. "All right, let's get rid of the weak ones first," said Li Jun nonchalantly. He rushed straight to the Water God with immense killing intent. The latter was immediately alert and fought back. Rain suddenly started to fall from the sky on Li Jun. What's more, each drop of water seemed unnaturally heavy. With ease, Li Jun deflected each of the droplets that fell on him. This act made the Water God scared, as he knew that each drop of rain weighed more than 100 million tons. Yet, Li Jun deflected them so easily. He wondered how powerful was this person's fleshly body. With his speed, Li Jun arrived in front of the Water God in the blink of an eye. He stabbed him with his spear. The latter wanted to dodge the attack by turning his body into water. However, a powerful pressure came out of nowhere and immobilized him. The spear did not pierce the Water God as he expected, but gently touched him. Then, he felt his blood agitated. Before he could react, a swallowing power came from the tip of the spear and began to absorb the blood and vitality of the Water God. In less than a second, his body dried up like a mummy, and even the vitality of his soul was also absorbed. 10, said Li Jun calmly. His words sent chills down the spine of the remaining supreme gods. They felt like lambs at a farm waiting for their turn to be slaughtered. Li Jun turned his gaze to the Illusion Goddess. This single gaze made her feel intense fear. As a result, took a slight step back in the air. During that single moment of faltering, Li Jun noticed that she accidentally stopped using her heavenly abode to block the space in her surrounding. So, he took advantage of the situation and instantly teleported in front of her. Albeit a little surprised, the illusion goddess was also a battle veteran. After quickly controlling the fear in her heart, she reacted quickly to the attack. Her body suddenly turned illusory, and the spear went straight through as if she was nothing but air. With a sneer on her face, she said, "Can you kill an illusion?" Although she was not strong, she believed in her survivability. "Yes, I can," replied Li Jun with a calm and indifferent face. As he slashed his spear, blood spewed out like a fountain. The illusion goddess head flew in the air, still with a look of shock and confusion as to what just happened. As for Li Jun, he did not even glance at her. What he cultivates is the Tao of slaughter killing. As such, there is nothing under heaven that he could not kill. Whether it is real or unreal, tangible or intangible, as long as he wishes to, he can kill it. 9, he muttered. Then, he looked in the direction of the group of 5. He felt an intense aura that caught his attention. As his gaze landed on them, he saw a strange metal eye floating in front of the destruction god. Saint tier artifact? Based on the aura of the eye, he could tell that it was at least saint grade. Additionally, he could also feel the power of destruction on the artifact, making it very suitable for its owner. It seems that this destruction god has left this world at one point, and he might even have a fortunate encounter. After muttering these words to himself, a small cauldron appeared in Li Jun's hand. He waved it, and the cauldron rushed to the group. As it flew in their direction, it immediately enlarged itself. After reaching 12 meters in both height and width, it stopped on top of these supreme gods. Immediately afterward, the 5 of them felt like they were in a quagmire. All their actions were extremely slow and require a lot of energy to move. Not long after breaking from the weapon's constraint, this group was once again blocked. Even the artifact in the destruction god's hand seemed to be barely able to confront the cauldron. Knowing the severity of their situation, the supreme gods took action to deal with their current predicament. Without hesitation, they started to power up the destruction god's weapon with their law, energy, and soul. They all knew that this weapon was their only way to get rid of their imprisonment as soon as possible. In the current situation, even an idiot could tell that once the outsider leader dealt with the remaining supreme gods, it will soon be their turn. Unfortunately for them, they soon realized that their enemy was better at controlling his weapons than them, because no matter how much the eye increased in power, the cauldron still suppressed it. Finally, the destiny gods commuted through soul with the other 5 and said, "There is no time to hesitate. We need to activate the Guardian Protocol." Chapter 351. Guardian Protocol. The other supreme gods were silent for a moment after hearing the destiny goddess words. Although they knew she was right, there was still a problem. Mingyun, that's easy to say. We all know that a sacrifice is needed to do so. Who will be the sacrifice? Easy. Isn't there someone else here? You mean the war goddess? The light god suddenly sneered after hearing this. I always thought you were a noble god, always doing things for the good of our world. However, I was wrong. Everything you did was just to save your life. The destiny goddess did not answer. She simply ignored his snide remark. As for her suggestion, the other 4 pondered it and realized that this was the best option. However, before making a final decision, the order god suddenly said, "This will not work. A lot of time is needed for the protocol to activate. Do you think the outsiders will give us that time?" "Order god, you mean?" asked the life goddess. "I will be the sacrifice. During that time, you guys asked the war goddess to buy us enough time." The remaining 4 became quiet, and no one persuaded them otherwise. All of them wanted to live through this catastrophe and return to their glorious era of lording over this world. The order god did mind this reaction. Truth be told, he has a great secret. Amongst all the supreme gods, he has lived the longest. One could say that his lifespan has long surpassed the 100 million year limit of supreme god. The reason for that was because he witnessed the coming of the God King in this world. He was one of the first humans who listened to the God King preaching, and one of the first gods that appeared in this world. He survived the war of the giant and the war of extinction. Over the years, countless supreme gods have been born and died, replaced by others. But he was still alive. As for the secret of his long life, another simple answer: his fanatic worship of the God King. The Order God realized that the more pious his belief was, the longer his lifespan was. So, over the years, he has dedicated his faith to the God King. Every day, for the past few 100 million years, he has prayed to his God, never missing a single day. A deep and profound light appeared in the Order God's eyes. There was not the tiniest bit of fear, sadness, or reluctance. Only excitement. He was not afraid of death. To him, death meant that he will return to the heavenly kingdom of the God King. If it was not because of his duty as a guardian to watch over this world, he would have long reunited with his God. After making a decision, the Destiny Goddess immediately contacted the War Goddess. We may have a way to save this world. However, we need you to buy us some time. So, no matter what, do not let the outsider interfere with us. The War Goddess was momentarily surprised. Then she remembered the rumors that amongst the supreme gods, there was a special group known as Guardians tasked with protecting some great secrets of the world. Could the rumors be true? Could these 5 be the so-called Guardians? Although she was curious, the War Goddess knew that this was not the time to ask questions. So, she just nodded her head in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, 5 tokens flew from each of the supreme gods, forming a pentagon. Each of the supreme gods standing at a corner. A powerful golden light appeared on the Order God's body, making him holy and divine. His blood, energy, soul, and law began to burn, used as a sacrifice to power up the 5 tokens. Such a large movement immediately alerted Li Jun. He has just finished suppressing these supreme gods with his cauldron and prepared to choose his next target when he saw the movement over there. Although he did not know what these people were doing, he knew that he should not let them continue. So, he flew in their direction. However, someone stopped him. It was a god wearing only pants and his upper torso bare. The man was very muscular as his muscles bulged. Veins could be seen all over his body, and it looked like they would be popped at any moment. Despite being slightly over 2 meters, his frame was quite large compared to regular humans. He looked more like a muscle bear than a human. God of Might, thought Li Jun as he had some information about this god. He used the law of might, which is essentially a small part of the Tao of power. As one of the most powerful Tao between heaven and earth, even if this god only comprehended one aspect of it, it still provided him with unparalleled physical prowess. Under normal circumstances, Li Jun would be more than happy to fight this god to test the limit of his body refinement. However, he had better priorities now. Li Jun stabbed his spear, and his opponent responded in turn by throwing a punch. Wherever the might god's punch traveled, the air will twist under his strength. There was bloodlust in his eyes, followed by excitement. He enjoyed fighting people head-on with people that have a strong physical body. Unfortunately, most, if not all, the other supreme gods like to use strange methods to fight, so that he never truly enjoyed a hearty battle. The only exception is when he fought with the Thunder God, who also cultivated a powerful body. Regrettably, his sparring partner was killed. Luckily, he found a new partner in this outsider. Li Jun's spear and the might god's fist rushed towards one another for a powerful clash. However, right before doing so, a green mist suddenly appeared from Li Jun's spear and rapidly entered his opponent's body, not giving him any time to react. Immediately afterward, the might god's body slowly turned gray from his feet all the way to his torso. You poison me. How can you use such underhanded tactic? Poison is one of the grand Tao of heaven and earth, also used for many acts of slaughter. Of course, I have to cultivate it as a minor part of my slaughter Tao. After saying these words, Li Jun watched how the might god rapidly turned into a gray sculpture before falling from the sky. Although this guy cultivated a Tao related to force, unfortunately, he only cultivated one aspect of it. As such, his powerful body is not immune to myriad poisons like other body refining cultivators. Plus, there is no absolute in this world, as even some poisons are powerful enough to kill body refiner as strong as Wang Wei. Not long after the might god died, another one appeared in front of Li Jun. This person seemed to have received some sort of information from the other group and was determined to stop Li Jun. As he looked at the person in front of him, Li Jun frowned as he noticed the sharp teeth and horns on this person's body. More importantly, he was at least 3 meters tall, and countless grieving souls could be seen coming from his body. "God of sin," thought Li Jun, and, based on his appearance, there is a high chance that he has a devil bloodline. Although surprised by this god's lineage, he did not care. He waved his hand, and a white flame suddenly appeared around him and enveloped the sin god. The sin god felt a great threat from this flame and wanted to prevent it from moving forward. To his horror, he discovered that this flame seemed to be his nemesis. As soon as it touched him, it was attacked to his soul and body, then began to purify him. The sin god screamed in agony as flames spewed out of his eyes, mouth, and nose. A few seconds later, all the grievances surrounding his body were purified, along with his soul. Then, he fell from the sky. The purifying cleansing flame was truly the nemesis of devil cultivators or people with many sins. Li Jun then locked on the chaos god that was not far away. Of course, the chaos was not referring to the supreme Tao of chaos, which includes the beginning and death of everything, but the antithesis of order. He threw his spear with terrifying strength, which scared the chaos god. The latter immediately dodged the spear. However, he was so close to being hit. Immediately, the thought of retreating and running away came to his mind. Unfortunately, before he could put his plan into action, Li Jun suddenly appeared before him. The chaos god only saw a flash of light before everything stooped. With an incredible look on his face, he saw 2 swords in Li Jun's hand before a look of sudden realization came to him. Finally, his body turned into millions of pieces before falling from the sky. All of this happened in less than 5 minutes. Yet, Li Jun felt that he wasted too much time. He rushed to the group that was doing the weird ceremony. However, he was once again stopped, this time by the war goddess. She seemed to have used a secret method to burn her blood and divine energy to increase her strength. With this, she was able to get rid of the suppression of the cauldron. Based on her aura, Li Jun could tell that her strength had reached the saint realm. Although this power was not sustainable, it was more than enough to delay him. The two began to clash. As expected, Li Jun only had a slight advantage. With each clash, he pushed her a few dozen meters behind. The power of law spread throughout the heavens, and as a result, the entire world began to shake. The power of these two exceeded the limit of this world, so destruction seemed inevitable. Tai Gang, Yin Liling, and Wang Ju immediately became serious after noticing this. They left what they were doing and began to use their powers to reinforce the Destiny realm and ensure that the clash between these two did not spread further. As for the mortals and weak gods, they acted quick enough to place all these people into their space ring to save their lives. With more clashes, wounds could be seen all over the war god's body. However, her battle strength did not decrease as time passed by. As a person who cultivated the law of war, she will also become stronger the more she fought. Plus, she also burned her lifespan to sustain her current strength. At this point, she did not care about the fate of this world or anything else for that matter. All she cared about was this battle, the most intense battle she ever fought in her life. A slight smile could be seen in the corner of her mouth. Li Jun used his innate talent to summon a bunch of soldiers. Then, he sacrificed their lives to increase his battle strength. However, to his surprise, the war goddess did the same thing with her power of law. With the increase in strength, the battle became more intense. The people who were reinforcing the realm had a more difficult time doing so. They had to use simple formations to further stabilize the Destiny realm. Otherwise, if something happened to this world, their entire purpose of coming here would have been in vain. They would have to find another world and start all over. However, not long afterward, the two suddenly stopped. Li Jun raised his head to look in the direction of the other group, and immediately, his face became ugly. A gigantic palm suddenly descended from heaven. The palm was golden and contained divine holiness to it. It was as if it was saying that it was people's honor to be killed by it. Boom! Li Jun's body exploded into countless drops of blood, and his soul was annihilated. He did not have a single chance at resisting. Chapter 352. Fate and Destiny. Damn Heavenly Tao cursed Li Jun as his body was rapidly recreated. His cells, tissues, bones, muscles, organs, skin, and even soul were reassembled as if nothing ever occurred. In the process, he controlled the spiritual key in the surroundings to turn into clothes so that he did not appear naked for the whole world to see. Once he was revived, Li Jun immediately took a few strands of his hair. They had turned white. So much lifespan. In the previous attack, he was completely annihilated, body, soul, and Tao disappeared. The reason that he resurrected himself was due to his taboo innate talent. Although he previously used it against his battle with Dtion beforehand, he still studied it extendedly. And once he used the 3,000 Tao orbs to create his own scripture, he created a technique based on that talent that allow him to essentially cheat death and resurrect. The only issue is that with each resurrection, a large amount of lifespan will be used as a price. Li Jun then hurriedly checked his companion. After seeing that none of them were attacked, he was first relieved, followed by being horrified. If any of them were the ones attacked, without his method of resurrection, he would have lost all of them. Immediately, he thought of the main reason he died so easily, Heavenly Tao. As a heaven chosen of a powerful sect, Li Jun has supreme tier artifacts to protect him in case of a sneak attack. Normally, this treasure should have activated automatically to protect him. However, the Heavenly Tao of this world interfered. Although it could not stop the weapon, it could delay it for a brief moment so that the powerful attack would succeed. Li Jun finally raised his head to look at what killed him. He saw that the remaining group, the Order God, was gone, and in the middle of the Supreme Gods was a young man dressed in white clothes. Golden light came from his body, giving him a divine temperament. On top of that, his expressionless and indifferent eyes added to his bearing as a noble and powerful god. Li Jun first noticed that there was no soul fluctuation from this person. Then he felt the aura emanating from his body. A supreme tier puppet? Is this the final trump card of this world? He muttered. After pondering for a moment, he realized that it made sense. This world was a middle thousand world that prevented anyone below the primordial spirit or tier 6 from entering. The strongest aboriginals of this world were void-shattering realm or tier 7. Most likely, the great emperor who came to this world decided to leave a supreme realm or tier 9 puppets as a final form of emergency. After all, that emperor must have believed that this should be more than enough to protect this world in case some powerful people who could jump rank to fight came to this world. After all, skipping 3 great realms, especially in the upper stages of cultivation, was simply heaven-defying. In the entire endless void, the people who could do this could probably be counted on one hand. As for nor leave something that reaches the level of Great Emperor or Tier 10, well, that would be too extravagant for just a small world. No matter how attached to this world that the Great Emperor referred to as God King is, he would not waste such precious resources on such a small place. Just the fact that he was willing to live a Tier 9 puppets showed his care. After figuring out all of this, Li Jun took a deep breath and quickly accessed the situation and his next course of action. He immediately knew what to do next, since running away was never an option. He looked at the remaining 5 supreme gods, and he could see a sense of relief from their eyes, especially from the Destiny Goddess. It was as if they knew that their world was saved. Without saying anything, Li Jun took out a jade talisman and crushed it. His action drew the alert of the supreme gods as they realized that their enemy did abandon their plan, and just like them, was also using his trump card. Gray light came from the talisman. Then, an illusory figure appeared dressed in a gorgeous purple robe. It was a handsome man with gray, floating hair and gray eyes that seemed to pierce at a person's soul. "So, things have gotten so bad that you have to call my projection," said Wang Wei calmly. He looked at the surroundings and at the gods before frowning. He could feel a terrifying power elevating the level of this world from a middle thousand world to a great thousand world. Although he did not know whether this was a temporary upgrade or a permanent one. Nevertheless, only a great emperor has such magical means to instantly the level of a world. What happened? He asked Li Jun, who rapidly used his divine sense to fill him on all the things that occurred in this world. Well, we did expect this world to have unknown variables, muttered Wang Wei before looking at the supreme gods. As soon as his eyes landed on them, for a few seconds, these gods felt their souls freeze and their minds blank. This was the instinctive behavior when a prey encounters a predator. Fear overwhelmed them, making them unable to respond. Once they regained their bearings, cold sweat began to fall on their backs as they could feel their upcoming death. This was more evident to the destiny goddess as Wang Wei's gaze was locked on her. The law of destiny, he muttered with a pondering look. Destiny and fate are usually used interchangeably. However, based on philosophy books he read in his past life and his understanding of the Tao of fate, this may not be absolute. Fate is absolute and unchangeable, while destiny is not. For a person to achieve their destiny, they have to work hard and struggle, and the same can be said if they want to change their destiny. However, fate will not display this level of kindness. A perfect example of this is Wang Wei's ability to read fate lines. He can read the fate of mortals, their past, present, and future. However, when it comes to cultivators, he can only see their past and present, albeit they have to not resist or he has to overpower them. This is because cultivators have taken control of their destiny, so their future is not set in stone. However, they still have something called nexus of fate, something that is bound to happen in their lives no matter what they do, what choices they make, it will happen. So far, Wang Wei has not encountered one cultivator that does not have a fate nexus, even his grandfather. I wonder what my fate nexus is, thought Wang Wei. Unfortunately, he does not yet have the ability to see his own fate, let alone others. My projection cannot stay long in this world, so let's end this as quickly as possible. He clenched his fist and punched. Fate Annihilation Fist. The world suddenly turned into black and white for a few seconds before returning to normal. Then, there was nothing else. No shockwave, no dazzling light, no mighty explosion. Nothing but a slight color change. And in that brief transition, the Supreme Tier puppet along with the Supreme Gods disappeared as if they never existed in the world. They did not scream, struggle, or even react for that matter. They were just gone, forever annihilated or erased from the river of fate. There were only two things that showed that these people existed. No, that showed that they once stood where they were. The first one is the metal eye of the destruction god, and the other is a golden illusory person which was the soul of the destiny goddess. Wang Wei waved his hand, and many runes appeared on the soul and sealed it. The destruction eye is for you, while the soul is for me. Keep it for when my real body arrived in this world. I'm interested in studying her destiny law, said Wang Wei. Big brother, you should have sealed the puppet as well. After all, it is a peak product from another civilization. We could have learned something from it. Wang Wei paused after hearing this before shrugging his shoulder. Well, you should have said so sooner. It's fine. Plus, we should have a chance in the future. Li Jun looked at the devastation of the Destiny realm and sighed. Luckily, they already saved the mortals. Once they fix the environment, it should become habitable again. He then raised his head to look at the stars. After the supreme gods die, their heavenly abode becomes ownerless. However, if nothing is done, these abodes will also self-destruct themselves. So, he needs to take action as soon as possible. He looked at the fading Wang Wei and said, "How long do you think it will take before your real body arrives?" Honestly, I do not know. I just infiltrated the Origin Pill Dao sect, and it will still take some time before I can accomplish my goal. However, I will do whatever it takes to speed up the process. Is that so? In that case, I will do my best to increase the population of this world and gather as much incense as possible to await your arrival. I know you will, since I can always count on you, said Wang Wei with a smile. Oh, by the way, Su Ai just finished her seclusion and entered the divine body realm. She always complained that she misses the long, passionate nights with you. Li Jun's mouth twitched after hearing this, as he could see Yin lying in the corner of his eyes. Obviously, he said this for her to hear and get him into trouble. He swore he heard his brother chuckle out loud before disappearing. Chapter 353. Aftermath. A few days passed since the final battle ended, and Li Jun began to take over all the 36 realms. He organized people to build temples and spread the word that the Age of the Gods has ended. From now on, there's only one true God, the all-powerful God of fate. While dealing with the aftermath of this war, there were still some slight problems. One day, while overviewing documents, Tai Gang came to see Li Jun with some bad news. "What's the matter?" he asked. "What should we do with the Mortal Freedom Alliance and the New Gods? Their devil nature is rapidly overwhelming their minds and turning them into mindless swallowing machines." Li Jun frowned. "Could we purify their mind to return to normal?" "We tried that. Although it succeeded, the price and times required to heal even a demigod is honestly not worth it." After pondering for a moment, Li Jun understood the crux of the problem. The God system does not cultivate the mind, spirit, or state of mind. As such, they're easily influenced by the devil technique. According to their original plan, after these people created enough chaos and weakened the power of the supreme gods, the group would jump in and help them suppress their devil nature. Finally, these people will be forced to hand over their faith to Wang Wei if they do not want their minds to be overtaken. Unfortunately, the Destiny Goddess, probably manipulation, seemed to have accelerated the process. Additionally, the group did not take into account the fact that these gods' state of mind was so weak. I could use Buddhism methods to cleanse their minds. However, he quickly removed this idea from his head. He knew the horror of the absolute emperor's magic from Wang Wei's description. Although there was a chance that the crystal wall of this world would be able to block that technique, that is only a possibility. Unless the God King of this world was also an eternal emperor on the same level as the absolute beginning emperor. Even then, this might not work. After all, there have been many eternal emperors from different world communities, yet that technique still exists to this day. Li Jun did not believe for a moment that at least one of them did not try to remove that magic. So, after pondering for a while, he quickly came up with an idea. Before the Destiny realm is reconstructed, place all of them in there and have them swallow one another until a few supreme gods are born. "Do you want to deal with these people using the same method as the Death God?" said Tai Gang with shining eyes. "Yes. That way, they can provide us with the most benefit." Tai Gang left to do his job. The next day, Li Jun met with Wang Ju this time. "Did you find anything from the library of the Record God? Besides a few incomplete cultivation techniques of the world community next to us, there's only one noteworthy thing. Based on our analysis, there's a great possibility that the God King was a wounded great emperor who landed on this world. The creation of the crystal wall was most likely a way to hide while healing from his injuries." Li Jun furrowed his brow a little as he pondered the value of this information. Then his eyes lit up. "Did you find his blood? Or at least a place that was drenched on his blood? A great emperor's blood is of great value. If they could find it, then the value of this world would increase dramatically." "Unfortunately, no. We have searched every corner, but did not find anything. Keep searching. Use Void Sensing Talisman to see if there are any secret realms around. Search the supreme God's heavenly abode to see if they have discovered anything or have any kind of information." Wang Ju nodded her head before leaving. She had to dispatch the Fate Shadow Guard to once again search every corner of this place. This was exhausting work. While Li Jun got back to his work, a few hours later, Yin Liling came to see him. He could tell that she was happy as she was not only smiling but also humming a song. Her voice was heavenly, at least to him. "Why are you in such a good mood?" he asked. "I invented a new pill. You have invented many new pill recipes. What's so unique about this one?" "This is an interesting new pill. I have discovered that the souls of these gods are combined with the power of incense. And as you know, incense can help people enter the primordial spirit realm. So, I created a pill using their souls as the main material that increased the success rate of entering the primordial spirit realm. I called it Incense Refining Pill. What's the percentage? Li Jun's eyes lit up after hearing this. From his knowledge, the best pill that helps people enter the primordial spirit realm is the soul transformation pill, and the success rate is 25. We could cultivate a few supreme gods and use their soul to refine your pill. Maybe it will be helpful to Big Brother Wang Wei in his breakthrough attempt. That was exactly my plan, replied Yin Liling. Moreover, I could try to refine a Saint Grade 1. With Big Brother's soul, you should be able to withstand it. All right, I will send new orders to Tai Gang. Their conversation ended quickly as the two were extremely busy. Yin Liling went back to her pill refining, trying to see if she could increase the success rate of her new pill. Li Jun had many things to deal with, especially when it came to reforming the views and understanding of mortals. The majority of them are still too reliant on the gods to do everything, while at the same time, many refuse to acknowledge the fact that the gods they believed in were dead. Not to mention, he had to deal with all the fanatic believers committing mass suicide and the depression that these mortals felt after losing their spiritual substance. It was only 3 days later that the situation stabilized enough for him that he could take a break. Not wanting to waste time, Li Jun began to study and refine the Eye of Destruction that he acquired after the final battle. This was a Saint-grade artifact that contained the Law of Destruction. Li Jun planned to first refine this weapon as his own, and when he enters the void-shattering realm, try to comprehend a little bit of destruction law to fuse with his Slaughter Dao. Myriad, Emperor World, Northern Black, Tortoise Continent, Secret Realm. Wang Wei's clone, who was floating in the air in front of countless arrays, suddenly opened his eyes. A new memory appeared inside his mind out of sudden. With squint at his eyes, he muttered, "It took more than 200 years for the memory of what happened in the world to reach me. Why is that? Could it be because of the distance or because of the crystal wall?" He sighed before placing this question in the back of his head. In the past 200 years, he has studied all the arrays in this mountain. So, his accomplishment as an array master increased at an alarming rate. Despite this, he was still not even close to halfway through the mountain. He raised his head to look far ahead of him and saw Lu Mixeus Grupu was the farthest. Even them had barely reached halfway through the mountain. At this rate, they might take even 1,000 years to reach the core. What exactly is this secret realm? Wang Wei could not come up with any guesses, so far as not only does he not have enough information, there are too many possibilities. After looking at Lu Mixeus group, he looked at the second group behind them. This group was composed of demon races. They were very eye-catching, not because of their position, but because of their madness. These people started at a similar time as everyone else, but they quickly surpassed everyone. The reason was that these demon races did not care about their injury. They attacked and destroyed the formation without a care for their lives. Because of this, all of them were severely injured, yet they did not seem to care. Wang Wei could even see that many of them have injured their foundation in the process. The demon race must know something about this secret realm, and something inside must be very attractive to them. Wang Wei then finally looked at Jian Wushuang and the people from the sword-casting villa. He could see that the latter had entered the earth stage of the divine body realm and began to open his orifices. Wang Wei then got back to his own business. He first took out a talisman to review some information he received in the past 200 years because of his deep meditation. However, something suddenly dawned on him. I'm actually over 1,000 years old now. With his current lifespan, this is a very small number. After all, his cultivation realm grants him 90,000 years of life, and his fleshly body granted him over 500,000 years, which was the average lifespan of Saint. However, when compared to his past life, this was a very long time, especially in comparison to the average human lifespan of fewer than 100 years old. Many countries, dynasties, or even civilizations did not last 1,000 years, yet he lived that long, and will continue to live much longer. At some point in time, he will probably be older than the planet Earth itself, and eventually, the entire universe. After sighing for a moment, the clone reviewed the information he deemed important before sending it to the real body. For precaution reasons, the real body handed a lot of control to the clone, as he did not want to garner the slightest of suspicions with so many true monarchs present. Although Wang Wei had the strength of that realm, he did not have many of their means. As for the clone, he did not worry about it going rogue, since the method he used was a foolproof one tested for countless generations by the sect. Chapter 354. Karma Backlash. Inside a cave that was dimly lit, Wang Wei, or Lu Cheng, suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled out loud. Then a wry smile appeared on his face. After 200 years, I could only cultivate to the peak of the supernatural realm. And that's only because I'm the one in charge. This Lu Cheng's talent for cultivation is truly mediocre. After stealing many fortunate encounters and using countless resources, he finally managed to engrave 50 origin pattern in the base of his good fortune lamp. One of the reasons that it took so long was not because Wang Wei also had to study Lu Cheng's innate talent and also increase his alchemy level. Truth be told, Lu Cheng's talent is not as bad as he said. 200 years is nothing compared to the 10,000 years of the lifespan of supernatural realm cultivators. Some people will spend their entire life without being able to break through, while some will spend thousands of years to do so. It's only because Wang Wei's vision is too high that he complained. Of course, these 200 years were not in vain. He looked at the book in his hand that contained his writing. With these notes, I should be able to create a technique that replaced Lu Cheng's innate talent. Wang Wei had great ambition for this technique, as once succeed, it would be of great value to him even after becoming a great emperor. The essence of that technique will be to have precise control of not only his strength, but even the law. That way, he can bring out more power using less. After putting away his notes, Wang Wei finally focused on the message sent by the clones. As for his memories and comprehension of formation in the past years, he will wait until the secret realm is over before taking these memories. After reviewing the information sent over, his mouth suddenly twitched. "This lazy guy," he muttered. The clone did not summarize and analyze the information. Instead, he sent it to him to do it. What made him speechless was the fact that this was something he would do, giving all the hard work to his clone while relaxing around. After shaking his head, he began to review the information. There was not much to take notice of with a few exceptions. The main one is related to the new heaven chosen of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, Huang Yuan. More than 700 years ago, around the time Sun Jiaolong started his war, the ranked 23rd during the Academy's Heaven Chosen, Huang Yuan, who was from the Soaring Lantern Valley, left the southern continent to head to the eastern continent. After that, he disappeared. Then, another Huang Yuan appeared who was the Heaven Chosen of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. The information stated that an anomaly was discovered as when they began to search for traces of the original Huang Yuan, he suddenly appeared and returned to his sect. However, his memories of the past 100 years were gone. So, the Shadow began to investigate this new Huang Yuan based on the people they have inside the Loose Cultivator Alliance. They discovered the small thousand world that Huang Yuan was from, and someone was sent to investigate. And there was rumor of the son of a farmer who slowly entered the step of cultivation, and after a few hundred years, entered the supernatural realm and passed the ascending tribulation. This person was Huang Yuan. Based on this information, the Shadow managed to track down the middle thousand world that he ascended to. And just like that, the legend of Huang Yuan became the first person in 1,000,000 years to enter the void-shattering realm and ascended to a great thousand world were prevalent in this world. Unfortunately, the Shadow could not find the great thousand world that Huang Yuan ascended to. It seemed that some accident occurred during the process. However, they speculated that this Hunag Yuan might have been a supreme realm powerhouse from a great thousand world who discovered the coordinate of the myriad emperor world, who then proceeded to travel here in the attempt of proving the Tao. Unfortunately, he might have encountered another accident that caused him to lose his body and only a little of his primordial spirit was left. So, He took over the body of Huang Yuan from the soaring Lantern Valley. Why does this Huang Yuan feel like these protagonists that have to start from the lowest of worlds and slowly climb their way to the highest level? With their low background, defying the heaven and suppressing those arrogant heaven-chosen that are born with a golden spoon on their mouth, muttered Wang Wei. After laughing slightly to himself, he shook his head. If this was a novel, only he can be the protagonist. Furthermore, Huang Yuan's journey was not that unique. Throughout history, there have been many people like him, people born with extraordinary luck that slowly rose from the lower realm. Some of them achieved supreme and lived for millions of years, while some also became emperor and proved the Tao, becoming immortal. Wang Wei did not care much about Huang Yuan's background. What he cared about was when and how did this old Huang Yuan occupy the new one. If it was after the Academy's tournament, then the question is, how did he deceive Heavenly Tao? Unless the latter allowed it, this should not be possible. If it was before the tournament, the single moment he placed his name on that book, he would have been discovered. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. From what he knows about Heavenly Tao and his discussions with Wu Hong, he knew that its main job is to cultivate a powerful great emperor. So, when it comes to outsiders like Huang Yuan who has a lot of potential, it is not beyond it to allow him to exist as he can become a high contender for the throne. As long as he used an identity token to become a citizen of this world and has his brand labeled with the Myriad Emperor world, it is not a problem. However, if old Huang Yuan's body possessed someone, the moment he was discovered by Heavenly Tao once he placed his name on the Heavenly Protection Book, his soul would be expelled. After all, the latter is still considered a foreigner before he acquires the token. After thinking about this, Wang Wei quickly went over a file that contained all information about the original Huang Yuan. He was a very talented individual, and many people in his sect placed a lot of hope on him, and the latter delivered. In the tournament, he successfully entered the top 30 and made his sect proud. However, one thing did catch Wang Wei's attention. During his journey back from the tournament, Huang Yuan became sick and laid in bed for a few days. The sect master of the soaring Lantern Valley thought that something was wrong with his cultivation, so he hurried home to have the Supreme Elder check him out. Luckily, even before arriving, Huang Yuan got better. According to the information the shadows gathered by reading many people's memories, many of Huang Yuan's fellow brothers and sisters and the maids around him discovered that his personality had a slight change. These people assumed that it was because of his recent fame and glory, or because of his recent sickness, so they did place this anomaly on the back of their heads. Plus, Huang Yuan returned to normal afterward. This should be the time he got possessed, and after assimilating the memories of the original Huang Yuan, he began to imitate his normal behavior. Thought Wang Wei as his brain rapidly functioned and analyzed the information in front of him. The soaring Lantern Valley is a supreme land, so this should have treasures that could detect whether their disciples have been body-possessed by someone else's primordial spirit. However, they did not detect anything this time. On top of that, this Huang Yuan was not discovered by Heavenly Tao and ejected out of the original owner's body. That can only mean one thing. This guy has a way to even hide from Heavenly Tao. His strength is not merely enough to do such a thing, so this can only be some kind of treasure. No supreme tier or quasi-emperor artifact can do so, as many people have tried using this level of weapons to kill those immortal heaven-chosens on the book. So, it can only be either a high-level innate treasure or an emperor artifact, and not an ordinary one at that. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he felt like he came closer to the truth. Emperor artifacts are not easy to use or refine. Emperor lineages or families have an advantage in this situation as their artifact have either bloodline restriction or luck restriction. These restrictions prevent other people from using these artifacts even after acquiring them, but also lower the threshold for descendants to either refine and use these weapons. As for innate treasures, forget how rare they are. They are even more arrogant than Emperor Artifact because they were bred by heaven and earth. Based on his background, Huang Yuan must have had a fortunate encounter to acquire a weapon of that rank. So, if he wanted to refine it, it could only be done in a very high realm. Huang Yuan used to be a supreme realm powerhouse, so he should be able to refine the artifact after many years. However, the state he was in was most likely caused during the process of acquiring it. In his situation, if he wanted to refine such a weapon, he could only wait until he recuperate, or Wang Wei placed himself in Huang Yuan's shoes to guess his actions. If it was him, he would want to use this powerful weapon to recast his foundation so that he has a better chance at the throne in the future. And the best way to do this is to immediately refine. In his current situation of being only a primordial spirit, the best choice would be to use the immortality of these heaven-chosens to rapidly refine this treasure. Just after making such a plan, he discovered one of these people not only had the same name as him, but also not from an emperor lineage with their powerful means. So it was the best choice. Wang Wei's mouth twitched as he realized how lucky this Huang Yuan was. He was most likely a son of destiny in the lower realm. He opened his eyes and sighed. After deducing all of this, he now knew Huang Yuan's hidden card and could guard against it. After deciding to pay more attention to him, he continued to review the other information. To his disappointment, nothing was found about Huafeng Wang. The only noteworthy information was that a few days ago, the Heaven Mystery Pavilion activated their sex formation and blocked contact with the outside world. As for the reason, nothing was known at the moment. Once finished, Wang Wei prepared to leave this place. However, he suddenly felt something and looked in one direction. Has the karma backlash begun? He muttered softly. Chapter 355, Cause and Effect. Many years ago, Wang Wei predicted the karma backlash he would face because he stole many people's luck using a shoddy method and the fact that he was so weak. So, he was prepared in advance and delayed the backlash for as long as possible. His original plan was to use the origin pill, Tao, Sex, Luck to withstand that backlash, as long as he met with his third senior and used her strength. The backlash, which came in the form of countless people chasing him for stealing from them, would be solved. However, another plan came to mind. He wanted to use the situation to get some answers regarding the flame controlling art. And the first step in his plan was to drastically increase the backlash before transferring it to his third senior sister, Lan Ling. Although doing so was taking a little risk, it was a calculated one. Unfortunately, Wang Wei did not have a deep understanding of karma to magically transfer the backlash to another person. So, he used ordinary means. During one of his heists of other people's fortunate encounters, he secretly changed the aura of the object he stole to make it appear more valuable than it was. Then, he left clues that he might be a member of the Origin Pill Tao sect. These clues also led people to believe that the powerful weapon he stole was in his third senior sister's hand. After noticing something, Wang Wei no longer hesitated. He took out a Heaven-tier Void transferring talisman and activated it. This was a talisman he made himself. Over the past 200 years, he has studied divine runes in depth, and with Lu Cheng's talent that can now perfect engrave runes, his accomplishments in talisman making exponentially increase along with his alchemy. A silver light enveloped Wang Wei, and he disappeared. Soon, he found himself in front of a forest. He immediately used his divine sense to search the surroundings, and after not finding anything, he walked in one direction. Based on his feelings, he soon found himself on top of a valley. When he looked down, he saw many people waiting in front of a cave. The majority of these people were in the void-shattering realm. After scanning these people with his eyes, he could feel countless grievances surrounding many of them, as an invisible red hue was plastered on their bodies. And no matter what they did, they could not get rid of it. With his extremely keen senses, Wang Wei could even feel a smell of decay on these people. Devil cultivators? No wonder they dared to do something with Lan Ling, even though she was a disciple of an emperor lineage. Of course, there were a few other loose cultivators amongst this group. He guessed the mentality of these people. As long as no one said anything, they should have enough time to run away and escape the hunting of the Origin Pill Dap sect. Wang Wei gaze did not stay long on these people. With Lu Cheng's current cultivation, if he stares too long at these void-shattering powerhouses, they will notice it. He did some calculations and realized that his conjecture was correct. This method was possible to transfer the backlash to Lan Ling. So, he took a few minutes to ponder the deeper reasons behind this. Karma is the principle of cause and effect. He stole other people's fortune, that's the cause. The effect is the backlash he would receive. His identity as a thief would be revealed and people would chase him down. Then, there's the correlation between karma and luck. As long as he revealed his identity as a disciple of the Origin Pill Tao sect and the direct disciple of the sect master, the majority of people will not dare to blame him for his action. This is a way of using the sect's key, luck, to withstand the backlash of karma. However, if the cause is strong enough, meaning one of the fortunate encounters he stole is precious enough, the effect backlash will not be so easily blocked by his sect's luck. This is the current situation of his third senior sister after shifting the backlash to her. A trace of enlightenment flashed across Wang Wei's eyes. Unfortunately, it was not enough. However, he was happy as he had a foundation to understand the Tao of karma in the future. With a smile on his face, Wang Wei looked at the cave that stopped all these people. A purple miasma could be seen coming from it. Just by the color, one could tell that this thing was highly poisonous, even to beings of law like these people. He took out 5 pills from his space ring while muttering, "Could this be considered poetic justice? Or fate?" He did not throw the pill. With these people's reflexes and their current strength, they would immediately realize something and evade it. Instead, he took out another void transferring talisman. This one was of the highest quality and did not produce any space fluctuation. He activated it before sending the pills inside. Clouds of red, green, and dark suddenly enveloped the crowds. "Who dares to sneak attack this young master?" roared one of the devil cultivators, who immediately proceeded to manifest his law to protect himself. Unfortunately, to his horror, he discovered that it was useless. On the contrary, the more he used his law, the faster the poison spread to his body and soul. Heaven grade, law-corroding poison? Could the reinforcement of the Origin Pill Tao sect already arrived? Unfortunately, this was the last thought of this person along with the rest. Their skin soon turned black before dissolving into a pool of green blood and pus. With a calm look on his face, Wang Wei waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew the poisonous gas in the valley. He ate a few antidotes and poison rest ants pill before flying into the cave, full of poison miasma. Because of the purple vapor in the cave, Wang Wei could not see anything, so he had to rely on his divine sense. Even then, he could only see a few meters in front of him, as the miasma seemed to have the ability to cut off divine sense. While flying in the direction he senses, a scorpion more than 30 meters tall suddenly attacked him. Luckily, he was prepared. A talisman was already in his hand, and a moon-shaped sword light flashed and cut the scorpion into 2. He nodded in satisfaction with this sharp gold talisman. Without pausing, he continued on his way. During the fly, Wang Wei encountered many demons. Most of them were poisonous kinds like centipedes, snakes, scorpions, and toads. 30 minutes later, he arrived at a smaller cave. However, this time, he could see a pink fog coming out. With a frown on his face, he took a few more heaven-grade poison-resistant pill, placed a shield around him, and entered. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he walked, his shield proved to be useless. The fog entered his body, ignoring the shield. The fog even ignored the pills that he took and started to directly influence his mind. Immediately, Wang Wei felt his blood rapidly rush. The young energy in his body intensified. Countless pictures of beautiful women flashed in his mind as lust became the dominant emotion. No, the only emotion. With a slight groan, Wang Wei suppressed his desire. Unfortunately, he could not control his physical reaction. Ignoring these unimportant things, he looked around to see Lan Ling lying on the floor. He rushed to her side, and immediately he realized that her face was flushed and her eyes blurred. The moment he approached her, Lan Ling, who was squirming on the ground, used her void-shattering power to pounce on him and pin on the ground. With a swift move, she shredded the upper part of his robe, revealing his chest and muscular physique. And she did not stop there as she lunged at him again. A paper talisman suddenly appeared and blasted her away. Wang Wei was freed, at least temporarily. Yet, Lan Ling seemed to have gone berserk and attacked him repeatedly, even though the talisman kept pushing her away. With no choice, Wang Wei took out a small metal disc from his ring. He injected his origin essence into it. Then the formation disc was activated to create a small barrier around Lan Ling. Despite all of this, she did not stop trying to pounce on him. While using his powerful will to suppress the aphrodisiac inside his body, Wang Wei took out another set of robes to replace the current one. Once he was done, he further activated the formation, and Lan Ling suddenly laid on the floor, finally subdued. He walked inside the shield and looked at her on the floor. He could see the endless and irresistible lust in her eyes. The senior sister he knew was gone and replaced by a mindless beast filled with only desires. As he looked at her, Wang Wei was pondering about something important. After meeting Lan Ling, he knew that Lu Cheng and her were fated to be companions. However, until now, she never displayed any affection towards him. Although she was nice, this was more of the attitude of fellow brothers and sisters, and because of her education and ideologies. However, Wang Wei now knew the reason that these two got together. If he was the real Lu Cheng, there is no way that the latter could ignore this censored and should have given in to his censored. After censored his third senior sister, with her conservative nature and the culture of this world, she would choose to become his companions. However, here comes the problem. If Wang Wei did not steal people's luck and acquire backlash, if he did not send that backlash to her, then they would never be in this situation. You can go even a step further and say that if Wang Wei did not impersonate Lu Cheng, none of this would happen. If he did not have a paragon quality soul, the events that lead to here would also not happen. And all this situation, the only thing that he seems in control of was the fact that his will was firm enough to resist the aphrodisiac and not go along with the final step. All of this seemed like a coincidence. But is it really? Is this the power of fate? The power of karma, of cause and effect? Everything seemed to flow so naturally that it is impossible to detect. Even if detected, it is not possible to know whether all of it is true or the paranoia of the mind. Suddenly, Wang Wei seemed to have understood something, but not really. His realization seems too short and brief. If I want to control my fate, the most important step will be to understand cause and effect and escape its shackles. After sighing out loud deeply, he pointed at Lan Ling and began to read her fate line. Chapter 356. Unexpected truth. With Lan Ling out of commission and unable to respond, it was easier for Wang Wei to read her fate and learned what he wanted to. As for the artifact that was protecting her fate line, it was quite easy to overcome without the owner present to actively use it. He did not read all of her memories and events. After finding the information he wanted, he quickly saw it. Then he frowned. Wang Wei guessed that the flame-controlling art was related to the origin pill flame scripture that he wanted. He thought that the flame-controlling art was some kind of technique that made it easier for people to cultivate the origin pill flame scripture, given how high of a threshold it is rumored to have. Another guess was the fact that it was spread to find people who are fated with the origin pill flame scripture by either Lu Cheng's master or the Danyuan Emperor. However, he was wrong. The flame-controlling art did not have anything to do with the origin pill Dao sect at all. Well, not completely. This art was created by the Flame Emperor as a test for fated people to get his inheritance. After cultivating the art to the 6th level, one could try to pass the test of the Flame Emperor and acquire the famous 10,000 flame art, which the Flame Emperor was famous for. From what is known about his emperor, he used this scripture to combine thousands of earthly and heavenly flames into the chaos flame. And according to rumors, when the Flame Emperor proved the Tao, his flame evolved to primordial chaos flame, able to burn chaos itself. Wang Wei sighed after knowing this. Another thing that the Flame Emperor was famous for was his alchemy level. Many people believe that his talent was good enough to compete for the title of Dan Ancestor and win if he was born in the ancient era. From the news he learned from Lan Lin, Wang Wei knew that his cheap master, Yi Lao, wanted to acquire the 10,000 flame art to compete with Fu Kaiyan's Origin Pill Flame Sutra. So, he placed heavy emphasis on his third senior sister. As for Lu Cheng, Yi Lao did not have many hopes for him because of his level of talent, even if he was lucky enough to acquire the flame controlling art. His chances of passing the test of the Flame Emperor and inheriting his legacy were quite slim. At least, until a while ago when Wang Wei replaced him and began to display amazing talent. After finding this out, he was a little disappointed. Well, acquiring another Emperor scripture is not a bad thing. For now, Wang Wei knew that his plan would not change, and it also might be more difficult than predicted. After all, it seemed that even his master did not have any control over the distribution of the Origin Pill Flame scripture. He then proceeded to deal with the current situation. He scanned Lan Ling's body and frowned. Despite knocking her down, she was still in a bad situation. He waved his hand, and a small vortex appeared in his hand. Then he sucked the pink cloud that was influencing her mind and body and condensed it into a pill. He could see that her complexion returned to normal, and a peaceful sleeping look appeared on her face. To make sure that nothing was wrong, he once again used his divine sense to check her body. Then he frowned. Inside Lan Ling's primordial spirit, he saw a black and white flower with strange golden designs on its petals. Infatuation flower? As soon as he identified the flower, he quickly checked his own sea of consciousness and saw a seed in his soul. To be precise, in Lu Cheng's soul. Cause and effect, huh? Sai, the infatuation flower is a very rare, unique, and infamous spiritual herb in the world. To be created, someone who is truly infatuated with love has to die in pain and sorrow in a place of balance, yin and yang, before being born. Once a person acquires the flower, he can plant a seed on the person he or she loved, then whether that person wants to or not, there will be slowly twisted to love that person's back. The most terrifying thing about this flower is the fact that its grade is not based on the amount of spiritual energy absorbed or the passage of time, but solely on the level of love or infatuation of the person who created the flower. One anecdote that showed how powerful this flower is the fact one great emperor had one secretly planted by a person that loved him when he was young. That flower was so powerful that even after proving the Tao, the flower created a powerful karma debt that he had to repay. If he forcefully removed it, he would be injured by the backlash. To deal with the flower, he was forced to marry the woman that planted the flower and waited until she died to pay off this debt. There were even rumors that the woman was so infatuated with the emperor that he was forced to find her after her reincarnation and spent many lifetimes with her before paying his debt and removing the flower. After thinking about all the information he knew about the flower, Wang Wei smiled wryly and muttered, "This may not be a bad thing for Lu Cheng. Although the infatuation flower has a bad name, there is also a benefit to it. For example, it is a perfect flower for dual cultivations of Tao companions. If two people who love one another acquire this flower and planted it with each other's soul, the flower will mutate into yin-yang love flower, which can help them dual cultivate together and break free from the restrictions of talent. A perfect example of this was the yin-yang companion emperor. She and her Tao companion used the flower to cultivate the quasi-emperor realm despite their poor talents. Then, during the Heaven Will battle, the two fought all the heaven chosens of their generation together and won. In the end, the husband allowed his wife to prove the Tao. Later, she cultivated the yin-yang love flower to emperor grade and used it to combine her Tao with her husband, thus becoming one and him also becoming an emperor. Because of this, the infatuation flower became famous, and many other great emperors wanted to copy this method so that their Tao companions could also become emperors like them. Unfortunately, no one has succeeded, not to mention how rare this flower was. So only a few even found it to even try. After sighing for who knows how many times in a few minutes, Wang Wei suddenly placed a seal on the seed on Lu Cheng's mind before doing the same for Lan Ling. "Wait until I leave before you two deal with your mess. I don't want any part of it." Honestly, He was somewhat annoyed at the situation. Why was such a rare flower planted in such a place? What's more, was the reason the seed entered his body. If he was not decided to be cautious and not use his own power, how could he fail to notice such a thing? Wang Wei understood that such inconsequential decisions, such small mistakes, are the machinations of fate, the subtle powers of cause and effect. Unless he becomes more powerful and further understands and controls these powers, he cannot escape from them. So, he sighed out loud once again. He proceeded to take his cauldron to refine a few pills to heal Lan Ling's body. Although he removed the poison from her body, it still did quite some damage. You were lucky you did not touch her. Otherwise you would be a eunuch right about now, suddenly said a voice. Wang Wei was startled, as he immediately became on guard while the same wondering who could sneak up so close to him without even noticing. "Oh, it was you," he replied after seeing the beautiful goddess with a long cheongsam showing her long and white leg. It was his future wife, Wu Hong. "What did you just say?" asked Wang Wei. "You heard me." He said Wang Wei as he stared at her exposed legs and beautiful jade feet. He instinctively stretched his hand to caress them. Unfortunately, he only received a slap on his hand. "Don't be mad. As you said, I did not touch her." Wang Wei was long aware of the cliché of the protagonist being forced to inhale aphrodisiacs and act like a beast. So, as early as he designed the pagoda trial, he especially arranged a layer that involved this aspect. He trained his will to resist these kinds of things, so in case he found himself in a situation where his powerful fleshly bodis immune to poison did not work, he can still resist. "I'm not mad," replied Wu Hong calmly. "You cannot touch me while inside this stranger's body." It was then Wang Wei realized that he was still Lu Cheng at the moment. Did I almost give myself a green hat? Chapter 357. Fiend Gods. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these strange thoughts from his head. Then he motioned his head sideways to Wu Hong, who immediately understood what he meant. She waved her hand and placed a blockade of the surroundings. Although Wang Wei had already placed a formation, he was more reassured with her method. Then a gray light came out of Lu Cheng's body, and Wang Wei's real body appeared. He looked at Lu Cheng on the ground and placed a sleeping spell on both him and Lan Ling to ensure that they do not wake up halfway. Finally, he rushed to hug Wu Hong's slim body while caressing his favorite legs. However, a few seconds later, his brow furrowed as he seemed to realize something. Something does not feel right. "Are you a clone?" "Yes," replied Wu Hong. "I previously traveled to another world community. On my way back, I had a whim and wanted to check something out. So, I sent a clone to see you." Wang Wei nodded his head and did not ask further. Whatever his future wife was involved with was not something his current self could get involved with even if he had the strength of Supreme Realm. So, he asked her about the information she could reveal, like what other heavenward worlds were like and other cultivation systems. And Wu Hong told him plenty of things. Besides information about the previous timeline, she told him about her experience. One thing that is fundamental to the progress of cultivators is their vision. The more they know, the more they can understand the world, which in turn makes it easier for them to cultivate. For example, an ignorant child born in a small sect in a small thousand world and has never heard of higher level worlds. Such a person will think that the highest level of cultivation possible is most like the divine altar realm. However, once that child heard about middle thousand worlds and higher levels of cultivation, his vision will increase. Then he will be motivated to reach higher realms to see better scenery. This is the benefit of vision. Of course, it can also be damaging to a person. If that child reached the highest level of his world, then learned about heavenward worlds and great emperor, and realized his insignificance in this vast universe, this might be a fatal blow to him that affects his state of mind and cut off his future path of cultivation. For the next few hours, the two of them talked nonstop. Then, Wang Wei seemed to have remembered something and said, "During the Academy's tournament, you promised to give me a cultivation technique of the beginning emperor era, but you forgot. I want it now. Did something happen?" A member of the ancient aristocratic clan suddenly showed up. "So soon?" These guys do not usually show up until near the time of the Heaven will battle. Which one is it? The Hoa clan. The first acquired human who discovered fire and taught our race how to cook their food. So, the rumors are true, commented Wang Wei. From what you told me that era, countless great emperors existed at the same time. For such an achievement, the Hoa clan should have garnered a lot of merits. So, how could they so few emperors? They probably died during the Null era, replied Wu Hong. From what I know, the battle between the great emperors and the primordial gods and innate demons was a battle of luck between acquired life and innate lives. The winner would be the protagonist of the lower dimension and become its ruler. Luckily, acquired life won, but it was also a tragic victory. Too many emperors died. Wang Wei nodded his head as he could not imagine how tragic such a battle was. He wished he could have participated. Wu Hong took out 2 booklets along with a stone to hand over to Wang Wei. The latter was confused as to why there were 2, so he took them. One of them was the basic cultivation system of the ancient time, while the other was another cultivation technique called Fiend God Body, 12 Revolution. With intrigued, he opened it and read the opening. In this world, all lives can be classified into 2 categories, acquired and life. The peak of acquired life is known as paragons, while the peak of innate life is known as Fiend God. Although I do not know much about the former besides a name, I know plenty with the latter. When it comes to innate lives, they are further divided into 2, those born by heaven and earth, and those bred by primordial chaos itself. Those born by heaven and earth are referred to as primordial gods and innate demons. However, the common name for them is innate demon gods. As for those bred by chaos, they are called innate fiend gods. From what I know, the weakest of them are born at the level of great emperor, while the strongest, well, I do not know. Most likely, they are born at the level of paragons, since that is considered the peak of acquired life. After knowing about this information, I set out to acquire the power of these mighty beings known as fiend gods. Wang Wei read through the entire technique and understood that this was a body refining method that allowed an acquired life to create a bloodline seed of a fiend god. Then, slowly cultivate that seed into a real fiend god bloodline is created, thus achieving a powerful body and developing their divine abilities. To cultivate this technique, 3 materials can be used. The first one is to find the body of an innate demon god and acquire their bloodline. Obviously, this is not possible, as these things are extinct now. And even if they were alive, how could someone easily get their blood? The second method to cultivate this method is to use demon bloodlines, since, in most worlds, the demon race was created by innate demons based on their bodies. As for the third method, it is to use a race called ominous beasts. After reading the entire thing, Wang Wei sighed. In the endless void, there are really too many geniuses. It's a shame that this book only has 9 revolutions. According to this book, only by the 10th revolution could the true innate fiend god bloodline will be born. This inheritance was left before that person ascended. At that time, he did not even know if the other 3 revolutions were possible. This is the reason that he did not know much about paragons and could only speculate. Did he succeed? Yes. And since he did, so can you. Once you become an emperor, you can deduce to the next 3 revolutions on your own. Wang Wei nodded his head as he stared in the distance, seeming a little distracted. A few minutes later, Wu Hong asked, "Did you think of something? Instead of creating a foreign bloodline inside the body that could cause problems, it would be better to sublimate the human bloodline. Reverse the acquired bloodline into innate, creating a human innate fiend god bloodline." Wu Hong nodded her head. This is indeed a good idea. That way, not only can you increase your strength, but also your talent for cultivation. Plus, once you succeed, both the Wang family and you family will benefit. At first, he was confused by her words, then he understood. As long as he succeeds, the sublimation of his bloodline will also affect the people connected to him by blood, like his father, mother, grandfather, and all the Wang and you family clansmen. I did not think about that. Then, Wang Wei asked her about this brown-colored stone that looked very ordinary. So, Wu Hong explained to him the purpose of this path-seeking stone. His eyes lit up after hearing this. Tempering his blood required 3 steps. The first is to remove the impurities in the blood and create new blood. The second is to install vitality inside the blood to turn it into spiritual blood. The spiritual blood is the foundation of the realm of rebirth with a drop of blood. Finally, to reach the level of perfection, understanding or enlightenment is needed. This enlightenment could be on different concepts like immortal, eternal, undying, unextinguishable, etc. It's all based on the person's choice and his or her choice forwards. So far, Wang Wei has not chosen his path of enlightenment, as he did not know which one was the best for him. However, with this path-seeking stone, not only can he find the answer, but also save a lot of time in the process. Is this what it feels like to be raised by a rich lady? Should I use my handsome face to eat white rice? If you decide to do so, this rich young lady will be more than enough to raise you to become emperor, replied Wu Hong with a smile. Forget it. I still have some pride left. Chapter 358. Divination, you can always change your mind, replied Wu Hong. Well, my clone cannot stay long. Now that I have given you what I wanted, am leaving. Then, she disappeared into tiny particles that blew with the wind. Wang Wei smiled wryly at how his wife was too independent before doing his own things. He turned into a gray light before returning to Lu Cheng's body, sat up straight, and began to ponder. He was in somewhat of a dilemma as he wondered whether to wait for his 3rd senior sister to wake up. However, after thinking about it for a moment, decided to just leave as it was too much of a hassle to answer all her questions. So, he left to find a secluded place. He was prepared to pass heavenly tribulation to enter the divine body realm. Not long after Wang Wei left, the spell he placed on Lan Ling was finally lifted and she woke up. Where am I? She muttered as she looked at the surrounding. Then, her previous memories appeared in his mind, and she hurriedly used her divine sense to check her body. My primordial Yin is still intact. She sighed in relief before once again becoming confused. She remembered a blurry figure that came into the cave with her. Logically speaking, that person should have also been affected, so she wondered why she was intact. Well, why did that person somewhat resemble 5th junior brother? Muto Lan Lang. Could he be the one who saved me? Did he run away so that he did not give in to his bestial urges? A smile appeared on her face after thinking like this. If Wang Wei was here, he could have detected that the infatuate flower was still slowly influencing Lan Ling despite the seal he placed on it. A few days ago, outside of the secret realm, Kylan's central continent, Heaven Mystery Pavilion, the sect protecting formation was activated, thus isolating the entire pavilion from the rest. Inside a room designed with the black and white 8 trigram pictures on the floor, there were many people, with 2 of them sitting cross-legged in the middle. One was an old man with long white hair and beard. The old man had many people standing behind them, many of which were trembling either out of fury or fear. On the opposite of the old man was a young man with white hair and a cold and indifferent look on his face. Dressed in a black robe, he seemed to be in perfect harmony with yin and yang, with life and death. Young Master Di Tian, what can I do for you? Asked the old man calmly while he caressed his long beard. Unfortunately, his slightly trembling hand displayed the fact that he was not as calm and collected as he seems on the surface. After all, how could he be calm? That person just walked into the sect, and someone activated their sect, protecting formation without authorization. That meant that if he wanted, this person could completely destroy their sect with little effort. Recently, I had a feeling that something was wrong. So, I came for you to do a divination for me. Oh, I don't know what the young master wants to divine. I want to know who will be the winner of the heaven will battle in this generation. Who will be the one sitting at the throne? Old Chu was silent for a moment. Young master, you must be kidding. Everyone knows that a great emperor is someone that is in control of their destiny. So, how could we possibly divine who will be the final winner? The best we can do is deduce who has the highest chance. I know this, replied Di Tian calmly. However, there is still a way. Please do tell. In the heaven will battle. No matter who is the final winner, he or she is still a supreme realm true monarch until they absorb the heaven will. What you have to divine is the single moment before that person acquires the heaven will, before they absorbed it. That way, you can predict with accuracy who is the final winner. Old Chu momentarily stopped his action of caressing his beard, while the other people behind him looked at Di Tian with shock. And if he was crazy, although you are theoretically correct, this is simply beyond my capabilities. Truth be told, I doubt any person could so precisely divine such a thing. Not to mention the punishment that will come afterward. Di Tian did not say anything else, but took out a book from his space ring. In the beginning Emperor era, Emperor Tianzi slaughtered an innate demon that was a massive turtle. From the back of that turtle, he comprehended the mystery of 8 trigrams and created the 8 trigram myriad world secret guide. With this method, he was able to predict and prevented many calamities for the human race. The founder of U Heaven Mystery Pavilion got an incomplete version of this technique by chance. Using it, he was able to help Ninine Emperor in her early years, and once she proved the Tao, she helped deduce this method to a higher level, while also refining an immortal artifact for you guys. With the complete technique, you should be able to satisfy my request. Then, Di Tian seemed to remember something and took out a counting abacus. I will lend this Emperor artifact to you, so that it can replace the 8 trigram turtle shell. The room became quiet for a moment before Old Man Chu took the things offered to him. He knew that he did not have much of a choice. This person in front of him seemed to have the power to eradicate their sect. The only way they could survive the current situation was to wake up the immortal venerable of their sect. Unfortunately, with the D clan's background, a single immortal venerable was nothing. So, for the next few days, Old Man Chu comprehended the scripture in his hand to prepare for the divination. Since the original technique he cultivated was derived from this one, it did not take long for him to learn. Then, he began his divination. Young Master, Di Tian, you should be aware beforehand that there is the possibility of this not working. As long as you try your best, I will not blame you. Nodding his head, Old Man Chu began his divination as he used the Emperor artifact to amplify his abilities. His eyes turned all white as his mind floated to the river of destiny. Then he saw a scene. A young man with white hair stood with many others at his feet, exuding a powerful aura. He reached out his hand to take a golden ball of light. However, right when he was about to do so, the image suddenly changed. It turned into a gray-haired young man, standing in that same position, with countless people at his feet, reaching for that golden ball. Then, the image of the 2 different people flicked back and forth before everything was gone. Old Man Chu returned to reality as he breathed out loud. So, what was the outcome? Asked Di Tian. It is uncertain. What do you mean? What I saw was you reaching to take the heaven will. However, at the last minute, the picture changed to the young master of the Tao opening sect. How is that possible? There can only be one final winner. I do not know either. The best way I can interpret it is the fact that you were the final winner. However, Sacred Son Wang Wei must have done something to reverse his fate. Truth be told, Old Man Chu did not know what he was talking about. However, he did not want to anger this killing god next to him, so he quickly found a way to explain his vision. After hearing this, Di Tian frowned. He knew that divination was not always reliable, so different interpretation was possible. However, he could not understand the reason he would fail in the heavenly battle. He knew how powerful he would be by then. He was born near the end of the Emperor Beginning era and was once of the greatest genius of that era, cultivated by the entire human race in their battle against the innate demon gods. When he was in the wound, Emperor Tianzi detected that he was a key figure in the war and was selected as the key figure to cultivate. So, even before he was born, his body was washed away by both Emperor Blood Essence and primordial gods and innate demons as a way to set up his foundation. And after he was born, he listened to countless emperors' teachings and preached the Tao. Many precious and rare resources that would make all the emperor lineages fight a full-scale war were used by him for his cultivation. He was expected to be another eternal emperor of the human race to lead them in that era. Unfortunately, an accident occurred to him and his wife before he managed to prove the Tao, and Di Tian was forced to reincarnate. The source of his strength did not diminish because of this, but instead, he became more powerful after reincarnation. Next chapter is Di Tian's backstory. Chapter 359, 10 Lives, 9 Reincarnations before his reincarnation. Di Tian foretold that there might some accident. So, he prepared beforehand. He left secret realms full of innate treasures, innate demon gods and emperor bloods, and even a few chaos treasures to recuperate. To acquire all these things, he had to use all the merits he achieved for the human race during the war. And as he expected, an accident did occur. When he finally reincarnated, it was already after the Null Era when the war ended. Although sad that everyone he knew was either dead or gone, he still continued forward as he had a mission to fulfill, become a great emperor to revive his beloved wife, Ninger, using the things he left behind. He quickly cultivated to a realm similar to true monarchs. Although the environment then had changed, making it difficult for the ancient cultivation system to flourish, he did not have this problem with the resources in his hand. When it was time for the heaven will battle, Di Tian lost. And it was at the hand of Wang Wei's ancestor, Emperor Qian. Although unfortunate, he still accepted his defeat calmly. After all, this was not the first time. Additionally, he knew that Emperor Qian was carrying the luck of an era with him. He was destined to open a new era and spread the Tao to the entire myriad emperor realm. So, Di Tian planned for his next reincarnation. Before his death, he condensed something cultivation seed and reincarnated with it. This seed's purpose allowed him to absorb all the strength of his previous life after cultivating to the peak. So, in his second reincarnation, Di Tian once again cultivated to the peak. This time, he used the origin system to fit in better with heaven and earth. Once he reached the quasi-emperor realm, he absorbed the cultivation of his previous life, thus drastically increasing his strength. Unfortunately, he failed once again during the heaven will battle. This time, his opponent was the Yin family ancestor, the Sword Empress. To this day, Di Tian remembered that fight if it can be considered one. The Sword Empress holding a bamboo as a sword gently swung it, and terrifying sword Qi destroyed his body into millions of pieces. Luckily, he already cultivated the cultivation seed and his soul was still intact, so he could be reincarnated again. When it came to his third and fourth reincarnation, Di Tian does not have any memory of how he lost. He remembered participating in the battle, but for some unknown reason, he could not remember the face or the name of the person who defeated him. Truth be told, he could not even remember how he lost. In his fifth reincarnation, he was born as a Buddhist monk. He was very talented, so was cultivated with great emphasis by the Buddhist sect. That monk had the brilliant idea of cultivating the past, present, and future Buddha book together by splitting his soul into 3. This was not a simple feat, as this book was essentially 3 emperor scriptures combined into one. It was never meant to be cultivated simultaneously. If succeeded, that monk would be able to compete with the heaven chosen of Buddhism at that time, who cultivated the Buddha golden body. And, for reference, go back to chapter 166. Unfortunately, an accident still occurred, right as this monk was about to succeed. It was the exact time that Di Tian recovered the memories of his previous lives, which led to cultivation deviation. With his understanding of the soul, he was able to cure the injury to his primordial spirit. However, his sea of consciousness was filled with the berserk power of time, constantly influencing his mind. And when it was time for the heaven will battle, he encountered the absolute beginning emperor. He could not even use half of his strength, so he lost miserably. At this point, Di Tian knew that something was off. Nevertheless, he continued onward. In his 6th reincarnation, he became the prince of the devil race. Once he regained his memories, Di Tian immediately realized that something was wrong. He seemed to have formed a feud with a little girl from a small village because some human traders wanted to give her to him. Usually, most people would not care about such small and insignificant things. But he knew his experience over the past few reincarnations, so he was cautious. After investigation, he discovered that this little girl carried tremendous luck just like Qian Emperor. Additionally, The entire devil race was enveloped by key of calamity and would soon face a terrible tribulation. So, he hurried to take action to smooth out the situation. He contacted human leaders at that time and asked them, as long as they could set up a meeting with the little girl, he would find a way to create a better living environment and treatment for the human race. This was a perfect plan to not only smooth things out with the human race and wash away some of his karma, but also peacefully deal with a literal son of destiny. Unfortunately, his words were wrongly interpreted. As a result, more people started to chase after the little girl, making her life more miserable. Frustrated, he dispatched his sleepers, which were a group of elite information gatherers that have constantly reincarnated with him. And unlike him, there are usually many of them in each generation. So the amount of information they have gathered over the years is unimaginable. The only time that has failed him was what happened in his third and fourth reincarnation. Even they did not know. In the end, the sleepers failed to catch the little girl. Somehow, she always managed to escape. Without any choice, Tion decided to prepare for the heaven-will battle. This was his sixth reincarnation, and each time he had cultivated to the peak of the quasi-realm. So he had the strength of 6 lives. With all his strength, he did not think he would lose. But he lost, fair and square. In that final battle, despite the secret intervention of the devil gods, he still lost to Empress Wu. Plus, once she won, he sealed him and stole his talent and strength before killing him. Luckily, he had left a backhand. A piece of his soul survived and occupied a human cultivator. He used the time that Empress Wu was madly slaughtering the devil race to secretly steal many of the resources of the race to recultivate to the peak once again. Then, he condensed the cultivation seed and prepared for the 7th reincarnation. This time again, he failed to become a great emperor once again, and it was all because of tricks. In this life, he was born as a devil cultivator. By the time his memories returned, he was considered one of the greatest devils that ever existed. In the current generation, his body and soul were tainted by sins even worse than when he was an actual devil. What's worse? All the sins were the reason he lost the final battle. Emperor Kong was a man of great merit. For his creation of the academy system, gathered large enough merit to cultivate the golden body of merit. So, when a devil cultivator like Tion faced someone like this, he was overwhelmed by the merit and could not even use 10% of his strength. And just like that, he also failed to become a great emperor. By this time, Tion had become discouraged. Failures after failures had begun to shatter his Tao heart. However, his desire to one day see the smile of his wife again, to gently caress her face, to brush her hair, to taste her lips, to hear her voice, kept him going. No matter the price, no matter how many times he has to fall and get up, he would. So, he went into his 8th reincarnation, and as expected, he also encountered another eternal emperor. However, the defeat this time greatly angered him. The reason he was defeated was that he only awakened the memories of his past life after his defeat at the hands of the Heaven Devourer Emperor. He never even had the chance to absorb the strength of his past lives. At that point, Tia was aware that Heavenly Tao was manipulating his reincarnation to prevent him from becoming a great emperor, just because he had committed a taboo. Nevertheless, he did not back down. He calmly prepared for his 9th and final reincarnation. At this point, his soul had reached its limits and could not reincarnate for the 10th time. Tion studied the Tao of reincarnation deeply and ensured that he would be born in the right era. His memories awakened just after he is born, and even ensure that he was blessed with great luck, with the strength of his 9 lives. He should be guaranteed to win the throne. But now, he received news that there were variables. No matter how talented Wang Wei was, he should not be rival him once he reached the quasi-realm. With his talent, he should be able to reach the strength of his 6th reincarnation, similar to Empress Wu. Even if he was more talented, at best he could reach the 7th reincarnation and pushing it the 8th, but not the current 9th. He knew that 9 was a qualitative change, and even he did know how powerful he will be. Suddenly, Di Tian seemed to think of something, and a terrifying aura suddenly emanate from him, shaking the entire Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Chapter 360. Upcoming danger. Wang Wei is an outlaw trying to control one of the 5 hidden supreme Tao. There is no way for him to survive until the heaven will battle, unless he passed a trial. As soon as these thoughts came to his mind, Di Tian lost his composure, and a powerful aura emanated from his body, shaking the entire Heaven Mystery Pavilion. All the people in the room felt a heavy pressure pressing them down, and all of them, with the exception of Old Chu, were forced on their knees. As for the old man, he was wondering why their pavilion suffered so many calamities in just one generation. Could it be that heaven was finally punishing them for leaking its secrets for so many years? Meanwhile, Di Tian did not seem to notice his surroundings as he walked back and forth. With each step, the pressure in the surrounding seemed to increase. No one has ever passed that trial. Even I failed. How could he? Thinking about the trial, he gritted his teeth. This was the beginning of everything. The death of his beloved wife and all the millions of years of suffering. Many wise men warned him. Many great emperors warned him, but he did not listen and insisted on going his way. As a genius, he had his own pride and arrogance. Even if great emperors were more powerful than him, he did not think he lost to them in terms of talent or wisdom. In the end, he lost everything. Di Tian looked at his hands with blurred eyes before muttering only to himself. Maybe if I listened back then, I would not have lost you, Ninger. My greed is the only thing to blame for all this suffering. No, if I had listened, you might not even exist. Or, at the very least, you would not be my Ninger. Although our time together was short, it was worth every single moment. He remembered all the great memories they had together. The first time he met her, instantly, he was fascinated by her perfect smile. He remembered when he taught her how to cook. She burned the food and was very embarrassed. So, she practiced day and night until she became a better cook than him in just a few days. He remembered how happy she was when she first started cultivating and praised her talent. The first time she made a pill, a talisman, magical weapons, and so on. There has been so many firsts in their lives. And even after millions of years, he remembered them as if they happened yesterday. He also remembered the many fights and disagreements they had. Although they were a loving couple, they still had their share of disagreements. Despite this, they still loved one another. All these beautiful and sad memories flashed across his mind. Then Di Tian raised his head. His eyes had now turned to his cold and indifference, and his aura under control. There is no way I will let you pass that trial so easily. So, let's add wood to the fire. He muttered with terrifying killing intent in his eyes. He has paid too much to become a great emperor, and no one can stop him. Wang Wei should have been the son of this era, with a mission not only to create a new era, but also to stop me. However, the moment he decided to cultivate the Tao of Fate, he gave up that title. Nevertheless, he is still an individual with tremendous luck, almost like a son of destiny. So, killing him will not be easy, especially with a variable like Wu Hong. Thinking about Empress Wu, he frowned. No matter what relationship Wu Hong has with her, she will be a problem. He then finally looked at Old Chu once again. I need you to divine one last thing for me again. Once done, I will grant you the Emperor artifact and help you be recognized as its master. With a wry smile on his face, Old Chu said, It's not that I do not want to help, but... He raised his head in the sky. If it was not the Emperor artifact, he would have instantly aged and died after that last divination. Di Tian followed him, and he could feel that heavenly Tao was slowly waking up to release divine punishment. The last divination has touched some taboo, and the entire Heaven Mystery Pavilion was about to pay the price. Don't worry about it. I will take care of it. After saying that, Di Tian glanced at a position. He could feel a terrifying power secretly spying on this place. He guessed that it must have been the immortal venerable of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. However, he did not care. As the future leader of the Di family, his backing was great enough to prevent these old monsters from secretly attacking him. Northern Black Tortoise Continent, Secret Realm. Wang Wei had just instilled his will and goal into the good fortune flame to enter the divine body realm. Lu Cheng's ideal is to become a great alchemist respected by his master and fellow disciples, so that one day he could be worthy of his third senior sister. So, after instilling these ideals, he used the flame to temper his skin and entered the divine body realm. Then, he underwent thunder tribulations. As the thunder fell on him, a cauldron with a bunch of materials appeared in front of him. He immediately directed the thunder inside the cauldron and began to refine a pill. A few minutes later, Wang Wei muttered, "It is indeed possible to use thunder to purify the materials, maybe even the other elements as well." A few minutes later, the thunder tribulation ended, and he took out a yellow pill from the cauldron. Flash of lightning could be seen on the surface of the pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. Thunder appeared on his skin as to temper it, along with the good fortunate pill. It seems that my recipe succeeded. I will call this pill Thunder Skin Refinement Pill. Okay, I admit I'm not good at naming things. Anyway, it does not matter since I'm already perfect in every other way. After stroking his ego, Wang Wei began a plan on how to use the divine punishment Thunder sealed inside his body to refine the Thunder Skin Refinement Pill. With his current fleshly body, few things can actually help temper it. And this problem will become more prominent after he opened his acupoints and reached completion of the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. This is one of the reasons he was so excited about the method that Wu Hong gave him. Wang Wei had a feeling that there was a big secret behind the ancient desolate scripture. And once he discovers that secret, he had a feeling that he would not like it. While he was in deep thought, he suddenly felt everything around him shake. To be precise, it was the entire secret realm that was shaking. What's going on? Wang Wei was not the only one asking this question. The clone that was cultivating on the core mountain suddenly opened his eyes as well. He looked around and discovered that everyone was surprised at the sudden change, and no one could explain the phenomenon. Immediately, the clone noticed something and looked at the formations on the mountain. He could see that runes in these formations suddenly dim as if losing the power behind them. Could it be? For the first time since coming here, he attacked the formation. Bang! With a slight punch. The powerful formation that required at least 3 true monarchs to break was easily shattered by him. The clone frowned as he looked at the other factions near him. Just like him, they realized that all the formation had weakened. So, they became more enthusiastic. With the sudden change, the speed at which these factions broke the formation drastically changed. In that way, it would not take long before they could reach the core of this secret realm. The clone just smiled after seeing this as he gazed at Lu Meishio that was in front of everyone. Then, he returned to his enlightenment of formation. Although he was wondering the reason for such a sudden change, it did not change the overall situation. Meanwhile, in another secret realm, Huofeng Wang suddenly opened her eyes. A powerful aura suddenly emanated on her body. It took her a few seconds to control her strength. She then looked at the empty pool in front of her and muttered, "With the innate energy gone, there is no longer any force powering the formations at the entrance. So, these people should be able to enter at a faster pace. I need to hurry up." She proceeded to contact her Dao protectors. "What do you need?" "Young lady, you guys need to start setting up the formation." "Young lady, did you succeed?" "Yes." Good, said one of the old men that were with her. "Our Hua clan will have another emperor in this generation. What about the tribulation?" "Young lady, do you want to wait until you return to the clan?" asked another person. Because the ancient clans cultivated a different system, Heavenly Tao is especially harsh on them when it comes to tribulation, making it very difficult to survive. So, a lot of preparation is usually required during the process. There is no need. I will use heavenly tribulation to further temper my body and true spirit. The true monarch's eyes lit up after hearing this. They understood that their young lady was not the same as before. Chapter 361. Petty Revenge. Wang Wei's real body waited for a while until he received a communication talisman from this clone. After reading it, he finally understood the situation at the core of the secret realm. It should not be long before the truth of this secret realm is revealed, pondered Wang Wei. Although he did not really care what it was, as his main purposes were Lan Ling and Lu Meishio, he still wished that it was something that would benefit him. According to the clone, it will still take a year or two before Lu Meisho or the demon race to reach the core. This should be more than enough time to deal with Fu Kaiyun's people. Fu Kaiyun held too much power in the Origin Pill Dao sect, and with his nature of suppressing talent, Wang Wei could foresee that this guy will be an obstacle for his plan to acquire the Origin Pill Flame scripture. As such, he has long decided to kill all the people related to him that came to this secret realm. Although this will not affect the latter that much, it's better than nothing. Maybe this act could give his cheap master a chance to breathe and gather power. After making a decision, Wang Wei turned into someone else as he began his hunt. He still decided not to use his own power. However, although Lu Cheng was as weak as a chicken in his eyes, he still has ways to deal with the situation, mainly the use of poison. Over the past 200 years, his alchemy has progressed drastically, and he learned and created many poisons. Time is like an unstoppable river that can only flow in one direction. For Lu Meisho, the past 3 years felt like an eternity. She has been under so much pressure that she felt like her lifespan was dramatically reduced. She turned around to see the people behind her that were not too far behind. What is it with the demon race? Why are they so determined to reach the core so much? Lu Meisho looked at the white hair of these demon true monarchs. When these people first came here, all of them had black hair and the majority looked middle-aged. However, in the short 203 years, these demon races have aged rapidly that they looked like their lifespan would run out at any time. It is common knowledge that the demon race has higher lifespans on average than humans. So, the people around could imagine how much they have paid to get an advantage in breaking the formations. They must know something about this secret realm. After all, it was in their territory, thought Lu Meisho. Luckily, I was prepared. Right before these people entered the secret realm, her faction in the herd-raising valley brought many resources. So, using countless pills, the true monarchs on their side were able to keep their heads up after the desperate advance of the demon race. "Young lady, we have broken through the last formation," said one the true monarch with a slight tremble voice. "Hurry up then," replied Lu Meisho as she woke from her daze. She immediately led her group to the top of the mountain. As soon as she took that final step, she found herself in another place. It was like she transitioned from one space-time to another, from one world to another. Moreover, the transition was extremely smooth, which showed that the person who created was a master of space. The first thing that Lu Meisho noticed was the large puppet army standing in 2 rows. They looked like they were guarding something. However, there was something odd with these puppets. Although they looked humanoid in shape, all of them had one thing in common. They all had deer-like horns on their foreheads. Lu Meishui instantly became excited after seeing this. We were right. This should be the tomb of a true dragon from ancient times. She muttered, her voice slightly higher than normal. And it was not just her who felt that way, but all the other members of her faction. One of the most powerful great emperors to ever have the myriad beast physique was the true Phoenix Emperor. And the reason for her strength was because she acquired the blood essence of a true phoenix, an innate demon. In this tomb, there is most likely the blood essence of a true dragon. As long as Lu Meisho can acquire it, she can reproduce the might and grandeur of the true Phoenix Great Emperor. That meant that, in this generation, their faction has the chance to cultivate a great emperor. They can finally get rid of the control of the Ji family, and maybe even annihilated them. After a few minutes of excitement, Lu Meisho calmed herself down. So she said, "Go set up a formation to prevent the people from the demon race from entering. At the very least, delay them long enough." The true monarchs nodded and went to execute her orders. Meanwhile, Lu Meisho walked deep into the tomb, full of excitement. Oddly though, a few minutes later, she returned with an ugly look on her face. Her Tao protectors taught that she might have encountered a powerful opponent that required their help to solve. However, once they saw the weird runes that appeared on her left hand, they knew something weird had happened. Back on Array Mountain, the moment that Lu Meixius group reached the top, Wang Wei's clone opened his eyes with a smile on his face. "Let's begin," he said to the others. Then, A mist that seemed to isolate all prying suddenly covered all of them. Many people were paying attention to the Tao opening sect's weird actions, so they immediately noticed this when it happened. However, they did not know what they were doing, as the mist could isolate their divine sense and other forms of investigation. Plus, not a lot of people dare investigate the most powerful sect. Meanwhile, inside the mist, Wang Wei took out something weird from his space ring. It was an arm. To be precise, it was Liu Meixi's arm that he ripped off during the Key Luck trial. An invisible gray line appeared from the hand, connecting to something or someone in the distance. The clone looked at the people behind him and said, "Do not resist, and be on alert as soon as we arrived." Then, all the people turned into motes of light and entered the gray line connected to that hand. They soon found themselves traveling at rapid speed. Time seemed to slow down for them, yet at the same time seemed to be rapidly passing. After what felt like an instant and an eternity at the same time, the group stopped as they appeared in a darkly lit space with jewels decorated in the walls. Behind them was an army of puppets with horns, and in front of them were the people of the herd-raising valley. "All of this is really your plan," said Lu Meishio with gritted teeth as she looked at Wang Wei in front of her. The moment these runes appeared on her arm, she guessed most of Wang Wei's plans. Wang Wei looked at her with cold and indifferent eyes, then said, "Kneel." Suddenly, a strange and mysterious force came from his voice, and to Liu Meixi's horror, she was forced to kneel on the floor. She was incapable of resisting with her strength. "Kowtow," said Wang Wei again, and Liu Meixi's head was forced on the ground. The true monarchs with her were furious. However, they were all locked by the ones with Wang Wei. "What kind of ability is this?" asked Lu Meishio. "You do not need to know," replied Wang Wei. This was of the two abilities he gained after opening his chakras, and it came from his tongue orifice and throat chakra. The ability is called Emperor's Words or Law. Lu Meishio gritted her teeth and asked, "Why are you doing this? Is it because of what happened in the trial?" "You could say so." "Don't be so hypocritical," she snorted in disdain. "Cultivators never considered the lives of mortals. The only reason that they are so restrained when dealing with them is because of karma. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak." She tried to get up but failed. Nevertheless, she still continued. "You people of Tao opening sect have brought disaster to be many small thousand worlds before sending your people to save it to gather merit, and used as a trial of luck. How is that any different from what I did?" Wang Wei looked at her calmly before saying, "Maybe you are right. Maybe you are wrong. I will not talk to you regarding the issue of morality. What I hate about what you did is that you broke the established rule. Everyone agreed on a battle of dynasty. Yet, you decided to overthrow the entire chessboard to win the game. Do you think that your actions would have no consequences? Of course. This is not the main reason for my dislike of you. I promised the people of Great Xia that I would protect them. As their ruler, this was my responsibility. Yet, you ruined that." His eyes concentrated on Lu Meishio on the floor. "I counted. 12, 345, 654 innocent civilians died in your beast tide. Not soldiers, but civilians. Do you want me to tell you the exact number of children, women, and elderly?" The room became quiet for a moment. With his divine sense, he could see that Lu Meishio did not care about his words. "Okay," he said with a sneer. "Since you only believe in the survival of the fittest, I will apply this rule to you too. I'm more powerful than you. Then I can determine your life and death." Wang Wei no longer wasted any time with her and mobilized his powerful soul. Although he was only a clone, he still inherited some of its power. He directly broke into her sea of consciousness and went for her soul. He ignored her soul-protecting treasure and went straight for her soul. Lu Meishio resisted as her myriad beast physique was also activated to protect her. Countless illusory beast shadows appeared in her sea of consciousness to block Wang Wei's attack. However, he simply bulldozed these shadows and went straight for her soul. Once he found a bronze cloud with slight silver on it, he destroyed it and killed her. All of this happened so quickly that Lu Meishio did not have time to react, defend herself, or even use her innate talent. Chapter 362. At peace after killing Lu Meishio, Wang Wei felt at peace. His state of mind did not suddenly undergo any changes. After all, he's gotten used to the fact that death is a normal thing in the world of cultivation. You could say that he has become desensitized to death. And after understanding some power of fate, he knew that it was the fate of many mortals to die at the hands of cultivators. Despite all of this, he was still a little bothered by what happened in the Key Luck trial. As such, he had long planned to kill Lu Meishio, no matter what. So, as he watched her body fall to the ground and her soul destroyed, he felt relieved, calm, or at peace. Wang Wei sighed lightly. He raised his hand to burn her body. Then he suddenly remembered the Fiend God 12 revolution that he just received, and an idea popped in his head. So, he immediately sealed the pieces of her soul that were about to disappear and put the body away. "You're not even going to allow us to bury her?" asked one of the true monarchs from the herd-raising valley. How many of the people she killed did not have the opportunity to be buried because they were swallowed whole by her beasts? Replied Wang Wei. "Are you going to use their lives to justify your actions?" Said the true monarch. "You are correct. I do not need to justify myself. Her body will benefit me, so I took it. She will become the nourishment for my path of emperor." The true monarch was momentarily silent before adding, "There's a saying, one thought to become Buddha, one thought to become the devil." It seems to me that sacred son Wang Wei has reached such a state of mind. However, you should be careful not to become the next Zun. Wang Wei squinted his eyes at this person. Zun was the name of the heaven-devouring emperor who wanted to swallow the world after becoming an eternal emperor. This guy's words may seem like just a warning or words spoken to save face. But Wang Wei could understand his insinuation. He was threatening to spread rumors that he was the next Zun and rally the people of the world to kill him. After all, no one wants another crazy and powerful eternal emperor to be born in this world. After figuring this out, Wang Wei laughed out loud. This kind of threat might work for ordinary people with no background. But who was he? The sacred son of the most powerful sect in the world. The son of the sect master, the heir to 2 emperor lineages. Who dare to easily mess with him? Your little faction is already struggling against the Ji family. What do you think will happen if my Dao opening sect intervened in your conflict and support the Ji clan? How long do you people think you can last? Wang Wei replied with a threat of his own. And as soon as he said these words, the faces of the other true monarchs became very ugly to look at. Now that their dreams and goals at cultivating a great emperor were dead, their futures looked bleak. And once they return to the sect, they will be further suppressed by the Ji family. So, after quickly communicating with one another, they decided to leave. They rushed out of the secret realm, while always on guard against the people of the Dao opening sect. "Young master, why don't we take this opportunity to kill these people?" asked Yin Shun. "This is not the time nor the place," replied Wang Wei calmly. "If my real body was here, I could team up with all of you to kill all of them. However, with my current strength, it will take too much time to kill any of the supreme realms. And we cannot waste any more time." Yin Shun nodded his head in response. This is how he felt as well. But he wanted to see whether the recent failures about his primordial spirit would affect him. So he was relieved. "All right, go set up the formation to prevent other people from entering," said Wang Wei. Truth be told, he was a little disappointed with the reaction of these people, as he wanted a hearty battle. After years of planning, using countless resources, their dreams were shattered like that, but their response was still so calculated. None of them acted out of pure emotions and attacked him. And Wang Wei knew that it was not because of his background, but more to do with the fact that these people feared death. After living for so long, as time passed and they become older, they began to fear death and act more cautious when doing things. And this is not just a problem for the people of the herd-raising valley. He has noticed this fact among some of the true monarchs in his sect as well. Wang Wei quickly removed these thoughts from his head and quickly helped them set up the formation to block the other people from coming. Although the formation will most likely break once these people work together, it can still buy him enough time to get the real fortunate encounter inside. Once everything was done, Wang Wei rushed to the core. On his way, he faced many puppets with dragon horns. He immediately sealed these puppets to study later on, as he discovered that the method of refinement was unknown to him. So, Wang Wei's path forward was easier than expected. He discovered that the puppets seemed weaker than anticipated. It was as if the energy required for them to function was missing. The same was applied for the formation in his way. All of them seemed drastically weakened. So, after remembering them to study later, he immediately used brute force to break them. Finally, he reached the core of this secret realm and saw what was inside. It was the bones of a snake-like creature with 2 horns. Is this a dragon remain? Wang Wei used his divine sense to check the surroundings and ensure that there were no traps or anything else. Then, he finally approached the creature to inspect. The skin or scale was already gone. As such, only by the shape of the bones and the powerful aura that remained could he tell that this was a dragon. The aura was not only suppressive but also displayed a form of nobleness. It was as if this creature was the favored son of heaven and Erath. As if it was born noble, and all living creatures should respect it. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would not be able to even approach these remains simply by the aura it revealed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was intrigued as he observed the dragon bones. In his past life, dragons were common creatures in most novels, always associated with strength, power, and prestige. Many protagonists will let some power have a dragon to look cool, marry the princess of the dragon clan, or absorb dragon bloodline into their bodies to increase their strength or talent. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, the world he lived in has no dragons. They have been gone for billions of years. And from the pieces of information he gathered from Wuhong, he knew that all innate life forms like dragons and phoenixes have left the lower dimension and ascended. So, if he ever wanted to meet a real one, he would have to wait to become an emperor and ascend as well. As such, he was a little excited after seeing the dragon for the first time, even if it was just the bones. Then, he frowned once his investigation was over. Most of the power of the dragon bone is lost because with the passage of time, with the only exception being the spine. He then touched the bones. The hardness is enough for even the lamest weapon refiner to make a quasi-emperor artifact. And in the hands of an emperor, they could probably make an emperor artifact. As for me, the best way to use this bone is to cultivate the fiend god body 12 revolutions. With this bone, I could probably quickly cultivate the first few revolutions. No, it would be better to use it to cultivate the last 3 revolutions. Maybe I will have some surprise gang. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction and prepared to place the dragon bone inside his space ring. However, right before he succeeded, he felt a slight void fluctuation. Immediately, he acted out of instinct and took out a supreme tier void-blocking talisman and activated it. The talisman paper rushed in the direction of the void tremor, and a powerful wave came from it, trying to block whatever was coming through. Regrettably, it was slightly too late. A beautiful woman with a flame design on her forehead walked out from a void. Chapter 363. Ancient Clans Gold. Chapter 363. Ancient Clans Gold. Hua Fengwang looked at the space behind her that was completely blocked by that talisman. Her Dao protectors should take quite some time before arriving here. Then, she finally looked at the person responsible for all of this, Wang Wei. What a handsome guy, she thought to herself calmly, before looking at the surroundings. Based on the spy we left at the core mountain, the first group to arrive at the tomb should be the people of the herd-raising valley. Yet, the Wang clan descendant is the one here. For more than 200 years, the Dao opening sect has been acting very weird regarding this secret realm. They were too nonchalant regarding the entire thing. This might be because they already had a way to enter the core, as we did. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was also looking at Hua Fengwang after she emerged from the void. What a beautiful woman, he thought. Although this was not the first time he saw her, this was the first time he saw her so close. More importantly, her aura indicates that she seems to be in a realm similar to the primordial spirit realm. Based on the fact that she could not completely hide, it means that she lacked control of her strength, most likely as a result of just breaking through. 3 years ago, the changes that occurred which made all the formations at the core mountain weakened might be the result of her breakthrough. Miswa, are you here for the tomb as well? Yes. In that case, let's use our fist to determine the ownership. Wang Wei wanted to secretly place the bones inside his space ring. However, he felt a great resistance in doing so, making it impossible to do so in just an instant. Additionally, he could feel this girl's fighting intent as she locked on his every move. Without hesitation or saying another word, he rushed towards her. He knew that time was not in his favor. His talisman could not block the void for long, and his Tao protectors could also not stop the other factions on Core Mountain from entering. So, the more time passed, the less advantage the situation was to him. Wang Wei's clone clenched his fingers into a fist to throw a punch. Wish. The air squeeze and tremble under the force of his fleshly body. However, to his slight surprise, Huofeng Wang responded with the same action as him. Bang! The two fists clashed together, creating a powerful shockwave that made the surroundings hundreds of meters tremble. What a powerful, fleshly body, thought Wang Wei after the first clash. Then he became excited. He threw punches after punches at her. In just a few seconds, he threw over 1,000,000 punches, and yet, she calmly responded with punches of her own. After a few seconds of exchange, the two of them stopped at the same time. Wang Wei immediately noticed that her fists were perfectly fine, not even slightly red. Her breathing was normal, and not even a drop of sweat could be seen on her forehead. Truly impressive, Miss Hua, commented Wang Wei. Ever since that poor boy Ji Song died, I have never had such a hearty battle. Young Master Wang, I'm not your training punching bag. I apologize if my words seem rude. Sometimes my lust for battle can get the best of me. I accept your apology, replied Huofeng Wang calmly. Although she appeared calm, she was very serious on the inside. She cultivated an eye's secret technique that allows her to see the mysteries of heaven and earth. So, she knew that the person in front of her was only a clone of the real body. Yet, the clone had such tremendous strength. She could not fathom how powerful the main body was. Thinking about this, she decided to take a different approach to achieve her goal. Young Master Wang, why don't we each take a step back? I just need a few drops of blood from the dragon's spine, and it'll be on my way. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. With the strength of this clone, it will take a while if he wants to defeat her, and he might not even succeed. He had to admit that she deserved to be a person cultivated by an ancient clan. Additionally, time was not on his side. How much do you need? 10 drops. He'll give you 5, and I have 2 other conditions. Huofeng Wang frowned after hearing this. She was not asking much as the spine could still produce more than 100 drops of blood, and she only wanted less than 10. However, after thinking about it and her purpose for the blood, she agreed. Fine, but please do not go too far. Malleable to the situation, I see, said Wang Wei with a charming smile. Unfortunately, Huofeng Wang did not care for his charming good looks. My first condition is a question. Why is your ancient clan so adamant about your consecutive ways? You all should understand that over time, the weaker your clans will become. After a moment's pause, Huofeng Wang said, You cannot possibly understand how prosperous we were in those eras. For example, our Hua clan had 8 great emperors before the beginning of the Null Era. Yet all of them died. The most powerful ancient clan, as you called it, had more than 12 great emperors at their peaks. Yet, all of them died without even leaving their inheritances. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this news. He guessed that maybe in ancient times, the concept of the 9-emperor curse did not exist. If you count the 3 emperors that the Hua clan had after the ancient emperor era, that made a total of 11 emperors, 2 more than their Tao opening sects. Every younger generation of our clan is taught at a young age to reclaim the glory of our ancient clans. And how exactly are you going to do such a thing? Just cultivating an emperor will not help and can only prolong the inevitable. I can feel that just by standing here. Heaven and earth are slowly rejecting your presence. Wouldn't it be easier for you guys to change and try to reclaim your glory with the changes of the new era. No, we will not. Instead, we will change heaven and earth, replied Huafeng Wang resolutely. Change heaven and earth? Do you guys want to return the world to ancient times? To bred innate key to the myriad emperor world? From what Wang Wei knew, in the primordial era, humans were created after the first ray of acquired ki or spiritual energy was born between heaven and earth. However, the environment at that time still had abundant innate ki even during the emperor beginning era. It was later on that innate ki completely disappeared from the world. That's correct. Interesting, muttered Wang Wei. If those ancient clans succeeded, the environment would be more suited for them to practice. More resources that they could use will also be born. Have you guys also thought about the problems that arise with this plan? With the revival of innate energy, the innate life forms will also return. Another war between acquired and innate will be waged once more. At that time, our ancient clan will also lead the myriad emperor world to win the war just like we did in ancient times, replied Huafeng Wang. Wang Wei sneered after hearing this. Although he also had planned to return innate energy to the world, he had no intention of letting the innate life forms from returning. The myriad emperor world has long been the world of humans, and it has to stay that way. All right, my second condition is simple. We will both use our most powerful attack to determine the victor of this battle. He then clenched his fist and attacked without hesitation. Desolate God fist with this one attack. Everything in the surrounding instantly became bleak. The ground they were standing on, the walls and the tombs, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, everything. Huafeng Wang felt that the life force in her body was about to be severed by this punch, so she immediately attacked in return. Phoenix flame with one punch of her. A beautiful phoenix made of pure red flames appeared. She chirped like a bird. However, unlike ordinary birds, her voice was beautiful, ethereal, and contained a noble presence. Then, the phoenix began to burn everything in her surroundings, even the desolate power contained in Wang Wei's fists. A terrible explosion occurred in the entire tomb, burning and destroying every single piece of dirt in this room. Once the shockwave subsided, there was only one thing that was perfectly intact in the tomb: the dragon bones. Wang Wei had burned skins in different parts of his body. As for Huafeng Wang, a few parts of her skin were dried as if they had lost all moistures. Luckily, these two were considered freaks even in the cultivating world. In just a few seconds, their injuries quickly healed. Wang Wei's healing was natural. However, Huafeng Wang had flames appear on the place she wanted to heal. She looked like a phoenix that was undergoing nirvana. It was quite a beautiful sight to see. The two watched each one with great concentration. In that final confrontation, they were evenly matched. However, they both knew that they did not use their full strength. Who? Suddenly roared the two of them at the same time. Chapter 364. Project Innate Atavism. Both Wang Wei and Huafeng Wang acted at the same time and punched in a direction close to the dragon bones. Although there was nothing in their sights, they still hit something. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard, followed by an intense scream. A small pool of blood splattered on the ground, and the thing that they hit was momentarily revealed. Chameleon race? The strange demon race that looked like a humanoid chameleon only appeared for a brief moment before disappearing once again. Moreover, soon afterward, a space fluctuation enveloped him, and he broke free from the void-blocking talisman and disappeared. Since when did the demon race have such good thing that could ignore a quasi-emperor void-blocking talisman? Thought Wang Wei. Even if the latter used the same ranked void escaping talisman, it would still take them some time before escaping. Yet this person instantly vanished. Both Wang Wei and Huafeng Wang checked before discovering that this person managed to steal at least one drop of blood from the spine of the dragon. After seeing this, Wang Wei internally sighed. If it was his main body, there is no way that this demon race would so easily pass undetected through his senses, no matter how good the camouflage of the chameleon race is. So, He realized that the situation is constantly changing and it is best to deal with the bones as soon as possible. He immediately took out 5 drops of blood from the spin and handed it to Huofeng Wang. Then, he began to put away the entire bone. The process lasted at least 2 minutes, since the bone seemed to instinctively resist. During the process, he did not forget to stare at Huofeng Wang in case she decided to go back on her words. However, she seemed to a woman of her words. Nevertheless, a slight accident did occur. As soon as the bone was placed away, the entire tomb began to shake. Space cracks appeared everywhere in less than a second. This phenomenon was alerting as Wang Wei noticed that even with his clash against Huofeng Wang, which reached the level of true monarch, the space in this tomb was completely fine. It seems that the space of this tomb is about to collapse, muttered Wang Wei. With the instability of the tomb's space, his talisman was proven worthless. So, not long after the tremors began, Huofeng Wang's Tao protectors appeared in the room. "Young lady, is everything fine?" asked one of them. "Im Eilicht." Then, they looked at Wang Wei with suspicion. "Let's go," said Huofeng Wang. Then, these people broke the space and teleported away. In the space channel, one of them asked, "Young lady, what happened? Do you succeed in acquiring the dragon blood?" "I had a fight with the Wang clan young master. And yes, I did succeed. I bet the young lady defeated him." "You are wrong about that. It was a tie. I bet that the young lady did not use all her strength." "You are right, but so did he. Plus, my heavenly eye told me that this was just a clone of him with probably 50 to 70 of the real Buddha strength." The true monarchs became quiet after hearing this. Before leaving the clan, the patriarch warned them to pay attention to Wang Wei and Di Tian, but they did not expect that this person was so powerful. "There is no need to worry," said Huofeng Wang calmly. "The heaven will battle is years ahead, and having an advantage now does not mean it will be the same later on." Meanwhile, as Wang Wei watched her leave, he summarized the things he already knew about Huofeng Wang in this short confrontation. The first is the fact that her body is full of innate qi. As a person who absorbed innate materials inside his body, he was quite sensitive to innate qi, and he could feel a vast quantity of them inside her body that has not been completely refined. Once she has done so, her strength would drastically increase. The second thing is that she has had a very noble bloodline inside her body, most likely related to the innate demon, the Phoenix. And unlike Feng Lijuan of the Divine Tao League, her bloodline is not a shackle to her. Instead, it seemed to boost her strength, speed, talent, and give her special abilities beyond the norm. Her bloodline is basically the same as Feng Lijuan's after she used the invisibility talisman to break from her restrictions. And in terms of power, purity, and level, Feng Lijuan's current bloodline is nothing compared to Huofeng Wang. However, the talisman might still give her the ability to fight. With the dragon blood, this girl might want to turn her bloodline into a dragon and phoenix bloodline. "I wonder how powerful she will be then," muttered Wang Wei. However, he soon gave up thinking about such a thing. Anyway, he was just a clone. So, let the main body deal with such a problem. He then flew from the tomb to the hallways, heading back to the entrance. Midway through his fly, he encountered the people from the Tao opening sect. "Young master, what happened? Our formation suddenly became unstable and many people have begun to rush in. After I got the things inside, the entire space began to collapse. So, let's leave immediately." After opening a space channel, the group quickly arrived outside, floating on top of a ray mountain. Ever since the main tomb began to collapse, the formation on the mountain became dormant. So people do not have to slowly walk up the mountain, they can just fly there. So, many people rushed up there to enter the core in the hopes of finding something valuable. Ignoring these people, Wang Wei said, "Let's begin." The people behind him immediately began to lay array flags in specific parts surrounding the mountain. And once everyone was done, Wang Wei activated the formation he was laying down. A massive circle surrounded the array mountain. Then it began to separate from the ground. Everything in a few thousand kilometers shook, and the people still flying on top of the mountain were randomly sent out. A few seconds later, The mountain floated in the sky. Then one of the true monarchs waved his sleeve, and the large mountain disappeared. Ever since Wang Wei discovered that this mountain contained natural arrays, he was planning to take it back to the sect as a secret realm to train more formation masters. However, he still needed to find a way to take the mountain while preserving the formations on it. So, he has been planning and setting a formation for the past 200 years. Once everything was done, Wang Wei left. As for the people who entered the crumbling tombs, they soon had to run out of there. And once they saw that even the mountain was taken away, these emperor lineages could only sigh out loud. The people of the Tao opening sect not only got whatever fortunate encounter was inside, but even the array mountain was taken away. Truth be told, not many people cared about the mountain until it was taken away. They finally realized that this mountain was as valuable as any fortunate encounter. It can be used to strengthen the foundation of any sect, even an emperor lineage. Somewhere in the northern continent, the space tore apart, and a humanoid chameleon stepped out of it. He coughed a large mouthful of blood while groaning in pain. However, the chameleon just swallowed a handful of pills before rushing to his destination. He broke the space on his own and headed to a specific destination. Soon, he found himself deep in a mountain range. If anyone could observe the entire range, they would find out that it was used to lay a very powerful formation. After observing the surroundings, the chameleon headed to one specific mountain and rushed straight at it. However, he did not crash on a mountain, but passed through it. Soon, he was in a completely different place or world. There was one city full of demons of all ethnicity, and in the middle of that city was a large mansion. The chameleon headed straight for that mansion without stopping. None of the guards noticed him. Inside of the rooms was a handsome young man with 2 dragon horns waiting for him. "Did you succeed?" asked the young man with a deep and grave voice. "Young master, I only managed to get 2 drops of blood," replied the chameleon with his head down. Then, he handed a jade vial to the young man, who immediately opened the lid and smelled the blood inside. This is more than enough. As the young man smelled the blood inside, scales appeared on his body, and his pupils turned vertical like a snake. No, like a dragon. A powerful aura emanated from his body, which forced the chameleon to kneel on the ground. This act was not by choice, but an instinct from deep inside his bloodline. Chapter 365. Demon Race's Plight and Future. Chapter 365. Demon Race's Plight and Future. Ao Shun had a deep smile on his face as he smelled the blood inside this vial, making him lose control. He was very excited. "Our demon race finally has a chance at true freedom," he muttered. "Billions of years of oppression at the hands of humans. All of this will end by my hands." The plight of the demon race has not been good ever since the end of the ancient emperor era. Before that, everything was relatively normal. Although the relationship with humans and other races were tense, they still tolerated one another. However, everything changed when the first demon great emperor was born. The golden ape immediately wanted to rule the myriad emperor and enslave the human race. As a powerful emperor on the level of the battle maniac emperor or the desolate emperor, he almost succeeded. Luckily for the human race, the human emperor showed up to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, ever since then, the demon race has been suppressed completely by humans to the point of almost being extinct. They were exiled to the north from the central continent, a place that was devastated by war, which led to low spiritual energy and resources. They were hunted down as food, used for transportation, making pills, talismans, arrays, and weapons. And this did not stop there. Every time that the demon race as a whole began to slightly recover, the top emperor lineages will band together to secretly kill all their upper echelons and reduce their strength. Every time they cultivated a great emperor, their situation did not change much. At least, they will get a moment of peace and prosperity. Unfortunately, said great emperor has to eventually leave. Then, the humans will strike again with tremendous force and once again weaken the demon race. And if their great emperor showed any kind of ambition to increase the power and influence of the demon race, all the emperor lineages will take out the emperor artifacts. Wake up the Tao ancestors and immortal venerables to besiege such emperor. If the demon emperor is powerful enough, he or she could barely resist such attack and protect their race. If not, they will either be killed or forced into exile. Moreover, the human race will take advantage of these situations to destroy the emperor scriptures of the demon race and steal their emperor artifacts. Even if they cannot use it, they will not let the demon race have it. Because of the plight of the race, many wise demons decided to use a more subtle approach to alleviate the current situation. So, they try to incorporate into human race's culture and society. Despite how barbaric they are by nature, the demon race decided to control their nature and learn how to refine pills, talismans, and weapons. They hoped that doing business and selling some rare resources only available in the north would be helpful. Unfortunately, the human race did not accept their gesture. The concept, "not my race, must be an enemy" has been ingrained in the soul of the human race. As such, they would do anything possible to squeeze out the demon race from the business world. And when it comes to buying rare northern resources, they will do anything from threat to stealing to reduce the buying price. This kind of thing went on for billions of years ever since the end of the ancient emperor era. After so many years and so many attempts, the demon race decided that the best way to solve their situation is to either migrate to another heavenward world or cultivate an eternal emperor. Migrating was not an option, as too much would be involved. They would need a powerful space treasure to carry the entire race to otherworld communities. Then, there's the issue of whether the human race would intervene and prevent them from doing so. However, this problem can be dealt with as long as a great emperor becomes in charge of the migration. However, other problems aroused. They needed to find a right heavenward world where the demon race could prosper. If the human race or another race is the dominant one once again in that world, then they would just suffer more. Finally, they also need to receive the blessing or acceptance of the original inhabitants of the world. Even if they find a world that is dominated by the demon race, it did not mean that they would be all right. By nature, the demon race is very territorial. Because of so many different kinds of races that make the demon race, infighting and slaughter is as much a problem for them as it is for humans. The only reason that the demon race in the myriad emperor world is different is because of their desperate situation. In other worlds, this issue will magnify millions of times. Despite all the possible hardships, the demon race still decided to make this plan one of their final retreats in case they one day faced extermination at the hands of a human race great emperor. Nevertheless, the second plan of cultivating an eternal emperor is still the best choice for their current situation. Unfortunately, this was more difficult for the demon race than imagined. Over the countless eras, no eternal emperor has been born from their race. There may have been a few before the Newell era, but that is not yet confirmed. And there's a reason for that. The demon race relied too much on their bloodlines for cultivation. With a noble enough bloodline, as long as the resources are enough, it is quite easy for an imperial demon race to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm. They do not need to have a high state of mind, powerful Tao heart, and unimaginable wills. All they need are resources. However, this is where the problem comes. To become an eternal emperor, all of these things are needed, and they have to reach the absolute peak. Because of this fact, a few demon leaders wanted to change to human race cultivation in an attempt to cultivate an eternal emperor. However, the majority of them disdained to do this. The demon race respected bloodline to the core of their soul. To them, bloodline superiority was above everything else, even their death and destruction. This disagreement led to the separation of the Golden Crow race from the demon race, as they advocated the cultivation of the human race system. Another method proposed was to create a new and better cultivation system than the current bloodline one. So, many great emperors deduced a perfect bloodline system that involved refining the mind, Tao heart, and will. Regrettably, the majority of demons were used to relying on their bloodlines to cultivate. They did not want to change to a more complicated and troublesome method. As for the true heaven-chosens of their race, although they cultivated the new method, it did mean that they would immediately become eternal emperor. After all, the human race has been using such a system far longer than them. And yet, only 7 eternal emperors have appeared. In the end, the demon race realized that bloodline was the core of their races, and if they wanted to solve their problems, bloodline was the only thing needed to solve the problem. So, they gathered together to begin Project Innate Atavism. Knowing that the demon race was created by innate demons based on their bloodlines, they studied the secret of their bloodline to revert back to their ancestor and create an innate demon. This person would be the pinnacle of bloodlines. With such talent, it should be possible to become an eternal emperor without all the other required stuff. Even that person failed. Once he or she becomes a great emperor after their bloodline is baptized by the heaven will, they would not be inferior to any eternal emperor. The project started during the Middle Emperor era. Unfortunately, since then, the demon race has never had a great emperor. So, it took them 2 eras, countless generations of wise men, countless experiments, countless sacrifices before succeeding. Finally, young Master Ao Shun was finally born. A proud and noble dragon, an innate demon. Ao Shun finally managed to control himself. He could not help but to be so excited. Although the demon race succeeded in cultivating him into a true dragon, he always felt that his bloodline was incomplete. It was missing something. So, he wanted to find a way to make it up, but he did not how. However, the moment that the news of the secret realm spread, his intuition told him that the method he was searching for was inside. So, he sent the demon race on a mission and ordered them to do whatever it took to acquire the fortunate encounter at the core. Knowing what was at stake, the true monarchs of the demon race did not hesitate to ruin their lifespan in an attempt to reach the core and get what's inside. Luckily, they succeeded. It seems that fate is on my side, thought Ao Shun. Then, he looked at the chameleon and said calmly, "Hand it over." Chapter 366. Heavy responsibility. After hearing Ao Shun's words, the chameleon did not hesitate to hand over a small bronze boat to him that seemed to have many cracks on the surface. This small boat was the reason he was able to break through the array of the Tao opening sect and Wang Wise Quasi-Emperor void-blocking talisman. Although he knew how valuable such a treasure was, he did not dare steal it. After receiving the boat, Ao Shun nodded in satisfaction before saying, "I know that you are the only true monarch of your chameleon tribe. After what you did today, the tribal council will reward you and your tribes greatly." The chameleon chief bowed politely before rapidly exiting the room. Ao Shun just glanced at him before focusing on the vial of blood. After one last look, he placed it into his space ring. He could not absorb it now, as this would bring visions between heaven and earth. And once that happened, the human race might discover him. Then he took out a small golden orb while in deep thought. After succeeding in his bloodline transformation, Ao Shun not only inherited the surname Ao, but also inherited a cultivation technique, a few divine abilities, and memories of ancient times. In these memories, he learned many secrets regarding the reason that the Null Era occurred. The battle between acquire and innate lives that spread to countless heaven will worlds. A battle that covered the entire lower dimension. One secret was particularly important to him. He learned that innate lives could not absorb the heaven will to become great emperors. After getting that information, Ao Shun was worried, thinking that all the efforts of their demon race were for nothing. However, after digging deeper, he realized that things were not as simple as he previously thought. The reason that innate lives could not absorb the heaven will was not that they were born from heaven and earth. It was because of heavenly Tao. During the innate acquire war, every single individual, every single race, every single world has to choose a side. There was no exception, including heavenly Tao. The myriad emperor world, which was the place the entire war originated, was the first world to choose a side. It chose acquired life. As a result of this, innate life forms could not absorb the heaven will. At the pinnacle of the war, great emperors, and innate demon gods did whatever possible to convince the heavenly Tao of heaven will worlds to choose their side. The innate demon gods were fascinated by the prospect of becoming a great emperor and having access to the grand Tao source. Adding to that their already heaven-defying bloodlines, those innate great emperors were cream of the top. By the end of the war, only a few heavenly Tao could still remain neutral. After thinking about this, Ao Shun frowned as he muttered, "Heavenly Tao is ruthless and the epitome of indifference. It is only a bunch of laws designed to operate the world in a standard and controlled manner. How could it choose a side? Although it can have some slight favoritism to something or someone, only if they benefit the entire world as a whole, unless it gains sentience. However, if that was true, the myriad emperor world would be completely different than it currently was. Additionally, many great emperors would have noticed if it had gained sentience." After pondering for a few minutes and not coming up with an answer, Ao Shun did not continue on the subject. Once he is more powerful, he can find the answer to these secrets. According to his plans, as long as he has enough merit, heavenly Tao should not stop him from accepting the heaven will. The question is how to get enough merit. As he had more important things to do, Ao Shun places these thoughts at the back of his head. He looked at the cracked boat in his hand after putting the golden light away. "It's time for me to leave." He rushed to a secret room inside the mansion and activated a formation. A door appeared, and Ao Shun stepped into it. A few seconds later, he found himself in a small world with a few people waiting for him. There were the four head chiefs: Golden Lion Chiefess, Battle Ape Chief, Golden Rock Chief, and Black Tiger Chief. "Did you succeed?" asked the Golden Lion Chiefess, to which Ao Shun replied simply by nodding his head. A peaceful smile appeared on her face before handing him two things: one ring and a jade talisman. Ao Shun used his divine sense to check the space ring, and a slight surprise flashed across his eyes. Inside was a very large space full of white mountains. However, these are not real mountains, but ones made of origin source. The origin source is mainly for you as an energy source for the immortal bronze boat. However, there should be more than enough for you to cultivate for a while after you arrived. Ao Shun nodded as he guessed that the chiefs must have blackmailed the Golden Crow tribe to get so many resources. The demon race was too poor to use so much on him. "You should be able to arrive at the closest world community to ours with no problem," said the chiefess. The talisman contained some basic information of the heaven world known as Martial Hegemony World that led the world community. She paused for a moment, then a determined light flashed in her eyes. "No one will go to serve as your Tao protector. As probably the only true dragon existing in the lower dimension, you will be sought after by any world. So, be prepared to be enemy of the entire world and be constantly hunted down." Ao Shun was not surprised by this decision. This was the best way to temper himself into a truly terrifying heaven chosen. During all the life and death battles, he can grow rapidly. And if he survives, when he survives, he will reach his full potential. So, he looked at the things handed to him. Ao Shun could guess that the Golden Crow tribe would not give all these origin sources. Most likely, the council paid 50 to 60 of it. And with the current situation of the demon race, this was a very large number. So, he sighed internally. Thinking about how many people were relying on him for the future, Ao Shun felt a heavy burden placed on his shoulder. "No matter what, I must survive and come back. I must become an eternal emperor." With a determined look, he activated the bronze boat and began his voyage to another world community. "Chiefess, is it really all right to send him away without any Tao protector?" asked the Black Tiger Chief. "After all, even Tao ancestors and immortal venerables will be interested in an innate demon. You don't have to worry about this. Many Tao ancestors and immortal venerables of our race have secretly planted savings means on him, although they will only activate in case someone of the same level acted on him. What about lower levels? What if he dies at the hands of other heaven chosens in the martial hegemony world? Then he is not the destined one we have been waiting for. replied the Golden Lion chiefess calmly. If he cannot survive this experience, it can only mean that he does not have the luck to become an emperor. Inside a cave, Wang Wei suddenly opened his eyes and sighed deeply. He looked at his sea of consciousness with a frown. He had just tried to combine his chaos flame with his good fortune flame in an attempt to refine his soul into a primordial spirit. But he failed. In the end, I still have to rely on the origin pill flame scripture. Hopefully, my plan works, otherwise things will get complicated and troublesome. He then checked the communication talisman that he received from his third senior sister, telling him that it was time to leave. Apparently, the true monarchs of the Origin Pill Dao sect were leaving, and it was not safe to stay here alone. After taking notes on the meeting location she sent him, he checked the talisman from his clone. It mainly contained information about his encounter with Huafeng Wang, the memories of their battles and interactions, and his analysis of her. For once, the clone was not lazy and did some work. Once he was done, Wang Wei turned back into Lucheng before flying away to meet the rest of the group. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the place where everybody first entered the secret realm. He saw the boat belonging to the Origin Pill Dao sect waiting for him. As he landed near the boat, he first noticed that the number of people coming back had drastically decreased, most likely dead. And if someone paid close attention, they would realize that the majority of these casualties were people from Fu Kaiyan's faction. It seems that the sect did a great job. Originally, Wang Wei wanted to kill these people himself, but soon realized that it would be easier to be detected if it was him. So, he contacted his fate shadow to do the dirty work for him. Chapter 367, Saint Alchemist 5th Junior Brother. Are you all right? Asked Lan Ling as she looked at Wang Wei up-down, checking to see if there is any visible wound on his body. Immediately, Wang Wei internally frowned. He could detect that her behavior was abnormal. Although Lan Ling is a caring person, she never displayed it so openly. Wang Wei also noticed a surprised look from his first senior brother. Obviously, he also found her behavior odd. Although he knew that the power of the infatuation flower was not completely sealed, it was more than enough for now. Additionally, since Lu Cheng also has feelings for Lan Ling, this flower will benefit the two of them greatly. They just have to wait for Wang Wei to leave. With a smile on his face, Wang Wei replied, "I'm more than fine. As you can see, I had many opportunities and my cultivation had drastically risen." It was then that Lan Ling realized that his fifth junior brother had entered the divine body realm in just 200 years. This kind of time placed him on equal value with top geniuses. Although not comparable to these heaven chosens, however, how many people out of trillions of cultivators have a right to hold that title? With Lu Cheng's previous talent, he was considered a genius cultivator, but nowhere near top genius. According to his previous displayed talent, it would have taken him between 800 years to 1,000 years before entering the divine body realm. "It seemed that your luck is very good, fifth brother," said Wan Luo with a sarcastic tone and a little hidden envy. "Indeed, my luck seemed to have increased as of late," replied Wang Wei with a calm smile. Wan Luo snorted lightly after hearing this and did not say anything more. Even Lan Ling just gave a slight smile to Wang Wei before continuing to wait. After seeing this, Wang Wei was a little relieved. He was truly afraid that the infatuation flower would drastically change her personality and draw attention to his cheap master. A few minutes later, Ji Yulo arrived with a pale complexion, obviously injured. As a disciple of Fu Kaiyun, he did not escape the sect's assassination target. Nevertheless, the fact that he escaped alive showed that the Ji family valued him greatly. As Wang Wei glanced at him, he could feel a slight joy coming from Ji Yulo despite his injury, and he could guess the reason. The Ji family must be quite happy that Lu Meishio is dead. Wang Wei secretly shook his head at the short-sightedness of the Ji family and the circumstance of the herd rising valley. If these people were not so busy infighting, they could properly raise Lu Meishio as a heaven chosen to compete for the throne. With their ability, it would not take so long for her to reach the core of this secret realm, and Wang Wei could not take advantage of the situation. As long as Lu Meishio acquired the dragon bone and absorbed it, she would be more than qualified to compete for the throne. And even if she failed in this generation, with her evolved myriad beast physique, it should be more than enough to survive. Then, all she had to do was seal herself and wait for a few generations to compete again. Truth be told, Wang Wei guessed that Lu Mixie's ruthlessness or cutthroat morality is the result of her environment. Living in such fierce competition, she probably learned at a young age that the life of the weak was as meaningless as a piece of grass on a side road. So, to survive, she did whatever it took to survive. She had no scruples. As long as the means justified the end, she will do it. Despite knowing this, Wang Wei did not feel bad for killing her. Since she decided to live her life with such twisted philosophy, she should foresee that her end would be miserable. Indeed, cultivators usually treat mortals as if they were nothing but ants. However, they usually restrain themselves as they know that karma exists in this world. If not careful, they could pay dearly for their action. While deep in thought, Wang Wei's group soon returned to the Origin Pill Dao sect. Wang Wei and his fellow brothers went to meet their masters to report their gains. Yi Lao was especially pleased with Lu Cheng's progress and praised him endlessly. Wang Wei placed a polite and shy smile on his face during the entire situation before returning to his cave. On his way back, he could feel a very gloomy aura from one of the caves. It was Fu Kaiyan's. The latter is obviously furious at the loss of his people. After returning home, Wang Wei began to reflect on his gain during the secret realm, and after pondering about it for a while, he concluded that he was not that happy. True that he acquired the remains of an innate demon. However, this would only benefit him in the later stage of his cultivation. Both his array and alchemy mastery have drastically increased in the past 200 years, thus increasing his foundation. He even created the embryo of a powerful technique based on Lu Cheng's innate talent that would probably help even one day when he becomes a paragon. Nevertheless, the true purpose of all this planning was not achieved. He thought the flame-controlling scripture was related to his objective in infiltrating this sect, and by learning its secret, he might quickly achieve his objective. But he was wrong. After thinking about this, he took a deep breath to calm down. He was not in a rush. However, if things could be achieved quicker, it would be better. So, he decided to think of another plan. A few hours later, after entering a deep state of mediation to clear his mind, he exhaled deeply. It seems that I should be a little bolder. The next day, Wang Wei directly went to the testing hall to change his alchemy grade. With little effort, he refined a top-level Earth grade pill and became a top Tier 2 alchemist. However, to everyone's surprise, he did stop there and asked to test to become a Tier 3 alchemist and refine a heaven grade pill. When it comes to Tier 3 alchemists, their status is completely different from Tier 2. For one, you do not have to pay to take the test. However, only if you pass. Many people thought that Lu Cheng was crazy. To them, it was already a surprise that he managed to refine a top Earth grade pill. Now, he wanted to refine a heaven grade one. However, Wang Wei ignored them. According to the rules, as long as he was a top Tier 3 alchemist, he can ask for the test. So, the people were forced to observe. Then, another shock occurred. Wang Wei refined a pill with 10 million divine runes. There's a vast difference between the Earth and Heaven grade. The best Earth grade pill requires 10,000 runes, but the lowest Heaven grade pill requires 1 million, and the highest 10 million. This was an increase of 100-fold. This is one of the main reasons that most alchemists stay at Tier 2 their entire lives. The difficulty was simply insane. So, when Wang Wei refined the peak Heaven grade pill, all the judge members were shocked, especially given his low-level cultivation. In the early tiers of alchemy, it is reasonable to refine higher tiers of pills. However, the latter tier requires a high cultivation level since the power of the soul is needed to engrave the runes. The judges of the testing hall thought they were shocked enough, but they were not prepared for what happened next. Wang Wei, or Lu Cheng, asked to test to become a Tier 4 Saint Alchemist. As soon as he uttered these words, the Origin Pill Dao sect was slightly shaken. All the higher-ups were alarmed, and many people came to watch this test. Anyone with a slight political mind knew that things will be shaking up a little if he succeeded. As such, his test was postponed for a week later to gather the necessary people. After all, this was not a simple matter. No matter what, the status of a saint alchemist was very noble and required more rigid tests and standards to acquire. Chapter 368, Saint Alchemist 2. Two old men sat on a large flying carpet flying in one direction. They both had long white hair and beard with slightly tanned skin. One of them was wearing a red robe, while the other was black. "Do you think that little boy could pass the test?" asked the red robe elder. "I do not know, but it will certainly be interesting if he did." True, in the past 2 generations, Fu Kaiyun was the only person in the Origin Dao Pill sect that became a saint alchemist in the divine body realm. If Lu Cheng managed to succeed, with a latter's small mind, his chances of surviving are really small. "Not necessarily," replied the red robe elder. "The supreme elders have tolerated Fu Kaiyun's destructive ways because of his talent. If this Lu Cheng shows as much talent as him, they could use him to balance him. You're too optimistic about the situation. There is currently only 3 Tier 6 Quasi-Emperor alchemists in the sect. One of them decided to remain neutral. The other one is fully devoted to the growth of the Origin Pill Dao sect, and Fu Kaiyun is the youngest one. From recent rumors, Fu Kaiyun's success rate seems to have recently surpassed the other 2. This is enough to drastically increase his influence." The 2 elders became quiet for a moment before deciding to talk about something else. These 2 were high members of the Alchemy Association and were heading to the headquarters to serve as judges. Based on the rules, when someone wants to become a saint alchemist, the judges of the test have to be of the same level. Because these 2 old men lived a little far away, they were the last to arrive. The Alchemy Association main Brock was located at the foot of the Origin Pill Dao sect. So, as soon as they arrived, they rushed to the location. To their surprise, they discovered 2 unexpected people, Yi Lao and Fu Kaiyun, both with serious looks on their faces. After thinking about it for a while, it made sense that they were here. Yi Lao was a supreme great alchemist and should not care about a little saint alchemist. However, it was his disciple involved, so he came. As for Fu Kaiyun's presence, the 2 elders looked at one another for a moment, and a playful smile could be seen on their faces. They quickly approached the 2 to salute. Although these 2 were the same generation and have the same cultivation level, it did not change the fact that they were not in the same league when it came to alchemy. So, they had to respect their betters. Fu Kaiyun just glanced at these 2 before ignoring them. Both of them were not surprised by this. By now, the latter's reputation as being extremely arrogant was already known to the world. Once the red-robe old man turned his head away, a small smile could be seen on the corner of his mouth. He could not help but think about what happened a few hundred years ago when it was revealed that Fu Kaiyun's wife had placed a green hat on his head. This was a major scandal. Although the Origin Pill Dao sect did their best to reduce the impact of the scandal. However, things instead escalated for a while. It was revealed that Fu Kaiyun's wife was very resentful of his treatment of her and decided to make him pay. So, she betrayed him with many people as a form of revenge, not just the Academy's teacher. This was a shock in the alchemy world. Luckily, Fu Kaiyun was ruthless in the way he handled the situation. All the people who had weak backgrounds were quickly killed. As for the powerful one, he used his massive wealth and resources to essentially end the career of these people. From now on, these people would never exit their sect. To the outside world, they are essentially dead. Many of them quickly sealed themselves to become their faction's foundation and escape the situation. The 2 elders quickly saluted Yi Lao before taking their position and waiting for the assessment. Although the sect master was more approachable, these 2 knew that it was best not to be too close to him given his current predicament. Although these people did not like Fu Kaiyun, they could not ignore his influence. A few minutes passed before it was time for the test. There were 7 saint alchemists along with Yi Lao and Fu Kaiyun. Soon, Wang Wei walked into the room. He first bowed to his master before bowing to the other judges. Then, he glanced at a Fu Kaiyun before beginning. He took out a talisman and activated it. An invisible barrier was placed to surround him. This barrier will allow the judges to use their divine sense to check his work, but if they try to interfere in any way possible, the talisman will activate to protect Wang Wei. Fu Kaiyun squinted his eyes after seeing this. He understood that Wang Wei's action was directed at. He was basically insinuating that he did not trust him a judge. Despite his arrogance, he was also a shred person, so he would never try to cheat in such a test where many people were paying attention to. And Lu Chang should know this fact, yet he still did this. Fu Kaiyun snorted inside, while also secretly sneering. He did not think that this Lu Chang could refine a saint pill. Many years ago, he had already tested the latter's talent. Besides his somewhat above-average flame control, there was nothing remarkable about him. Just the fact that he became a Tier 3 alchemist was already shocking enough. Fu Kaiyun gave a side glance at Yi Lao. To him, Lu Chang was nothing but a puppet created by Yi Lao to fight him. Even his recent increase in alchemy talent might be related to him. Let's see what this kid is made of, thought Fu Kaiyun with no expression on his face. After Wang Wei made sufficient preparation, he took his cauldron along with the materials. He placed them in the cauldron and used his flame to remove the impurities. One by one, he purified the materials. Over the years, Wang Wei has been practicing alchemy with the heavenly destruction flame to train his control. On top of Lu Chang's innate talent, he accomplished a lot. The process took 2 days before being completed. Then, Wang Wei mixed the purified herbs with the appropriate ratio. He was so detailed in the ratio that all the judges immediately began to pay attention. Is that? Yes, it should be his innate talent, replied one of the judges. Although no runes appeared on Wang Wei's body like in the supernatural realm when using his talent, the people could still tell based on his aura and the fluctuation of his origin essence. The shock of the judges did not end here. After using the perfect ratio for the pill, Wang Wei began to engrave the runes. However, his engraving could also be described as perfect or better yet, precise. It was like he completely knew the exact amount of spiritual power required to engrave every single line in the runes. He did not hesitate, nor did pause, or made mistakes. Envy appeared on the face of the judges. This kind of talent was too perfect for alchemy. However, they quickly shook their heads to remove this emotion. The innate talent was one of the great things about the origin system. It can allow a mediocre person to change their destiny. However, it still requires the person to develop. Obviously, Lu Chang not only found a direction to develop his talent, but also found a way to do it. While these judges were deep in their thoughts, Wang Wei was more focused on the task at hand. With deep concentration, he focused on engraving the runes. By the time he engraved 10 million divine runes, his complexion was already pale because of the depletion of his spiritual energy. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that this was his limit, the limit of his cultivation realm and talent. With Wang Wei's soul, he did not have such a problem, but the same cannot be said for Lu Chang. Luckily, he was prepared. He touched his cauldron and activated the formation inside. Immediately, the spiritual energy stored inside entered his body and replenished it. That way, he could engrave more runes. That way, he continued his engraving. Every time he was depleted, the cauldron would activate on its own and send spiritual energy to help him. That way, Wang Wei engraved 80 million divine runes before the energy stored inside was depleted. Unfortunately, this was not enough to be counted as a saint pill. The lowest saint pill required 100 million runes, and anything below that will be counted as semi-holy pills. Once the spiritual energy was depleted, a pill suddenly came from the cauldron, turned into a mist, and entered Wang Wei's body. This pill quickly replenished his spiritual energy. According to the association rules, this was allowed. However, few alchemists could do such a thing because the rapid increase in spiritual power usually makes it very difficult to control and thus engrave runes. Fortunately, Wang Wei had perfect control over his spiritual power. So, with the aid of a few pills, he quickly finished engraving the 10th million runes. And by then, Wang Wei looked pale as a paper. He had a terrible migraine. He felt that his head was about to burst. As a body refiner, Wang Wei was used to pain, but most physical pain. Because of his strong pain, he rarely felt that kind of spiritual pain. Using his strong will, he resisted fainting as he knew that things were not over. One of the reasons that heaven-grade pill and above can only be refined by void-shattering realm cultivator is because of the law. An alchemist is required to use their own law to resonate with the law of heaven and earth to baptize the pill and perform the final transformation. However, a person of low cultivation like Wang Wei does not even have a primordial spirit to see the laws between heaven and earth. So, they have to rely on their feeling or instinct to guide the law of baptizement. This requires very high talent. Immediately, Wang Wei popped another pill in his mouth. His complexion once again became rosy and full of energy. However, he knew that this was only temporary. So, he quickly closed his eyes and began to guide the law of baptizement process. All the judges in the room became extremely quiet as they waited for the final outcome. They did not even dare to use their divine sense to spy on Wang Wei. Chapter 369, Saint Alchemist 3. After closing his eyes, Wang Wei connected his divine sense with the pill. Using the engraved runes, he began to feel the power of law and guide them. According to years of studying, cultivators have concluded that divine runes are a physical manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth, of the law. Normally, law is invisible, unnoticeable, unreal, and indescribable. However, through divine runes, the law can become a physical and observable concept. If Wang Wei was in the void-shattered realm, he could control his law to resonate with the law of heaven and earth, then guide such law to fuse with the divine runes in the pill to facilitate its final transformation. Now, he has to use his senses, intuition, and skills to do so. Even if he was in the primordial spirit, this process would be a lot easier as he could actually see the law. But now, he had to rely on his senses. Luckily, he had practiced in the past 200 years. So, with his divine sense, he felt which runes resonated with which law, then based on the intensity of the resonance, he would guide them to fuse. The process took a few days, and by the end, he not only became pale, but very thin. This was a sign of not only an overdraft of spiritual power, but also his origin essence. Nevertheless, he still succeeded after swallowing pills like they were grains of rice. The moment he finished, a mysterious light emanated from the pill, showing its extraordinary nature. All the judges waited with bated breath as they waited for the final stage of this test, pill tribulation. All of them showed anticipation on their faces, of course. Fu Kaiyun was the exception. His face looked extremely calm and even indifferent. The only thing that showed his true emotion is his clenched hands under his robe. In his generation, he was the only one who became a saint alchemist while in the divine body stage. At that time, he was also in a bad state like the current Liu Cheng, albeit not bad. This was because he had a more powerful soul than the latter and had more spiritual power to use. Unfortunately, this fact did not make him happy. With this mediocre soul, Liu Cheng was able to achieve the same accomplishment as him. This can only show that his talent might be even better. When it comes to the deficiency of the soul, as an emperor lineage, the origin Pill Dao sect has many ways to make it up for Liu Cheng. Thinking of this, a deep killing intent flashed deep inside Fu Kaiyun's mind. This Liu Cheng has to go, he toughed to himself. However, his face still remained cold and indifferent. Even his killing intent did not show. Talent alchemists in this world have a high status for a very specific reason: immortal pill. The limit of all alchemists is Tier 6 quasi-alchemist. Emperor pills involve the power of Grand Dao Source, and, unfortunately, only great emperors and Dao venerables can have access to such power. Because great emperors can directly control Grand Dao Source, while Dao venerables can only borrow the power, the pills that they make are divided into Emperor pills and Dao pills. The problem with these two pills is the fact that not all great emperors or Tao venerables can refine them. If they are not alchemists or do not have alchemy talent, the pill they refine can be best described as pseudo-emperor pill. Over the years, cultivators have come up with a way to deal with such situations. As long as an alchemist can refine a perfect quality quasi-emperor pill, then as long as a great emperor or venerable baptize the pill with the grand Tao source, the pill can evolve into an emperor or Tao pill. This discovery should have been a great thing. However, it only showed that the world is cruel and unfair. Alchemists all over the world realize that in their entire life, their accomplishment has been determined. Without becoming an emperor or relying on one, they could never refine a Tier 7 pill. This was a sad and devastating truth that destroyed the Tao heart of many people. At one time, the majority of professions like talisman makers and the others lost their direction in life. However, one rumor brought hope to these professions. A talented person from another world community managed to refine an immortal pill while being only a quasi-emperor alchemist. And that person used that pill to become an immortal venerable without the help of a great emperor. The cultivator world was shocked by this news and thought that it was a lie. However, the emperor lineages with the ability to travel to other world communities went and verified that this news was true. So, all the professions went crazy. This was their only chance at controlling their destiny and escaping the control of great emperors. Since then, this has been the goal of all professions, creating immortal tier works. Over the years, the pursuit of these professions had diminished slightly after so many years of trying and not succeeding. Many people even believe that the emperor lineages might have lied to motivate the professionals in the world and repaired their Tao heart. Then, in the Middle Emperor era, a loose cultivator alchemist in the Myriad Emperor world also succeeded. To be precise, she half succeeded. She created a pill that managed to draw immortal ki from the universe. Unfortunately, the pill failed the tribulation and was considered a half-finished product. Nevertheless, after swallowing it, her body developed immortal aura, and her lifespan drastically increased. Not long after, she disappeared from the world. Many people believe that she was assassinated by some people who did not want great emperors to lose their control of the world by granting people immortality. Many people also believed that she went wherever all those great emperors disappeared to. It was unfortunate that she did not leave her recipe or any legacy in the world. However, her success showed the people that their path was possible. They had a way forward. As a result of this, talented professionals like Fu Kaiyun have a very high status in the world and are tolerated no matter their terrible flaws. This is one of the reasons that so many associations of different professions were created, to develop talent and exchange ideas to cultivate a Tier 7 immortal professional. After Wang Wei's pill underwent the law of baptizement, it flew straight into the sky. Clouds started gathering on top of the association's main branch. The process lasted for more than an hour. Finally, thunder fell on the pill. When it comes to pill tribulation, cultivators can usually help their pill to survive the process. However, according to the rules of the test, this was not allowed. This is because tribulation is a test of heaven and earth to the pill. The tribulation, usually in the form of thunder, will target the flaws of the pill in an attempt to decide its worthiness or capability. If the pill survived the process, the thunder inside will turn into the power of good fortune and nourish the pill instead, even elevating the quality and effect of the pill. While everyone was looking at the pill in the sky with anticipation, Wang Wei took this time to heal his current situation. Anyway, there was nothing he could do to help even if he wanted to. According to the rules of the association, the Saint Alchemist test had 20 attempts at refining their pills. As long as they succeed once, and the quality of the pill is ordinary, then they will pass the test. So, a success rate of 5 is needed to become a Saint Alchemist. A few hours later, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and a small, colorful, auspicious cloud appeared around the pill. "Success," said one of the judges. Then, 8 of the judges appeared in the sky to look at the pill. Its peak average quality can even be called half-step superior quality. This fact surprised the other judges. According to the rules, even if Wang Wei refined an inferior quality pill, he would still pass the test because of his lower cultivation realm. More importantly, these alchemists could tell that the reason that this pill was not higher in quality was not because of Wang Wei's refining process, but more to do with the fact that he had to constantly stop during the rune engraving process to replenish his spiritual energy. While observing this domain extension, pill which allowed saints to temporarily extend the range of their domains and increase their fighting abilities, they could not help glancing at the rapidly departing Fu Kaiyun. From what they know, Fu Kaiyun only refined a peak inferior quality pill during his generation. Nevertheless, they did not say anything. Instead, they began to congratulate Sect Master Yi Lao for cultivating such a promising and talented disciple. As for Wang Wei, he slightly opened his eyes to check everything before returning to his recuperation. The first step is complete. Let's begin the next soon. Chapter 370, Request in the Sky. Only the 7 judges remained as Yi Lao took his apprentice away so that he could recuperate. The remaining judges were still a little shocked by what just occurred. First there was Yin Liling. Now there is this Lu Cheng. As the heir of the Yin family, one of the 4 great factions of the Tao opening sect, it is quite reasonable for her to become a saint alchemist at such a young age. After all, she is a superior bloodline and the resources. But this Lu Cheng is nothing but a mediocre disciple of Sect Master Yi. A few people even wondered why he accepted him as a personal disciple. Be careful of your words. Lu Cheng is now the same rank as us, and his future is not something we can talk about. My bad, slip of the tongue. Luckily, they were talking using their divine sense, so the chances of someone listening in was greatly reduced. Do you think in this generation an immortal tier professional will finally appear? There is a great possibility, replied the red-robe old man. In the Origin Rune Palace, there is Wu Ming, who became a Saint Array Master at a young age. Then, there is Chen Shun from Origin Weapon Mountain and Tong Ruobing from Great Talisman City. These young saint professionals all have the possibility of succeeding. This is truly a glorious age. 1 in 100 generation talents can be found everywhere. However, one of the judges shook his head and said, all these people you mentioned are people who inspired to become emperors. How could they care about our little cause? In the end, only one of them can sit on the throne, replied another person with a sneer. If the loser wants to achieve longevity, they will have no choice but to follow our cause, otherwise after a few million years, they will also turn into bags of bones. The judges became momentarily quiet before changing the topic. After chatting for a while, they returned to the association to finish their duties. As for Wang Wei, he was back on his cave, cultivating and recuperating. He had to ensure that his Tao foundation was not damaged and his cultivation level regressing. While he was distracted healing, the entire world was in a little frenzy, especially for professionals. His news rapidly traveled to all 4 continents at an unnatural pace. Obviously, someone was ensuring that this news traveled far and wide. As a result, many elders of the Origin Pill Tao sect came to see Wang Wei, to congratulate and make connections with him. His 3rd senior sister, 6th and 7th fellow brother, and sister also came to see him. The only exception was his 1st senior, who could not accept the fact, who then closed his cave and used the excuse of entering seclusion. Another person was his 2nd senior brother, who was already in seclusion. The people who came to see Wang Wei did not have the chance since he was still recuperating, but his fellow brothers and sisters still send their congratulation through communication talisman. Lan Ling's message was quite sweet and personal. Many people regretted that they did not have access to Lu Cheng's communication talisman. Who would have thought that a mediocre person like Lu Cheng would one day turn from a chicken into a phoenix and soar into the 9 heavens? A few days later, Wang Wei woke up and he was already healed. His origin essence was replenished, and so was his spiritual power. And because of the constant overdraft and refill, his spiritual power has doubled. So, he could now engrave 20 million runes before running out of oil. After standing up, he immediately rushed to his master's cave. As soon as he entered, Yilao was looking at him with a big smile. He seems to be almost grinning. The old man was more than satisfied with his apprentice. Although the latter told him about the future development of his innate talent, he did not think that he would be able to develop in just a few measly 100 years. He guessed that the latter must have worked very hard to succeed, and also relied heavily on the fortunate encounters he received. After a quick check, he found that Lu Cheng's key luck dragon was now golden, with a hint of purple. Additionally, the purple was slowly increasing. With a smile on his face, Yilao took out a badge from his ring with the word Tier 4 written on it. With a proud look, he personally changed the previous badge with a new one. Xiao Cheng. This badge can withstand 5 full blow attacks from a Quasi-Emperor. Additionally, it also contained a Quasi-Emperor grade void-breaking talisman that can allow you to escape any dangerous situation. How can it be so precious? Asked Wang Wei in surprise. For special talents like you. The Alchemy Association has allied with the Refining Association and designed special badges that can ensure your safety and survival. Wang Wei thanked him. Then, Yilao invited him to seat while brewing tea. So, what brings you to see me today? Master, I want to change cultivation technique. Yilao became pensive. If it was before, he would have dismissed his disciple's request with a few comforting words. However, with his new status and ability, he had to be more careful. Is there a reason? Yes. Disciple feels like the flame controlling art no longer improve my ability. Additionally, I need a way to make up for my cultivation realm, speed, and more importantly, spiritual power. The current technique is not enough. Yilao frowned a little as he began to ponder. The sect had 5 emperor scriptures. However, 3 of them were unique. The pill-consuming sutra allowed the cultivator to remove their pill resistance. This might sound like a normal ability, but was truly terrifying. No matter what the pill was, after consuming a certain amount, they will become invalid because of pill resistance. And some pills can only be consumed once in a cultivator's life. However, after cultivating this sutra to a high level, a cultivator can remove the pill resistance and allow the same pill to continue to have an effect. As for the amount of time pill resistance can be removed, it is based on the pill. However, when it comes to unique pills that can only be eaten once in a lifetime, the amount of time that they can be used is 10. However, pill-consuming sutra has to be cultivated to a high level. If Lu Cheng could cultivate this sutra, he could consume a bunch of soul-expanding pills to increase his soul and spiritual power. Then, removed his pill resistances to swallow these pills again until they no longer have any effect. Not to mention other pills like soul-nourishing pills, in-soul pill, ghost key pills, etc., which can increase the strength and quality of the soul. As long as he consumed them in large quantities, he would no longer have a problem with spiritual power. Of course, there is still a limit that his soul can reach, and that is based on talent and whether his body can bear it. Nevertheless, this sutra is the most precious thing for people with low-level talent, as they can pile their cultivation through resources only. Of course, said people also need a certain level of comprehension, otherwise they would never be able to understand an emperor-tier scripture. After thinking about this, Yilao secretly shook his head in denial. The second unique method of the sect is the illusory pill cannon. This scripture was created more for fighting. It allows the user to create a fake or illusory pill that can be consumed and have an effect. No material is needed since the pill is not real. In the first level, the user has to have the specially prepared ingredients needed for the illusory pill. After scanning it, the technique allowed the user to gather the aura or Tao rhyme of the ingredient to make the illusory pill. At the second level, the user can use any material in his possession or the surrounding environment without specially preparing them. As long as they scanned it, the material can be used for the illusory pill. In the third level, the user can just create any pill he or she wants as long as they have a recipe and can refine it. The process is instant and does not require any material whatsoever. There is a fourth level where the user can create illusory pill based on pills that have existed in the past, even without the recipe or ability to refine it themselves. This sutra is a combination of alchemy Tao, real and unreal Tao. and even a little time Tao. Of course, it is not perfect. In the early stages, only the alchemist can consume the illusory pill. However, later on, other people can too. The person cultivating the sutra has to have high alchemy attainment. Finally, the effect of the illusory pill is not permanent. Even if cultivated to the highest level and the effect can last for days or more, the effect will still disappear after a certain amount of time. Yi Lao did not want his disciple to cultivate this technique, as it was more used for alchemists who wanted to have high combat power. Finally, there's only one scripture left, the origin pill flame scripture. After thinking about it for a bit, a flash of determination appeared deep in his eyes, and he said, "Wait for me for a few days. I will bring you somewhere." Chapter 371. Rebirth. A few days later, Wang Wei was called to his chief master's cave. As soon as he entered, he could feel that the latter was more serious than ever, so he secretly became more solemn. "This is for you," said Yi Lao as he handed a bottle to his apprentice. Using his divine sense, he saw a bright red pill with a small phoenix drawn on it. Inside, he felt a vast amount of vitality contained. "Phoenix heart pill," muttered Wang Wei with a slight smile on his face. During his last encounter with his master, he hinted that he was worried about his safety exactly for this pill. "Master, isn't this a little too precious? You do not have to worry about such a thing. With your current status, talent, and future, the sect will do everything to train and protect you." "Thank you, Master in the sect. This disciple will forever be grateful," replied Wang Wei as he swallowed the pill. He did not believe Yi Lao's words. He guessed that it was not that easy for him to get this pill, especially the quasi-emperor tier. From what he knew and analyzed about Fu Kaiyun, he would not let things go so easily. After swallowing the pill, it did not dissipate into his body to take effect, but instead lodge into one of the chambers of his heart, ready to release large quantities of vitality when needed. With this pill, the time needed to finish the second step of tempering my blood should be reduced by a great deal. "Master, where are we going?" asked Wang Wei once he was done. Immediately, the sect master became serious. Yi Lao did not answer him, but took out a token. After activating it, the two of them teleported to a secret realm. Then, Wang Wei saw his chief master speak to an old man for a few minutes before he teleported somewhere else again. Although the old man did not say anything, Wang Wei could feel a few people following the two of them afterward. After exiting the secret realm, Yi Lao took Wang Wei into a void boat and headed to the central continent. During the entire trip, the old man was very secretive and seemed very on guard. And it seems it was for a very good reason. 2 days into their trip, Wang Wei could feel a few true monarchs fighting in the sky. He guessed most likely that Fu Kaiyun had sent assassins after him. Nevertheless, he pretended that he did not know anything. After a week, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a small island between the central and eastern continent. Although he called the island small, it was relative to the domains in the other continents. If you compared it to Wang Wei's previous life, this island is probably the same size as the sun. The place that he was currently was known as the Eastern Sea Domain. Countless islands existed in that area, with many cultivators occupying them, mostly loose cultivators and small families. They fight and compete for resources. Saint families are usually the most powerful and occupy the island with the richest resources. Unfortunately, the lack of resources makes it very difficult to train true monarchs in this region. Additionally, the sea race has established this region as their own and will not allow powerful human factions to exist there. White Hart Island. After secretly landing, Yi Lao brought Wang Wei to a forest in the north and gave him a token. After activating it, a white light enveloped him and he disappeared. Meanwhile, Yi Lao was not surprised by this and waited outside for him. Wang Wei found himself in a room with 2 rows of flames on each side. However, he did not feel the temperature rise or change. It was very normal. Then, he heard a female voice echoing in the room. "Welcome to the Flame Emperor Inheritance Trial. Please display the flame control art." "Interesting," muttered Wang Wei. There were rumors that the Flame Emperor was born in one of the islands in the Eastern Sea Domain, and rose there as a loose cultivator before proving the Tao. Without hesitation, Wang Wei began to display his mastery of the flame-controlling art. Flame-controlling art's 6th level. Pass, said the inherent spirit. A white light suddenly appeared and entered Wang Wei's sea of consciousness. After closing his eyes, he found the information for the 7th to 10th level of this art. He also received the information that this was the basic reward for passing this test and coming here. Let's begin the 2nd test, said the female voice. Then, a strange flower appeared in front of him, and he was asked to purify it. According to the information, the better he purified the material, the higher his score, and the better the reward he will receive. A bright flame appeared in his hand as he sat down in front of the flower and began the process of purification. With his ability, this should have been a very easy task, but he was wrong. The beginning part was as easy as he expected. However, later on, he discovered that the purity inside this flower seems to have some form of consciousness and would actively run away, making it very difficult to cleanse. Additionally, they were very good at hiding, so Wang Wei had to take a lot of time and effort to remove it, while also making sure that he did not destroy the medicinal property of the herb. At some point, he even take out his cleansing, purifying flame to see whether he could use it, and the spirit told him that it was allowed. So, he used this heavenly flame for the final step. You have received a perfect grade and passed this trial. Please receive your reward. According to the grading system of this trial, there are 5 grades: inferior, average, above average, passing line, excellent, and perfect. A green seed appeared in front of Wang Wei, and he could see a small flame inside. Then, the knowledge of this reward was placed inside his mind. Between heaven and earth, there are magical flames that are bred under certain circumstances or environments. These flames have a variety of functions or purposes and are very rare. As such, cultivators often hunt for them to use as their own. The seed given to him by the trial contained a heavenly flame called Earth's Spirit Flame. Its main purpose is to nourish spiritual herbs to increase their age, accelerate their growth time, and even evolve them into better herbs. This was an excellent flame for alchemists, as it can also be helpful during the refining process. So, with a smile on his face, Wang Wei put it away. This was a worthwhile award. Then, Wang Wei wanted to be cheeky as he asked the inherit spirit if she could give him another one of the flowers used in this test. Based on his knowledge, he had never seen this flower before. She agreed. For the next trial, a book appeared in front of Wang Wei, and he was asked to use his divine sense to list all the herbs he knew along with their description, his understanding of them and their properties, and the different recipes that they could be used on. And without hesitation, he did so. He already guessed that the better he performed, the more rewards he will receive from this trial, so he did not hesitate. In this part of the exam, he even expressed his idea of unified measures for herbs and mixing ratios. With Lu Cheng's precision talent, he modified many pill recipes with this system in mind. You have passed this trial, said the female voice. However, Wang Wei noticed that he was no longer calm or monotonous. There was a sense of excitement and surprise in it. Immediately afterward, 2 jade talismans appeared in front of him, and after checking them with his divine sense, he was a little surprised. One of the books contained information about many herbs and analysis of them, while the other contained many recipes. The precious thing about these things was the fact they were personally written by the Flame Emperor himself. With a wider smile, he placed the talismans away. For the next part of the test, a rune appeared in front of Wang Wei. For some reason, he had the feeling that this rune was perfect. He then noticed was that he did not recognize it. Additionally, he quickly realized that this rune was made of countless other runes. He could not understand how they fit so perfectly together. So he quickly began to understand. After an unknown amount of time, he realized that this rune was made up of 1.269 trillion runes that fit together. Unfortunately, he could barely identify a few 100 million of them. This was a small blow to Wang Wei, who had become a little inflated after his years of studying the natural array mountain and his little alchemy accomplishment. Nevertheless, he quickly remembered the entire to study later. Additionally, based on the runes he identified, he still passed the trial. As for the reward, he was actually once again a little surprised. It was a quasi-emperor pill called Tao Foundation Patching Pill. After swallowing it, the pill reforged or patched Liu Cheng's previously weak foundation. In a few moments, his cultivation was abolished and started over. His previous 10th layer blood key realm became 12, transforming from a holy foundation to a Tao foundation. His divine sea was wider, more solid, and his origin key purer. His divine altar was now engraved with 365 veins. Unfortunately, it still contained a small crack and was not perfect. His previous 11-colored good fortunate flame turned into 12. His sea of consciousness expanded and his soul drastically increased in size. In other words, this Liu Cheng was reborn into a new and better version of himself. He could now accept the title of Heaven Chosen solely based on his foundation. Wang Wei had a sigh at this reward. He was aware of the Tao Foundation Patching Pill, as it was one of the most difficult quasi-emperor pill to refine. Most emperor lineages only had a few. After thanking the inheritance spirit for the reward, he proceeded to the final trial, which turned out to be quite simple. All he had to do was refine the highest possible pill in his capabilities. So, Wang Wei refined another saint pill. However, unlike last time, he was not that tired. Although still pale, but not as bad. You have passed the final trial. Congratulations, you are now the successor of the Flame Emperor. A book containing Tao rhyme appeared in front of Wang Wei with the title 10,000 Flame Art. He smiled as he was a little interested in this emperor scripture, especially since the Flame Emperor cultivated a chaos flame like himself. So, he raised his hand to take it and give it a quick check. Unfortunately, his body suddenly paused, unable to move a single inch. Chapter 372. Not the destined one. Wang Wei was not the only one momentarily frozen, but also everything around him. The flame in the room, the dust on the ground, the spirit of inheritance, and even the space in the surrounding. When everything returned to normal, Wang Wei found himself standing in his original place, before he raised his hand to take the scripture. He could not tell whether time returned backward before he raised his hand, or he just subconsciously did so. He did not know when, but a young man stood in front of him. He had long hair dancing with the wind, dressed in blue robes with flame patterns on them. He was handsome, but not too handsome. He appeared to be more like a mortal than a cultivator. His eyes were very bright, and after one glance at them, Wang Wei was almost fascinated. He saw time, space, matter, chaos, and many other concepts. But all of these concepts were burned off by this indescribable flame. This flame seemed to be one, yet millions of different ones at once. If he did not control himself, he could feel that he would be lost in these eyes, and even would his Tao would be affected and changed to flame. So, he used his will to remove himself from the state of enlightenment that he felt was coming. Immediately, he guessed the identity of this person, the Flame Emperor. After realizing this, Wang Wei was a little surprised, as the Flame Emperor gave him a different feeling than Emperor Kong that he met. He felt more mysterious, more powerful. From what I guessed, Emperor Kong was most likely an Empyrean. Does that mean the Flame Emperor is a paragon? Or is he in a higher stage than Empyrean, but not your paragon? While Wang Wei was looking at the Flame Emperor and analyzing him, the latter was doing the same too. A few seconds after appearing, the Emperor finally spoke. What an ingenious method, stealing the fate of someone and taking on their identity, talent, memories, soul, luck, and even karma. Then he slightly waved his hand, and Wang Wei and Liu Cheng were instantly separated. Liu Cheng lay unconscious on the floor, while Wang Wei stood calmly looking at the Flame Emperor. Meanwhile, the latter waved his hand, and the 10,000 Flame Sutra that was floating in the air rushed into Liu Cheng's sea of consciousness and was sealed away. Although this lad is not as talented as you, he is destined to inherit my mantle, said the Flame Emperor as he looked at Wang Wei. Are you the descendant of the Qiyuan Emperor? Junior has seen the Flame Emperor. Sire Wang clan is truly a blessed bloodline. Wang Wei felt that these words did not just praise his talent, but had a different meaning. However, he did not ask any further questions. The moment he saw the Flame Emperor, he had the urge to ask about his plan to use the origin pill flame scripture to refine his primordial spirit, whether it was possible to succeed, and what other things to watch out for. However, he refrained from doing so, as this would involve his paragon soul. Wu Hong has warned him not to reveal this secret to anyone, and she even helps train in the Empress Wu Sealing Sutra to place a seal on his soul to prevent others from peeping at it. So, he immediately gave up the idea. I understand that one of the main reasons that he was able to achieve so much in such a short period of time is because of you. So, I will not let you waste your time in vain, continued the Flame Emperor. With a wave of his hand, a blue cauldron appeared in the room. Then, Wang Wei was absorbed inside of it. Meanwhile, the Flame Emperor shook his head calmly. What a talented young lad. As an eternal talent, he has a high chance of becoming an eternal emperor. Thinking about eternal emperors, the Flame Emperor sighed with a little dejection. When he proved the Tao, he was so close to becoming one. You could say that he missed a single step. Back then, he had the strength of an eternal emperor, but unfortunately, not their means and abilities. This has been a sore spot for him in his path of cultivation. After shaking his head slightly, he had a look of regret on his face. If this lad was not a supreme outlaw, his accomplishments would still be unimaginable. And if survived, he will probably shake things in the eternal Ascensian world and maybe even cut off the roots of these parasites. After saying these words, the Flame Emperor paused as he suddenly had a whim. As higher dimensional creatures, his whims were not for no reason. So, his eyes suddenly changed to contain space and time. He no longer perceived time as one-dimensional or linear, but experienced all of it at once. Past, present, and future. That way, he can calculate the reason for his whim. After seeing countless futures and possibilities, Flame Emperor began to deduce the truth. And right he was about to succeed, he felt an instinctive fear, the fear of death. So, he immediately withdrew from his deduction with the information he managed to gather. Ultimate taboo? Is this kid involved with the ultimate taboo? The Flame Emperor frowned deeply. The last time the ultimate taboo occurred, he did want to participate, so he ran to hide in chaos. However, even then, he was not totally safe. Nevertheless, his actions allowed him to survive the incident intact, without losing much of his powers. Yet, part of him still regretted it. This time, I may not be able to run away, he muttered. In that case, I should take this opportunity to accomplish my dream. I have to escape this cage. After making a decision, the Flame Emperor no longer hesitated. A seed appeared in his hand before throwing it into Lu Cheng's body. The seed blended with his bloodline, changing his natural talent for the better. As for Wang Wei, after entering the cauldron, he found himself in a world of fire, yellow fire. The fire began to burn his body. To be precise, the impurities and imperfection in his fleshly body, the things that even Wang Wei and Wu Hong could not spot. After all, the current Empress Wu is nothing compared to her former self. She has too many limitations and worries. The process was quite painful, but nothing he cannot bear. And once everything was over, Wang Wei knew what the main change occurred to him. After refining Ji Song's heavy axe physique, he did not completely absorb all his talents since his alchemy back then was shoddy at best. There were many residues left in his body that was not properly absorbed. Now, the yellow flame helped him absorb these residues, thus increasing the strength of his fleshly body by a few %, and increasing his talent for body refining. And the changes did not stop there. The flame optimized all the other body parts that he previously tempered, including the 7 chakras. After he was done, Wang Wei really felt that he achieved true perfection. The yellow flame entered his heart where the Phoenix Heart Pill was located and absorbed it. Then, an unimaginable amount of life force came out from the flame, heading towards Wang Wei's blood. His blood seemed very thirsty as they absorbed as much life force that was granted. In the process, they quickly turned golden purple. Wang Wei did not know how long the process lasted. Maybe an instant, maybe days, months, and even years. However, what he knew was that once it was finished, he completed the second step of tempering his blood, life force absorption. Only the last step of comprehension remained. Standing inside this world of flame, Wang Wei clenched his hand to feel the power flowing through his veins. According to his calculation, he was only one single step from the strength of quasi-emperors, and regular quasi-emperors could not kill him. Is this what Sun Wukong felt like in Lotz's furnace? Thought Wang Wei for a moment before removing this thought from his head. The yellow flame gave him one last opportunity. It gave him the Flame Emperor's understanding and use of the Chaos Flame. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei found himself in the previous inheritance space with only Lu Cheng on the floor. Another message was sent into his mind. He can continue his plans as Lu Cheng, but the latter must not be harmed in any way. Wang Wei hesitated for a moment before using the fate-stealing technique once more to become him. Then he exited the space. As soon as he left, he met his chief master who has been waiting for him outside. Did you succeed? Wang Wei shook his head. Although the sutra was sealed inside Lu Cheng's mind, he could not get access to it. So, even you cannot pass this trial? Master, I did pass it. However, the Flame Emperor appeared and said that it was not the destined time for his inheritance to appear. So, he sealed inside my sea of consciousness. Chapter 373. Failure. As a master, Wang Wei had no choice but to tell the truth. According to the Flame Emperor's seal, once he left, Lu Cheng will be able to gain access to the 10,000 flame art. After hearing this, Yi Lao said, "Let me see." He then used his divine sense to check inside Lu Cheng's sea of consciousness. The Naiwan Palace is a very fragile and important part of a cultivator's journey. So, normally, they would never allow anyone to randomly check it. However, as master and disciple, socially and culturally, their relationship is better than father and sons. As such, although Wang Wei was very uncomfortable with Yi Lao's request, he had to accept it since he was currently playing as Lu Cheng. Anyway, it was not his sea of consciousness that was being scanned, so he immediately adjusted his mood and hid the infatuation flower deep inside his soul. Meanwhile, Yi Lao did not notice the strange mood change of his disciple. After checking the latter, he discovered a book with a powerful seal inside. The seal was similar to many bans that were placed on emperor scriptures to prevent them from being leaked. He tried to discover the conditions necessary to release such a ban. Unfortunately, he was only a little saint, so he was powerless. Then, a deep frown appeared on his face. The main reason he wanted his disciple to pass this trial and acquire this scripture was to use it as a bargaining chip to gain access to the origin pill flame scripture. Although the 10,000 flame art might be powerful, but Yi Lao, who knew some secrets as a sect master, did not think that it was as good as the origin pill flame scripture. And even it was, he would still want his disciple to cultivate the former. After all, it is the orthodox inheritance of their sect. These old and conservative supreme elders would not complain because of this. One of the reasons that Fu Kaiyun is so heavily supported in the sect is because he is the only person that succeeded in cultivating this scripture. Even Yi Lao failed during his generation. So, as long as one of his disciples managed to do the same thing, he can drastically decrease Fu Kaiyun's influence. Unfortunately, Yi Lao could see that things would not go as easily as he imagined. So, after complimenting Lu Cheng for passing the trial and giving him a few words of reassurance, Yi Lao quickly returned to the sect. On their way back, they also suffered a few assassinations attack. However, the sect master seemed to be prepared and ensured that his disciple was not the wiser. Of course, with Wang Wei's senses, he could still feel some of the battles that occurred. He just pretended that he didn't know anything. After returning to the origin Pill Dao sect, back to his cave, Wang Wei began to analyze the changes that occurred to Lu Cheng while waiting for news from his chief master. He realized that some changes had occurred in Lu Cheng's bloodline, which radically increase not only his talent for cultivation, but also for alchemy. During the process of refining pills, Wang Wei now did not have to use his understanding and senses, as Lu Cheng's talent was more than enough. This was somewhat of good news for Wang Wei, as it reduced the chances of him being discovered. Additionally, once he leaves this body, Lu Cheng can more easily inherit all the abilities and status that Wang Wei created for him. However, at the same time, he was also worried. His intuition told him that Lu Cheng's inheriting this scripture has him falling into the Flame Emperor's calculation. And in the end, he might end up very miserable. Truth be told, Wang Wei guessed that even if he fell into some sort of calculation, if you think about it, there is no way that a person like Lu Cheng could pass the inheritance trial without his help. After thinking about it, he felt that he was right. So, he thoroughly checked Lu Cheng's body and his, but did not find anything. So, he became a little worried since he could not figure out what the Flame Emperor wanted to do. In the end, he calmed down as he realized that he was not Lu Cheng. He is still the sacred son of the most powerful sect in the world. It was not that easy to scheme against him even for a great emperor. And if all fails, he still has a mysterious wife that he cannot fathom how powerful she is. Additionally, as long as he becomes a great emperor, he will not care about the Flame Emperor. So, no matter what, the one who will suffer is probably Lu Cheng. After figuring this out, he was relieved and just waited for news from his cheat master. Right now, he was so close to achieving his goal. Although he was excited, he still managed to properly control his emotions. A few days later, Wang Wei was called into his master's cave. As soon as he entered, he saw that the old man had a haggard look on his face. Tiredness oozed out of his body. Wang Wei even smelled a faint odor of alcohol. Although Yi Lao tried to remove the scent, as an alchemist, his sense of smell was better than most dog demons. "Master, is everything all right? Little Fifth, do you think that your master is useless?" Wang Wei guessed that something happened the moment he saw the state of this old man. Most likely, he failed in his mission, but he did not expect him to be in such a state. "Master, what happened? I tried to get you the origin pill flame scripture, but Fu Kaiyun and many of the elders and even supreme elders rejected my proposal. Even when I said that you have acquired the 10,000 flame art, they did not believe me. No, they insisted on checking your sea of consciousness to ensure that I was not lying. How could I not see the malicious nature in their words? If I let that happen, heaven knows what would happen to you in the process." Yi Lao looked at his hand and sighed deeply, full of melancholy. "I knew that Fu Kaiyun controlled a lot of the upper echelons of the sect, but I did not expect it to be so bad. Today, when I saw so many people siding with him, I felt useless, broken, and unworthy. As a sect master, I have so little power in my own sect. The worst thing is that the situation would have been even worse if not for you recently becoming a saint alchemist." After saying this, Yi Lao seemed to have aged by a lot. A depressed aura emanated from his body. "Master, you're not useless." He laughed sarcastically at himself. "As a master, I am forced to rely on my apprentice to sustain the most basic level of faith. If I'm not useless, then what am I?" Wang Wei was momentarily quiet as he sighed internally to himself. In the cultivating world, everyone has difficulties that they have to go through no matter the strength and status. Look at Yi Lao. To the outside world, he is the sect master of a powerful emperor lineage, has high cultivation and level, and is a respected tier 5 alchemist. Yet, who would have thought that he was almost like a puppet leader in his faction, not being able to control the resources of the sect? Looking at Wang Wei, to the outside world, he is the future leader of the most powerful sect in this world. In his life, he has nothing to worry about, and he has a beautiful and powerful wife. Yet how many people know how much pressure he is under? How many people's lives are depending on him, waiting for him to bring the sect to prosperity? Over the years, he appeared to have lived up to these expectations. However, he, along with everyone, knows that if he cannot become a great emperor, then everything is vain. So, everyone has their problem. "Master, This is not the time to wallow in pity, said Wang Wei. What else can I do? You said it yourself. As long as I acquire the Origin Pill Flame Sutra, Fu Kaiyan's power in the sect will be drastically decreased. Additionally, I have the Flame Emperor inheritance. With those two scriptures, wouldn't it be easy to deal with him? Yi Lao's eyes became brighter after hearing this. Then the luster slightly abated. But I cannot get access to the Origin Pill Flame Sutra? Is there really no way? There should be a way for me to acquire it without giving Fu Kaiyan any chance at stopping at it. Yi Lao frowned as he pondered deeply. Then, his eyes suddenly began to shine brighter than the sun itself. The Pill Sage Trial. Chapter 374. Pill Sage Trial. Wang Wei frowned after hearing his master's words, faking a look of confusion. Of course, he knew what the Pill Sage Trial was. After all, he did extensive research on the Origin Dao Pill sect. However, he did not know how it could help him acquire the Origin Pill Flame Sutra. This should one of the secrets that only the sect master or a few people could know. After seeing his disciple's confused face, Yi Lao explained. May different sects and emperor lineages have different ways of choosing a heaven chosen to cultivate it in each generation. When it comes to our Origin Pill Dao sect, the Pill Sage Trial is one of them. Master, I do not think that becoming the sect's heaven chosen will have any effect on our situation. Normally, you would be correct. However, our sect's trial is different. Above the heaven chosen, in this trial, there's a level referred to as Ancestor's Blessing. As long as you can acquire this grade in the trial, according to our ancestors' rules, all the resources of the sect will available to you without hesitation. So simple? Simple? Boy, you do not know anything. Since the sect's inception, the number of people who got that grade can be counted on one hand. What about Fu Kaiyan? Did he get an ancestor blessing? Even he failed, replied Yi Lao with a sigh. With Fu Kaiyan's talent, many people thought that he would succeed, but he did not. At that time, Yi Lao was both relieved and disappointed at the same time. What exactly is this ancestral blessing you talk about? Asked Wang Wei in confusion. He had never heard of this, so he wanted to gather as much information as possible. The so-called ancestral blessing has to do with our founder, the Danyuan Emperor, and the current predicament of professionals in this world. Wang Wei remained silent as he listened intently. Alchemist is in a very hard predicament in this world. When it comes to proving the Tao and becoming emperor, alchemists are at a disadvantage, as the heaven will require strength to acquire. Most alchemists focus their lives on cultivating their pill refining level and are usually very weak in terms of combat. And every alchemist that becomes emperor must be excellent in both pill refinement and have high combat value. The majority of cultivators have to spend their entire lives increasing their combat power. How could they have time to raise their alchemy level to a truly profound level that can bear the heaven will? Wang Wei was silent, as he already realized the unfairness of the situation to alchemists. When it comes to other professions like weapon refining, talisman making, and array master, they usually have some combat power in the later stage of cultivation, especially talisman makers and array masters. Nevertheless, it does not change the fact that they are at a disadvantage when it comes to the battle of heaven will. As a result of the current situation, all the great emperors who prove the Tao through alchemy are usually extremely talented geniuses or extremely lucky individuals. While traveling to otherworld communities, the Danyuan Emperor once discovered a heaven world called Myriad Pill World. In this world, only pill refiners can become great emperors. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. In the endless void, anything is possible. The laws of heaven and earth of each heaven world is different, leading to different cultivation system, different Tao, philosophies, ideas, and civilization. One day, he will experience all of them to broaden his vision. Master, what about other professions? Can they also become great emperors too? All the other professions are used to develop alchemy. In this world, most alchemists will dabble in other professions to find inspiration on how to develop their alchemy. And no, other professions cannot become emperor. Then, how do they compete for the heaven will? During the heaven will battle, alchemists will simply compete on their skills. The person who has a better pill refinement method will become emperor. However, despite how simple things seem, the competition is not. Yi Lao momentarily paused with a look of yearning on his face. According to description, in this world, alchemy is developed beyond your imagination. Countless techniques, ideas, and methods of alchemy are invented every day. The alchemists in this world is all about innovation, surpassing the predecessors. So each generation, new ideas or ways of thinking in the Tao of alchemy is created. This sounds like the paradise and the hell for alchemists, replied Wang Wei. Indeed, in this kind of world, only the truly talented alchemist can thrive while the others will become foils to others, forever bound by the shackles called mediocrity. In the myriad emperor word, all alchemists have some level of status no matter how low they are. That is mainly because the ratio of alchemists and cultivators is so low that they are unique. However, in a world where almost everybody is an alchemist, only the truly elite can shine. Only they can have respected status, wealth, and power. Master, what does this have to do with the Pill Sage trial? After traveling to that world, our founder established the Pill Sage trial and the ancestral blessing level. You mean, yes, to acquire the ancestral blessing grade, you have to innovate. Whether it is a brand new alchemy concept, techniques, refining process, or even philosophy, as long as it is something new and original, the will of the ancestors in the trial will judge this innovation and decide whether you can get their blessing. If you succeed, you will be the default sect master of the sect, gaining access to all the resources, including the origin pill flame scripture. Wang Wei frowned while in deep thought. This is harder than it sounds. He could guess the reason that the Danyuan Emperor created this level of this trial. However, unlike the people of the myriad pill world that are used to innovation, the majority of people in this world are very conservative. They take the words of the ancestors, of the sages of the past, as doctrines that must be followed. And when people actually try to innovate, they are criticized for being unorthodox and even killed. A perfect example of that is how the Formation ancestor killed his junior brother for creating a new path for the Tao of Formation. Of course, Wang Wei does not have such problems. Not to mention that his mind is not shackled by the achievements and ideologies of the people who came before him. He is still a transmigrator who has access to a completely different civilization. In his mind, there are many ideas on how to innovate alchemy. However, there is still the issue of turning these ideas into reality. He needs time and more information. Master, do you have any information on the people who received the ancestral blessing? Yi Lao nodded his head before entering one of the rooms in his cave. A few minutes later, he returned with 2 jade talismans. In one of them, there was information about the previous people who received the blessing. Meanwhile, in the other, there was a recording. With intrigue, he looked at the recording. He saw a woman refining a pill. Based on the materials and runes that were engraved, Wang Wei knew that it was a saint-grade enlightening pill. The process was standard, and the technique she used was sublime. However, there was nothing new or innovative, or so he thought. After she was done, 14 pills were floating inside her cauldron, all perfect quality. Then, she arranged 13 of the pills in different locations with the last one at the center. A small formation was created by the 13 pills. The pill formation allowed the other pills to transfer their medicinal materials and strength to the one in the middle, elevating it to a quasi-supreme pill. Ingenious, suddenly muttered Wang Wei, indeed. At that time, she had just invented this technique, so it was not perfect. Later that year, she further refined this method and was able to create a real supreme tier pill. At that time, she was also in the divine body realm like you. Master, who is she? Such a genius should not be unknown, right? She's the illusory pill emperor. That makes sense. Based on the description of the illusory pill canon, it is obvious that she took inspiration from array masters and talisman makers. In the later stages, talented people in these professions can set up instant formations or instant talismans. Most like, The illusory pill emperor had the idea of instant pills, so she studies these other professions intensively for inspiration, and even succeeded. So, Little Chun, what do you think? Can you pass the trial and receive the ancestor blessing? Wang Wei pondered for a moment. He was not worried that he could not pass the trial. What he was worried about was whether the will of any of the sect's great emperor would manifest itself if he succeeded. After his encounter with the Flame Emperor, he knew that his method was ineffective. So, after pondering for a while, he decided to take the risk. Master, give me some time to prepare, and there should be no problem. Chapter 375, Body as Heaven and Earth. Wang Wei took at least 5 years before he entered the Pill Sage trial, preparing for what to do to receive the ancestral blessing. Additionally, since he feared that he might be discovered, he called the Tao opening sect to secretly stay close to the origin Pill Tao sect. If his identity is revealed, he can use his background to smooth things out. Albeit it will be a little embarrassing, as long as the sect comes forward to explain this situation and pay a certain price, everything should be fine. After all, who would not give the Tao opening sect's face? On top of it all, he can use this opportunity to explain the situation and ask for an exchange of scripture. As long as they agreed, he did not mind exchanging any of the emperor's scripture of his sect with them. They can both sign the highest contract and swore the heaviest oath to prevent these scriptures. And if the origin Pill Tao sect did not agree with all these conditions, then Wang Wei will not hesitate to start an Emperor Tao war with them. The origin Pill Flame scripture is not only necessary for him to create a primordial spirit, but to create a unique one that can help in his path of cultivation. So, he did not want to forfeit the benefits and advantages of doing so. Nor did he want to change to another cultivation system to deal with the issue of his paragon quality soul. That would bring another set of problems. So, when the time arrived, Yi Lao summoned the elders to open the trial. This time, things went smoothly, although Fu Kaiyun tried to interfere or delay the process. He did not have any valid reason. Anyone could see that he was doing it out of pure spite. This time, the elders sided with Yi Lao. After all, Lu Cheng has proven that he is as talented as Fu Kaiyun, if not more. It was in their benefit to give him a little favor in case, later on, he became successful. At the very least, remove his resentment for the previous thing. All the elders could guess what Yi Lao was going to do. Although they did not think that he would succeed, they wanted to see him try just in case. So, without much effort or struggle, Wang Wei entered the small realm where the trial would take place. It was a large room with 5 statues in the middle. These statues were of the great emperors of the sect. He bowed to the statues to show his respect to the ancestors. While in secret, he was checking to see whether there were any residual will or spirit inside these statues. He did not dare use his divine sense, but he used his true vision. Unfortunately, he could not detect anything, nor did he dare use extreme means, as he knew that his master and the elders of the sect were watching. After bowing, 3 choices were given to Wang Wei, as there are 2 different trials. The battle trial, the pill refining trial. According to the sect's rule, a person can become the heaven chosen of the sect if he has a high combat level. So this part of the trial was added. However, if someone chose the battle trial, they are still required to have some level of attainment in alchemy. After all, this is an alchemy sect. Wang Wei chose the pill refinement test. During his time as Lu Cheng, he has never displayed any form of high combat power. After making a choice, he immediately began. He took out a bunch of materials from his space ring. Then, he moved his fingers to cast a strange spell, making the herbs disappear. When they appeared, they were inside his divine sea, floating on top of his origin sea. The people who were watching this trial through formations were puzzled by his actions. Then, to their surprise, the trial began to display what was happening inside Lu Cheng's divine sea. The latter started using his origin essence to wash every single part of these herbs both inside and outside. Once that was done, a fire came out from his heart and traveled to his divine sea. The flame then began to purify the materials one by one. Once done, The medicinal liquids of these herbs were mixed at the appropriate ratio. Could he be? Muttered Yi Lao in surprise. He's using his body as a cauldron to refine pills. What a great idea. However, this should not be enough, commented another elder. You're wrong. He's not using his body as a cauldron, but as heaven and earth, added another person. Using heaven and earth to refine pills. Wouldn't that be classified as an innate pill? No one answered this question as they focused on what Lu Cheng was doing. To use the body as heaven and earth does not mean just placing the material inside the divine sea that it will work. No, you have to treat the body as a universe and makes behave like one. And how did Wang Wei accomplish that? Simple. In the heaven stage of the divine body realm, cultivators have to control the power of heaven and earth, which is a precursor to understanding the law. Wang Wei studied that power deeply and created a way for the divine sea to exude similar property as heaven and earth. After all, the divine sea is similar to a small world inside the human body. This was the second step in refining this pseudo-innate pill. The first step is when he washed away the materials with his origin essence. Innate materials are needed to refine innate pills. However, he does not have them, nor does he plan to use them. So, he come up with another method. Wash away these materials with his origin essence so that they are branded with his divine sea. That way, it would be as if they were grown by the divine sea, just like heaven and earth grow innate materials. According to Wang Wei's theory, it would be best to raise these herbs inside the divine sea in the future before using his technique to refine the pill. When it comes to the final step of rune engraving, the situation became more delicate. Divine runes are a language discovered by cultivators that allow them to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. As a result of this, every world's runes are unique since the laws of every world are different. This also meant that Wang Wei's divine sea is different since he is treating it as a world on his own. So, he cannot use the same runes he used on the outside, at least not completely. Since Wang Wei is imitating the power of heaven and earth of the myriad emperor law, there are still many similarities. He had to adjust the runes accordingly to fit his divine sea. This step alone will make this technique very difficult for ordinary alchemists to use. Each person's divine sea is different, so when using this technique, they have to rely on their deep understanding of runes to modify them accordingly. Without high affinity and understanding of runes, ordinary alchemists will never be able to use this method. Truth be told, Wang Wei has thought of a solution to this problem: material alchemy. Removing the rune engraving process entirely and relying solely on a large number of herbs to refine the pill. Material alchemy was perfectly fit for this new technique. Despite this, Wang Wei did not use this method, as the Origin Pill Dao sect was an orthodox sect in the Rune Way. Not to mention that they're largely responsible for the decline of the material way. After the rune engravement was finished, Wang Wei had to deal with one last issue: the law of baptizement. After a pill is refined, the runes inside will resonate with the laws of heaven and earth and underwent a baptism that elevates the pill to a higher level. The heaven and earth of the myriad emperor world contained all the laws in existence, making pills have endless possibilities in their effects and abilities. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Wang Wei's divine sea. Even if he was in the void-shattered realm and possessed the law in his body, it would be a specific law, and that law might not be the one he needed for the baptism of his pill. Based on his fact, the highest level of pill that his method can refine is top earth grade. When it comes to higher grades, each alchemist could only refine specific pills based on the laws that they have comprehended in the void-shattered realm. Of course, Wang Wei was prepared for this problem. He took 2 pills from his space ring and swallowed them. The first one is an already existing pill called Second Primordial Spirit Pill. This pill allowed cultivators to create a second and temporary primordial spirit. This pill is mainly used when facing soul backlash. The cultivator can use this pill to use a second primordial spirit to withstand a backlash for them and prevent injury. This pill is also very rare, as few places have a recipe. This is mainly because of the second effect. The second primordial spirit can slightly increase the comprehension of cultivators and help them understand the law and reach the next cultivation level. After taking the pill, a temporarily primordial spirit appeared on his sea of consciousness. As for the second pill, that is something that he created himself. And the volume finally ended in the privilege section, and it was longer than anticipated, but I'm still satisfied in general with the entire thing despite the pacing. Tomorrow is my birthday, so I will most likely not post from now on and take a week's break. Chapter 376. Finally succeeded. The second pill is a saint pill called Provisional Law Pill created by Wang Wei, especially for this occasion. As the name implied, this pill will allow him to have temporary access and control some specific law, which will then be used for the final step of this pill. Essentially, this pill can also be called the Law Baptism Pill. For example, the pill that he is refining inside his divine sea is called 5 Elements Balance Pill. This pill can be used to heal injuries by balancing the 5 elements in the body and can help void-shattering cultivators temper their bodies. Because of the nature of the pill, the law of 5 elements is needed for the final baptism. However, Wang Wei does not have any law inside his body, let alone the 5 element. However, the Provisional Law Pill contained runes that attracted 5 elements laws, runes that bind these laws inside the pill, and herbs that allow a person to absorb these laws and temporarily use them. Of course, this pill has better use than this. At first, he invented the pill for the sake of this pill sage trial. However, once it was made, he realized the real benefit of this pill. With it, primordial spirit realm cultivators can have advanced control of the law before the void-shattered realm. They can practice wielding and controlling the law to establish a firm foundation before entering the next cultivation realm. Additionally, primordial spirit realm cultivators can take this opportunity to understand the law. After all, the laws of heaven and earth are very difficult to understand. However, with this pill, the law will be revealed to them and controlled by them, making it easier to comprehend. For many people who have no hope of entering the void-shattering realm, this pill can be a great opportunity for them. Of course, this pill still has many limitations. For example, powerful laws like time, destruction, fate, karma, and many more are not that easy to make. After all, the runes that can resonate with these laws are very rare and may not even exist. And even if they did, how many people would be able to engrave them on a pill? What kind of talent would need to do so? What grade of pills will be created in the end? These are all issues that limit the true value of this pill formula. Nevertheless, it does not change some of its value. After creating this pill, Wang Wei hesitated whether to hide for his sect only and not show it to other people. However, after pondering about it for a while, he still decided to spread it. His grand plan for when he becomes a great emperor requires for the entire myriad emperor world to become more powerful. The more powerful the world is, the more benefit he will receive. And given the fact that this pill can create more void-shattering realm cultivators and increase the overall strength of the world, he decided to spread it. After all, if he wants to achieve great things in the future, especially for his future plans, he will need to have a big heart. He should be able to look at the grand scheme of things and not be bothered by temporary and small gains. Pettiness and small-mindedness will be a great enemy for his plans. As for the Tao opening sect, when he proves the Tao and becomes a great emperor, then he will leave truly magnificent things that will grant his sect an advantage over others. After eating the pill, Wang Wei's fake primordial spirit was washed away by the 5-element law. However, soon afterward, he coughed out a big mouthful of blood. His master, who was watching the trial, had a worried look on his face, wondering what had gone wrong. After checking, Wang Wei realized where he made the mistake. To enter the void-shattering realm, both the body and the primordial spirit need to be baptized by the law. However, although he had a primordial spirit, fake, he was currently at the first level of the divine body real. His weak body was simply incapable of withstanding the power of law. After finding the problem, he took action to remedy the situation. He took out a middle Earth tier pill called Golden Body Pill. This is a pill created based on the metal element, which can temporarily strengthen his body to the peak of the divine body realm. Once that was done, he was able to finally control the five-element law. Then, he began to use it for the baptism. He essentially acted as heaven and earth and guided the process of law infusion. Once the process was finished, he fused the law of water, fire, and metal to created thunder. Finally, Wang Wei acted as heavenly Tao and lowered thunder tribulation as the final step of this five-element balance pill. Regrettably, he was not satisfied with the final outcome. Thunder tribulation will not only destroy the deficiency of a pill, but also repair it after passing it. Unfortunately, the thunder that Wang Wei created did not have the power to repair deficiency, only destroy it. So, he had to use his origin essence for that process, which is nothing compared to the real of pill tribulation. After sighing with a little regret, he removed the pill from his divine sea. As the pill floated in the air, a bright light came out of the five statues and began to scan the pill. Truth be told, this pill can be considered a wonder in the alchemic world. Because heaven and earth created it, the purity of the materials reached an imaginable level. Additionally, the medical strength of the spiritual herbs used was pushed to the limit in terms of efficiency, and the law was almost perfectly engraved. As such, the quality of this pill has gone beyond the level of perfection in terms of efficiency and could probably be classified as a grade of its own. This pill is almost qualified as an innate pill, with only a few things that disqualified it. The first one is Wang Wei's cultivation level. When it comes to using his body as a universe or controlling the law, his current body as Lu Cheng and his low-level cultivation have hindered him in the process of creating this pill. After all, he is still in the divine body realm. He does not have a real primordial spirit, nor does he have any experience in controlling the law. No matter how talented he is, he cannot easily make these gaps that require personal experience. The second problem is the herb used for the pill. With this new technique he created, the best way to use the spiritual herbs is to let them be nourished inside his origin sea before using them. Although he washed them with his origin essence before the refinement, it was still not enough. And the last thing that prevented this pill from being classified as innate pill is the lack of innate ki. Innate ki is a higher form of energy than spiritual ki that is more beneficial to cultivators, animals, herbs, or ores. It can make them stronger, live longer, have faster cultivation speed, increase the chances of having high talent, increase the possibility of entering a state of epiphany, and many more. Without innate ki, the pill Wang Wei made can only be categorized as pseudo-innate pill. In fact, Wang Wei has an even better method to use formation. The whole concept of formation array is to borrow the power of heaven and earth, as it is usually more powerful than the individual power. With the right formation, he could also use the power of heaven and earth to refine a pill, and the process would be much better than the current one. The reason he did not use this method instead was that it required high attainment in the Tao of formation. Lu Cheng has never studied formation besides basic level ones, so it would raise many questions if he used this method. Nevertheless, the fact that he created a way to make this pseudo-innate pill had great ramifications. For one, a golden banner suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. He knew that this was an indication that he did receive the ancestor blessing. After seeing this, he was relieved that no other emperors of the origin pill Tao sect showed up. And this was not the end. Auspicious clouds appeared on top of the sect, alerting all the disciples and elders. Then a small purple orb descended from the sky, Barato the space of the trial, and floated in front of Wang Wei. Instantly, he recognized that orb. It was merit, and purple merit of the highest caliber. Although it was small, Wang Wei guessed that it was only because this new technique was just invented. If he spread it out to other alchemists, the amount of merit he will receive will also increase. So, with a smile on his face, he placed it away. His bright smile was not only because of the merit, but also because he was one step closer to achieving his goal. Chapter 377. Origin Pill Flame Sutra. The auspicious clouds in the sky over the sect only lasted for a few minutes, but it still alerted many people. Whether it was the disciples, elders, or spies from other factions, most of them were wondering who received the merit and for what reason. Unfortunately, only a few people were privy to this kind of information. After receiving the ancestral blessing, a token was given to Wang Wei that displayed his status as the young pill sage of the Origin Pill Dao sect. Then, he was sent out of the trial. As soon as he left, Wang Wei found himself surrounded by the elders of the sect. All of them praised him for his excellent talent, and that his future was bright. Wang Wei smiled after seeing this while secretly sneering. He knew that the majority of these people were responsible for preventing him from accessing the Origin Pill Flame scripture a few years back. And the only reason that they were so nice to him now was that they were interested in his innate pill technique, while a few were interested in his merit. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not act out or ignored these people to show his dissatisfaction. He understood this was part of politics, and he knew how to play the game. So, he placed a smile on his face and returned the salute of all the people who came to praise him. However, when they asked about his technique, he always answered in a perfunctory manner. Some people even heavily suggested or implied that he should hand over the merit to the sect in return for sect points, even trying to imply that the sect raise him and he should pay back or return some interest. To these people, Wang Wei pretended that he did not understand their insinuation. In the end, Yi Lao was still the sect master, so people had to give him face. He immediately sent these people away while bringing Wang Wei back to his cultivation cave during the entire ordeal. Only one person never showed up their face, Fu Kaiyan. The moment Wang Wei passed the trial, he left to return to his cave. Back at his cheat master's cave, Wang Wei handed over a jade talisman that contained a detailed explanation of this innate pill technique. After browsing through it briefly, Yi Lao said, "Give me a few days. Then you'll have access to all 5 emperor scriptures of the sect." Wang Wei knew that his master can use this technique to take some power and control of the sect from Fu Kaiyan. So, he did not hesitate to give it to him. This could be considered a way to pay a little of the cause and effect of being his apprentice, and for when he acquired the Origin Pill Flame scripture. 3 days later, Wang Wei was called by the old man and brought to the scripture hall, which contained countless books. After seeing it, Wang Wei was a little surprised, as this one was almost in comparison to the scripture pavilion of the Tao opening sect. However, thinking about the fact that this sect also existed since the ancient emperor era, it made sense that they have such a heritage. Any sect that can survive so many eras will usually have a very deep foundation that is acquired through time. Only a few will actually waste that foundation over time. The scripture hall was divided into 7 layers. The first layer contained history books, geography, basic information about the world, along with countless esoteric scriptures that are used as early enlightenment for the young disciples. This layer can be said to be the most useless and the most valuable at the same time because of these scriptures. The reason for that is that those scriptures contain the ancestors' understanding of heaven and earth, their observation of the world, and even some comprehension of the law. Even if a disciple does not understand them, as long as they remembered them, when the time is right, these scriptures can be used as the basis for their sudden enlightenment. This is one of the reasons that the aristocratic education of people like Wang Wei, Li Jun, Yang Liling, and all the other heaven chosens requires them to read, understand, and memorize these scriptures at a young age. The second layer of the scripture hall contained profound tier cultivation method, techniques, and spells which can be used from the blood key realm to the divine altar realm. The third layer is for earth tier, the fourth layer for heaven tier, the fifth layer for saint tier, the sixth layer for supreme and quasi-emperor tier, and the last one for emperor scriptures. Yi Lao easily took Wang Wei through each of the layers. With his sect master token, the formation blocking each layer immediately let them pass through after scanning the token. However, when they tried to enter the last layer, the process took a few minutes. While entering the last layer, Wang Wei could feel that they entered a different heaven and earth. Most likely, This layer was located inside another small world that was different from the myriad Emperor world, a separate space and time. As soon as he arrived at his destination, he could feel a powerful divine sense secretly scanning their bodies. And the level was at the Supreme Realm. He guessed that this was the Supreme Elder in charge of guarding this place. After that person found the token in Yi Lao's hand, he seemed to not care until the sect master took out Wang Wei's young pill sage token. Then, that person finally retreated. Immediately afterward, a medium-sized wooden house suddenly appeared in front of the two. In general, the house looked nothing extraordinary. After entering it, Wang Wei quickly realized that the space inside was larger than the outside. Most likely, a formation was used to expand the space inside the house. Yi Lao led him to a place with 5 stones that were each 10 meters tall, exuding a strange rhyme. These were inheritance stones. His gaze fixed on the one in the middle as he immediately knew that this was the one he was looking for. His master nodded to him before leaving him alone. After taking a deep breath, Wang Wei walked in front of the middle stone and sat cross-legged. He injected his divine sense into it. Immediately afterward, an unknown power broke into his body and began to scan both his body and soul. Every single inch of his body and soul was thoroughly searched, and during the entire process, Wang Wei was on guard in case something went wrong. Luckily, he was worried for nothing. Once this power finished its search, a strange rune appeared deep inside his soul. He knew that this was a band to prevent him from leaking the scripture to outsiders. Finally, the content of the origin pill flame scripture. He could hear a male voice explaining the content of the scripture step by step to him. Wang Wei immediately entered a state of deep enlightenment, completely ignoring the outside world. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei opened his eyes that were gleaming with wisdom and profoundness, then muttered, "What ingenious method! The Origin Pill Flame Sutra is composed of 3 main Tao: the Tao of Alchemy, Flame Tao, and the Tao of Good of Fortune. The first 2 are self-explanatory, while the Good Fortune Tao can be explained into a few words, changing something rotten into something magical, into something precious. And this is the essence of that scripture, the Good Fortunate Flame, also called Origin Pill Flame, not the one that cultivators used in their cultivation. After entering the primordial spirit realm, the Good Fortunate Flame will disappear while the one condensed from this scripture will not." Wang Wei could see that the Danyuan Emperor took inspiration from the Good Fortunate Flame when creating the Origin Pill Flame. This flame allows an alchemist to refine everything between heaven and earth into medicinal properties for pill. Whether it was ordinary and useless things like sands, rocks, or dirt, or even important like the law of heaven and earth, you can refine them and transform them into something else, into something more valuable. There were rumors that the Danyuan once refined an entire great thousand world into a pill. There were even rumors that he used the Origin Pill Flame to create a brand new race that can help him with his alchemy. After reading this scripture, Wang Wei believed in those rumors. This flame was that magical. With the power of good fortune, as long as the Danyuan Emperor has the right material, he can easily create life. Even he himself will be able to do it once he cultivated this scripture to a high enough level. Now, when it comes to his soul, he was no longer worried, as he already had an idea on how he would refine it into a primordial spirit, and not just an ordinary one. With a smile on his face, Wang Wei went to the stone that contained the Pill Washing Sutra. He was interested in this scripture since he had a feeling it would be useful for his body refining. However, he did not comprehend it immediately, but instead used his privilege as a young pill sage to condense a book of the scripture with Tao rhymes on them. Then, he finally left the 7th layer. Chapter 378. Second meeting. As soon as Wang Wei left the scripture pavilion, he could see dark clouds on top of the sect. His eyes barado the distance, and he saw a pill undergoing pill tribulation. The intensity of this tribulation was quite intense, with both fire, wind, and thunder trying to destroy it, but the pill was holding on pretty well. "It seems that my cheap master succeeded," muttered Wang Wei. Was pondering the coincidence of him exiting his retreat at the same time as the old man. In the innate pill technique that he handed over to Yi Lao, he also wrote a special method that involved using the power of heaven and earth as an aid to help with the rune engraving process. He hoped this method would help his cheap master break through his bottleneck and become a Tier 6 quasi-emperor alchemist. And based on the clouds in the sky, he must have succeeded. As he looked at the pill who successfully passed the tribulation, Wang Wei thought to himself, "This should be enough to pay some of the karma of impersonating your disciple and stealing, no, borrowing 2 emperor scriptures from your sect." Then, he did not go see his cheap master, but returned to his cave. He guessed by now the old man should be digesting and securing his recent breakthrough. Once inside, he activated the formation to notify outsiders that he was in retreat and not to disturb him. Wang Wei then proceeded to enter his space ring for added security bonus. The first thing he did was to separate from Lu Cheng and immediately checked his own soul. Phew, it seems that there is no issue with the technique. Wang Wei did not find the ban on his soul, meaning that the ban only recognized him as Lu Cheng. The reason that he was discovered during the Flame Emperor trial was that the latter showed up in person. After nodding his head, he once again became Lu Cheng. Then, he used his finger to calculate how long it took to comprehend the origin pill flame scripture, and the result was 12 years. This was not as long as he expected. However, comprehending the scripture was different from practicing it. This scripture has very harsh conditions similar to Wang Tian's Absolute Cut Sutra. As a condition to practice, this sutra requires a swordsman heart or sword Dao heart, which is essentially a deep and unwavering dedication to the way of the sword. Otherwise, one cannot practice this technique. And even if some genius managed to bypass this requirement, the power of this sutra will never reach its full potential. This is one of the reasons that Wang Wei only used that technique as a reference and never actually practiced it. The same rule applied to the origin pill flame scripture, and the conditions can even be said to be harsher. The first step of cultivating this technique is to condense the origin pill flame, and this flame is the foundation of the entire scripture. Without it, this emperor scripture can be said to be worthless. However, the conditions to accomplish this first step are truly harsh. Whether in terms of alchemy talent needed for the process or the pill Dao heart requirement, only people who have dedicated themselves completely to the alchemy Dao can condense the origin pill flame. For a person like Wang Wei who only considered alchemy Dao as a minor in his path of cultivation, he could only dream of condensing that flame. Luckily, his fate-stealing technique has essentially turned him into Lu Cheng from bloodline to soul, and even Dao heart. So, he can still use him to condense the flame. Although Lu Cheng before the trial was not talented enough to practice this scripture, his dedication to the Dao of alchemy was more than enough. He spent the majority of his time refining pill, practicing over and over to perfect his craft. He was satisfied with the tiniest of improvement, never complaining that he was not improving too fast. He was not jealous of his fellow senior and junior brother and sisters. To him, only 3 things truly mattered: his master whom he treated like a father, his third senior sister who he believed was the love of his life, and practicing alchemy. Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm down and remove all distracting thoughts. Although he was confident in his technique, he was a little worried. However, after thinking about his backup plan in case he could not condense the flame, it became easier to calm down. Even if he failed now, all he has to do is let Yin Liling cultivate this technique and help him refine his soul. With her talent and Dao heart, it should be no problem to successfully condense the origin pill flame. However, Wang Wei did not want to use the backup plan unless necessary, for both personal and political reasons. He closed his eyes and began condensing this special flame. This process should have been at least 10 times more difficult. However, over the years, many wise sages of the origin Pill Dao sect have added their own understanding and change to the scripture. Some of these sages realized that this process was too difficult, so they created methods to decrease the difficulty level while keeping all the abilities and powers of the origin pill flame. Over time, This method has been perfected by many people and can even be argued that the current origin pill flame is way better than the one the Danyuan Emperor created. Although in every generation, few people can cultivate this scripture. Nevertheless, the origin pill sect has existed for a very long time, so a lot of people had time to study the scripture, and all of them were extremely talented individuals. The method created by the predecessors to help condense the origin pill flame is to take a small portion from the good fortune flame that is used to cultivate the origin system. Then, based on that small portion, separate the small power of good fortune inside to create the origin pill flame. Wang Wei followed this method. His good fortune flame was unique since it was made of 13 colored flame instead of 12. So, the power of good fortune contained inside was more abundant and potent than regular flames. Because of this, things proceeded better than he anticipated. However, during the process, he was momentarily distracted, and it was because he was pondering the effect of the fate-stealing technique. With it, he was like a combination of him and Lu Cheng. He can use his real body to benefit Lu Cheng-like, using his own good fortune flame while still being Lu Cheng. He can make Lu Cheng suffer the consequence of his action while not affecting his real body like with the scripture ban in his soul. While appearing as Lu Cheng, he still regains his consciousness, memories, and ideas of his real body. In conclusion, Wang Wei is both himself and Lu Cheng, but Lu Cheng is now Wang Wei. While being distracted, Wang Wei realized that the process was about to fail, so he regained his bearing. The process lasted a few days, then a pink flame appeared in his hand. He finally succeeded. Immediately, he separated from Lu Cheng and controlled this flame to enter his heart and fused with his chaos flame. One of the benefits he received from the Flame Emperor inheritance was how to use the chaos flame to turn into other heavenly flames. So, after absorbing the origin pill flame, the Eve-changing chaos flame turned pink in color as it now contained all the properties and abilities of this new flame. Then, under Wang Wei's control, the chaos flame turned black, which was the heavenly destruction flame, then turned white, which was the cleansing, purifying flame, turned brown, which was the soul-corrupting flame that he got from Ji Song's Devil God Bone. Finally, it turned back to pink. Nodding in satisfaction, he returned the flame to his heart. He once again fused with Lu Cheng, then condensed the origin pill flame once again, this time using Lu Cheng's good fortune flame. Since he now had experience in doing so, the process only lasted a few hours. This flame was left for Lu Cheng. Once that was done, Wang Wei knew that it was time for him to leave. But he still had two things to do before leaving. One was to steal a few of the rare pill formulas of the origin pill Dao sect. Since he already owed them a great karma, he might as well owe a little more. Anyone, once he proves the Dao, he can find a way to repay them. So, he uses his new status as Pill Sage to gain access to these formulas. With his new token, he did not even have to pay any sect points to gain access to these things. The elders did not say anything and thought he was trying to refine these pills. Additionally, his cheap master was still in retreat, so no one asked him questions, as many of the elders were happily fanning over him. After all, not only was he a young saint alchemist, this generation's young pill sage that received the ancestral blessing, but his master was now the fourth quasi-emperor alchemist in the sect. So, his status was nobler now. After that, Wang Wei made a copy of the things he received during the Flame Emperor inheritance and leave it to Lu Cheng. However, he took away the seed of the Earth's spirit flame. Finally, he separated from Lu Cheng and woke up the latter. They were about to have their second meeting, with this one being the official one. Chapter 379. Leaving after waking up, Lu Cheng was in a momentary daze as he tried to regain clarity of his mind. The last thing he remembered was after he went to meet a buyer for a special herb he needed to help his breakthrough into the supernatural realm. However, something seemed to have gone wrong. While he was trying to think clearly, a large number of memories rushed into his mind, explaining to him what happened to him ever since that day he went to the Alchemy Association branch. Immediately afterward, Lu Cheng had a complicated look on his face. Forget the fact that more than 200 years had passed, but the fact that someone else has been living his life for him, and no one even noticed it made him feel sad. On top of all this, said person actually lived his life better than him. Based on his memories, Lu Cheng knew all the things that he has accomplished. To be exact, Lu Cheng found out that all his goals and dreams were accomplished. He became a powerful and respected alchemist. He garnered the respect of his master and fellow disciples. And finally, he managed to swoop his third senior sister up her feet. Although the last one was due to complications and foreign aid, Lu Cheng knew that he succeeded. Nevertheless, he was not happy. Not only because he felt insulted that his life was stolen from him, but because he kept wondering whether he could accomplish all these things on his own, whether he had the potential all along but never fully realized it. So he pondered deeply about the reason for Wang Wei's success, and he pinpointed it to one specific thing: the innate talent. It was just one basic talent with the ability to grow. Yet, this person who took over his body developed it to the point of making him one of the youngest saint alchemists of this generation. Could I be able to develop my talent to such an extent? The answer he came up with was no. However, Lu Cheng quickly denied this. It was very possible to develop his innate talent to that level. Although it would probably take him his entire cultivation career to do so, he believed that he could have succeeded. Then came the Flame Emperor trial. Lu Cheng admitted that with his talent, he could probably barely pass the first trial and probably not receive any rewards. As for the innate pill technique, he did not think that he had the imagination or ingenuity to create something like this, let alone find a way to make them come true. After thinking deeply about these things, Lu Cheng lamented for a while about how fate was unfair. The difference between people is sometimes too outrageous. He has long accepted the fact that he was not that talented. However, he still believed that he could make up for it with hard work and dedication. And to some extent, that is true. But what about the talented people that worked as hard as him? How would he ever surpass them? After sighing internally, he focused on a specific memory. It was this memory that made him most upset about himself. It was the memory of Wang Wei saving his third senior sister from the aphrodisiac released by the infatuation flower. Lu Cheng knew that if it was him in that situation, he would never be able to resist that poison and harmed his third senior sister. And knowing her, after what he had done, she would decide to marry him to keep her traditional values. Honestly, Lu Cheng felt very complicated thinking about this. He never thought that he had a real chance with Lan Ling, so he was satisfied with pinning over her from a long distance. However, if he managed to get with her through this method, he didn't know whether he would be happy and sad over this. Finally, Lu Cheng sighed out loud before looking at the stranger in his cave. Wang Wei watched Lu Cheng's face change over and over again in just a few seconds. Obviously, the latter was undergoing a myriad of emotions. So, he just waited for him to process everything before he spoke. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Are you going to kill me?" responded Lu Cheng instead. "If I was, you would never have woken up." Wang Wei never planned to kill him. However, he did plan to leave everything in a somewhat messy state after getting what he wanted. Anyway, by then, he would have given Lu Cheng wealth, status, and even a possible Dao companion. Whether he could retain these things was all up to his effort and abilities. However, the appearance of the Flame Emperor made it so that he had to be more delicate when planning his exit. Additionally, he wanted to see if he could peep at the latter's plan through observing Lu Cheng. "So, why did you wake up my consciousness? Do you know who I am?" asked Wang Wei. "You are the sacred son of the Dao opening sect." Lu Cheng was forced to watch the academy tournament by his master, including the final battle with Ji Song. So, he recognized the silver-gray hair and eyes. After nodding his head, Wang Wei continued, "I have a few things to explain to you. After I leave, you can go tell your master the truth about what happened, including me stealing, slight cough, borrowing the Emperor's scripture to sect. Then, tell him that I owe him a great karma. Once I become a great emperor, I will repay it to him." "What if you don't become a great emperor?" suddenly asked Lu Cheng. and he immediately regretted his words. The person in front of him has the ability to kill him with a wave of a finger. So what would be his fate if his words antagonized him? In that case, the Tao opening sect would repay the karma. In the future, if your sect ever needed help, they will step up to help. Lu Qing nodded his head without saying anything else. So, Wang Wei continued. Additionally, tell your master that I will not tell a second person about the scripture. He can't have my words. Wang Wei paused for a brief moment. Well, besides one other person. And she will also swear an oath not to reveal it to anyone else, even her descendants. Since he already owed such a large karma, he might as well add a little more. Lu Cheng was confused as to whom he was referring to, but since he could not think of anything, he did not dwell on the issue. As for Wang Wei's promise, he believed it. He knew that heaven chosens on his level take their words and oaths seriously, as breaking them can affect their state of mind and negatively influence their emperor path. After explaining a few other things to him, Wang Wei spent the next few weeks teaching Lu Cheng so that he can use his innate talent and reach the level of Saint Alchemist as well. That way, no one will notice any anomalies after leaving. Everything went smoothly during the process. In such a short time, Lu Cheng quickly adapted to his body and learned everything that he needed to. Whether it was refining Saint Pill or using the innate pill technique, he quickly mastered them. And this was not just because it was his body that contained muscle memories of countless years of practice. It was because now his talent was very high because of what the Flame Emperor did to him. Lu Cheng's talent now was probably on par with Fu Kaiyun, if not better. During the entire teaching process, Wang Wei secretly observed Lu Cheng's body, but he could not find anything. Even after secretly checking his sea of consciousness, he found out that the 10,000 flame art was still sealed. So, Wang Wei realized that it was futile for him at his level to try to guess the scheme of a possible paragon. So he turned into Lu Cheng one last time and left the Origin Pill Tao sect. Once he arrived at the city where the Alchemy Association was located, he separated from the latter. During the process, the true monarch that was secretly protecting him did not notice anything. Finally, Wang Wei turned into some random alchemist and left the territory of the Origin Pill Tao sect. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng rushed back to the sect. He knew that Fu Kaiyun was most likely plotting to assassinate him. Although he was informed that a true monarch was secretly protecting him, Lu Cheng only felt safe inside the sect. After returning, he went straight to see his master. However, he received information that the latter would only exit his seclusion in another week. So, Lu Cheng returned to his cave. As soon as he got there, he entered a deep state of meditation to check the ban on his sea of consciousness. Oddly though, as soon as he touched the ban, it was removed and he gained access to the 10,000 flame art along with a bunch of other information. After digesting it, Lu Cheng opened his eyes with a look of horror. Tao-proving pill? How is that possible? Chapter 380. Vizi Lu Cheng was truly surprised by the implication of the formula inside his mind. If anyone knew of its existence, many people would go to extreme lengths to acquire it, even if they had to destroy the Origin Pill Tao sect. So, Lu Cheng quickly decided to not reveal this to anyone, not even his master. Then, he began to ponder the possibility of success. After all, who did not want to become emperor? With how powerful the heaven chosens of this generation is, he knew that it was not his place to acquire the heaven will. So, this might be the only way out for him and his loved ones. He focused on the formula in his mind to see the requirement for this pill. Then, a wry smile appeared on his face. The first requirement for this formula is to cultivate both the 10,000 flame art and the Origin Pill Flame scripture to the highest level before even having a chance to attempt refining this pill. This requirement was difficult enough. What made Lu Cheng despair is the material needed for this pill. Honestly, he believed that even if he used all the resources of the sect, he might not even find all the materials to refine this pill. So, Lu Cheng was a little desperate. After thinking about it for a minute, a look of determination came to his mind. No matter what, he had to try. And the first step to success is to become the sect master of the Origin Pill Dao sect and have total control of the sect. In that case, Fu Kaiyan must die. And if everything else fails, I could try to make a deal with this generation's great emperor, muttered Lu Cheng as his mind thought of Wang Wei that had recently left. After making a decision, Lu Cheng waited for his master's exit. If Wang Wei was here, he would be able to instantly recognize the changes in Lu Cheng. The quiet and reserved boy that he impersonated was not full of confidence, ruthlessness, and cunning. Obviously, the Flame Emperor did not just increase his talent, but adjusted his personality as well. If it was Wang Wei, he would be horrified by such a sudden change. However, this had nothing to do with him, at least for now. Lu Cheng managed to see his master, who had a bright smile on his face. And he was not the only one. All his senior and junior brothers were also present to congratulate their master except for his second senior brother, who was still in seclusion. During this meeting of fellow apprentices, Lu Cheng discovered that his third senior sister would often give him glances and a smile. Normally, he would be happy about this, but his mind was currently occupied by too many things. During the meeting, Lu Cheng gave his master a slight signal, and the latter dismissed all the other apprentices to talk to him. Then, Lu Cheng told him everything about Wang Wei and the situation. Yi Lao looked at his apprentice with veins popping up on his forehead. Immediately, he used his divine sense to check Lu Cheng's soul, and he discovered that the bands of the Emperor's scriptures were there, followed by the band of the 10,000 flame art. "Are you sure about this?" asked Yi Lao. He could not think that there was such an ingenious technique like this. With this, the Tao opening sect can steal all the Emperor's scriptures of all the sects in the world. After seeing his apprentice nod in acknowledgement, Yi Lao wanted to lash out in anger, rushed out of the sect, and chased down the little thief, and bring back the stolen items. No sect would like for their orthodox scripture to leak out, let alone one as precious as the Origin Pill Flame scripture. The old sect master took a deep breath to calm himself down as he realized that this was useless. By now, the latter was most likely gone. And even if he caught him, what could he do? The Tao opening sect seemed to be going to extreme lengths to cultivate a great emperor in this generation. With the status of the current sacred son, he knew that they would not hesitate to start an Emperor Tao war for him. For many years, there have been rumors that the Tao opening sect has been planning an Emperor Tao war to flex its muscle and show the world that it was still the most powerful sect in the world. Yi Lao did not want his actions to result in the Origin Pill Dao sect becoming the target of the Tao opening sect's wrath. Of course, this is not the main reason that Yi Lao did not chase down Wang Wei. It was because his situation in the sect had recently turned around and started to retake many of the powers that should be rightfully his. And with his breakthrough into the quasi-emperor tier alchemist realm, the process will go even smoother. As such, he did not want anything to affect his current rise in power. And the Fu Kaiyan learned that he had lost 2 emperor scriptures of the sect. Yi Lao knew that he would most likely lose his position as sect master and all his powers. So, Yi Lao calmed himself down and thought about the situation logically. This may not be a bad thing. I can use this opportunity to form an alliance with the Tao opening sect and use it to increase my power in the sect. Maybe even completely get rid of Fu Kaiyan. One of the reasons that Fu Kaiyan is so powerful and influential is that he used his alchemy ability to form many connections around the world. Although the man has a nasty personality and his arrogance is higher than the heavens, he still knows how to play the political game. As long as a person of high status or strength asked his help to refine certain pills, he would do his best to accommodate them and increase his connection. Since Fu Kaiyan can use this tactic, so can others. "Master, what are we going to do?" said Lu Cheng, especially with third junior sister's infatuation flower. Yi Lao paused for a moment. In this situation, it's best to explain everything clearly with her and think of another solution. A few days ago, after separating from Lu Cheng, Wang Wei disguised himself as an ordinary alchemist before leaving the area controlled by the Origin Pill Dao sect. Then, he returned to his normal self. Not long after he did that, Yenshin appeared next to him. Young master, have you succeeded? Indeed, I have. I also acquire many benefits. Excellent. He was genuinely happy now, since his young master no longer have to worry about breaking through the primordial spirit realm. Yin Shun was worried that if the situation lasted longer, the sectarian faction of the sect might take this opportunity to make trouble. Now that all factions were united and focused on cultivating one heaven chosen was the best scenario, he did not want any pointless disputes. There's a high chance that Sect Master Yi Lao will contact our sect for an alliance. We can use this opportunity to form stronger ties with them, suddenly said Wang Wei. I will inform the Sect Master when we return, said Yin Shun. Young Master, do you want to go straight to the heavenly abode world or go back to the sect for a while? Wang Wei pondered for a while. No hurry. Since we are already in the south, let's visit the Eternal Dream Sect. After all, they're one of our most consistent allies. Not long afterward, the two soon arrived at the Vivid Dream Domain where the location of the Eternal Dream Sect was located. Because Wang Wei and Yin Shun had already sent notification of their arrival. Once they arrived at the mountain where the Eternal Dream Sect was located, a group of people was waiting for him. Leading the group was a beautiful girl with eyes as bright as the purest of lakes. She had a black Hanfu one with light blue hair, a small mole on the corner of her lips that further elevated her beauty. The moment he saw her, Wang Wei guessed her identity. Guten Spirit Race. This generation's saintess of Eternal Dream Sect, Divine Body Real, Peak Earth Stage. The seventh on the Heaven Mystery Pavilion's list of most beautiful women of this generation. After landing in front of her, Wang Wei could immediately see that she was a river that gained sentience before turning into human shape. And since she can become the saintess of the Eternal Dream Sect, then she must be very talented. From what he knows, the Eternal Dream Sect is mostly Spirit Race Sect, as all their sect master, Saintess or Sacred Son, are usually members of the Spirit Race who competed with one another for these positions. Although they also recruit the human race, it is very difficult for them to gain real power in the sect unless they have an outstanding talent in the Tao of Dreams. Welcome to our sect, Sacred Son Wang Wei, said Guan with a melodious voice that sounded like the peaceful noise of the ocean. Chapter 381. Path Forward. It is my utmost pleasure to come to visit, said Wang Wei with a splendid smile, which made Guan slightly blushed. Luckily, she quickly controlled herself so as not to embarrass both her sect and herself. After a few pleasantries, Guan led Wang Wei up the mountains of the Eternal Dream Sect. As soon as he took a step up the mountain, he felt something strange as he stopped and looked around. But he could not find anything, even wondering for a moment whether his feeling was wrong. So, he activated his true vision ability, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Is this a dream world? He asked. Sacred Son, you noticed? Asked Guan back in surprise. The entire Eternal Dream Sect was the manifestation of a dream. To be precise, someone created a dream world and manifested into reality. So, all the buildings in the mountains were technical, not real, but just dream projections. No, not just the buildings. After focusing deeper, Wang Wei could see that all the mountains and terrains in the sect were dream projections. Additionally, the power of dreams could be found everywhere in the environment, helping the sect's disciples to cultivate the Tao of Dream quicker, and can even add a bonus to their fighting and recuperating abilities. With a wave of his thoughts, Wang Wei gathered the power of dreams in the surroundings and injected it into his hand. Suddenly, it turned into a demonic arm. The power of dreams is susceptible to the mind. Whatever you desire in a dream, you can materialize, just like a person who could warp reality. So, since Wang Wei wanted his arm to be a demon, it becomes so. Then, he became intrigued. He began to control the dream power in the surroundings to create different things. He first started with simple things like rocks, flowers, wood, swords. Then, he began to build more complex things like houses of different shapes, mountains, rivers, and even people. Meanwhile, Guan and the other people of the Eternal Dream Sect had a look of horror on their faces. The dream force that existed in the sect was there to help the disciples, but it was not something that they easily control as they saw fit. To do so require years of study and practice, and that also applied to their saints. Yet, some random person who has never studied the Tao of Dream came to their sect and controlled the dream force as if it was his home. This kind of talent was simply horrible. I see. This dream world is also a formation, muttered Wang Wei, who was somewhat fascinated as he ignored his surroundings. For a moment, he was fascinated by the power of creation granted by dreams. He wondered whether he could use the power of fate to accomplish the same thing. And the answer he came up with was, absolutely. If one day he can control the fate of all things, including matter, it would be very simple for him to create things out of nowhere. However, that is not the true power of fate. What if one day he could control the fate of all great Tao? By then, all laws, Tao, or concepts in existence will be nothing but his puppet to manipulate and do as he pleases. At that time, he would probably become omnipotent and omniscient, existing beyond any existing concepts. After thinking about Wang Wei suddenly understood his path forward. He had an idea on how to one day control his own fate to become free and unfettered. Immediately, he felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulder. His mind and spirit became as bright as an exploding star. All the frustration and worry he had about not being able to enter the primordial spirit realm was washed away. He knew that his understanding of his path forward increased his success rate of entering the next realm by 10. And if it was not because of his Perego quality soul, he could have instantly transformed his soul into a primordial spirit. Congratulations for your epiphany, sacred son, said Guan with a look of envy. With these people's knowledge, they could tell that Wang Wei had entered a brief state of enlightenment, and based on how his aura become more peaceful, how he easily blended with the surrounding heaven and earth, he should have gained quite a bit. Thank you. Have you thought about cultivating the Tao of Dream? You are very talented in it, said one of the sect's supreme elder. Chen Shixiang, are you trying to poach our sacred son? Said Yin Shun as he stared at the person who spoke. I'm just stating a fact. With his talent, it would be a waste not cultivate the Tao of Dream. My young master is talented at everything he does. Dream Tao is just one of the many things he excels at. Chun Zixiang's almost choked after hearing this. In this world, there are and have been many geniuses that are simply gifted at everything they do. The sacred son of the Tao opening sect is not the only, nor will he be the last one. So, Chen Shishang sighed without bringing the subject up again. As for Wang Wei, he did not think he was as talented as this true monarch said. The reason he was able to freely create so many things from the dream force was once, his soul was powerful enough to easily control the dream force. Second, there is abundant dream force in the surrounding, and they are docile and do not resist control. Most likely, the great emperor of the sect made them that way to help the disciples. Wang Wei did not have to produce the dream force, just control it. So, the process was simpler. Lastly, the objects he created just looked like the real thing and lacked the essence. For example, the people he created only had the appearance of humans. They did not have the anatomy, spirit, or soul of real humans. Only by reaching such a level would it be considered really controlling the dream force. Plus, Wang Wei knew of a person that could do even better than him in as much of a short time. And that person is Dong Lifan that he met during his key luck trial. With her dream manifestation soul, the dream space of this sect would be a paradise for her. Wang Wei theorized that if she was in this dream world with all the abundant dream force, she could probably fight a saint without having any cultivation. Although her mortal body would probably not last long, she should still be able to fight for a few minutes. My Tao is already set, so it is too late to change now. However, I have some inspiration regarding dreams. If possible, I would like to read some of your sect scriptures, understanding, and theories about dreams. Wang Wei was not just saying these words to be polite. After seeing this dream world, he realized that it could help with one of his plans after becoming emperor. So, he wanted to lay the foundation now for later. Chen Shixiang readily agreed with Wang Wei's request, as it was not a big deal. What the latter was asking was not the cultivation techniques of the sect, but the scriptures of the predecessors and the sages of the past. These kinds of things, although valuable, but not the point of not exchanging. Not to mention that as a close ally of the Tao opening sect, the Eternal Dream sect has also exchanged scriptures and even cultivation techniques with the latter. So, the group led Wang Wei to see the sect master. It was a beautiful woman named Tang Zichen. The two had a pleasant conversation, but Wang Wei caught on to the fact that the sect master was always secretly asking about how his father was doing. Honestly, Wang Wei had to marvel at his father's charm. It seems that every beautiful woman in his generation had fallen for him or had some meaning to him. He secretly praised his mother for being the final winner, but also disdained the women of that generation. How could they not control their emotions and fall for one man? Look at him. He was more handsome than his father, suaver than him, and more powerful than him at his age. Yet, you don't see countless women falling in love with him. All the women in his generation are focused and driven. Their only thoughts are on how to achieve their goals of becoming emperor. In other words, they are full of thoughts on how to defeat or kill him one day. Wang Wei wanted to cry that things were unfair. Anyway, after a conversation with the sect master, he was shown to his resting quarters. The next day, Guan came to lead him to the scripture storage hall. Chapter 382. Destiny. Wang Wei spent the next few days reading about Dream Tao in the scripture storage hall, learning about the basics. During the entire experience, Guan was always there to accompany him and explain many things to him so that he could learn faster. Wang Wei gave her a strange look, but did not say anything. After all, he was in someone else's place. One day, after their session in the hall, Guan left to see her master. While sitting in front of Tang Zichen and drinking tea, Guan remained quiet during the entire ordeal. "Little one, is there a problem?" She opened her mouth to answer, but hesitation made her not dare. "If you want to say something, there is no need to hesitate." "Master, why do you want to get close to him?" "Our Eternal Dream sect has always been a close ally to the Tao opening sect," replied Tang Zichen while sipping her tea. "I know the history of the sect master. Ever since one of our sect masters gave up competing for the throne and married one of the great emperors of the Tao opening sect, even though she had a much higher chance at winning, our sects have been great allies. Even since then, many people from the three great families have intermarried with our sect. However, this is not the reason that we need to lower ourselves to such an extent." Tang Zichen looked at the tea in her cups as she swirled it. "Disciple, do you know the main differences between an eternal emperor and other great emperors?" Guan pondered for a moment. "Strength? Yes, but not absolute. There have been a few great emperors whose strength has been on par with eternal emperor. For example, the Flame Emperor, the Dusk Emperor, the Three Purities Emperor, and many more." Tang Zichen paused for a moment as she sipped her tea once again. "The difference that I'm referring to is the amount of Tao ancestors and immortal venerables that they can create. No great emperor, no matter how powerful they are, can compare to an eternal emperor in that aspect. This is one of the reasons that the Tao opening sect is one of the most powerful sects currently existing. That's because they have cultivated two great emperors. In the endless void, amongst all the heavenward world, there are many sects who have cultivated more great emperors than them. But the number of sects or factions that has cultivated more than one eternal emperor can be counted in one hand. This is how rare eternal emperors are." Tang Zichen sighed. To become an eternal emperor, talent, strength, wisdom, Tao heart, will, and state of mind need to reach the absolute peak. However, one of the key factors is luck or destiny. Every eternal emperor is born at the right opportune moment because they carry great destiny to them. The human emperor spread Tao to the world. The human emperor made humans the protagonist of this world. The absolute beginning emperor should have stopped the harm that Buddhism incense system was doing. Empress Wu regained freedom for all the races in the myriad emperor world and stopped the devastation of the devil race. Emperor Kong spread knowledge to the knowledge, further developing civilization, and was known as a sage. When it comes to the Heaven Devourer Emperor, His destiny was to curb the development of devil cultivators in the myriad emperor world and lead the world to better development. Unfortunately, he was rogue. Of course, destiny does not mean that these people were born to become great emperors. It meant that they fought with all the people in the world, and the final winner is the bearing of said destiny. Of course, there are exceptions to these rules. From what Tang Zichen knew, the ancient emperor era was a marvelous time because the destiny or luck to become an eternal emperor was abundant. The entire cultivation civilization had collapsed and was in the process of rebuilding. This is the reason that there was more than one in that period. Technically speaking, all the ancestors of that time, like the formation ancestor, pill ancestor, and so on, had the opportunity to become eternal emperor. Unfortunately, they failed short at the last minute. Another exception was the Sword Empress. She is considered one of the few people in history who did not rely on destiny to become an eternal emperor. She relied purely on talent and ability to defy the odds. She did not have some great tasks to accomplish or anything along that line. Although historians have attributed her with the glory of elevating Sword Tao to the pinnacle, this was just something she did on her own. Master, what does this have to do with anything? Asked Guan. After our sect master abandoned the emperor path for the sect of her marriage to Wang Zhong, the latter later proved the Tao while taking the name Turtle Armor Emperor. He became the fourth emperor of the Tao opening sect. Back then, our Eternal Dream sect also had 3 great emperors, and the Tao opening sect was not considered the most powerful sect in the world. Although people still respected them because of their founders, it was nothing compared to now. Guan frowned, not understanding where her master was going with this. However, she listened carefully as she knew that her master liked to rumble on. Maybe it had something to do with age. Of course, Guan would never say these thoughts out loud. After proving the Tao, the Turtle Armor Emperor rewarded our sects with a few spots of Tao ancestors and immortal venerables. Additionally, the 5th and 6th great emperors of the Tao opening sect also offered 1 spot to repay the karma back then. However, after that, from the 7th to 9th emperor, we never received any spots as the karma had been paid. Although our sects remained close allied, unfortunately, our sect has not been able to cultivate a great emperor of our own for many years. In conclusion, our sect has not had any ancestors level characters for many years. But what does this have to do with me getting close to him? Asked Gu, and Tang Zichen sighed after hearing this question. She knew very well that her disciple was not the brightest when it comes to political matters. She looked into the distance as she continued. Ever since the catastrophe at the end of the Middle Emperor era, the myriad emperor world has been in a slug. The development has been slow, stagnant, and even somewhat regress. In general, this new emperor era has been quite disappointing as a whole, and many great people of wisdom have foreseen this result long ago. So, they calculated and predicted the time that the new era is coming, and sealed themselves to wake up afterward and cultivate in a prosperous age. According to their calculations, the time for the change of this era is approaching. With Wang Tian's rise in the last generation, many people thought that the time had finally come. Unfortunately, after Heavenly Tao cut off the path of Supreme, people guessed that this generation would most likely be the one. That the destiny of Eternal Emperor would appear, leading to the birth of an Eternal Emperor and the beginning of a new era. When all the top 10 heavenly physiques appeared at the same time, when countless heaven chosens began to develop and grow, people knew that their guesses were correct. The new Emperor era will end in this generation. Guan pondered deeply. Although she was slow when it comes to certain matters, she was not stupid, otherwise she would not become the saintess of the sect. So, after a while, she understood her master's meanings. Wang Wei is one of the people with the highest chances of proving the Tao in this generation, which meant that he might become an eternal emperor. This in turn meant that he will be able to create more Tao ancestors and immortal venerables than any typical great emperors. So, if she could get with him to become his wife or even concubines, then he can reward the Eternal Dream sect just like the Turtle Armor Emperor did. But Master, after contacting for the past few days, he does not seem to have any interest in me. Tang Zichen glanced at her apprentice and secretly shook her head. She could tell that the little lass felt like it was insulting of her status to try to seduce another person for benefits. And in some ways, she was correct. However, as a sect master, Tang Zichen has to see things differently. Her disciple is not talented enough to fight for the heaven will in this generation. So, she has to find another way around. One other option is to wake up another heaven chosen that has been sealed in the sect. However, this act will have lasting effects on her as a sect master, and it did not mean that these people could compete after waking up. After all, just because they were heaven chosens in their time did not mean that they would be so in today's time, especially in this glorious age. Chapter 383. Experiments since her apprentice did not want to. The sacred son did not seem interested. Tang Zichen did not force things. After all, in some ways, her apprentice was correct. Plus, her action will not affect the relationship between the two sections. A few days passed, and Wang Wei walked out of the scripture storage hall. He knew that it was about time for him to leave. While walking to his residence, he heard a commotion where a large group of disciples was gathered. He saw that the disciples were not happy based on their facial features. Meanwhile, Gu, who was in front of them, also looked upset. At the same time, a young man who had a cocky look on his face was confronting the group. Immediately, he realized the identity of that person. Xiao Songshi, rank 30th in the Academy's Heaven Chosen Tournament. He is from a supreme-level dynasty. However, there are rumors that his real father who abandoned his mother after birth is from an emperor lineage of the sea race. However, the rumors have yet to be confirmed. Wang Wei watched their confrontation from afar and soon got a gist of the situation. Xiao Songshi wanted Guan to become his wife. However, she rejected him. Nevertheless, he was a persistent guy, so he used a flamboyant method to attract her attention, challenging her, defeating her, and suppressing her. He probably believed that as long as he displayed his might and domineering personality, she would change her mind. Unfortunately for him, although he is way more powerful than her, this is the site of the Eternal Dream Sect. As the Saintess, she is the person who can control the greatest number of dream force among the disciples and even eclipse some elders in that area. As such, he was defeated. No, to be precise, he was slapped to death. Luckily, Xiao Song's name is on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book as one of the top 30 of the tournament, so he cannot die. Using this fact, he has been challenging Gu and almost every day. He's essentially using his immortality to pester her. After knowing the situation, Wang Wei gave this group a last glance before leaving back to his residence. Unlike Guan, he was a politically minded person and could see things in different ways. The heaven chosens in the book who have lower status have been using their immortality to cause trouble everywhere. Even in the Tao opening sect, a few people came to challenge, and Li Jun had to take care of it. This has been a very common thing in the myriad emperor world for countless generations. Nevertheless, although these people are impossible to kill, there are still ways to deal with them. Threaten the people behind them to make them behave. So, as long as the Eternal Dream Sect talked to the Supreme Dynasty behind Xiao Songshi, the latter should have stopped. Yet, this is not the case. This can only mean three things. 1. The Great Yi Dynasty has someone secretly supporting them, so they are not afraid of the Eternal Dream Sect's warning. The other is that Xiao Songshi is trying to use the hand of the sect to deal with the Great Yi Dynasty. From what Wang Wei knew, the latter's relationship with his father, the current king, was not ideal. Of course, there is also another possibility. Sect Master Tang Zichen is interested in Xiao Song's possible relation to the sea race and lets things unfold without intervening. Wang Wei was interested in this Xiao Songshi for a few reasons, but it was not ideal to meet him. So later that night, he secretly sent a letter to him pretending to be Gu and to meet in a mountain range a few 100,000 miles away. Wang Wei stood in a plain with a bottle of wine in his hand as he drank and looked at the sky. He lowered his head to look at the person next to him and said, "You don't seem surprised that it was not Guan that invited you here? She hates me very well, so how could she ask me to meet privately?" especially away from the sect where her strength is weaker than mine, replied Xiao Songshi calmly. Ever since he received the note, he knew that something was wrong. As for Wang Wei, he knew that this was a cunning guy. He was born in a ruler family, where kinship was as thin as any pieces of paper. On top of all that, his father and siblings hated him with passion. He and his mother were ostracized both from the family and from the political landscape. Xiao Songshi managed to survive and even gain some power in the Great Yi dynasty. Obviously, this was a cunning, intelligent, and ambitious person. Anyway, you're here, and that's all that matters. So, for what reason has Sacred Sun called me here? Asked Xiao Songshi with a solemn face. The only reason he came here with confidence is that he was not afraid of death. Nevertheless, he was not like those other brainless, other heaven-chosens who used their immortality recklessly. After all, this pseudo-immortality only lasted until the primordial spirit realm. Amongst the 30 people who have it, once the first person entered the primordial spirit realm, then a countdown began for the others before it is removed. According to records, if all 30 of them plan together to delay the time to enter the primordial spirit realm, Heavenly Tao will still take it away after a certain amount of time. I'm very interested in testing your immortality, said Wang Wei as he put away his drink. Xiao Songshi squinted his eyes after hearing this. However, immediately afterward, a fighting intent appeared in his eyes. He watched the final battle between Wang Wei and Ji Song. At that time, he knew the vast difference between him and the top 10. After that fight, he was momentarily lost thinking about the strength of these people, not to mention all the other geniuses that did not participate in the trial and were secretly hiding for the opportune moment before showing up. At some point, he even wanted to give up on the Emperor path and just be content with ruling over the Great Yi dynasty. However, thinking about his hatred for that man and what he did to him and his mother, his spirit was once reignited. After all, if he wants revenge, if he wants to drag that man in front of his mother to apologize, having the strength to defeat him was not enough. He had to have the strength to suppress the people behind him. Xiao Songshi took a fighting pose as he prepared for battle. He wanted to see if it closed the gap to these top 10 heaven-chosens in the past few hundred years. Wang Wei just smiled casually. Then, before the latter could even respond, he instantly appeared in front of him as if teleporting. He grabbed his face with one hand and flew to the sky with unmatched speed. He flew so fast that he was like a comet entering the atmosphere of a planet. The friction created by his rapid speed began to burn Xiao Song's body into ashes. By the time Wang Wei reached about 1,000,000 meters into the sky, Xiao Song's fleshly body was burned into ashes, leaving a few burned skin in his hand. After clenching his fist, those were turned into nothingness as well. He looked at the millions of particles that were gathering not far from him. A few seconds later, a completely intact Xiao Songshi appeared in front of him, albeit with a very confused look on his face. Xiao Songshi was genuinely confused. He was just preparing for battle. He just blinked, or so he thought he did, when a strong force grabbed him by the face and dragged him to the sky. And before he could even react or understand what was going on, he was burned to ashes. Wang Wei did not care about the latter's confusion. He pointed his finger at him and jabbed forward. This time, Xiao Songshi immediately reacted. A vision suddenly appeared behind him, showing a humongous serpent that was swallowing the entire world. Although he did not like to use the power of that man's bloodline, Xiao Songshi was not a pedantic person, so he knew when and when not to be stubborn. With the vision, plus his second layer of the heaven stage in the divine body stage, he could now use the power of heaven and earth to increase his strength by 27-fold. With this, he was confident to block this item and even have enough time to counterattack. Unfortunately, he was wrong. A more mighty power of heaven and earth easily destroyed his defense. Then, another powerful spiritual power went straight to his soul, annihilating it. Then, Wang Wei watched Xiao Song's soul recover as if nothing happened. He wondered whether Heavenly Tao saved his soul from completely being annihilated, or created one with the exact memory or strength as Xiao Songshi. If it was the latter, that would be fine. But if it was the former, things would be complicated. His father and grandfather once placed their name on the book. At some point, they must use this advantage to their benefit by dying. If their current soul is nothing but a copy made by Heavenly Tao with the same memories, that would be bad. That would mean that Heavenly Tao was planning something nefarious with this book. However, after thinking about it for a while, it was unlikely. For once, Emperor Kong should have considered this fact when making the book. Additionally, many emperors have placed their names on that book, and they were fine. Even if the ones who placed their names had problems, the ones who did not would still discover something or suspect something. So, Wang Wei removed these thoughts from his head and focused on his experiment on Xiao Songxi. Chapter 384. Chess piece. After Xiao Songxi was resurrected, Wang Wei proceeded to kill him again with a punch. This time, he killed more than 100 times in a row before stopping. As he looked at the latter who had a frown on his face, Wang Wei also made some discovery about this protection. No matter whether he destroyed Xiao Songxi's body or soul, he will return back to the peak state, and that included his state of mind. Any person who died more than 100 times in a row without any resistance would have some fear, despair, anger, or any kind of negative emotion. Yet, Xiao Songxi was perfectly fine. Wang Wei did not think that it was the latter's powerful will that made him all right. Obviously, when bringing him back to life, Heavenly Tao's protection also eliminated the danger to his mood and state of mind. That way, he is always in perfect performance shape. From what he learned about this protection, it was created to encourage the heaven-chosen of this world to fight one another without restriction, and thus creating more powerful great emperors. However, it seemed that over the years, people have stopped using it that way, or play less emphasis on this aspect. Truth be told, Wang Wei was a little envious of this immortal-like ability. If he had it, he would have used it to swim on the river of fate and uncovered its mystery. With his understanding and undying nature, heaven knows what he would learn from there. Maybe this is the reason that Heavenly Tao did not want me to place my name in there, thought Wang Wei. However, he quickly removed these regrets from his mind. There was no point in being stuck in the past. His intuition told him that it was harmful to him to place his name on the book. Although to this day, he still did not know the reason, he still believed that he made the right decision. All these thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind in an instant before focusing on the task at hand. He was not finished testing the limit of the protection, nor did he learn anything substantial from it. So, his little experiment must continue. He flew towards Xiao Songxi once again with absolute speed. This time, the latter was barely able to react and enacted a black barrier to protect his body. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's hand easily broke through it and grabbed his head. The moment the hand touched his face, Xiao Songxi felt a terrifying pressure that rendered him momentarily powerless. His origin essence, cultivation base, and even soul were suppressed. Then, a void crack appeared behind him, and he was dragged into it. Wang Wei floated in the void outside of the myriad emperor world. He looked at his empty hand with a frown. Just now, he tried to take Xiao Songxi outside of the world to see if the effect of the protection would be useless there and could kill him. However, midway through, a strange spatial fluctuation came from Xiao Songxi's body, and he was teleported back inside. Not convinced, Wang Wei returned inside and tracked the mark he left on him. Then, he tried again to take him outside. However, no matter how many times he tried, he still failed. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that his idea was not that original. Immortality is the pursuit of all cultivators. He was sure that many people have studied the heaven-chosens on that book extendedly and over countless generations, not only for their immortality, but also to find a way to kill them. And try to get them outside of the influence of Heavenly Tao seemed the obvious possible way to kill these people. Yet, there has been no news or information about anyone succeeding in doing so. Nevertheless, Wang Wei still had one last thing to try before giving up. He knew that it was more efficient to read about the experiments the sect did on these people. There should be records in the secret archives. He waved his hand, and a large mountain at least 10 times the size of Mt. Everest appeared. It landed on top of Shaosong before being inserted on the earth. Many runes were on the mountain, serving as a seal. He wanted to seal Xiao Songshi. Even if he could not kill him, he wanted to know if he could seal him. And the answer was negative. A few minutes after being sealed, another spatial fluctuation suddenly manifested itself, and Xiao Songshi appeared intact in front of the mountain. Wang Wei waved his hand. A small bead appeared in front of him. This was a spatial treasure that contained a small world inside, and it was supreme tier level. He absorbed Xiao Songshi inside, trying once again to isolate him from heavenly Tao, since the world inside was considered another heaven and earth. Plus, the small world inside can be used for sealing purposes. Unfortunately, this plan also failed as Xiao Songshi left the small world after a few minutes and appeared in front of him, also intact. This time, Wang Wei did not attack, just gave the latter a deep look before returning to the Eternal Dream Sect. Meanwhile, Xiao Songshi looked at the sky with a slight look of despair. This was not because of his constant death and being sealed, but because of the vast difference in strength his opponent just toyed with him, and there was nothing he could do about it. If it was not for the Heavenly Tao protection, he would have died instantly without even being able to react. This kind of powerlessness and helplessness made Xiao Songshi despaired, as he could not see hope for the future. Do I have no chance of becoming an emperor and avenge what that man did to me and my mother? He looked at the sky with a daze, as he felt that everything was meaningless, that everything that he insisted on was useless. Many voices appeared in his head, telling him to just give up and just be content about being the next ruler of the Great Yi dynasty. No, there is still a chance for me, muttered Xiao Songshi. I can use the power of the enemy to strengthen myself before destroying them. A crazy plan began to form in his head. I can return to the Baija clan and use their resources to further strengthen my bloodline and slowly gain power from the inside. Then, when I become a great emperor, I can destroy their clan and force that man to kneel in front of my mother's grave for the rest of his miserable life. A ruthless light flashed across his eyes after thinking about this. He did not care about biting the hand that fed him or anything related to gratitude, as long as he can avenge his mother. Everything else was fine. After making his plan, Xiao Songshi left. The next day, Wang Wei discovered this fact, and a slight smile appeared on his face. It seemed that my plan worked. After last night's stimulation, this Xiao Songshi should have a strong desire to become more powerful. And the best way to do so is to further activate the Sea race bloodline inside his body. Thus, he must return to his roots. Of course, there was a possibility of breaking his Tao heart and ending his emperor path. However, after growing up in such a harsh environment, the latter not only survived but thrived. His Tao heart cannot compare to a normal individual, and his chances of breaking were reduced. This was what Wang Wei wanted from the beginning. Xiao Song's connection to the Sea race. Because of the location, few things are known about the Sea race, as they are very xenophobic. Over the years, many sects have used different means to infiltrate there, whether through spies or exchanging resources. But no one managed to infiltrate the core of any of the most powerful clans amongst the Sea race. As for Wang Wei, he was both interested in acquiring news about them, especially regarding any heaven chosens of their clans. He was also interested in the resources underneath the ocean. According to his father, the sea probably has even more resources than the central continent. Many great emperors have gone to explore deep inside in search of materials to bathe in their Tao source, to cultivate emperor ores or herbs. Unfortunately, because of the geography, the Sea race, and how vast the sea is, it is very difficult to mine resources there. Additionally, many people could see that if left without restriction, one day, the Sea race might become a danger to the human race. Hopefully, this Xiao Songshi will become a useful chess piece. Wang Wei and Yin Chun bid farewell to Sect Master Tang Zichen before returning home. He did not immediately rush to the heavenly abode world, but spent a year with his family. After all, he has not seen them for over 2 centuries. So, he decided to relax his mind and make sure that he was in perfect shape before heading there and trying to enter the primordial spirit realm. During this time, he talked to his grandma and grandfather from his mother's side. He promised to finally visit the Yu clan after his breakthrough. Then, once Wang Wei felt that his spirit was at peace and without worry, he finally left for the heavenly abode world. Chapter 385. Where are they and what are they doing? Part 1. A young man dressed in tight-fitting black martial clothes with boots walked in the direction of Manor. He had a scar over his right eye, which further elevated his handsome face. Deep in his eyes was a coldness or calmness to death. It was as if he had seen enough of it to become used to it, to become numb. The pace at which the young man walked was quite fast, and he soon reached his destination. He ignored all the countless beautiful maids that would make any man jealous. He did not care that they were waiting for his arrival as he rushed to his cultivation room. He took out a book with the title Primal Chaos Body Art, and a smile finally appeared on the young man's cold face. After so many years, I was finally able to gather enough slaughter point to exchange for this pinnacle body refining method before it was completely removed from a list. This technique is an emperor scripture on par with the ancient desolate body refining scripture. That way, I can finally make up the gap in fleshly body with Wang Wei. Thinking of that person's name, a fierce light flashed across Lin Fan's eyes. He still remembered his last humiliating defeat, where not only did he lose, but his Choice key was taken away. Di Tian, Wang Wei, you guys wait for my return, muttered Lin Fan as he began to read this scripture. This was a technique created by a great emperor who had the absolute chaos physique. So this technique was perfectly suited for him. Although anyone can cultivate it, people with the number 1 physique have an advantage as this technique requires chaos aura to cultivate. A long and arduous process is required to create chaos aura. However, people with the absolute chaos physique can just create it inside their bodies, according to the description of the creator at the highest level. The Primal Chaos art will allow the user to cultivate a body as powerful, if not more than ancient gods, which are essentially the names of primordial gods in other world communities. After a breath review of the scripture, Lin Fan sighed, as it is stated that anything related to chaos can help speed up the process of cultivating this technique. He could not help wonder if he still had the chaos key in his possession, how fast he could cultivate this technique. However, Lin Fan did not dwell too much on it, as he had an alternative method. He could activate his talent, Chaos Demon God Body. In that state, the speed at which he can create chaos aura will drastically increase, thus allowing him to rapidly cultivate this technique and create a powerful fleshly body for himself. Additionally, he still had another opportunity. In the slaughter trial, there have been 5 strings of chaos key in the exchange list. 3 of them have already been taken away, with 2 strings remaining. As long as he acquired enough slaughter point, he can exchange for 1. It would be better if he could get both of them. However, Lin Fan knew that this was not feasible with the rate that he can gather points unless he scheme against the person who gets the final string. That would require strength, muttered Lin Fan. He waved his hand and a list appeared in front of him. He scrolled down to see his name. Lin Fan, Absolute Chaos Physique. Myriad Emperor World, ranked 132. It is very difficult to reach the top 100. However, once I finish refining my fleshly body to a certain level, it should not be a problem. However, to reach the top of the list, I still need further preparations. After making a plan, Lin Fan entered a cultivation state to comprehend his new technique. Myriad Emperor World, Eastern Continent, Wild Orange Domain, the Loose Cultivator Alliance headquarters. Huang Yuan sat cross-legged with a black book floating in front of him. Black smoke came from the book and entered his body. Once he was done, he opened his eyes and profound darkness could be seen emanating from there. Finally done recasting my foundation. As he checked inside his body, Huang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Previously, he only had a supreme foundation, meaning he cultivated to the 1th1 layer of the blood key realm. His divine seed did not fully develop. His divine alatar had many cracks, and he only had 350 veins engraved on it. However, now he had close to a perfect Dao foundation, 12TL layer blood key, fully developed divine C, divine altar with no cracks, only a slight scar, and 365 veins. Previously, Huang Yuan was satisfied with his foundation as it allowed him to slowly climb back from the lower realm. However, when he came to this world, he understood that this was not enough to compete with these heaven chosens. So, he used the innate weapons the life and death book that he acquired to recast his foundation. That way, he can now finally compete with the heaven chosens of this world. Looking at the book in front of him, a look of hatred flashed across his eyes, thinking about how he suffered after receiving this book, how he was betrayed. Huang Yuan has always been a lucky person, and the greatest fortunate encounter was when he discovered a secret realm with this book inside. And in that secret realm, he received another encounter that was as great as this book. He found a small bath full of karmic washing water. For a supreme realm, true monarchs like himself. This was truly a heaven-sent opportunity. After seeing the bath, Huang Yuan knew that he was a man of great destiny. In one of his previous fortunate encounters, he once acquired the coordinate of the myriad emperor world. And now, he could use this bath to wash away his karma from the last generation and have the right to participate in this generation's heaven will battle. So, he did not hesitate to bath in the karmic washing water before taking away the book. Once that was done, Huang Yuan took his wife on a void boat and headed for the myriad emperor world. However, once they were closed, he felt something was wrong, and he was right. His wife betrayed him and gathered many true monarchs from his world by telling them that he had a way to expand their lifespans. Huang Yuan knew that she planned was to kill him, then take the book away, as she was the only one who knew of its existence. Then, she would enter the myriad emperor world, use the book as a basis to rise, and one day, prove the Tao. In that battle, Huang Yuan was besieged by countless old monsters who were desperate to extend their lives. Although he killed hundreds of them, even more of them came after him, as they were all desperate. In the end, his body was destroyed, and his primordial spirit was severely injured. Luckily, he used the life and death book on the last occasion to run away with his primordial spirit and reach the myriad emperor world. You wait for me, Fan Qianhan. I will deal with you and all 9 generations of your Fan clan, muttered Huang Yuan. He then returned to his cultivation. The previous scripture he created to enter the supreme realm was not enough for him to compete for the heaven chosens of this world. He needed a better one, even a better Tao. Luckily, as an innate weapon, the Book of Life and Death contained innate life and death laws that are way easier to comprehend. As long as he used it properly, his path to supreme will be smoother. Previously, Huang Yuan was in a hurry to return his peak, but he now knew that there was no need to rush things. On the myriad emperor world's moon, there is the entrance to a world that is not inferior to any great thousand world. In that world, there are countless continents separated by water. The spiritual key in that world is on par with the central continent solely based on the concentration. Oddly though, the majority of the spiritual energy is concentrated in one place, in one city. In each continent, more than 95% of the spiritual energy is concentrated in one city at the center of the continent. This city is where the main branch of the ancient clans lived. Fire Continent, Phoenix City. Huafeng Wang was cultivating in a secret room. Behind her was a vision of a phoenix soaring the 9 heavens with myriad races bowing to it. However, with the passage of time, an illusory dragon was slowly forming. The phoenix noticed the presence of this new individual. Then, it began to use some small part of its power to help the dragon grow and develop properly. The phoenix knew that the arrival of the dragon was of great benefit to it, so it did not mind helping it. Chapter 386. Where are they and what are they doing? Part 2. Eastern Azure Dragon Continent, Een Moon Palace. Suyahu's hair was now white and Black was in a deep cultivation state as she closed her eyes. She constructed a deep and elaborate illusion. She separated the illusion into 2 layers. In one of them was a version of her with cultivation, while the other layer was a mortal. However, in both layers, The two versions of Su Yu will undergo catastrophe after catastrophe, and their only purpose is to survive. She created elaborate ways for her two selves to die over and over. And every time they found a way to survive the current catastrophe, another one would appear and the process would repeat itself. During her cultivation, the death in the illusion resulted in her actual death in real life. However, the heavenly Tao protection would activate itself and brought her back to life and in perfect shape. This was the way that Su Yu was created to cultivate one of the 6 desires, the desire to survive. After an unknown amount of time, she opened her eyes and exhaled deeply. Her eyes flashed with brilliance as she seemed to have gained greatly in her retreat. Kumein. A few seconds later, a beautiful maid walked into the room and bowed to Suya. "Did you get what I asked for?" "Yes, young lady," replied the maid as she handed her a book to her. Suya took the book and frowned after seeing the title, Bloodline Curse. A while ago, she felt that an important fortunate encounter awaited her. However, she was in the middle of something and could not go, so she sent the elders of the Een Moon Palace to fetch it for her. However, based on the title, it did not seem as important as her intuition told her. She opened the book and read through it quickly. "How vicious," commented Suya once she was done. Nevertheless, she was slightly disappointed as this spell was too circumstantial in terms of use or application. However, it did offer her some new insight into using despair as an emotion, so this was a silver lining. "Where is Jian Wushuang?" asked Suya after putting the book away. "The last we saw him was a few days ago in the south area after he had a sword fight with a sword cultivator of the last generation. When you discover his location, tell me." "Young lady, are you going to fight with him again?" Suya nodded her head before beginning a conversation with the maid regarding all the information she has gathered about the location and doings of the other Heaven Chosens. In the southern area of the eastern continent, inside a cave dugout on a snowy mountain, Jian Wushuang had his eyes closed, a terrifying sword intent emanating from his body, but it was not affecting the cave because of how well-controlled it was. He was reviewing all the battles he had over the years, thus tempering his sword realm. He then used all his accumulation to create a new sword technique, the Infinite Sword Slash, an attack that could grow without limit after an unknown amount of time. The sword was created and Jian Wushuang felt a sublimation. It was as if he had crossed some kind of threshold. He opened his eyes and waved his hand. A sword key was in his hand, and a smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's eyes. Although he did not succeed in creating an attack that could grow without limit, this new infinite sword key also had a growable characteristic. Whether it was in battle or just with time, it will slowly grow on its own, and by the time of the heaven will battle. Jian Wushuang could not fathom how powerful it will be then. A confident smile appeared on his face. What he did not realize was that the moment he created that sword key, weird fluctuation came from this body and blended with heaven and earth. That fluctuation did not affect the world, not alert anyone, as only 2 people noticed it. A few domains away, a young Taoist priest dressed in blue robes with an yin-yang symbol on it was walking. With each step, he traveled thousands of miles away. Suddenly, the young Taoist stopped and looked in the direction of the south. His eyes turned blue and red as the yin-yang symbol flashed inside to replace his pupils. This change in heaven and earth, another outlaw was born? Who could it be? Muttered the young Taoist who was Feng Heng, or Shi Fuyu, turning into Feng Heng. His eyes seemed to evolve the truth of the world as he found the answer to his question. Jian Wushuang? Then he shook his head while muttering. At least he's not a supreme outlaw and has a chance at passing and living. Feng Heng was wondering what was wrong with this generation. Outlaws are very rare individuals. And yet, in this generation alone, there are 3 of 2. Well, for if you count that anomaly DT on. However, he did not care about these things now as he had to focus on his own thing. After cultivating the absolute beginning Tao art, he had already completed the basis for his Tao Buddhism path. As long as he becomes a great emperor, he can trace the beginning of Buddhism that was cut off and slightly modified what happened and ensure that his Tao Buddhism was not affected, thus allowing him to spread it to the world. Although Feng Heng would like to completely remove that magic, he knew that it might not be possible even if he became an eternal emperor, so he was satisfied with his current plan. However, there are a few more things needed for his plan to work. He needed a treasure to condense the luck of Tao Buddhism and bind it with the luck of Taoism. That way, they will be one. As long as one prospers, the other will also. As long as one declined, the other will as well. Feng Heng was searching all over the world to find such a unique treasure needed for his task, and he did not know whether he would succeed. But he would not give up so easily when he was so close to achieving his mission. Central Continent, Great Wu Dynasty. Sun Jiaolong was wearing a black dragon robe while sitting on a throne. The majesty of a ruler emanated from his body as he looked at his subordinate, who was lowering his head and not dare look at him. "Did you find it? Your Highness, please forgive my incompetence. The northern continent is vast, and it will take some time. What about the talisman that I gave you?" It only showed vague responses. "Continue searching. Use as many resources as needed, but be discreet," said Sun Jiaolong as he dismissed the latter. He did not blame him for his failure, as he knew that it was not an easy task. Sun Jiaolong knew the current situation he was in. The human destiny sword has too much significance for the cultivators of the myriad emperor world and will not be allowed to be in anyone's hands. Especially in this generation where an eternal emperor might appear, the importance of the sword is too important. The only reason that the sword is still in his hand is because of a temporary compromise by the emperor lineages. Let the younger generation decide the fate of the sword. In other words, the final winner of this generation's heaven will be the final owner of this sword. Knowing this, Sun Jiaolong has to prepare beforehand. Endless Void, Wu Hong sat cross-legged in her void boat heading somewhere. She was heading to a place called the Extremity Sea, which was located at the end of the world. Most cultivators know that the endless void is infinite, and to some extent, that is true. However, that rule only applied to the weak. As long as someone is powerful enough, they can reach the end of the endless void. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked in a direction. Has Wang Wei's tribulation begun? After acquiring Dao Monarch Qian's inheritance, she wanted to return to the myriad emperor world. However, she suddenly had a whim and wanted to check the Extremity Sea. As powerful as she was, she knew that something or someone had used the power of cause and effect to guide her there. And one of the reasons for that was they did not want her to intervene in Wang Wei's tribulations. Even knowing this, she still took the bait. The path of cultivation was not an easy one. As cultivation is a process of defying the heavens, cultivators usually have to undergo many tribulations in their lives. And so far, Wang Wei's path has been too smooth and was about to suffer his first real tribulation. And Wu Hong will not intervene, as this was something that every cultivator had to do. During her emperor path, her entire life was full of tribulations, and this is the reason she became so powerful. And if Wang Wei were to fail, all she had to do is ensure that a part of his soul entered reincarnation and start all over again. Wu Hong stood up from the ground as she had arrived at her destination. As she looked at Extremity Sea in front of her, a deep frown appeared. The entire place was now covered in a silver-gray fog. From her memories, this should not be the case. Although she expected major changes to this timeline, she did not think it would be this great. As she looked at the fog, she frowned for two reasons. One, she could not find the origin or any information whatsoever from this fog. Not only from her memories, but with her power, she could not find anything. The other odd thing was that the fog seemed very familiar to her. It gave her a very intimate feeling. This volume will end in a few chapters. Chapter 387, Primordial Spirit Realm. After using the transmission teleportation in the sect, Wang Wei found himself teleported to a small city built on a floating asteroid. Not far from his eyesight was a beautiful crystal wall floating in the void. He met his grandfather, who was stationed in this city, and learned that everything has been readied for him in the heavenly abode world. So, after having a brief chat with everyone, he passed through the crystal wall. As soon as he entered, The first thing Wang Wei felt was how fragile this world was. If he did not have great control of his fleshly body, the slightest overexertion of strength would probably break this world. Feeling that everything could be easily destroyed was a very uncomfortable feeling, but he got used to it. Then, he finally felt something else. Wang Wei felt that heaven and earth were celebrating his arrival, as if he was the most favored son of the world finally returning home. Purple auspicious clouds suddenly appeared in the sky before spreading to all the 36 realms, showing his nobility and prestige. It seems that these guys did a good job, muttered Wang Wei with a smile as he guessed the reason for such a grand welcome. As the sole god of this world who controlled all the incense, he has a special status in this world. As he closed his eyes, Wang Wei could feel a golden energy gathering around. The quantity of this energy was simply too vast. Is this incense? Muttered Wang Wei with interest, but he did not immediately absorb it or test it out. Not long after his arrival, Li Jun and the others arrived. From a distance, he could see that all three of them had already entered the Yin Soul phase of the primordial spirit realm, and he nodded in satisfaction. After the four met, Wang Wei began to talk to them about his experience and their experience. It was then that he knew that since the last time his projection appeared, more than 380 years had passed in this world, while only more than 220 years had passed in the Myriad Emperor world. So, the flow of time between these two worlds was almost a 1-to-2 ratio. Following this, Li Jun showed all the things he did in this world. There were temples with his status everywhere in all the 36 realms. Both humans and gods only believed in Wang Wei as the one and only almighty god of fate, death, and destiny. Many of the heavenly abodes of the gods of the previous era were full of mortals that believed only in him. The population of the entire world was increased by more than 100-fold since the group took over the world. In close to 400 years, there have been so many generations of mortals, and all of them believed in Wang Wei. And even after their death, their souls will enter a heavenly abode that was created specifically in Wang Wei's name, so that these people can continue to provide him with incense. Even the animals in this world, as long as they gain sentience, can become followers of the fate god and provide incense. You guys did an even better job than I could have done, said Wang Wei with a smile on his face. Then, in the next few days, he visited all the realms while manifesting in front of mortals to show his arrival in this world. This act brought a fever to his followers, thus increasing their faith in him, even creating a few more fanatic believers. Then, Wang Wei began to prepare for his breakthrough. First, he tested the incense refining pill that Yin Liling created for him. According to his calculation, 100 of these pills is enough to increase the probability of successfully entering the next realm by 10. Currently, the origin pill flame scripture only gave him a 50 chance. Now, with this additionally 10, he had a 60 chance of succeeding. Compared with the hopeless situation before, this was a very high number. But Wang Wei was not satisfied yet. So, Wang Wei began to review the memories of the Destiny Goddess. Through it, he wanted to use probability manipulation divine ability to increase his success rate. After finding this technique, Edward was a little disappointed as it required the help of Heavenly Tao to cast and required a lot of lifespans as a price. So, although he could use it in this world, it might not be possible elsewhere, at least for now. Nevertheless, with it,